Chapter 1. My Journey Back in Time. In the vast and vibrant universe of sports, no other is as democratic, passionate, magical, and chaotic than the soccer. You don't need much to play it, just a ball, or something that looks like one, and a place to imagine the goal. Soccer. The magic of the dazzling dribbles, the 90th minute comeback goals, and the screams of the fans that make any stadium shake. From its earliest days, when the British played during breaks in their factory shifts, to the present day, when the best players in the world take to the most famous pitches on the planet, soccer has always been an irresistible mix of talent, improvisation, and sheer dedication. Decades ago, there was Pelé, the king of soccer, who took the sport to a new level with his quick dribbling, spectacular goals, and a charisma that transcended borders. More recently, we've seen Zico, the first player with surgical precision in his passes and free kicks. Also Ronaldinho Gaucho, who, with his joy in his legs and his magic with the ball, turned football into a spectacle of pure art. At the beginning of the millennium, the greatest rivalry in history was born. Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, two true scoring machines whose statistics would impress even the most skeptical critics. More than 800 goals each, hundreds of assists, and two collections of titles that would make any museum jealous. Between the astronomical numbers and the memorable plays, soccer has become a true global spectacle, the greatest of all sports, uniting people of all ages, genders, and nationalities in a continuous celebration with the right to scream, sweat, and tears. But behind the many stars who shine in the world stadiums, there are millions of young dreamers who believe, day after day, that they could be the next to have their lives changed by this sport. Among those millions, there was once a Japanese boy, just one among many. His name? Lucas Tanaka, the son of an American father and a Japanese mother. Lucas grew up listening to stories about Pelé, admiring Ronaldinho's dribbling on various YouTube videos, and trying to imitate Cristiano Ronaldo's mythological goals. In school games, or on the municipal field, he played with the same joy as his idols, dreaming, like so many others, of one day becoming part of this glorious history called football. In Japan, the country where Lucas Tanaka was born and raised, people also loved soccer. It was a sport that was greatly admired, and throughout his childhood, Lucas Tanaka was praised for his skill and dedication to soccer. However, when he reached the age of 18 and decided not to go to university or a preparatory course, dreaming of finding a place in one of the Japanese National League teams, the J-League, the people around him, the same ones who had previously congratulated him for all his efforts, began to judge him. These people said that Lucas was wasting his life on a stupid dream and that he should focus on a path that would be safer and more stable for him and his family. That same day, not feeling up to going to the city park to work out, Lucas Tanaka sat down in front of the old TV in his room, turned on the sports channel, and started watching. As it happened, a 16-year-old boy was making his debut for Barcelona FC. The boy was thinner and shorter than Lucas Tanaka, but there he was, in the center of world soccer. So Lucas decided that society was right about his dream and gave in to social pressure. It's too late. Lucas simply couldn't have imagined that he would end up as an almost 30-year-old single man living in a tiny apartment in Tokyo. Hey, Tanaka, did you finish that design I asked you to do? His boss asked routinely, several times a day. Yes, boss. It's in your email. Instead of becoming a soccer player, Tanaka went to business school. After high school, he found work in a design firm and had to adapt to keep from getting fired. So his life became a loop of monotonous days, working every day until after hours in a gray office, surrounded by piles of papers and disapproving looks. One cold evening, after leaving the office late, Lucas Tanaka stopped at a convenience store to buy something to eat. Grrrr. His stomach rumbled loudly. Easy, easy. Lucas stroked his stomach as if there really was a monster inside. When he entered the convenience store, the characteristic bell rang, but the clerk didn't even look at him, as he seemed to be concentrating. Lucas then went to the instant noodle aisle and began to analyze which of the many flavors he would choose this time. He had already tried all the flavors, even the strangest ones. The store was so empty and quiet that Victor could hear what the clerk at the counter was watching. Honestly, this is one of the most impressive finals I've ever seen. Mbappe is only 24, and this is his third goal. Ladies and gentlemen, I may be jumping the gun, but it looks like we're witnessing the birth of a football legend, the narrator said. Sir? The salesman asked. Suddenly, Lucas found himself unconsciously standing in front of the counter with a randomly flavored instant noodle in one hand. Unbeknownst to him, he had been captivated by the soccer game playing on the television next to the cashier. The cashier looked on with a puzzled expression, and Lucas quickly handed the noodles to the young man to pick up. As he did so, Lucas peered around the inside of the counter again, trying to catch a glimpse of the game. Sir, that'll be 120 yen. Ah, yes. Lucas took some coins out of his pocket and began to count. He was a poor worker. He didn't have much money. Nevertheless, he found a 1,000 yen coin, which he handed to the young clerk. Lucas' attention soon returned to the soccer game. Excuse me for asking, young man, but that game you're watching, who's playing? This one, France and Argentina. It's the recorded final of the 2022 World Cup. I like to watch that game sometimes. Lucas looked at the scoreboard. It was 3-3 after 119 minutes. The young player Mbappé was shining for France with 3 goals. Lucas Tanaka left the convenience store with a bitter taste in his mouth, holding the bag of instant noodles in one hand and the change and receipt in the other. World Cup 2022. I was 21 at the time, but I'd already given up watching soccer. That explains why I don't remember the game. The year in question was 2031, almost 10 years after the 2022 World Cup. It was impossible for Lucas not to feel nostalgic, and then to feel the mixture of frustration, disappointment, and anger that always came over him when he remembered the dreams he had given up. Adjusting the scarf around his neck to protect himself from the freezing wind, Lucas tried to shake those tumultuous thoughts away. But the 3-3 scoreline of a World Cup final still echoed in his mind, like a cruel reminder of the dreams he had given up. It was every man's dream to be in the position the young French player had been in, and Lucas wondered what his life would have been like if he had followed his passion for football. Instead, I'm stuck in an endless cycle of gray days in an office that seems to be slowly sucking away my soul. I think I'd do it differently. Walking through the streets, Lucas came upon a narrow alley lit only by a flickering streetlight. Normally, he would have changed his route just in case, but then he heard a muffled sound, something between a scream and a desperate whisper. Then, under the flickering light of the lamppost, he saw a scene that made his heart. A hooded man was holding a long-haired woman against the wall. His dirty hand covered her mouth as he muttered something inaudible near her neck. The woman obviously tried to break free, but the man was stronger, holding her by the wrists. An abuser. Lucas didn't want any trouble. He had enough trouble in his own life. But something inside him wouldn't let him just ignore the situation. He always avoided conflict, always took the easy way out, always let his boss take credit for his designs. But, that night, something changed. "Hey," he shouted. The hooded man abruptly turned his head in Lucas' direction, and the woman used the distraction to try to break free. With no luck, the man pulled her back violently. "Who are you?" "Her boyfriend," the man growled. Lucas swallowed. He didn't have a good physique for fighting, but he couldn't back down now either. "It doesn't matter. Leave her alone." The man smiled bitterly and let go of only one of the woman's arms. "Are you going to stop me?" he asked, pulling a knife from his jacket pocket. Lucas clenched his fist, gripping the grocery bag tightly. "Yes, I will." The man then clucked his tongue, let go of the woman, and moved quickly forward with the knife. "You don't know who you're messing with," the attacker shouted. A shiver ran down Lucas' spine as he saw the man run toward him with the knife in his hand, but with a scream he didn't know where it came from. Lucas raised the arm holding the bag and threw it with all his might at his attacker. The plastic bag broke in midair, and the package flew toward the attacker like an improvised projectile, hitting the man in the face. It was enough to disorient him for a moment. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lucas lunged forward and punched the man with all the force he could muster. He felt pain as his fingers struck the hooded man's jaw. Fortunately, the blow was strong enough to knock the attacker to the ground. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The woman, frightened and still leaning against the wall, stared at Lucas with wide eyes, barely believing what he had done. The man on the floor was stunned, but when his eyes met Lucas, an expression of fear and amazement appeared on his face. Lucas didn't understand why the man was afraid until he felt a stabbing pain in his stomach. He looked down to see the knife buried in his stomach, blood seeping through his clothes. Shock overcame his body, and he staggered backwards, his knees weak. "Shit, shit, shit." The man on the ground took the opportunity to get up and run. Lucas tried to yell at him not to run, but his voice wouldn't come out. The next thing he knew, he felt dizzy and fell backwards. The woman ran over to him and shouted something, but her words sounded far away, muffled, as if he were underwater. "Hang on," she cried as her trembling hands pressed down on the knife, trying to stop the bleeding. "It's going to be okay, just hang on. Help me. Please, someone." The cold of the night enveloped Lucas, but he could barely feel it. He felt numb, unable to focus on anything but the pain and the desperate face of the woman trying to help him. She was very beautiful. Soon Lucas heard the sound of hurried footsteps, alarmed voices, and the sound of sirens in the distance. He tried to focus on those voices. It was no use. Everything was slipping away. The surrounding darkness quickly engulfed everything. Suddenly, everything was silent. The world around him seemed to stop, and Lucas felt like he was floating. It was a strange, almost comforting sensation, as if he was being pulled out of his body. Then he heard an emotionless voice in his head. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "The ability of system has been granted. System unlocked. The ability system has granted you the ability CEOs unlocked. The ability system has given you the ability sharp intuition. Sharp intuition unlocked. The skill system has given you the skill attribute progression. Attribute progression unlocked. The skill system has given you the skill supernatural resistance. Supernatural resistance unlocked. Thanks to the divine effect of supernatural resistance, death will no longer be a problem for you." Lucas tried to understand what was happening, but his mind was foggy. The pain was gone, replaced by a strange feeling of relief. He was no longer cold, but warm. The darkness became complete, and Lucas fell into it, lost in an infinite void. When Lucas opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the partially dark street, nor did he hear sirens. He was in a completely different place. It was a vast field of green grass. The sky above was a deep blue, without a single cloud. "Tanaka, cross for me," a voice shouted. Then Lucas heard a sound, a thump, and something touched his feet. As soon as he looked down, he realized that what had touched him was a ball, a soccer ball. Apparently, for some reason, he was in the middle of a soccer game. Raising his head again, Lucas looked ahead and saw the young Tsuyoshi Nishida, a childhood friend of his. But the strangest thing was that Nishida seemed to be in his 16th year, and this frightened Lucas more than anything else. He remembered it well. Nishida had become a world-famous player after being spotted by a scout from a big team in England. Chapter 2, 16 again. When Lucas Tanaka looked down at his feet and saw the ball, he shook his head, not understanding what was happening. He raised his head to see Tsuyoshi Nishida still running with one arm raised, indicating that he wanted to receive the pass. Lucas lifted his foot, instinctively wanting to pass the ball to Nishida, but soccer is a fast-paced sport that requires sharp decision-making, and there's usually not much time to think on the field. Just as Lucas was about to kick the ball, an opponent suddenly appeared and, with impressive speed, this player glided across the field and made a perfect, clean run to steal the ball from Lucas. Lucas' fall was sudden. The trolley took the ball from him, but it also knocked him down. But the tackle wasn't, and the opponent didn't bother to help him. Instead, the boy got up and started running quickly with the ball, setting up a counterattack. Lucas tried to get up quickly, but the pain in his heel stopped him. Nishida, returning from the attack, was the one to offer a hand to help him up. "Tanaka, why didn't you give me the pass?" Nishida asked as he helped him to his feet. Lucas didn't know what to say, nor did he understand what was going on. "I'm sorry, I hesitated." Nishida gave Lucas a weak pat on the back. "It's okay, I'll be there next time. Just pass it to me, and I'll score." But there was no next time. For the next few minutes, Lucas tried to keep up with the pace of the game, but each move seemed more difficult than the last. His mind was foggy, and he simply couldn't process the surrounding events clearly. He tripped over the ball a few times and fell, and his legs felt heavy and uncoordinated. "Tanaka, what's happening to you?" asked Nishida during a brief stoppage in play after a foul. "You're our playmaker. If you can't connect passes, we can't score." His friend's worried look only added to Lucas' confusion. I don't know," Lucas mumbled, trying to wipe the sweat from his brow. Over the next few minutes, the ball stopped coming to Lucas. His team's players began to make more runs down the flanks, trying to get into the attacking half. It was then that the team's coach, Mr. Yamamoto, noticed the situation. With a serious look on his face, he signaled for Lucas to leave the field. Lucas slowly walked to the side of the field, greeted the teammate who would be replacing him, then the coach, and sat down on the bench in frustration. With a towel over his head, he took a moment to take a deep breath and try to understand what had happened. The strange transition from a near-death state to this familiar but confusing scenario was beyond what an ordinary human mind could easily process. He knew something extraordinary had happened. Lucas looked around. The sounds of the game, the shouts of the players, the people, everything was too real to be a dream. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his vision and his mind. The towel over his head isolated him at least a little from the stares of the surrounding people. Why is this happening to me?" he asked himself, looking down at his hands. His hands weren't chubby, nor were they full of wrinkles like before, and looking at his own body, he could easily see that he was younger, much younger. It was clear that he had somehow rejuvenated himself, or rather gone back in time. Lucas then raised his head and began to pay more attention to his surroundings. There were only a few people on the bench. He was one of the few players there. The coach, Mr. Yamamoto, a man in his 50s, was giving instructions to both teams. Of course, it was a practice game of 11 against 11, but the field was smaller than a normal soccer field. It was a reduced soccer field, in other words, the school field. Several times a week they practiced on the school field, so this could have been any day, but there was something different. On the field, the players gave their all and seemed focused. Something important was about to happen. However, it was impossible for Lucas to easily remember such a normal situation from his youth, and it would be strange to suddenly ask for the date in question. Therefore, it was useless for him to try to find out what day it was at this moment. The same was true for the mysterious reason why he was back. If there was a reason, Lucas felt it was to play soccer. Otherwise, why on earth would he come back in the middle of a game? Lucas clenched his fist, stood up, tossed his towel aside, and said, "Mr. Yamamoto, can I come back in?" "Tanaka, of course you can't come in. You just..." When Yamamoto turned to look at Lucas as he replied, Lucas could tell, just by looking into Yamamoto's eyes, that something had changed. At that moment, Yamamoto stopped halfway through his answer, looked straight ahead, crossed his arms, and continued. "Okay, but get a vest. You'll be on the reserve team." "Yes, sir." Lucas quickly grabbed the vest, eager to get back into the game. The sun was still high and strong, and his heart was beating faster. The reserve team was struggling to keep up with the first team, but the score was 4-2. Lucas took a deep breath, and when he finally took his first step onto the field, everything around him stopped, and the same voice he had heard before echoed in his mind. The skill of system has evolved into champion system. Champion system unlocked. To become a champion, you must increase your star level. Your current star level is 0. Complete missions in the champion system to increase your star level and earn other rewards. The rewards will increase with each level you reach. The champion system skill is activated. The mission, the first step of the second chance, has been granted. Do you want to know the purpose of this mission? Lucas, still stunned by what had happened, blinked twice, looked around, saw that time had stopped, and nodded without a choice. The words were gone from his mouth. Main mission, the first step of a second chance. Description: this is a practice game before an important school championship. The starters for the first championship game will be decided in this scrimmage, and you need to convince the coach that you are a good option. Winning is an important step in this process. Objective: win this scrimmage. Rewards: plus 10 star points, plus 1 loot box. Chapter 3. The sun was beating down relentlessly on the field that early afternoon. From the heat and the sound of cicadas in the bushes not far from the field, Lucas Tanaka could easily tell that it was summer, as the mission description stated, this was a practice game to determine who would start in the first league game. Then the league in question could only be the Chubu Summer League, which used school vacations to promote a major league that included most of the teams in the Chubu region of Japan. The Chubu Summer League wasn't as famous as the Kanto Summer League, but it was certainly important. Lucas took a deep breath, feeling the tension in his muscles and the sweat dripping down his forehead. The vest he wore now seemed to weigh more than it should, carrying with it a series of dreams and burdens whose weight he hadn't felt at 16 in the past. He looked at his teammates, some waving at him in encouragement, others simply focused on the ball. Everyone was aware that this was a crucial opportunity, and everyone wanted to be in the starting lineup. Coach Yamamoto's whistle blew sharply, breaking the momentary silence and signaling the resumption of the game. Lucas was a midfielder, so he saw several players advance in front of him when the ball was released. They were the strikers. Lucas' heart quickened as the ball and his team advanced toward the opposing defense. His legs moved almost automatically because his eyes were focused. Paying attention to the ball is important, but it can also be good to pay attention to the surrounding players. That voice again, Lucas thought, and it's still telling me how to play soccer? Who do you think you are? I am CEO's, your assistant skill. Lucas was still very confused by what was happening to him, but he didn't have time for more questions because his first opportunity came when one of the team's players lost control of the ball. Without hesitation, he charged forward and intercepted a desperation pass. The crowd, made up of a few schoolmates on the railings around the field, let out a murmur of excitement. Lucas was known to be a good player at school, so it was somewhat normal for people to get excited when he touched the ball. Quickly, another player from the first team rushed towards Lucas to cover his teammate's mistake, but Lucas almost automatically turned his body to protect the ball from his opponent. As a result, the first team defender ran right past him, leaving a wide corridor in front of Lucas. "I'll stop you, Tanaka!" shouted Nishida, suddenly appearing behind Lucas. Nishida was a natural center forward. It was unusual for him to be so far back, running behind a midfielder. This was just a small proof that the first team players knew how dangerous Lucas could be. Nishida's teammates were also quick to try to close the gap created by Lucas dribbling. "It's wise to pass the ball. You don't have to tell me. I know how to play soccer," Lucas shouted. He quickly raised his head to look for a teammate in a better position. He saw Junpei open on the right wing. It was a perfect opportunity. Lucas fired a powerful shot, sending the ball high into the air. The sound of the shot echoed across the field, and for a moment, all eyes were on the sky. The ball rose so high that it cast a shadow against the bright sun. Junpei ran, taking advantage of the gap in the defense created by the opponent's desperation to mark Lucas. However, Lucas clearly missed the speed and height of the pass. Junpei was supposed to receive the ball at his feet and run forward to cross the ball into the box or shoot, but Lucas' pass was too high. Junpei even tried to head the ball from behind, but it was too high. He could barely get his head on the ball, and it continued on its way, landing outside the box. Lucas paused, gasping as he watched the wasted opportunity. Junpei raised his hand in an apologetic gesture, but Lucas knew it was his fault. He had put too much force into the pass, and now the team had to regroup quickly. "Hey, Tanaka, what was that you were yelling?" one of Lucas' reserve teammates asked. Nishida stopped beside him, a little out of breath. "It was, I know how to play soccer, wasn't it?" "Haha, you can't yell that, and then miss a pass, man." Lucas put a hand to the back of his head and followed the laughter, a little embarrassed. He didn't even realize it, but in the heat of the moment, he yelled at Seo's in a loud voice. The game restarted with a fullback for the first team. Lucas retreated a bit down the field, already feeling the sweat running down his face and neck. The ball was put back into play, and the opposition began to move forward. Lucas positioned himself strategically, this time following CEO's advice and watching his opponent's movements more closely. When a pass was directed to the middle, he anticipated it and tried to anticipate the ball again. However, Kenji, another first-team midfielder, was quicker than Lucas and kept the ball for his team. He picked up the ball and made a quick pass to the left back, who in turn made a vertical pass to the first team left winger. The play was frenetic, and most of the first team was much more in sync. It didn't take long for the left winger to get to the top of the box, where Nishida was screaming for the ball. Nishida was a natural center forward. No matter how the ball came to him in the box, he would find a way to finish. He was too dangerous not to be marked, but that wasn't Lucas' job. Lucas trusted the work of his team's defenders and prepared for the counterattack. But when the ball was crossed, it didn't go towards the penalty area, but to the halfway line, where Kenji was waiting. The gleam in Kenji's eyes revealed his clear intention. He was ready to finish the job. From that moment on, every movement on the field seemed to be in slow motion for Lucas, who, even from a distance, was able to capture every detail with astonishing clarity. Kenji took a firm step forward, and his right foot met the ball in midair. He sent it towards the goal with frightening power and precision. The ball sliced through the air like an arrow, or rather a spear, traveling at high speed as it spun around its own axis. The opposing goalkeeper tried to reach the ball, stretching as far as he could, but there was no way. The ball had a predetermined trajectory that took it straight into the upper right corner of the goal. The unmistakable sound of the net rattled across the pitch, followed by a brief moment of absolute silence. Then an explosion of cheers and applause swept the field, the celebration of a magnificent goal, with even the reserve players praising Kenji. Lucas stood still, unresponsive. At that moment, a movie played in Lucas' head, literally the movie of his life. Kenji's goal pushed Lucas even further away from his dream. If he couldn't be a starter and excel in the summer league, he would never go to be a professional, just like in his previous life. The hidden function of the skill champion system has been unlocked. The skill of replicator genius has been granted. Replicator genius unlocked. The player Kenji Nakamaru has demonstrated the skill advanced first touch kick. Do you want to check the copying conditions? Chapter 4, Copy Conditions. The player Kenji Nakamaru has demonstrated the skill advanced first touch kick. Do you want to check the copying conditions? This message flashed in front of Lucas's eyes, and even though he had become accustomed to these idiosyncrasies, he was still startled by the possibility of being able to copy the skill of one of his teammates. It was an unexpected stroke of luck. Still, Lucas remained sane and rational. With a conscious effort, he pushed aside the initial excitement and concentrated on the message as everyone returned to their positions after Kenji's goal. Yes, I want to check the copying conditions. He agreed thoughtfully, his heart racing with anticipation. Almost immediately, a new message appeared. Skill copy conditions, advanced first touch kick, execute a first shot on goal in front of player Kenji Nakamaru. In other words, you want me to take revenge for him scoring in front of me. Lucas took a deep breath and understood the purpose. The task seemed simple in theory, but, in practice, it was a different story. Kenji was a clever midfielder who positioned himself very well, was solid defensively, and also shot well from outside the box. It would have been a bit tricky to put him in one place on the pitch and just have him watch me kick a first touch into the goal. However, the opportunity and curiosity of learning a new skill without having to practice it for months was too tempting to ignore. When the ball returned to the center of the field and play returned, Lucas looked at Kenji. He had to keep an eye on the movement of the opposing team and the formation of his own team. The right opportunity would come. He just had to be ready to take it. The fast pace of the game didn't slow down when the match resumed. There was no room for distractions, and Lucas remained focused. The ball circulated between the reserve players, and Lucas kept moving so the defense wouldn't think he was a threat. Every touch, every pass, was a potential opportunity. He had to be in the right place at the right time. And then the opportunity came. The ball was passed to him, and he took it and turned his body to move up the field. The opposition tried to surround him, and Kenji seemed to stop him. Lucas played the ball to a teammate on his right who was passing. The ball slid quickly along the ground, and this time the pass was accurate, but Lucas' teammate had no room to advance and dropped the ball back into midfield. Still, Lucas' forward pass alone was enough to draw the first team defense back a bit. They moved forward a bit when the ball came back to them, but Lucas didn't retreat to his side of the pitch. He pushed forward. In doing so, he forced his team's attackers to stay back, as well as his first team's defenders. This was a dangerous thing to do because it was essential to get back to score, but it also created a huge gap between the first team defense and the midfield. When the reserve team kicked a ball to the right point, Kenji would look back and see more reserve team players in their backfield than his own team. This was absurd. With a quick glance at Kenji, who was the only one in the starting midfield who had stayed back, Lucas ran forward with the forwards. The reserve team's right winger made a quick pass to the holding midfielder, who was advancing alongside the right winger. The holding midfielder was basically responsible for coordinating the team's possession. In the first team, this was Kenji Nakamaru, while Lucas Tanaka was more of a number 8. But in the reserve team, the holding midfielder was Masamitsu, a smaller kid and not as skilled as Kenji. Masamitsu received the ball but couldn't hold it for long, so he passed it back to the speedy right winger, completing a triangle. The right winger ran to the sideline, giving the reserves time to fill the entire penalty area. The scenario was almost identical to Kenji's goal, with one exception. However, this was also a classic crossing move, so the first team players had no idea that the scenario of Kenji's goal was about to be repeated. What made this different from Kenji's goal was the confidence of the player on the edge of the box to cross the ball exactly into the crescent. Lucas didn't know all the players in the school's soccer club, let alone have friendships with all of them, but he knew that he had the confidence of most of them because he had given goal passes to most of them. Here, Lucas ordered. This was something he never did, literally never, because Lucas wasn't someone who focused on scoring goals. He wasn't a selfish striker, but apparently the system wanted to change his nature. I need to score this goal. I have to turn this game around. The player on the edge heard the call, raised his head, and looked at his options. In the penalty area, the players were piled up, and a little behind them, they weren't. On the halfway line, almost outside the penalty area, there was only Lucas and a few other players spread out a bit more. So he crossed for Lucas without thinking twice. Take that, Tanaka. The ball arced perfectly, and Lucas, his eyes fixed on the ball, swallowed dryly as he watched it head his way. He knew this was the moment he had been waiting for, the moment that could change the course of the game and, who knows, his own path to becoming a professional soccer player. As the ball flew through the air, Lucas noticed Kenji Nakamura running towards him with his eyes fixed on him. Kenji was a good player, with a natural ability to position himself defensively, break down opponents, and shoot from outside the box. A classic number 5. If we were to compare him to anyone, it would be Case Moreau. But that didn't matter to Lucas, who took a few steps back, adjusted his position, and prepared to shoot. Kenji, the player whose skill Lucas had copied, approached Lucas. You were too smart this time. Lucas, still panting, smiled proudly. Thank you, Kenji. It was a kick inspired by yours. I could tell. With the game restarted, there were only 10 minutes left before the final whistle. The adrenaline was still pumping through Lucas' veins, but he knew he had to keep a cool head and concentrate on the game. He had the system to help him. He could draw and then win. The first team players, alert, changed their strategy. Lucas began to feel the eyes of each defender on him, watching his movements with the intensity of predators watching their prey. They were his teammates, but he had the feeling they had never looked at him so hungrily. Every touch of the ball was fiercely contested, every pass a challenge to find space. This was no ordinary training session, and the other students who passed by the field after finishing their club activities that afternoon could see that. The soccer club really works hard, right? During the holidays. They should take it a little easier. Didn't you see the poster? There's going to be a regional championship soon. That must be why they're working so hard. The clock seemed to speed up, the seconds turning into a relentless countdown. Lucas received the ball again and was quickly surrounded by opponents. He turned, trying to find an opening, a way forward. He made a simple touch to the right back who was advancing a bit ahead, but the ball was given back to him. This was not good. The reserves were relying on him to organize the team and keep up the aggressive pace of the game. Lucas' eyes scanned the field looking for the best option for the next pass. He saw one of his team's strikers advance and played the ball between two defenders, but a third defender cut the ball back and sent it to the left side. Play continued as normal. Lucas had no way of controlling the players on his team to make them play the way he wanted, but that was part of the fun of soccer. Besides, everyone was tired, and the reserve team was made up of many players who weren't even considered part of the club. They did more training than they actually played. Still, Lucas Tanaka believed in winning. If there was a reason why he was back for this game, it was because he needed to use this game to change the course of his life, and he wasn't going to waste this second chance. It was then that the ball, deflected by one of his team's defenders, came back to him, slowly rolling towards him from outside the box. Normally, Lucas would dominate the ball, trying to buy himself more time to think and pass to a better-placed teammate. He was a number 8. Passing was what he did. However, it was always by passing to other players that he never made a name for himself outside his own team and consequently never became a professional. The new skill he had acquired echoed in his mind. Advanced first kick. He knew that he could rely on this new power, and it was what secured his goal. With a sudden surge of confidence, Lucas decided to take a shot at the ball as well. He swung his leg out and hit the ball, hoping it would repeat the perfect trajectory of the first goal. This time, however, the ball deflected to the right and went wide of the goal. What? Lucas shouted, scratching his head and a little embarrassed. What's that, Tanaka? Were you trying to kill an owl? Sakata, number 10 in the starting lineup, asked under his breath. Lucas had no answer and just laughed awkwardly. Why didn't I get it right this time? What about my new skill? The hit chance of the skill first kick advanced is 25%. The closer you are to the target, the higher the chance, and the farther you are, the lower the chance. With effort and practice, it's possible to increase the hit probability of the skill first kick advanced to 50% at medium distance. CEOs was merciless in his analysis. Lucas felt a pang of frustration because he thought that the hit probability of this skill was 100%. However, it also made sense that a skill like this wouldn't have such a high hit probability, otherwise it would be too broken. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to hit the ball the first time. Come on, Lucas. Shake it off, and let's go, shouted Nishida, the number 9 of the first team, to encourage him. Despite Nishida's words of encouragement, the game remained the same for the next few minutes, and in the last minute, Nishida personally increased the score for the first team. Final score: first team 6-3 reserve team. Lucas couldn't change the pace of the game or secure victory, so he knelt on the ground and punched the turf, frustrated at failing in his first mission. Shit. Maybe if I hadn't kicked it in the first place. No, I should have kicked it. Mission: the first step of the second chance failed. There will be a penalty for failing a mission. The punishment will be daily mission, effort X reward completed. Daily mission, effort X reward. Description: you're not good enough, try harder. Daily goal: 0 out of 100 push-ups, 0/100 abs, 0 out of 100 squats, 0/10 km run. Rewards: +1 star point, +1 loot box. Chapter 6, Days that seemed so far away. Did I get a new mission because I failed another one? Lucas asked himself, still on his knees, lamenting his defeat. A whistle blew from one side of the field. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Mr. Yamamoto taking his old metal whistle out of his mouth. Please gather everyone here, Mr. Yamamoto said, gesturing with his hand for all the players to come forward. Tired and very sweaty, Lucas stood up and walked to the edge of the field where all the players of the soccer club were gathered. Today's practice was very good and much more intense than usual. Can any of you tell me why? Mr. Yamamoto was the coach of the soccer club and also a physical education teacher at school Wuxia, so he was very didactic in his conversations with the boys. One player raised his hand. Is it because the summer championships are coming up? Very good, Cal. I think that's the main reason, too. Everyone on both teams was doing their best because they wanted to be in the starting lineup for the opening game of the tournament, right? I admire that about you guys. And it's not just me. Mr. Yamamoto pointed behind him, and there were several students from the other clubs watching them through the bars. Wow, they're really fast. Do you think they can do well this year? One of the spectators commented to his friend as he turned to leave. I don't know much about soccer, but they seem to be trying hard. If they show that will in the league, they'll impress. The other replied with a shrug. Mr. Yamamoto drew a small smile on his wrinkled face. You see, even the other students are starting to notice how hard you work. So you should know that even those of you who don't start in the first team in the first game will still be able to help us a lot during the championship. After all, substitutions exist in soccer to make the game more dynamic and fun. The coach, with his wise face and small eyes, looked at his students. They were all tired and worried. I can see that you're all waiting for something, Mr. Yamamoto said in a calm voice that cut through the silence like a knife. I know you're anxious to know who's going to start the first game, but I'm going to reflect about it. It's not the kind of thing you decide on the spur of the moment. I'm going to watch the training footage, analyze each of you, and consider not just today's performance, but your effort, your dedication, and your tactics. You deserve that consideration. There was a collective murmur of mixed relief and a minor disappointment. Lucas felt a mixture of conflicting emotions. Part of him was relieved that there was no immediate decision, but another part longed to know the outcome. I will send a message to each of you individually later, informing you of my decision and the reason for it. Mr. Yamamoto continued, nodding. For now, you are dismissed. Rest, rehydrate, and prepare for Saturday. Remember, the road to victory is paved with hard work and perseverance. The players began to disperse, walking slowly toward the locker rooms. Lucas dragged himself along with them, feeling the weight of fatigue on his shoulders. He entered the locker room and began to change. Every movement seemed more difficult when he was too tired, but as a former office worker with back pain, it wasn't that bothersome. As he walked to the school's exit gate, Lucas saw someone standing there waiting for him. It was Nishida. Shall we go? Nishida asked with his usual serious face. Yes, Lucas replied. However, Nishida noticed that Lucas' answer seemed more automatic than usual, so he asked, You're still thinking about the game, aren't you? Lucas nodded. Are you worried about not being in the starting lineup because you played badly today? If so, don't worry too much. The coach will look at your performance in other training sessions, and you played well when you came on at the end. You even scored a goal. I know, but the competition in the first team midfield is very tough. Even if I played well for a few minutes, it might not be enough, and slap. Suddenly, Nishida slapped Lucas back. Don't overthink it, Tanaka. Just trust. It's easy to talk about being the team's leading scorer, and wait a minute. Why do you call me by my second name, and when it's Kenji, you call him by his first name? Lucas stopped walking and asked. Nishida gave him a puzzled look. Lucas' question seemed to have an obvious answer, but it wasn't obvious to Lucas. Nishida looked down and scratched the back of his head, a nervous habit. So you forgot our promise. Nishida began, his tone lower than usual. Promise. Do you remember when we were sitting on the park field after a game a few years ago? We were talking about the names we wanted on our jerseys when we turned pro. Lucas blinked, trying to remember. The last 14 stressful years had etched over many of his old memories, erasing most of them, but then the aforementioned memory slowly resurfaced. On that day, Lucas Nishida was laughing and dreaming far into the future. Ah yes, Lucas murmured as the pieces fell into place. I chose Tanaka because Because it's your grandfather's name, and you said you wanted to honor him. Nishida added with a slight smile. And I chose Nishida because, well, it's my family name. Lucas laughed. Sound cool? It doesn't sound like something you would do these days. But it's a promise. I won't change it until we go pro. So many years had passed since Lucas had a casual conversation with Nishida. It was too nostalgic for Lucas to walk home in the evening. He and Nishida had been close friends since they were kids, because although they had different personalities, they shared the dream of becoming professional soccer players. However, that friendship ended sooner than either of them expected, specifically after the summer league. In Lucas' former life, Nishida had a great championship and was second in scoring, while Lucas did what his position required and distributed passes. In the end, Nishida was selected to try out for a team in England, while Lucas Tanaka played in regional championships with Wuxia High School until the end of high school. Chapter 7. Back to the family. In his former life, Lucas Tanaka wasn't very close to his family. However, growing up and moving away from them hurt more than he could have imagined. He had a mother who ran the household. A woman with delicate features, almond eyes, and black hair. Her name was Ayumi Tanaka. Ayumi was traveling to the United States when she met Lucas' father, John Tanaka, an American with black hair and blue eyes. John was a man of medium height, with an air of seriousness that was often intimidating, but a gentle smile that could warm anyone's heart. Lucas also had a younger sister. Hannah was her name, a bright and vibrant girl, only 3 years younger than Lucas, or 13. They had always been close, perhaps because they were close in age. Although not a family with much conflict, the Tanaka family had its challenges. John worked relentlessly at a patent office, putting in long hours to provide a stable life for his family. Ayumi, on the other hand, devoted herself to the home and the small flower shop she owned in the neighborhood. Running the flower shop took a lot out of Ayumi, often leaving her exhausted at the end of the day, so Lucas and Hannah always helped her keep the house organized. Lucas grew up seeing the sacrifices his parents made. He would see his father go out early and come back late, almost always looking tired, yet trying to hide the dark circles under his glasses and his exhaustion with a forced smile. This was one of the main reasons why Lucas had so easily given up his dream of becoming a professional soccer player. He didn't want to burden his parents with his decisions. For these reasons, I need to become a professional as soon as possible and secure a salary. That way, my parents can enjoy life more. Lucas said to himself as he stood at the door of his house. Then Lucas looked at his house again and admired it. It wasn't an immense house, but it was the house he lived in until he moved to Tokyo to go to high school, so it brought back so many memories. He touched the doorknob in front of him, turned it, and saw his house after so long. The door creaked softly as it opened, like a welcome. He entered slowly and stood there in shock. Everything was just as he remembered it. The bright yellow walls of the foyer, the familiar smell of fresh flowers, and the cozy feeling of being home again filled his senses. However, the house seemed empty, shrouded in a silence that almost made him doubt if anyone was really there. He took a few tentative steps, listening to the muffled sound of his own shoes on the wooden floor, and began to remove his shoes. Then Lucas heard the faint sound of footsteps coming down the stairs, followed by an excited cry. Lucas, Hannah, his sister, appeared at the top of the stairs. Her face beamed with joy. She quickly descended the stairs, skipping the last 2 steps to fall straight down, and excitedly approach her brother. How many goals have you scored today? 6. No, 7? She asked excitedly. Just then, Ayumi Tanaka appeared at the end of the main corridor, drying her hands with a dishcloth. She looked at her son and said, Son, I'm glad you're okay, she said. Welcome back. Lucas felt an overwhelming emotion when he saw her. He blinked quickly to keep the tears from forming. The sight of his mother and sister contrasted sharply with the memories of the loneliness of his small apartment in Tokyo, where he felt so alone every night. How are you, Mom? He asked, his voice cracking a little. We're all fine, aren't we? Replied Ayumi, looking a little worried. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Ayumi smiled proudly. That means you're hungry. Get out of your sweaty clothes and take a shower, then come down for dinner. Chapter 8, Star Level. When he got home, Lucas Tanaka took a shower and went down to the 2nd floor, where he spent some time with Hannah and Ayumi, his sister and mother, respectively. It was great for him to spend some time with them, especially as his work in Tokyo hadn't allowed him to visit his family regularly in his past life. Lucas missed them so much that he talked to them about the whole game. Soon, Hannah went to take his bath, and he was left alone with his mother. When they were alone, Ayumi looked at her son all excited and said, Go for it. I'm sure you'll make it. Her face was flushed, and she seemed a little embarrassed to be saying those words out loud, but you could clearly see the smile on her face and the sparkle in her eyes. Ayumi's words gave Lucas the strength to remain committed to his goal, which was already very different from the timeline he had followed previously. Over the years and his exhausting life in the office, Lucas Tanaka had convinced himself that his decision to give up his dream of becoming a professional footballer was something that his parents had also wanted and just hadn't said. However, this wasn't true. Ayumi and John had always supported him in any way they could. So when Ayumi said those words of encouragement to him, Lucas grabbed her hands, looked into her eyes and promised, "Yes, Mom. I'm going to be a starter in the league, and I'm going to become a professional soccer player." However, not everything would be easier for Lucas in his second chance. Plim. When Mr. Yamamoto's message arrived, the content wasn't quite what Lucas had expected. Coach Yamamoto, good evening, Tanaka. I hope you're recovering well from our intense training today. 2132. Coach Yamamoto, unfortunately, you won't be in the starting 11 for the first game of the Summer League. You have skill and are great for your teammates, but at times you lack vision. Ideally, you should come on in the second half, when there are more gaps in the defense, so that you can get the best out of the forwards with your good passing. I hope he understands my decision, and, if he thinks we're wrong, he'll show it when he gets on the pitch. Lucas was shocked. Despite the poor start and the many misplaced passes, he had played a good game and managed to set up good moves. How could he not be in the starting 11? Is it possible that he thought I did well just because the game was at the end? Lucas asked himself after putting his cell phone down on the nightstand next to his bed. Yes, it's possible. You showed a better performance during the end of the game in the reserve team than during the beginning in the first team, said the voice in Lucas' mind again. You? Arg. I'd forgotten all about you. Do you prefer me to keep quiet during your introspections and reflections? Yes, I mean no. You can be useful. Lucas said. First, now that we're alone, I can ask, who are you? As I said before, I'm CEOs. And what do you want from me? Nothing. I'm just another of your many abilities. CEOs, the god of wisdom. I have no emotions and am driven only by purely logical calculations. I don't care about anyone but you. Lucas was still a little suspicious, but suddenly the memory of the knife in his chest and his mind fading came to the surface. He lowered his head and, with a melancholy tone, asked, You, the mission windows, the fact that I'm back in time. Was all that because I died? Yes. Although I can't explain the reasons, I believe that your death was the trigger for all these events. And who did it? Who is giving me this chance? I don't know how to answer that question. Right. Lucas looked down at his hands. They looked so small and thin. So, if even the god of wisdom can't answer me, there's no point in wasting time thinking about these things. I need to know, CEOs, what my abilities are. He stood up, cheering himself up. You currently have 7 abilities. Among them are Replicator Genius, Champion System. Is there a visual way of showing this? It's possible to check all your skills visually using the Champion System skill. And how do I activate it? Use the Champion System skill. Lucas tried to say the command out loud, but nothing happened. Voice commands are unnecessary. All you have to do is will the Champion System to appear and it will. Wish? Okay, I can try. Lucas closed his eyes, held both hands out in front of him, and imagined that the same screen he saw during the soccer match would appear in front of him. When he opened his eyes, there was the window that looked like it had come straight out of an RPG game. Plus, ===. Player name, Lucas Tanaka. Star level, 1. ===. Attributes. Speed, 25. Shooting, 21. Dribbling, 17. Defense, 9. Physical, 14. Passing, 22. Talents. Ball control, 0. Endurance, 0. Strength, 0. Heading, 0. Scoring, 0. Vision, 0. Positioning, 0. Mystical skills, CEOs, sharp intuition, attribute progression, supernatural resistance, champion system, replicator genius. Soccer skills, advanced first kick. Plus, man, it's no wonder I was placed as a reserve. I'm 0 in talents and, calculating here, my overall is 17. With a hand to his face, Lucas said as he stared at that data window. Also, what is this thing called star level? I remember seeing it somewhere. Star level is the champion system's way of measuring how famous you are. You have a star, which means you're not even an amateur player. I estimate that for you to reach the level of a low-level professional player, you need 14 stars, said CEOs. What? 14? Is that serious? Yes. Even the worst professional players are hundreds of times better than ordinary people, even much better than normal high school kids like you. You tell me I'm not an amateur player, and then you put me on the same level as ordinary people. You're going to hurt me like that. If you want to know, in front of a professional footballer, the difference between amateur footballers and normal people doesn't exist. Okay. I've managed to understand how incredible professional footballers are. Warning. The daily mission has not yet been completed. Complete it, or your attributes may decrease. Wait, the daily mission I received at the end of the game was for today? Shit. Lucas got out of bed quickly. I can't afford to lose attributes. All the ones I have are already too low. Chapter 9, Daily Mission. Lucas ran out of the room, feeling a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He ran down the stairs quickly, making a lot of noise. Ayumi was startled when she heard the noise. When she went to see what it was, Lucas was putting on a shoe and his jacket at the same time. Where are you going? It's late, she asked, a little confused. Lucas was balancing on his right leg as he tried to put the shoe on his left foot. I'm just going to the store to get a drink to replenish my electrolytes. I'll be right back, Lucas said, opening the door to the house. All right, but don't be too long. Right. The sky outside was very dark, which immediately reminded Lucas of the moment of his death. He felt a tightness in his chest. It was fear, maybe terror, but that wouldn't stop him. Come on, come on. Lucas muttered to himself as his footsteps echoed down the street. He wanted to run to the local park, where he could get some exercise, and that would also cover half of the distance he needed to run. Oh, of course, it is a daily mission. It won't be that easy to get rid of it, Lucas said to himself. But if I have to go through this every day, I at least have to know if it's worth it. He muttered to himself and decided to take a closer look at the system. Without even washing his face, the first thing Lucas did that morning was browse through the options on the champion system interface. He had seen something the night before, but had left it until the next day to check it out more calmly. Yes, here it is. He found a section marked Inventory that he hadn't explored yet. His fingers moved over the holographic screen, and he clicked on the chest icon. To his surprise, an inventory appeared, very much like those in role-playing games, with those mini square slots. There were many empty spaces, and the only one that glowed was occupied by a small golden box labeled Loot Box. Lucas' eyes widened in disbelief. So it's real? He asked in disbelief. I actually get physical rewards for these efforts, and they're stored here? Lucas touched the golden box, and a menu appeared with the option of opening the loot box. Eager to see where it would go, he selected Open. The virtual box collapsed into inventory lights, visually revealing a series of items. You must select an item from 1. Small healing potion. 2. Speed boots, +2 speed. 3. Restorative elixir. Lucas blinked a few times, trying to absorb the information. A healing potion, speed boots, and restorative elixir. He was confused. It was as if he was playing a game. This is unbelievable, he whispered, still in shock. Of all the absurd things that had happened to him in the past day, this game of his life was the most out of touch with reality. His thoughts were interrupted by a line from CEOs. You can access your inventory at any time to use the items you have purchased. Still sitting on his bed, Lucas decided to experiment. He selected the healing potion, and as if by magic, the potion appeared in his hand. You have selected small healing potion. It was a small glass bottle with a bright red liquid inside. This could be useful if he was injured before the championship and needed a quick recovery. Lucas held it for a moment, still incredulous, before deciding to put it back in his inventory. The potion disappeared from his hand and returned to virtual space. So that's how it works, Lucas muttered to himself. Then he remembered the speed boots. With a smile on his face, he got up from his bed, put a hand to his face, and a broad grin appeared on his face. If I choose the speed boots later, the daily mission will be much easier? Why didn't I think of that? I have to take the test. Just like that, Lucas began to understand a little more about how overpowered the champion system was. Chapter 10, Nishida. Right after breakfast, Lucas Tanaka hurried out of the house again. Hannah looked at Ayumi and asked with her mouth full, Mom, why did brother leave so early? We're on summer vacation. There's no school today. Did he forget? Ayumi smiled at Hannah and put more rice on the table. No, he didn't forget that he's on vacation. I think he's just a little upset with himself. Hannah didn't understand what Ayumi meant. Why should he be upset? Because Mr. Yamamoto didn't start him in the first game of the summer league. The confused look on Hannah's face didn't change, even after her mother explained. Hannah was the kind of girl who thought soccer was cool, but she only knew the basic concept of which goal was cool. Huh? Is Mr. Yamamoto still strict? A heavy-set person entered the conversation. It was John, Lucas' father, who entered the kitchen. Ayumi laughed at her husband's remark. Do you still think he's strict because he didn't let you coach the team? He should have. But he said I was too American to know the rules that make soccer different from football. John adjusted his tie and approached Ayumi. Please, dear, help me with this. Does that mean brother is bad? Hannah asked, stuffing more food into her mouth. John looked back over his shoulder and explained, Of course not. Your brother is a very good player, but Mr. Yamamoto is very strict. I bet he's doing this to Lucas to teach him a lesson. Don't worry. I bet Lucas' team will make it to the semifinals, and we'll be able to watch them live in Nagoya. That's right. And he'll score a lot of goals. Ayumi said after she finished tying John's tie. Then she kissed his cheek and said, Now go eat before the rice gets cold, dear. Asterisk. Surprisingly, Lucas managed to complete the exercises faster than the night before. Daily mission completed. Congratulations. You've completed the Effort X Reward daily mission. You have increased your physique by 1 point. You have increased your speed by 1 point. You have received the following rewards, +1 star point and +1 loot box. Still, he was panting heavily and sweating profusely. He could barely breathe, but he smiled with relief when he saw the mission completion message. I don't know how I'm holding up, he said to himself, panting. Staggering, Lucas went to the water fountain in the local park and stuck his head under the tap to cool off. He let the cool water run down his face, feeling every drop relieve the stifling summer heat. The sound of the cicadas was almost deafening, an incessant chorus echoing through the still, empty park. Then he slowly turned away from the faucet, ran a hand through his wet hair, and took a deep breath. As he staggered to a nearby bench, Lucas' mind began to replay the events that had brought him to this point. It hadn't been long since he had been nothing more than a tired wage earner, stuck in a relentless work routine. For years he had buried his passion for soccer, believing it to be a dying flame, a youthful dream that would never come true. But on the night he died, everything changed. Either by luck or for some mysterious reason, he was given a new opportunity to rewrite his story and decided to dedicate himself with all his being to fulfilling his dream of becoming a professional soccer player. The summer championship was his big chance, and he couldn't afford to miss it. He looked up at the blue sky, his eyes squinting against the intense glare of the sun. "I'll make it," he muttered to himself, feeling a wave of renewed determination. "I have to make it." The sound of his cell phone vibrating interrupted his thoughts. Lucas quickly took the device out of his pocket and saw that it was a message from Nishida, his best friend. "Nishida, I'm already in the usual place, waiting for you." "Tanaka, what? Why? Nishida? Nishida, don't you remember what I asked you to do?" "Tanaka, oh yes, I just remembered. I'm in the park now. Can you come?" "Nishida, what? You didn't even wait for me?" Straight face. "Tanaka, sorry, I ran out and didn't realize. Sorry. Nishida, dude, I'm coming. I'll be right there." It was only through Nishida's messages that Lucas remembered that he had promised to help Nishida learn how to pass, and that he hadn't been chosen by Mr. Yamamoto as a starter at his last chance, either. Such old memories didn't come easily, but reliving those moments made it easier for him to remember. Anyway, even though he had promised Nishida that he would try to help him, there was nowhere for him to go. He just sat on the bench, closed his eyes and waited. A light breeze brought the sound of approaching footsteps faster than Lucas had expected. He opened his eyes to see Nishida running toward him, a soccer ball tucked tightly under his arm. "Hey, shall we go?" Nishida said, looking focused. After that, the two of them went to the park's futsal field. The court was empty, surrounded by a wire fence and with a weathered concrete floor. Nishida was the classic center forward. He was tall and physically stronger than most players, not to mention an absurd finishing ability. However, Nishida lacked all the skills expected of a striker. In fact, most of the time, Nishida didn't even know how to pass the ball without making a mistake, so the ball almost always came to him for him to finish. Nishida was bothered by his own limitations, so he was determined to change. "Okay, Nishida," Lucas said, catching his breath after laughing. "Let's start with the basics. First of all, you need to learn how to stop the ball and make accurate passes. Without that, no matter how much you run or shoot, you won't be able to create good opportunities for others. Go to the area, I'll demonstrate, and you should repeat afterwards." "All right." Lucas kicked the ball into the corner. In the futsal field, the space was much smaller and therefore did not require as much strength and technique. Lucas then kicked the ball and made a perfect cross. The ball came in high and slightly curved, right where Nishida was standing. Suddenly, Nishida bent his legs and made an impressive leap to head the ball straight into the goal. The ball went into the back of the net with a satisfying thud. Nishida fell to the ground with a huge smile on his face. His greatest joy was scoring goals. It was a perfect ball. Nishida thanked him. Lucas didn't even react to the goal. To Nishida, Lucas seemed to stare into nothingness. "Are you okay, man?" However, Lucas was focused on something else in front of his eyes. The player Tsuyoshi Nishida has just demonstrated the skill, Stellar Impulse. Do you want to check the copying conditions for this skill? Chapter 11. What's the matter, Tanaka? Are you angry because I finished? Nishida asked, confused by the look on Lucas' face. His friend's question brought Lucas back to reality, and he shook his head. "It's not that. I was just surprised at how high you jumped. How do you do that? Why are you asking me now? I thought we were here because you wanted to teach me how to pass." "Yes, that's why we're here. But it's only fair that you teach me something as well, right?" The truth was, there was a reason why Lucas wanted Nishida to teach him how to jump up to his head. Skill copy conditions, Stellar Impulse beat Nishida's pride, and make him teach you the technique he uses to jump higher. "First of all," Lucas continued, "why did you jump before the ball I kicked reached you? I'm sure the ball would have landed on your foot if you hadn't jumped up and headed it before it did." Nishida walked over to the goal, picked up the ball, and squeezed it. "I'm a goal-scoring striker. It's natural for me to try to touch the ball as soon as I get across. Whether it's a corner or a cross after a through ball, defenders always get in front of big strikers like me to keep the ball out, so I also have to get forward and fight to get a header on the ball." "So you think?" Lucas finished. "Hey, of course I think. I'm not an airhead," Nishida shouted, annoyed that he was being honest. Calm down. I didn't mean that I think you're stupid or anything. I was just surprised that this was a well-thought-out action. Arg. Strikers have to think too, not just put the ball in the net and go out to celebrate." That day, Lucas noticed something he had never noticed before. On the field, the players were like cogs in a gigantic clock. If the goal was like the bell ringing at noon on the clock, the strikers were the last cogs. "I want to be a striker." For the first time, Lucas expressed an idea that had been forming in his mind since he had gone back in time. Nishida looked at Lucas in surprise. He had always known Lucas as a classic no-aid, a midfielder who rarely missed a pass, so he had never imagined him as a striker. Nishida let out a deep sigh, tossed the ball up, and caught it again before speaking. It's difficult to be a striker, Tanaka. Most soccer players dream of being strikers when they're kids. They want to be the heroes, the ones who score the goals and get standing ovations from the crowd. But as time goes on, many discover that they don't have the talent or the mentality, and end up moving backwards on the pitch to find positions that suit them better. Even goalkeepers dream of being strikers at first, before realizing that their skills are better suited to defense than offense. Lucas knew that his friend was right. Being a striker wasn't just a matter of wanting to be one. It was a matter of having the talent and determination to face the greatest challenges and expectations that came with the position. It was an absurd amount of pressure. Normally, Lucas wouldn't dream of such a thing, but with the champion system, it seemed like an achievable goal. I understand that, Nishida. I know that being a striker is one of the most difficult positions, and people expect more from a striker than from any other position on the pitch. That's why I need to learn how to score goals in every way. That's why I want you to teach me how to jump high, so I can fight in the box. I want to learn everything I need to be a good striker like you. Nishida looked at Lucas' determined expression and realized that he was really committed to this new ambition. He couldn't deny the strength of his friend's will, and maybe, just maybe, Lucas could really make this change in position. All right, Tanaka, Nishida said, tossing the ball to Lucas' feet. I'll help you. But high jumping isn't just a question of leg strength. It involves technique, timing, and most of all, a lot of practice. Lucas smiled. That's why we're going to train together. You'll work on your passes and crosses, while I'll work on my headers and shots. Let's start now. Nishida nodded in agreement and began to explain the basics of the push-up. To jump high, the first thing you have to master is positioning. When you see the ball coming, you need to adjust your body to maximize the force and... It had been a long day, but by the end of it, Lucas and Nishida had learned something completely new. After a series of unsuccessful attempts, Lucas positioned himself in the area and waited for Nishida's cross. The ball came in high and fast. It wasn't a perfect header, but it was Nishida's best cross yet. With his eyes fixed on the trajectory, Lucas prepared to jump. He bent his knees and jumped with all the strength he could muster in his legs. In the air, he felt the lightness and power of the momentum, as if he were floating for a brief moment. That was inertia. His head met the ball at the perfect point, and he headed it into the goal. Copy conditions achieved. Skill of stellar impulse acquired. Star boost unleashed. Lucas landed with a broad smile on his face, panting but triumphant. He looked at Nishida, who was sweating and panting heavily. I did it, Nishida murmured, surprised by his pass. That was incredible, Nishida. You did it, Lucas shouted. Nishida, with his black hair, even looked a little shy. Thanks. I mean, I would have done it before, but you never reached the ball. Right? Well, let's keep practicing and get even better. Lucas picked up the ball. No, it's getting late. We haven't even had lunch, and tomorrow is travel day. We have to go back to the house and rest. You know you're a lot more regimented than you seem to others, right? Lucas joked, but he was tired as well. Just then, new notifications from the champion system finally appeared. You have completed a training session. Your attributes can be increased. You have increased your headbutt skill by 5 points. You have increased your stance skill by 3 points. So this is how I increase my talents. Yes, your talents will be improved with training that focuses on those talents, because normal training can't improve them. CEOs replied quickly. Okay, but what's the difference between the talents and my normal attributes? Because my dribbling definitely won't be improved by doing push-ups. The dribbling attribute is called that because dribbling requires agility. By developing your agility, you will improve your ability to complete dribbles. However, there is no way to measure your dribbling repertoire. Dribbling is a body technique that you have to learn on your own or get a special skill for. Some players dribble almost automatically. I see. What are you doing, Tanaka? Take the ball and come on. I'll buy us a drink before we go. I'll take coffee. Lucas said. Coffee? You sound like an old man sometimes. Chapter 12, Chubu Region Summer Championship. The Chubu Region Summer Championship was a small championship with only 16 school teams from invited high schools. Lucas and Nishida's school was Wuxia High School, and in the past, it had achieved great success, reaching the semi-finals of the national championship 2 years in a row. However, in recent years, Wuxia High School's results have not been very impressive. The only reason Wuxia High continued to be invited to the Chubu Region Summer Championships every year was because of Mr. Yamamoto's coaching contacts and friends. In most regions of Japan, the summer school championships weren't important, but in Kanto and Chubu, the high school teams took them very seriously because the summer break was the time when the players could give their all and focus entirely on the soccer club. This year, the summer championship would be held far away from Fukui, where Wuxia School was located. It would be held in Nagoya, a large city in the region. Because of this, the atmosphere on the bus was different than usual. Are we there yet? Kuwabara asked. Mr. Yamamoto, who was sitting on the first seat of the bus with his arms crossed, denied it. There are still a few kilometers to go. This 4-hour trip is tiring me out, Hidefumi said, rubbing his temples. But it's only been a little over an hour. Yuga, the blonde-haired, rosy-cheeked boy next to Hidefumi, answered him. Dude, why are you even on my side? I told you, there's enough room on the bus for everyone to have 2 seats. There's only our club here. Hidefumi pointed to the back of the bus, showing that there were enough seats for Yuga, who promptly hugged himself and started to dramatize. No, I'm afraid of being too lonely in a seat by myself. Besides, it's much more important for us to bond during the trip. It's important for the team dynamic. TSK, will you shut up? Tsukada asked, taking off his headset for a moment. There are people here trying to concentrate on today's game. There was complete silence after Tsukada asked. He had an imposing presence that everyone respected. Even though he was easily irritated and very self-centered at times, everyone knew that he was someone who didn't play well when something shook him, and he was the important number 10. Anyway, Lucas watched the whole interaction with a slight smile. He remembered all the times the same arguments and little intrigues had taken place during their travels. The little rivalries, the jokes, the moments of tension and camaraderie were all part of what he loved most about traveling with the soccer club. After a few minutes, the bus entered a larger highway. The city of Nagoya began to appear on the horizon, with its tall buildings and constant movement of cars. The city was huge and contrasted with the rural tranquility of Fukui. The excitement on the bus grew immediately. Guys, look at that. It's Nagoya, Kawabara exclaimed, pointing to the view. Everyone turned to the windows and admired the city. For many of them, this was a rare opportunity to visit a metropolis like Nagoya. The buzz of excited voices filled the bus, and Mr. Yamamoto didn't scold them for acting like children. When they got off the bus in front of the hotel, everyone was wearing the school's winter sports uniform. Lucas was one of the last to disembark. He took a deep breath and felt the Nagoya air filling his lungs. It was different from Tokyo, but it still smelled like a big city. Come on, guys. Form 2 lines and grab your bags, Mr. Yamamoto ordered, his firm voice cutting through the group's euphoria. Hidefumi, still rubbing his temples, was the first to grab his backpack and get into position. I hope this hotel has comfortable beds, he muttered, drawing laughter from some of the nearby players. Hidefumi was the laziest player on the team and always seemed to be bored. Yuga patted Hidefumi's back. Relax, man. The best is yet to come. We're going to win this championship and maybe meet some girls from Nagoya. Hidefumi just rolled his eyes, but couldn't hide a small smile at the corner of his mouth. Yuga's strange personality was sometimes hard to resist. The hotel they stayed in was simple. However, when the group entered the lobby, the players were impressed by the decor. The marble floor shone beneath their feet, and there was a large television and a spacious sofa. This place is amazing, exclaimed Kawabara, throwing himself onto the sofa. Concentrate, Kawabara, Sakata said in a serious tone. We're here to play, not to stare at the hotel like country bumpkins. Kawabara's smile disappeared. Right, sorry. Lucas, observing the interaction, felt that Tsukada was being too uncomfortable. He knew that the pressure was high, especially for Tsukada, who always carried the weight of the team's expectations on his shoulders, but he shouldn't put that weight on the other players. Mr. Yamamoto approached the reception desk, where a woman with a professional smile was waiting for them. Welcome to the Sakura Hotel. You're from Washiya High School, right? The clerk asked, handing the coach a list of rooms. I hope you have a nice stay. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto replied and took the list. He turned to the players and began handing out room keys. Remember, guys, we have a big game later. I want everyone rested and ready to go. And no trouble. Be here in an hour at the latest, because we have to leave for the Asset Minato Soccer Stadium. The players nodded and lined up to get their room keys. Soon, they were heading for the elevators. Lucas would be sharing a room with Nishida, so he followed his longtime friend down the elegant corridor. Nishida was strangely quiet, probably concentrating on the game. Lucas decided not to disturb him any more than necessary. I have to concentrate too. Not this championship. This first game could decide if I'm chosen by the scouts or not. Lucas concluded, clenching his fists. Chapter 13, Rival Schools. We're here, Mr. Yamamoto announced, opening his arms. Behind him was an imposing stadium with modern structures. It was the largest stadium most of the Washiya High School boys had seen in their lives, so everyone was impressed. Oh, it's so big. In fact, the Asset Minato Soccer Stadium was much bigger than the small stadiums in their town. The roof of the stands was a futuristic steel and glass structure with solar panels that powered the stadium with renewable energy. All around the entrance, bright and colorful banners displayed images of professional players participating in the Chubu Region Summer Championship, serving as advertisements. Look at that, guys, said Kenji, the team captain, with a smile on his face as he pointed to a championship banner with the symbol of Adidas, a world-famous clothing brand. Adidas sponsored the championship with sports equipment. The boys began to act excited like, well, soccer mad boys. This was the first championship for most of them, so they were excited. Suddenly, as everyone was getting off, a bus pulled up next to them. Players from another school got off the bus. Their uniforms were bright blue with white details. Their confidence was evident with every step they took toward the stadium entrance. Hey, check it out. One of the boys from the other school said with a mischievous smile. Looks like we got a bunch of rednecks here today. Nishida, known for his no-tolerance temper, felt his blood boil. His hands clenched into fists, and he took a step forward. "What did you say?" said Nishida angrily. "Bumpkin is what you'll become after I stick my hand in your face, because you'll never want to live in a society with a disfigured face again." The boys from the other school were startled, thinking they had spoken so softly that no one could hear. "Calm down, Nishida. Calm down." Mr. Yamamoto intervened, stepping in front of Nishida to stop him from attacking the boys from the other school. "There's no point in fighting over this. Let's prove our worth on the field, not out here." Some boys from the other school laughed at the scene of an old man trying to hold back the boy with the spiky tuft, but before the situation could get any worse, a girl approached the boys who had provoked this situation. She was short, with blue hair pulled back in a ponytail, and her eyes showed authority. "Hey assholes," she said, slapping the two laughing boys on the head. "Show some respect." The boys immediately fell silent, rubbing their heads where they had been hit. "I'm sorry for their behavior," the girl said, bowing to Mr. Yamamoto and the Wuxia High School boys. "They're not usually like this, I promise. By the way, I'm Hasumi Seiya from Hammerhand High School." Mr. Yamamoto was grateful for the intervention. "Thank you, Miss Seiya. I'm Mr. Yamamoto, coach of Wuxia High School." Hasumi smiled and turned to his colleagues. "Come on, guys. Show everyone that we know how to behave." As the players from the other school entered the stadium, Nishida still looked angry. His fists were still clenched, and he was muttering through his teeth. "We can't let this go to waste," he said to Tanaka, who was standing next to him. "I know, Nishida," Tanaka replied calmly. "But Mr. Yamamoto is right. Let's prove ourselves on the field. This place is full of strong schools. We can't let anyone underestimate us or call us bad or weak. Right now, they think we're just salmon in a sea of sharks. Let them keep thinking that, because when they least expect it, we're going to show up as killer whales." Nishida was surprised by Tanaka's mature reaction. His eyebrows went up, but then he became serious, put his hands in his coat pockets, and nodded. The Wuxia High School boys followed their coach down a long corridor that led to the locker rooms. "I have to say, this place is emptier than I expected," Toshinori, the starting goalie, said with a serious look on his face. He was 16 years old, and this was his first championship. Since it was the summer championship, everyone expected many schools from all over the Chubu region, but there were only 6 school buses in the parking lot and not many kids in the hallways. Mr. Yamamoto smiled at the corner of his mouth. "That's because we're weak." The coach's answer stunned everyone. How could he say something like that just a few minutes into the game? Despite their surprise, no one dared to argue with the coach and waited for him to continue. Wuxia School is one of the few schools invited to this tournament for social reasons. We haven't had any significant results in the past few years, and we're known as the weakest because of our performance in the national championships over the past 10 years. We haven't even won our first qualifying match in 4 years. The only reason we still have official matches and friendlies against other schools is because of the history that the alumni of Wuxia High School have built. At the same time as Mr. Yamamoto was explaining, they entered the locker room area. On the walls of this long, wide corridor, there was a long sticker with pictures of various famous players from around the world. "But to me, that's the fun of soccer," Mr. Yamamoto said. "What's so cool about it?" asked Yuga. "Isn't it exciting for you, too, to know that when you play well and win, you're literally making history with your feet? Every goal you score, every victory you win, you go down into the team's history. That's the part that excites me the most about soccer. The power to make things bigger, the power to change. Today, Wuxia High School is weak, but you can write a story in this championship and write your names in the history of Wuxia High School as the players who brought this school back into the spotlight." They hadn't even entered the locker room or stood on the sidelines yet, but Mr. Yamamoto's speech made them feel as if they were already on the field playing soccer. Lucas Tanaka was in shock. He didn't remember Mr. Yamamoto's speech, so hearing it was like a slap in the face. He clenched his hands and thought, "The old man is right. We have to do this. I have to do it. My first goal as a professional is to win this championship and change the history of Wuxia College." Chapter 14, Tactical Formation. In the locker room where Lucas Tanaka and the others were assigned, there was another team from another school soccer club, but the locker room was big enough for each of them to sit in a corner. As Lucas put on his boots, he remembered when he got the same boots from Ayumi and John. That evening, after John came home from work, he called Lucas into the living room where John and Ayumi were waiting for him with a gift box in their hands. "Lucas, we know it's not just your birthday, but we want to give you something to encourage you to continue playing soccer in high school. We know you have great potential, and great players need good boots, right?" Ayumi handed the box to Lucas, who opened it with trembling hands. Inside was a new pair of blue boots. His eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't help but hug Ayumi and John tightly. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I promise I'll do my best. Always," Lucas declared, his voice choked with emotion that day. Lucas was determined to let his parents' great deeds inspire him to achieve his dreams, but even after going back in time, things weren't going quite as Lucas had hoped. Even though he had the system, he couldn't change Mr. Yamamoto's mind and started as an alternate. Their first game in the league was against Karaso High School, who wore red and black, and the Wuxia High School's first team was playing well. The game was already underway, and Lucas, sitting on the bench, could only watch and cheer for his teammates on the field. Sitting on the bench in a situation like this would be a pain for anyone, but it was especially annoying for him, who had been on the first team a few times. The only reason he wasn't there was because Mr. Yamamoto felt he was more important to come on in the second half. The stands in the stadium weren't full, but there were a few dozen people watching, which made it more difficult than just playing for schoolmates watching from the windows. At the beginning of the first half, Wuxia High School had the majority of the possession, and they were eager to score the first goal by connecting the midfield with the attack, led by Tsuyoshi Nishida. In one of these moments of connection, Tsukada received a pass from Kenji in midfield and began to advance, dribbling past two Karaso players with agility. Despite his pride, Tsukada was the team's number 10. There was no denying that he was very good, and even the few fans were a bit impressed by the ease with which he was able to get rid of Karaso High School's strong marking. After attracting more marking off his dribble, Tsukada quickly passed the ball back to Kenji. The number 8 made his way down the right flank, using his speed to leave the defenders in his wake. Nishida was positioned in the area, ready to receive the cross, and as always, he called out, "I'm here." Kenji crossed the ball to Nishida. The striker was pressured by a defender, but he had tremendous physical strength and jumped up just in time. His head hit the ball with a powerful impact. Everyone expected the ball to hit the net as it flew toward the goal. However, the Karaso School goalkeeper, with his impressive reflexes, managed to touch the ball with his fingertips and deflect it slightly. The ball then sailed over the crossbar for a corner. The collective excitement of the Wuxia High School boys on the bench turned to groans of disappointment and continued to do so for the next few minutes. Karaso High School had a classic 4-3-3 tactical formation, which in simplified terms meant that they had 4 defenders, 3 midfielders, and 3 strikers. As such, Karaso High School didn't pose much of a threat to Wuxia High School's 3-4-3 formation. With an extra player in the midfield, High School Wuxia was able to better connect the midfield with the attack, so they had a much higher volume of attacking play than their opponents. Surprisingly, the game continued like this, with High School Wuxia constantly pressing, but unable to break through High School Karaso's compact defense. Every attempt to attack was thwarted by the relentless defense, which left Nishida no room to finish accurately. On the sidelines, Coach Mr. Yamamoto shouted instructions, trying to keep the team focused and excited. But the team's inability to score on so many chances was making them anxious. "They're playing for a draw. They're cowards," muttered Yuga, number 4, on the bench next to Lucas. He was visibly annoyed, tapping his foot repeatedly on the floor. "This is so frustrating. It's like they don't even want to win. Where is the will to win?" Lucas shook his head negatively, keeping his eyes on the field. "It's natural for them to play like that. We have very good midfielders who always manage to connect with Nishida. With 4 players at the back, they can practically double-team him, which means they can neutralize our top scorer. It's a defensive strategy that tires out our midfielders, forcing them to work harder to find space while their team rests." "Oh, so they're clever cowards?" "That doesn't change the fact that they're cowards. If they win, it doesn't matter if they were cowards or not. Soccer tends to favor those who have possession, and the best teams tactically tend to have possession. But that's not a rule. The best teams are the ones who win. That's always been one of the main rules of football. We have to find a way to overcome this defense. This is a game of patience as much as skill." The first half continued at the same pace. Wuxia High School dominated possession, but every attempt to attack was met by Karaso's well-organized defense. Tsukada, Kenji, Yukihiro, and Nishida treated incessantly, but to no avail. Fatigue began to show on the faces of the players. At the 35th minute, a new attack was launched. Tsukada advanced through the center, dribbled past a defender, and passed to Kenji on the right. Kenji, with a determined look on his face, made a cross gesture, glancing at Nishida, and the defenders swarmed around number 9 to prevent him from finishing. "Get out of here, you bastards," Nishida said, gritting his teeth. But Kenji was smart. He knew that Nishida would be double-teamed at the first sign of a normal cross, so he pretended to cross and cut inside, keeping an eye on the goal of shooting from outside the area. He was about to shoot when a midfielder appeared like a shadow behind him and closed the angle of the shot, causing Kenji's shot to deflect upward and then fall quietly into the hands of the opposing goalkeeper. "Come on, boys," yelled Mr. Yamamoto from the sidelines, trying to get his players' spirits up. However, it was clear that the physical strain was beginning to affect the team, both tactically, with more silly mistakes, and emotionally. Lucas was watching closely, eager to get out on the field. He knew he could make a difference, but he also understood that he had to wait his turn. His opportunity would come. He just had to be ready. A sharp whistle signaled the end of the first half, and the Wuxia High School players dragged themselves to the bench, where Lucas and the other reserves played the role of helpers, handing out bottles of water and offering words of support. Lucas handed Nishida a bottle of water and said, "Don't worry, man. The goal will come." Nishida took the bottle, but said nothing. He was too frustrated to speak. Just then, a system message appeared for Lucas. New main mission. Main mission name. First step to stardom. Description: you must prove that you are ready and have the potential to become a professional soccer player. Objective: score a goal or provide an assist to open the scoring in Wuxia High School's match against Karaso High School. Rewards: plus 10 star points, plus 5 attribute points, plus 1 uncommon loot box. Chapter 15. Being a substitute is bad. On the sidelines, all the Wuxia High School players were panting and almost sticking out their tongues. They had run so hard, worked so hard to score in the first half, that they were physically and mentally exhausted. Was that just the first half? Kuwabara, the diminutive right back, sat on the ground, sweat dripping from his face. Don't get discouraged, don't get discouraged. You're doing great, you're controlling the game, Mr. Yamamoto said, gesturing with his hands. But you have to be more patient. Having the ball is also about playing systematically until the opposing players make mistakes. It doesn't make sense to rush into space and end up making simple passes like we did in the last 5 minutes. The few minutes of rest during the break were filled with strategic discussions and words of encouragement. Mr. Yamamoto detailed new instructions for the starting players to try to find gaps in Karaso's impenetrable defense. When the players returned to the field for the second half, they had only had a short rest. At the same time, Lucas began stretching in the warm-up area. Then he began to trot back and forth. It was important to keep the blood circulating in his legs so that his movements wouldn't get stuck when he played. This did not go unnoticed by Mr. Yamamoto. Lucas, why are you warming up? I haven't told anyone to warm up yet. Lucas didn't stop trotting, but looked his coach straight in the eye and replied with unwavering confidence. I know I'm going into this game to change the rhythm of the team, so I'm already warming up. Mr. Yamamoto was left without an answer. The determination in Lucas' eyes was something he didn't see every day. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and allowed Lucas to continue his warm-up. At the start of the second half, the game seemed just as intense as the first, but this time it was the other way around. High School Karaso came out harder than before. They weren't just defending like before, they were marking high to steal the ball from Wuxia High School. The Wuxia players, still trying to recover from the wear and tear of the first half, found it difficult to maintain possession. Every time they tried to move forward, the Karaso players were there, pressing, surrounding, and smothering any attempt to react. Tsukada, Wuxia High School's number 10, was the main target of the tight marking. Known for his ability to create plays and dribble, he was under constant pressure. As soon as the ball reached his feet, it was fiercely contested by 2 or 3 opponents. Just when it looked like he might be able to dribble and move forward, he would be fouled. The first time he lost the ball was 3 minutes into the second half. Tsukada received a pass from Kuwabara, and as he turned to move forward, he was tackled by a Karaso High School defender who anticipated his move. Tsukada fell to the ground with a look of frustration on his face, while the Karaso player was already moving forward with the ball to launch a dangerous counterattack. This counterattack was only stopped by a miraculous save by Toshinori, the goalkeeper of Wuxia High School. As the minutes ticked by, the situation was getting worse. The Karaso team seemed to be one step ahead in every play, and with each mistake made by Wuxia, their opponent's confidence grew. 10 minutes later, Tsukada lost the ball again. This time, he tried a quick pass to Takahashi, but it was intercepted by a Karaso midfielder who threw himself in front of the ball with perfect timing. The Karaso fans in the dugout roared with joy. How can I prevent this pressure marking from continuing when I come on? Lucas tried to find the answer by mentally putting himself on the field. It is impossible to maintain a rigid defense and high marking. High marking spreads the players out more and open up space for crosses and through balls. If I can get the ball through for someone to finish, I'll totally break the marking. 15 minutes into the second half, Mr. Yamamoto couldn't wait any longer. Lucas, Mr. Yamamoto called out. Get ready to go in. Lucas nodded, his eyes shining with fierce determination. He took off his warm-up jacket and tossed it aside, revealing his number 5 Wuxia High School jersey. As he approached the sidelines, Mr. Yamamoto placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Listen, Lucas, you're going to go out there and do what you do best. Control the ball, make accurate passes, and above all, stay calm. We need someone to reorganize our midfield, and you're the one to do it. I trust you. Lucas nodded again, even though his heart was beating fast. The moment the ball went out to the sideline, the referee blew the whistle for the 4th official to raise the sign signaling the substitution. Tsukada looked at Kenji and said, "Oh man, you played well. It's a shame you have to come off now. It was always like that." Although Kenji was a number 5 and Lucas Tanaka was a number 8, which in professional soccer are usually players with very different skills, Lucas Tanaka was a midfielder who was very similar to Kenji in terms of passing, so they rarely played together. However, Mr. Yamamoto had a different plan for this match, a wager that could be the difference between victory and defeat. Number 10 must come off for number 5, the 4th official shouted as he raised the sign. Tsukada was stunned. But what? Me? Something must be wrong. Tanaka and I are in completely different positions. He thought aloud. Then Tsukada pointed at himself while looking at Mr. Yamamoto to make sure there was nothing wrong with the sign, but the gray-haired coach didn't move a muscle. Tsukada felt a wave of frustration and disbelief hit him like a punch in the stomach as he walked off the field to make way for Lucas Tanaka. Tsukada, his face flushed with anger, walked past Mr. Yamamoto without saying a word, avoiding the coach's gaze. As he sat down on the bench, he kicked a water bottle on the ground, sending it flying across the grass. The reserve players of the opposing team couldn't help but comment on the situation. Could it be that their coach is going crazy? One of them laughed. Taking off a skilled No 10 to put on a reserve No 8? I bet he's only got the number 8 shirt because nobody else wanted it. As he trotted out to the midfield to take his position, Lucas thought that many might be confused by this substitution, as even he was a bit confused. But replacing Tsukada or Kenji didn't change his goal. The moment Lucas reached midfield, his eyes met those of a blue-haired girl sitting in the opposite stands. It was the same girl he had seen outside the bus earlier that day. Lucas was sure that the question on her mind was the same as everyone else's, including his teammates, but he was determined to prove that he could play as a 10 if need be. Copy conditions achieved. Skill short dribble acquired. Short dribble released. Chapter 16, Troubleshooter. To make the most of your new skills, it might be wise to make a big impact with your first touch of the ball, CEOs said. You don't have to tell me. I know. Lucas thought, and took a deep breath. The game restarted with a subtle touch of the ball that had come out of the back. Washiya High School had possession, so it didn't take long for the ball to reach the center of the field. Kenji was number 5, so he moved close to the defenders to receive the ball and continue the attack. One of the Kasaro midfielders quickly moved forward to press Kenji, who played the ball to Lucas. Lucas raised his head as the ball rolled toward him, positioned his body, prepared to receive the pass, and instead of holding the ball and attempting a dribble, did something few expected. In one fluid motion, Lucas made a cross with his first touch of the ball, sending it in a perfect arc to Yukihiro Kasahara, who was positioned further forward on the left. It's yours, Yukihiro, Lucas shouted. Yukihiro was number 11, an agile and experienced striker, so he didn't even have to think before picking up the ball and cutting through the opposition defense. Lucas' precise cross allowed Yukihiro to reach the opposition's penalty area in a matter of seconds, leaving much of Kasaro High School out of position and the defenders confused. The crowd frowned in anticipation as Kasahara unleashed a right-footed shot on the goal. The ball flew like a rocket, past the opposing goalkeeper and into the net with a satisfying thud. Even Lucas was surprised at how easy it was to finish this time. In fact, several screens appeared as Lucas raised his arms in celebration. You have completed the first step to start a mission. You have received plus 10 star points. You have received plus 5 attribute points. You have received plus 1 uncommon loot box. On the bench, Tsukada watched with a mixture of frustration and surprise. He couldn't deny that Lucas' pass had been brilliant, but that didn't ease the pain of the substitution. At the same time, 2 middle-aged men in the stands were discussing the goal that had just been scored. What kind of pass was that, boss? How did he know where number 11 was? The man next to the first, looking only slightly older, had a hand on his chin, analyzing. I think I saw number 8 lift his head and look around just before the ball arrived. Most spectators just follow the ball with their eyes and don't see these little details on the pitch. Still, the pass was perfect, and he didn't even stop the ball before kicking it. Yes, his pass was almost perfect. It wasn't perfect. Suddenly, a third person interrupted the conversation between the two friends. They looked over and saw a blue-haired girl in a winter gym uniform. What do you mean? The pass was perfect, it reached the number 11. That's because number 11 is a fast player, and he managed to catch the ball after it hit the ground. For young players, it was indeed a good pass. But a perfect pass is not like that. Perfect passes are very rare, especially first-time passes like the one made by number 8. I think in the world, only midfielders like Toni Kroos, Kevin De Bruyne, and others at the same level can do that. One of the men laughed at the girl's answer. Haha, but you can't expect that in a championship like this. Why not? The chances of a future great Japanese player being here today are slim, but not zero. Besides, most of the players here want to become professionals, so excellence is the minimum expected. Hey boss, let's go to the bathroom. One of the men said to the other, who was already getting up. Yeah, let's go. As the men walked away from the blue-haired girl, they looked back briefly and commented. What's cute about her is scary. Let's find somewhere else to sit. Turning our attention back to the field, the score was 1-0 to Washiya High School. Good pass, Lucas. Yukihiro shouted as he passed Lucas and patted him on the back. Keep it up and we'll win this game. Lucas Tanaka smiled and agreed. Karaso High School's high marking was smothering Washiya High School at the start of the second half, and Lucas knew exactly how to break it down. When the game resumed and Lucas' team was defending an unsuccessful attack, Lucas received the ball to lead a counterattack and without hesitation raised his head. He saw the space between the defenders and, with a first-time pass, launched the ball, forcing Nishida to run to catch it. The ball sailed through the opposing defense, taking everyone by surprise. Huh, Lucas, you bastard, Nishida said as he raced against an opposing defender. Nishida ran in, got the ball, and shot from a distance, hitting the crossbar with a powerful shot. On the next play, Lucas received another pass and again, with a subtle, quick touch, played the ball into the middle of the field, where a teammate was already on the move. What a vision of play! Exclaimed one spectator. Once again, Nishida collected the ball, evaded his defender, and fired a high shot that forced the goalkeeper to make a spectacular save. Come on, come on. Don't let up, shouted Kenji, encouraging the team. Lucas knew he was making a difference with those first passes, but it still wasn't enough for him, definitely not enough. He wanted more. He wanted to humiliate his opponents. Only then would he be able to stand out enough to become a professional. New bonus mission. Name of the bonus mission, Troubleshooter. Description: you gave an assist against Karaso High School, which gave you the advantage for the time being. But you want more. You have a real striker's hunger for goals. Goal: score a goal against High School Karaso. Rewards: +1 uncommon loot box. +1 mysterious reward. Chapter 17, Evolution. What does this question mark for a reward mean? Lucas wondered as he trotted off to help rally the team's defense. It seems to mean that it's a mysterious reward. The only way to find out is to complete the mission suggested by the champion system. I understand that part. But what kind of reward needs to be hidden? I thought my rewards for completing missions were limited to experience, loot, and attributes. According to my information, the champion system can offer about 1 million different rewards for each mission. Based on that, it's safe to say that the rewards get better and worse depending on the difficulty of the mission. In other words, I'm going to get a reward I've never gotten before for scoring a goal here and now. This is getting interesting. Excited, Lucas Tanaka gave it his all, dribbling to block Karaso High School's number 7 from advancing. His teammates on the bench shouted in celebration. Lucas Tanaka got up quickly after the tackle, saw that the ball had gone wide, and ran back to his position. High School Karaso now had to open up and try to find scoring opportunities, so it was only natural that the game became faster and more intense. The sky was beginning to cloud over, promising the typical late afternoon rain, and a light breeze fluttered the flags on the flagpoles. The green pitch at the Asset Minato Soccer Stadium wasn't perfect, as it was made of artificial grass, but the ball rolled very well. As the ball rolled toward Lucas, he looked around for his teammates again, but at that moment, he noticed that the Karaso High School players weren't running toward the ball like they had before when they tried to keep up the pressure, but they were marking the Wuxia High School players just like they had before Lucas entered. In other words, they prevented him from opening up the defense with his quick passes. A broad smile appeared on Lucas' face. All right, champion system. Let's show them what we can do. Lucas thought. He took a deep breath, feeling the cold air fill his lungs, and instead of passing the ball, he grabbed it and activated his new skill called Short Dribble, feeling a slight vibration in his legs as they also felt lighter. He looked ahead, visualizing the field and realizing that this was his chance to shine and earn the mysterious reward of the champion system. When an opponent approached and tried to disarm him, the first thing Lucas did was give the ball a quick flick, just as he had seen Sakata do countless times. That was enough to make his opponent slip. The High School Karaso players, used to Lucas' passing style of play, were surprised when he started to run with the ball and dribble. He soon passed the second marker with a short dribble, deflecting the ball to the left and then to the right, causing the player to stumble and lose his balance. The short dribble skill seemed to have given him an accuracy with the ball at close range that seemed extraordinary. How does he do that? One of the reserve players from Karaso High School shouted in surprise. At the same time, on the bench at Wuxia High School, Sakata was in disbelief. He had never seen Lucas do that, not even in practice. To him, Lucas Tanaka was just a midfielder who was internally recognized by the team as a good passer, not a dribbler or anything like that. Hidefumi leaned forward in his seat, put his hand to his chin, and said, "Tanaka looks different." Sukata blinked twice, still depressed, and agreed without thinking. "Doesn't he? What happened to him?" "I don't know, but it looks like he finally woke up." Sukata's brow furrowed at Hidefumi's answer. "What are you talking about?" "You know, Tanaka was always a team player, a great passer and midfielder who played for the team. He was always the kind of player who always seemed to please others. However, I think he realized that just playing for his team doesn't always guarantee victories." "Huh, there's a problem though," Hidefumi said, looking at Lucas, who was passing several opponents. "What?" Sakata asked dejectedly. "I think it's because of Lucas' passive personality that he and Nishida have always been such good friends. He's the assist guy and Nishida is the goal guy. I wonder what would happen to their friendship if Tanaka finally started thinking individualistically." After 4 dribbles in a row, Lucas was left free to move up the field. His teammates quickly appeared on the sides of his field of vision, and there, as always, was Nishida, the team's top scorer, exuding his unmistakable, animalistic hunger for goals. "Lucas, over here," Nishida shouted, as if Lucas hadn't noticed him. He was perfectly positioned. A simple pass behind the defender's back, and he would be in a great position to fire a powerful shot with his left leg. For a moment, Lucas' old collective nature almost made him give in and take the pass. He actually considered the pass, saw the play unfold in his mind. But even though it could lead to victory, he refused to follow the old path. Lucas wanted to complete the mission of the champion system. That was why he was there. In a risky decision, Lucas chose to dribble past another defender. He got past his marker, but not cleanly this time. The short dribble skill gave him a 30% chance of getting past a marker perfectly. Lucas felt a slight touch on the ball, enough to redirect its trajectory. The world seemed to slow down. He saw the ball slip from his grasp and roll quickly out of his reach. His heart nearly sank to the floor as he fought to at least try to finish, even though it was difficult. He succeeded, but the shot was chewed up and went wide without the goalkeeper having to make an effort. Lucas stopped panting. Sweat ran down his face, mixing with the cold wind. He didn't have the heart to look at Nishida. He knew his friend was standing there, staring at him with an expression of disappointment he didn't want to see. Still, Lucas could hear it. Tisk. Nishida clucked his tongue as he left the opponent's goal area. Chapter 18, Injury. With Wuxia High School's missed goal, the opposing team regained possession and quickly launched a counterattack, their players moving with frightening synchronicity. Lucas was on his knees, still regretting the missed opportunity. Seeing the counterattack, he ran back to try to help, but his legs stopped right in midfield as one of the opposing strikers dribbled past Kawabara and advanced on the goal alone. Wushia's goalkeeper, Toshinori, came out of his goal to close the angle, but the striker was ready. With a subtle touch, he deflected the ball to his right, dribbled past Toshinori, and fired the ball into the back of the net. The technical area of High School Karaso erupted in celebration as the Karaso players embraced each other. Lucas stood like a statue in the middle of the field. It was at that moment that he realized how much he was going to miss the opportunity to score that he had missed because of his selfishness. Lucas realized that he had to find a balance. His ambition to complete the champion system mission could not be greater than his need to win the game for his team, because without that game and the next ones in the championship, he would not be able to get the attention he needed from the scouts. Lucas' teammates regrouped, some clapping in encouragement, others just trying to get their spirits back up. He looked at Nishida who, despite his disappointment, gave him a nod as if to say, "It's not over yet." The referee blew his whistle again, and the game resumed. Lucas exchanged quick glances with his teammates, and Wuxia High School moved forward with the ball, moving in a tight formation with orderly touches. They were the better team technically, they just needed to stay calm. When Lucas got the ball and started to move forward, he used the short dribble again. Two Karaso defenders came towards him, but this time he didn't try to dribble past them. Instead, he made a quick pass to Kenji, who was on his left. Kenji, in turn, passed to Yukihiro, who made a play from deep. Yukihiro was the fastest player on the Wuxia High School soccer team. He had long hair and a confident demeanor. When he ran deep with the ball, it was like watching a cheetah in action. His legs became a blur. However, luck was not in Wuxia High School's favor. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through Yukihiro's right ankle. The truth was that Yukihiro had been slightly injured since the last practice match, but he hadn't told anyone about it. Yukihiro was the only fast winger on the team, and his teammates needed him on the field. Besides, he didn't want to disappoint his younger brother, who was probably watching the game from home after watching it on the internet. For his sake, Yukihiro ignored the pain because he had to cross the ball into the middle of the box. He couldn't let his teammates down, either. With effort visible on his face, Yukihiro crossed with his right leg, but the ball took a far from perfect curve. As he fell to the ground, he hoped that the ball would reach one of his teammates who was breaking into the area. As the ball floated into the opponent's area, everything slowed down more than usual, and Yukihiro's thoughts wandered. He imagined his brother's face, frustrated and discouraged by soccer, and also remembered the previous year, the feeling of being eliminated in the same championship, the sight of his third-year classmates crying in frustration at not being enough to lead Wuxia High School to glory again. "Someone, pick up the ball," Yukihiro shouted with an eagerness that came from his heart. The ball, though weak and slow in the air, found its way to Kenji, who was strategically positioned in the area after all the confusion. He fired a volley, but a Karaso defender made a Herculean effort to block the ball and deflected into the left corner. Lucas saw Yukihiro on the ground and went over to help him. "Yukihiro, are you okay?" asked Lucas. "I'm fine." Forcing a smile as he accepted the help, Yukihiro replied, "Your ankle? It's just a little cramp. Nothing I can't handle." Lucas nodded, although he knew there was more to it. He put his hand on Yukihiro's shoulder, a silent gesture of support. "Get in the box. We've still got time," Lucas said, taking the corner kick because that was usually Tsukada's job. The referee allowed the corner to be taken, and Lucas prepared to take it. He raised his left arm and signaled a rehearsed move to his teammates. For corner kicks and set pieces, it was common for each team to have a few rehearsed moves. Wuxia High School was no different, so they had a few basic moves. Raising one of their arms was a way of signaling to their teammates what the move was going to be. In the case of Wuxia High School, raising the left arm was a signal that the ball was going to be played to the far post, meaning it would go through all the players, allowing them to use the confusion in the area to their advantage. "That's it, Tanaka. You have to pass it to me." Nishida, with a grim and excited expression on his face, jumped higher than anyone else as the ball flew in. It looked like he had springs in his legs, such was the power and height of his leap. The opposing players were stunned by his momentum, hesitating for a brief second that proved to be crucial. Nishida arched his body in the air, preparing to head the ball with all his might. His muscles tensed, and in one powerful motion, he unleashed a header that sent the ball hurtling toward the goal. The Carasso High School goalkeeper, his eyes wide open, stretched as far as he could to reach the ball that seemed destined for his right corner. However, he could never reach the ball so quickly. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. A defender from Carasso High School threw himself in front of the ball in a last-ditch effort. His head got in the way, and the ball hit him hard in the middle of his face, making a dry, frightening sound. Blood spurted from the defender's nose, and he fell to the ground, dazed, but able to deflect the ball away from the goal. "Come on, guys, it's their counterattack," Kenji shouted. Chapter 19, Option to Pass. The clock struck 38 minutes into the second half. There were only 7 minutes left before the final 45 minutes. If they were lucky, they would get 1 or 2 minutes of overtime because the game wasn't very close. If they couldn't decide, the game would go straight to penalty kicks. This was a short championship, and with games every day, the teams couldn't tire themselves out with overtime. So at the end of the game, the field was literally in chaos. Everyone wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. After the successful save on Nishida's header, the Carasso High School players launched a desperate counterattack, while the Washiya High School defenders tried desperately to get back to their positions. Yukihiro saw all of his teammates running to help him get back on his feet, but at the first step, he felt his right ankle hurt again. If he went back now, he might not be able to attack again when the time was right. He had to decide what was most important. If Washiya High School scored now, everything would probably be lost. Carasso High School knew how to defend very well and would be able to hold out until the final whistle, so Yukihiro thought there was no point in thinking. He had to run to help. However, "Yukihiro, stay there. I'll bring you the ball," Lucas shouted, looking at his teammate as he ran to help the defense. Yukihiro's eyebrows arched in surprise, but he nodded, trusting Lucas. After all, Nishida was doing the same thing at that very moment. Kenji, always alert, shouted instructions to his companions. Jun, cover the left side. Nishi, close the middle. He himself strategically positioned himself to intercept any pass the opponents attempted from the right side. The ball was quickly passed to the opponent's half, where a Carasso High School player ran to the ball and kicked it forward with all his might. No one from Washiya High School understood why until the same player who had scored the first goal appeared like a ghost behind Nishi and kicked the ball into the net. Toshinori, the goalkeeper of Washiya High School, was alert. He clapped his hands and yelled, "Come on!" Any mistake could be fatal, but Toshinori was taller than most high school players. The skillful Carasso High striker threatened to dribble Toshinori out of play, as he had done for the first goal, but Toshinori was ready. The goalkeeper stepped forward with his arms outstretched. As he shot, the ball deflected off his fingertips and out of play. Kawabara, who had run out to help with the defense, caught the ball and without hesitation passed it to Jun, who quickly connected with Kenji, who threw it forward to Yukihiro. Yukihiro, though still in pain, controlled the ball and started to run forward. It was a chance for him and Nishida, who was right in front of him. It would be 2 of them against 3 defenders. Yukihiro's eyes were fixed on the ball, and the eyes of everyone on the field and in the stands on him created an almost palpable pressure on his back. He knew he had little time. Only a few minutes separating his team from victory or defeat. Sweat dripped down his face, mixing with the dirt and fatigue that had accumulated over the course of the match. Nishida was in the lead, and Yukihiro knew that he was the team's best chance to score at the moment. But the 3 Carasso High School defenders moved in unison, like an impenetrable wall. A perfect counterattack. That was what they needed. "Come on, you idiot, just a few more steps," Yukihiro thought, clenching his teeth. He continued to run. When he raised his head, he looked at Nishida, who was already in position to receive the pass. With a precise movement, Yukihiro kicked the ball to his teammate. Nishida received the ball with characteristic skill, using his chest to cushion the impact before letting it fall gently to his feet. He looked around quickly, assessing the situation. The remaining defenders were closing in, but he had a plan. "Come on, Nishida, you can do it," someone shouted from the Washiya High School bench. Nishida began to move forward with the ball at his feet. A defender tried to clear the ball, but Nishida was as strong as a battle tank and pushed him away with his shoulders. The Carasso High School goalkeeper, an older boy with quick reflexes, was in position to make what might be the most important save of the game. It would be goalie versus forward, one-on-one. Nishida was never afraid to miss a goal. Absolutely never. This time would be no different. But he wasn't afraid. He knew that he wasn't having a good day, and the best thing for the team was for him to pass to Yukihiro, who was probably passing freely on the left side by now. That would guarantee a goal. So Nishida looked to his left, expecting to see Yukihiro, but to his surprise, Yukihiro wasn't there following Nishida's advance. Nishida glanced back and his heart raced as he realized that Yukihiro was on the ground, holding his ankle with an expression of pain. For a moment, despair threatened to overtake Nishida. Then he heard a cry. "Nishida, over here. I'm free." It was Lucas, running like an animal with his tongue hanging out. Lucas' eyes shone with fierce determination, and he was partially free. Nishida knew immediately what to do. He pushed the ball to Lucas with a simple pass, just as he and Lucas had practiced 1,000 times the day before. Lucas received the pass and quickly advanced toward the opposing goalkeeper. The goalkeeper was experienced and managed to recover. He launched himself to block, but Lucas used the short dribble and slid the ball to his left with a quick, deceptive move. With the goalkeeper completely out of position, Lucas shot calmly. The ball crossed the goal line and rattled into the net. Goal. The words echoed around the field from various parts of the stadium, both in the stands, on the field, and on the Wuxia High School bench. Yukihiro, who was still on the ground, smiled with relief and laid down on the grass. You have completed the troubleshooter bonus mission. The system message appeared for Lucas. Chapter 20, Hidefumi, the best defender. While the team celebrated, Coach Mr. Yamamoto kept an analytical eye on the field. Time was running out, and the advantage Wuxia High School had just gained had to be protected tooth and nail. He realized that with Yukihiro's injury and the end of the game, the defense needed to make a crucial adjustment. Guys, let's focus on defense now. Mr. Yamamoto shouted as his players returned to the left side of the field. We need to keep this lead. Hey, Hidefumi, get up and come over here. Hidefumi, a defender who seemed more interested in resting than playing, slowly got up from the bench. He looked a bit lazy, with dark circles under his eyes, and was an unusual player in that he always seemed to be in energy-saving mode. However, Hidefumi's skill was undeniable. He was the kind of defensive player who, when on the field, seemed to know exactly where and when to position himself to neutralize any threat with the least amount of energy. Mr. Yamamoto gestured for Hidefumi to approach, while a medical team from the tournament helped Yukihiro to his feet. Yukihiro's face was pale with pain, but he smiled at Hidefumi as he walked over to him. Good luck, Hidefumi. Yukihiro murmured in a tired tone. Don't let them score the equalizer. Hidefumi, his eyelids drooping slightly, nodded. His face was almost expressionless, as if he was facing a minor inconvenience rather than a high-pressure situation. But deep down, he knew how important this moment was. Come on, Hidefumi, yelled Mr. Yamamoto. Play your game. Lucas looked at Hidefumi and remembered. In the future where Lucas lived, where he was just a salaried office worker, Hidefumi didn't get called up by big teams early on just because he was a defender and most scouts only paid attention to strikers. A few months later, however, Hidefumi had to change schools because his family had moved to Tokyo, so he excelled in the National League and worked his way up through the youth ranks of the Japanese national team to become a professional player in the J-League. Hidefumi took the field with an almost zen-like calm, positioning himself strategically with a relaxed body, but his eyes were like radar, picking up every movement of the Karaso High School players. The opponent's first attack came quickly, as Karaso High School needed to find an equalizer. One of the Karaso attackers, a tall and agile player, thought he could get forward with the ball. Hidefumi moved to intercept, but he did so in an almost sleepy style. He didn't run frantically or make any sudden moves. Instead, he seemed to float across the field. Hidefumi slid in front of the attacker and stopped in front of him, looking directly into the attacker's eyes. The attacker attempted a cunning dribble, but Hidefumi was there, blocking the way. He used his body to position himself correctly between the ball and the striker, who was trying desperately to foul him. That's right, Hidefumi, the coach shouted from the bench. The most efficient way to buy time is to stop the game. So that's what I'm going to do today. Hidefumi said to Kuwabara, who just swallowed and nodded. Kuwabara was afraid of Hidefumi because he had his own theory that Hidefumi was a zombie. The next minutes of the match passed quickly. Karaso High School had a solid defense, so they played on the counterattack. However, when Hidefumi came on, Wuxia High School switched to a 4-4-2 formation, with only Lucas and Nishida up front. This new formation brought visible stability to Lucas' team. The defense was more solid, and the midfield could gain some possession. As the match went into extra time, High School Karaso seemed to lack the same attacking vigor. Their efforts were weak and disorganized. Finally, the referee blew the final whistle, and the Wuxia High School bench erupted in celebration of the team's first win in years. Relief and joy were evident on the faces of the players as they hugged each other and celebrated the hard-fought victory. In the stands, some spectators began to comment. Wuxia High School really won. It's my first time watching this championship, but shouldn't they be the underdogs? A middle-aged man asked the old man. The old man smiled. As a technical analyst, you should not be so attached to rumors, Fushiguro. Wuxia High School has a history of perseverance and determination. Besides, they seem to have some interesting pieces this year. Chapter 21, Mysterious Reward. Minutes later, in the locker room of the Wuxia High School soccer club, everyone was tired, exhausted. The players, still panting and sweating, were scattered around the room. Some sat on the bench, others on the cold floor. Goalkeeper Toshinori rested his back on the bench and threw a sweaty towel over his shoulder. Do you think every game will be as exhausting as this one? Toshinori asked the others. Kuwabara took a drink of water and answered. Tiring? What are you talking about? Goalkeepers don't even get tired. Are you kidding? Toshinori raised an eyebrow. It's too exhausting to be in the back concentrating all the time, even if you're not in the game all the time. The conversation was becoming lighthearted, a brief respite from the tension of the game. Suddenly, the locker room door opened with a soft creak, and Mr. Yamamoto walked in. He was holding a folder of documents, and his eyes looked a little more serious than usual. "Everyone, please gather here for a brief discussion," Mr. Yamamoto asked, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet room. The players began to gather around Mr. Yamamoto, all of them confused. About the next game, Mr. Yamamoto pulled a piece of paper out of his briefcase and looked at everyone with a serious expression. "We're playing Ida High School." Confused looks and a series of silent questions arose among the players. Nishida frowned and asked, "Ida High School? I've never heard of them." Mr. Yamamoto's expression remained serious. Ita High School isn't very well known because it's in Aichi Prefecture. However, they have a player who did something extraordinary in today's game. Shinto Ishikuno is his name. The name echoed through the silent locker room, but most of the players were still confused. "Shinto Ishikuno?" Kenji asked. "Yes, Shinto Ishikuno is a phenomenal player. In the game that took place earlier, he scored all 6 goals in the match." A stunned silence fell over the locker room. Without saying anything, everyone understood that if a player was able to score 6 goals by himself, it meant that he possessed extraordinary talent, a monstrous level of skill. It was likely that an ordinary player could score 3 goals in a soccer match, a hat trick, because scoring goals was just the result of a series of actions. However, a single player scoring 6 goals was highly unlikely, especially in a league like this. 6 goals in one game? Kuwabara asked, stunned. "That's impossible." "It's not impossible, it's just rare," Yamamoto said. "And that's why we have to be prepared." Ishikuno is known for his ability to dribble and create almost impossible chances. If I could compare him to any famous player, I'd say he's a Neymar-type player. There was a moment of silence as everyone absorbed the information. "Like Neymar? Does that mean he's a monster who holds the ball up and passes it to anyone with improvised dribbles?" One player from Wuxia High School asked. "Yes, I know we've just finished a tiring game, but the next game against Ida High School will put us in the real tournament bracket. We already knew that we'd face some great players in this tournament, and that's why we're all here." "Right." The Wuxia High School players immediately agreed. Mr. Yamamoto looked around and noticed Lucas' absence. "Oh, by the way, Lucas is the only one who isn't here." "Where is he?" he asked, looking at Nishida. "He told me he went to check on Yukihiro in the infirmary." "Strange, I just came from there." Mr. Yamamoto scratched at his unshaven beard. In fact, Lucas Tanaka was sitting on the toilet seat in one of the stadium's public restrooms. With the door closed, Lucas had the slightly bluish light of a system monitor in his face. He sighed and said, "Finally, I can't believe I did it." The glow of the notification was a message from the champion system that read, "You have completed the Troubleshooter mission bonus. You have received +1 uncommon loot box. You have received +1 common card." The loot boxes are now always displayed as uncommon. Does that mean that what's inside is rarer? Lucas thought aloud. "Besides, I want a card. Okay, let's do this in parts. First, I want to see what this ordinary card is that seems to be the mysterious reward from earlier." He muttered to himself, tapping at the notification with a finger trembling with anticipation. When he touched the card notification, a surprisingly bright floating letter appeared in front of him. The letter seemed to be made of a material that oscillated between the physical and the ethereal, glowing with a soft gray radiance. A reveal button was in the center of the card. With a hesitant movement, Lucas extended his right index finger and clicked the button to reveal the contents of the letter. The letter was revealed with a faint crackling sound, like a stream of air passing through a field of dry leaves. A bluish light emerged from inside the letter. A floating message appeared in front of Lucas. "Congratulations, you have obtained the common skill, Quick Vegetable Slicer." Lucas blinked in confusion as the information settled in his mind. "Quick Vegetable Slicer? What the hell is that system? How is that going to help me with soccer?" He thought aloud again, frowning. This skill was as irrelevant to Lucas as straw was to an architect. Frustrated, he decided to forget about it for now and opened the 2 uncommon loot boxes he had received. He tapped on the notification of the first uncommon loot box. Immediately, a floating, ornate box appeared in front of him, spinning slowly while emitting a blue-green glow. Lucas took a deep breath and opened the box with a light touch. The loot box revealed a bottle of yellow liquid. "You have received 1 rapid recovery elixir." Lucas took the bottle and felt the cold substance on his skin. Rapid recovery elixir. This elixir will instantly restore 50% of your energy and cure your fatigue. "That's great," Lucas muttered, putting the vial in his inventory. "Now let's see the second loot box." With the same anticipation, he touched the second uncommon loot box. The box spun and glowed before opening, revealing a bracelet-like object made of a silver metal that shone brightly. "You have received 1 weight bracelet. This bracelet weighs 20 kilograms. It can be useful for you to train your strength." Lucas smiled bitterly as he took the bracelet. "This will come in handy sometime, I think." Chapter 22, Flirt. With the bracelet in his inventory, Lucas Tanaka left the bathroom. He was on his way to the infirmary, as he had promised his teammates, when he almost bumped into a blue-haired girl standing there, as if waiting for someone. Their eyes met briefly, and Lucas remembered seeing her outside the bus on the first day. She looked just as serious as before. Sorry, he said, taking a step back to avoid shock. You're Lucas Tanaka, right? From Wuxia High School? She asked without apologizing. Yes, I am. Lucas raised an eyebrow, confused by her tone. And you are? Hasumi Seiya, from Hanrahan High School. I saw you play earlier. She crossed her arms and looked at him so steadily that he felt a little uncomfortable. Ah, yes. I hope you liked what you saw, he replied, trying to be polite while feeling nervous at her serious look. Hasumi let out a short, dry laugh. Did I? Actually, I thought you played like an animal. Lucas frowned. What did you say? I mean, you have no finesse. You replaced the other number 10, and you're even a little better, but a real number 10 plays with elegance, like he's wearing a suit. You just run around like a wild man. You're desperate, you're rash, you don't show any composure at all. Even during the game, you look scared. The criticism hit Lucas like a punch in the gut, and he felt the blood rush to his head. Really? And what do you know about soccer? Have you ever played? More than you know, she replied without flinching. And I'll go further in my criticism. If you keep playing like this, you'll never be a professional. Lucas gritted his teeth and tried to remain calm. I play my way, and so far it's worked out very well. Well, I wouldn't say it's been good. I don't know if you're aware, but your team's first 2 games are just qualifiers for the main bracket of this summer's tournament. Every syllable of the criticism seemed to resonate like a gong, echoing in the self-confidence of the defeated Lucas of the future. He knew that anger could easily take over, so he decided to take a deep breath before answering her again. I know I'm not perfect. I know I have a lot to improve on, and that's why I keep trying every day. Hasumi raised an eyebrow, obviously surprised by Lucas' answer. She didn't want to provoke an explosive reaction from him, but she knew that it was normal for boys his age not to take harsh words from strangers like her so easily. It would be normal if he decided to call her names, because that's what she usually got when she criticized the players at her school. But, Lucas continued, taking a step forward. My style of play will never change because of criticism. I'm going to play any way I can to keep winning. I don't have to be the same as other no 10s to be good. I may not have the elegance of a player like Kaka or Messi, but I have the strength and passion that makes me chase the ball like a hungry monster. And it's that passion that will take me far. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment at the infirmary. Turning away, Lucas continued on his way. Hasumi stood for a few moments. She had never expected someone to respond to her criticism with such calmness. As Lucas walked away, he felt the weight of Hasumi's words a little. He managed to answer her, but he wasn't sure if he really looked scared during the game. Did the others see me like that? At least he knew now that he had to work on his calm and control during the game, because the system wouldn't help him with that. Arriving at the stadium's infirmary, Lucas pushed open the door and entered what looked like the reception area. The atmosphere was quieter than expected. A young woman in her early 20s looked up from the papers on the table and smiled when she saw him. Ah, come in, please, she asked, her voice echoing through the empty reception area. Hello, my name is Lucas Tanaka. I'm from the soccer club at Wuxia High School. I came to see how Yukihiro is doing. He was injured during the game. Yukihiro? He was taken care of earlier, but he's out now. My colleague brought him to your locker room after taping his sprained ankle. He didn't have to stay because it was only a slight sprain, but I don't think he'll be able to play for at least 3 days. 3 days? That means he'll be out of the game tomorrow and the day after. Lucas thought, worried because Yukihiro was the only speedster on their team. I see, Lucas said, bowing his head in thanks to the nurse. Thank you for the information. He turned to leave the infirmary when an unexpected message appeared in his peripheral vision. A message from the champion system. The text floated in front of his eyes, clear and concise. New mission. Mission name, flirt. Description, you wasted your life between high school and work. Then you focused on working as hard as possible to please your superiors. That didn't make you popular with the girls, but maybe that can change now. Objective, kiss the nurse named Moka Tahara. Rewards, +1 uncommon loot box, +1 mysterious card. Lucas froze, his heart racing. The idea seemed absurd, completely out of context, and invasive. He didn't know how to react. There was no penalty for not completing the mission, but if he succeeded, he would receive +1 mystery letter. He glanced at the nurse, who had gone back to concentrating on her papers, oblivious to the internal conflict he was experiencing. Chapter 23, Approaching. Goal. Kiss the nurse named Moka Tahara. Lucas stood motionless, feeling his heart pounding in his chest as he stared at the system message. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and began to think about whether he should try to complete this mission or not. If so, how would he do it? Stealing a kiss was certainly not an option, so he had to find a way to win the nurse over. This challenge seemed even more difficult than the previous one. Moka was older, not by much, but enough that she might not even consider him as a potential mate. As such, Lucas thought that if he tried to flirt with her, he would definitely be rejected or ignored. Still, it would be great to get another skill card, he thought. Lucas also didn't know how rare the opportunities to get such rewards would be, so he thought he should at least try. So Lucas slowly turned around and watched Moka Tahara as she concentrated on her papers. Her appearance was quiet, with black hair pulled back in a ponytail and a gentle face with blue eyes. She conveyed calm. In fact, she even looked a little sleepy, her eyelids drooping slightly. Sorry, he said, causing Mocha to raise her eyes again. You're a nurse, right? My ankle's been hurting a little since the game ended. Could you take a look? Mocha immediately put the papers aside and looked worried. Sure, no problem. Come here so I can take a look at you. She pulled back a curtain just behind her and revealed a free stretcher. Lucas walked over to the gurney, limping a little. He sat down and began to remove his boot, exposing his ankle. Mocha approached and pulled out a small wheelchair to sit beside him. Let's have a look, she said in a calm voice and began to examine Lucas' ankle, pressing lightly at various points to check for any signs of pain or swelling. Lucas tried not to flinch too much, walking the fine line between feigning pain and not overdoing it. That's right. It hurt a little when you squeezed. Mocha had a focused look. It doesn't look that serious, maybe just a muscle strain from the intensity of the game. I'll bandage it to support it and keep it from getting worse. Still sitting, Mocha threw back her chair and picked up a case from a table. Inside were bandage strips, which she began to work around Lucas' ankle. Have you been playing long? She asked casually, trying to make conversation as she bandaged his ankle. Since I was a kid. Soccer's always been a big part of my life. Mocha smiled. That's great. Sports can teach you a lot of important lessons, like teamwork and discipline. Yes, definitely. By the way, what's your name? They continued to chat while Mocha finished bandaging her ankle. Lucas discovered that she was not only skilled at her job, but also an incredibly kind and considerate person, for it was her day off at the hospital where she normally worked, and she was there volunteering for a day at this championship. There, she said finally, after cutting the last piece of ribbon. This should help keep everything in place. Thank you, Ms. Tahara, Lucas said with a sincere smile as he wiggled his bandaged ankle to test its firmness. I don't even feel any pain anymore. Mocha smiled back. I'm glad to hear that. Lucas slowly stood and began to pull his boot back on. As he did so, he tried to think of the best way to ask the next question without scaring the nurse. Mocha, I was thinking, you must work a lot. Have you thought about taking some time off to do something fun? Mocha looked at him curiously, her fingers still fiddling with the first aid supplies to store them properly. Well, we all need some time to relax now and then, but what are you getting at? Surely this wasn't the first time he'd been catcalled. In a way, though, it seemed innocent. I was wondering if you'd like to go out with me sometime. Nothing too complicated, just grab a coffee, maybe watch a movie. Lucas said and then regretted it in his mind. Shit, I said it. I really did. Mocha blinked a few times, obviously surprised. She hadn't expected this, and the suggestion had taken her by surprise. She stopped fiddling with the materials and looked directly at Lucas, assessing him. Soon she realized that Lucas wasn't ugly. In fact, he was better looking than many boys his age and had a good physique. How old are you? She asked. 16, Lucas replied. I'm too young to even drink coffee. You're very kind, but I'm older than you. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. I'm 20. It may not seem like much, but it's enough to make it a little inappropriate. Wait, she's only 20? By the breasts. I mean, from the mature look, I thought she was older. Lucas thought and smiled, trying to keep his tone light. I understand and I respect that. I don't want to put you in an awkward situation. Mocha sighed, a little confused. I'm relieved to hear that. However, if you don't mind, I would like to invite you to watch my next game. Perhaps you will reconsider after that. Mocha thought for a moment. He is a handsome young man. There are a lot of girls out there. So why does he only flirt with me? Does he think I'm easy and that he's needy because he's too focused on work? Mocha thought, freaking out at the theories that were forming in her mind. Come on, one game is nothing. There will be lots of other people in the stands. No one will notice that you're there for me. Lucas said, sounding confident. Watching your game, huh? That sounds more reasonable. Who knows, maybe I can take another day off from the hospital and maybe I'll show up in the stands. Lucas smiled. Glad to hear it. I'll wait for you. Mocha didn't smile back and turned her back to the table where the materials were. This time, she only pretended to do something because she was too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Now get some rest and take care of that ankle. Lucas nodded and thanked her again before leaving the infirmary. He hadn't gotten the kiss. He hadn't even come close. But the mission didn't give him a time limit, so there was no reason for him to rush. The rewards wouldn't disappear and the mission wouldn't expire. Besides, he had made an important step towards establishing a connection with Mocha, and that in itself was a small victory. Chapter 24, Shinto Ishikuno. When Lucas Tanaka learned that his next match would be against Ida High School, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He immediately remembered that in his past life, Ida High School had become famous throughout Japan after revealing a prodigy player named Shinto Ishikuno. In general, Japanese players were known for their intelligence and passing skills. As a result, throughout the history of Japanese soccer, the national team has never had a player who could be called a magician or a wizard. These nicknames were usually given to players with surprising and unusual creative abilities with the ball, such as Neymar, Robinho, and Ronaldinho Gaucho. However, Shinto Ishikuno was a different kind of Japanese player, someone who didn't take kindly to the teachings of Japanese soccer schools to always play the ball. Ishikuno was a born dribbler, a one-on-one monster. If he was Wuxia High School's next opponent, Lucas Tanaka knew he was in trouble. Even with the champion system, he wasn't capable of simply picking up the ball on his own, passing through 5 players, and scoring, but Ishikuno might be. I need to come up with a contingency plan for this guy, Lucas thought as he boarded the bus to return to the hotel. Players with quick improvisation skills like Ishikuno were unpredictable, but even an unprecedented tactic to stop them was no guarantee. The bus rocked gently, soothing Lucas' thoughts. He looked at his fellow passengers. Some were dozing, others talking softly. They were tired. No one wanted to talk about the next game, at least not yet. It was a moment of calm before the storm, but Lucas didn't want to sit still. So Lucas looked at Nishida, who was known for his inflated ego and his insatiable hunger for goals. If there was anyone who could be pushed beyond his own limits to get the better of someone like Ishikuno, it was definitely Nishida. Lucas slowly rose from his seat and walked down the aisle until he stopped next to Nishida. Nishida's eyes were closed, but Lucas knew he wasn't asleep. He leaned over and whispered, "Nishida, I need to talk to you." Nishida opened one eye and looked at Lucas with a raised eyebrow. "What's the matter, Tanaka? Aren't you tired enough from playing?" "I'm thinking about something. It's about the next game," Lucas said and sat down on the empty seat next to Nishida. "Ida High School has a player you must meet. Shinto Ishikuno. He's a wizard with the ball." Nishida straightened up in his seat, now fully awake. "So what? What does that have to do with me?" Lucas smiled slightly. "It has everything to do with you. Ishikuno is the kind of player who can single-handedly decide a game. He scored 6 goals alone in their first league game." "Yes, I've heard that story. You know that if he shines, he'll overshadow you, right? But if you can score a lot of goals, show that you're the real star on the field, we can destabilize their team. You don't want to be overshadowed, do you?" Nishida frowned. "No one shines brighter on the field than I do. I'm going to show that Ishikuno that dribbling means nothing to soccer when it's finishing that scores goals. That's what I wanted to hear. We need you at your best. You can't keep missing goals like you did in the first game." A vein popped into Nishida's forehead, and he clucked his tongue. "TSK, that's because you made me practice only passes for days. Next time I'll score 6 goals. With Nishida motivated, Lucas returned to his seat. He knew he had planted the right seed in his colleague's heart. Now he had to think of a way to stop or hinder Ishikuno. He wasn't very good at defending himself, and he hadn't yet acquired a skill that could help him with that. Besides, Wuxia High School itself wasn't very good at defending. If Lucas could name one quality of his team, it would be their organized midfield and their speed in connecting attacks, but defense was definitely a problem. Their best hope was Hidefumi, the reserve defender. He had a solid defense, capable of stopping some of Ishikuno's advances. However, there was the problem that Hidefumi was extremely lazy, so he started most of the games as a substitute and sometimes didn't even play. His motivation wasn't very high either, and his mental state was weak. When Hidefumi came across a good striker, he quickly became discouraged. "I have to find a way to motivate Hidefumi," Lucas concluded. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the hotel cafeteria where the Wuxia High School players were staying. Nishida entered the cafeteria with his usual serious expression. He saw Lucas working at the buffet and frowned. He approached Kuwabara, who was filling his plate with scrambled eggs, sausages, bread, and whatever else he had. "What's going on over there?" Nishida asked, pointing with his chin at Lucas, who was carefully assembling a plate of breakfast. Kuwabara shrugged. "I don't know. Looks like Lucas is up to something." Nishida grumbled with a skeptical expression. "Of course he is. He's always thinking too much." Hidefumi yawned and sat down. Then a tray full of healthy food was placed in front of him by Lucas. "Tanaka, why are you doing this? I want to make sure that you have enough energy for the game. We need you to be at your best today because you're going to be a starter, right?" Lucas carefully selected items that would provide energy without burdening his stomach. Rice, grilled fish, some natto, and fresh vegetables. He also set out a bowl of miso soup and a serving of fresh fruit. It was a lot of food, but nutritious food. Hidefumi sighed and took the chopsticks, not refusing the food that Lucas had prepared without Hidefumi asking. "Holder? I didn't hear anything about it when I talked to Mr. Yamamoto yesterday." "No need. I already sent him a message, and he agreed with me. You'll be an appetizer today." Hidefumi started to eat and asked with his mouth full. "You're doing this today because you're afraid we'll lose the next game, right? Why do you care so much about soccer?" "Because without soccer, I'll be just another office worker and bachelor in my 30s. I don't want that." "Huh?" Little Kuwabara felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart and his shoulders slumped. "Ah, you really can't compete with the talented, even in love." Mr. Yamamoto gave them one last motivational talk in the locker room, stressing the importance of discipline, teamwork, and concentration in winning. However, Mr. Yamamoto exuded a sense of a false smile that disturbed everyone. It was as if losing to the team that was one of the heavy favorites in the championship was something natural. "You know what to do. Let's focus on the game, play the way we practiced, and not be intimidated," Kenji stressed, trying to cheer the team up. Lucas was more nervous than usual. After his performance in the last game, he was finally getting his chance to start. The bad part was that he wouldn't be playing a position he was used to. Yukihiro wasn't able to play this game due to a minor ankle injury, so Lucas formed an attacking duo with Nishida, who was a fast player, had already shown that he could play as a striker, and had a good ability to cross. Everything a winger needed, at least a backup. Lucas' hands were sweaty and his heart was pounding as he stepped onto the field. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves as he mentally prepared for the challenge ahead. So this is what it feels like to be a starter in a championship game? I experienced it in kindergarten, but those school championships were too small for me to be nervous. Come on, Lucas. Sukata gave him an encouraging pat on the back. You stole Yukihiro's spot, didn't you? At least try to look confident. Sukata had a cynical look on his face. He knew that Lucas wasn't at Yukihiro's place of his own free will. It's a pity that Mr. Yamamoto decided that I was better than you and didn't leave you as number 10. I would have loved to play as a winger. You know, just run and cross the ball. There's no secret to it. Sukata's words quickly began to irritate Lucas. He didn't mind hearing slander about himself, as he'd gotten used to it from working with such an asshole boss in his previous life. But it was completely different when other people's names were involved. Better than me? Don't make me laugh. What did you do in the first game to be better than me? Lucas asked, looking into Tsukata's eyes without fear of retaliation or debauchery. Tsukata gritted his teeth. How can this idiot, who has never won anything in his life, act like this after scoring only one goal in a championship? He thought and then said, it's not in my interest to discuss these things in public, but at least play properly today and pass me the ball so I can score the winning goal. Lucas didn't answer Tsukata. He simply turned and walked to midfield, where Nishida was waiting with the ball. On the other side of the field, the Ida High School players were also positioning themselves, and Ishikuno's figure stood out among them, with her tousled hair, yellow eyes, and calm expression. A coin was tossed to decide who would start with the ball. Kenji, representing Wuxia High School, watched intently as the coin spun in the air, glistening in the intense sunlight. When it finally hit the ground, the referee announced that Wuxia High School would have first possession. Lucas and Nishida waited for the referee's permission to kick off. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was crucial that he stay focused and execute the game plan to perfection. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that Shinto Ishikuno had tied his boot a few moments ago, as if he was in no hurry at all. The scene seemed strange, almost surreal, considering how tense everyone was at Wuxia High School. Look at that smug idiot, muttered Nishida. He's tying his boots just as the game is about to start. He's got to be kidding us. Lucas frowned, but couldn't help smiling slightly. Ishikuno really did seem to be in a world of his own, oblivious to the pressures of the moment. Maybe it's his way of concentrating, Lucas suggested, trying to stay calm. In any case, I'm going to need him, Nishida declared. Just then, a window appeared in the champion system for Lucas. New mission. Mission name, defeat the sleeping monster. Description, Shinto Ishikuno is the star of his second match in the Chubu Region Summer Championships. All eyes and cameras are on this one of Japan's top talents, and one of the JFA's biggest bets on the next generation of soccer players. It would be funny if he was overshadowed, wouldn't it? Goal. Overshadow Shinto Ishikuno's game by drawing more attention to yourself. Rewards. +1 epic loot box. +200 star points. +10 attribute points. +1 uncommon mystery card. Lucas Tanaka took a deep breath and kicked off after the referee's whistle. The ball rolled smoothly across the field, and the match finally began. Chapter 26. The Art of Dribbling. As the referee blew the whistle to start the match, Lucas Tanaka took one last look at Ishikuno. The match was about to begin, and Leo knew that every move, every pass, and every decision would be crucial if he were to complete his mission. But he wasn't doing it just for a few rewards. He was doing it for his dream of becoming a professional. Lucas felt a chill run down his spine as the sharp sound of the whistle cut through the air, and he knew it was time. Nishida wasted no time, and with his muscles giving him a frightening burst of strength, he immediately went on the attack. Lucas, over here. Let's teach these idiots that, in soccer, the man who scores the most goals wins. Nishida shouted, shooting across the field like an unstoppable battle tank. Lucas knew that Nishida was determined to score a goal quickly and silence any doubts about his abilities. He would trust Nishida with his life if he had to, so Lucas threw a precise pass, just as Nishida had asked, which raced towards the opponent's goal and sliced through the Ito High School formation like a pair of scissors, or rather a machete. Nishida smiled confidently as he felt the familiar touch of the ball at his feet, already imagining the moment when it would find the back of the net. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. In a split second, Nishida realized that he was running without the ball. Confused, he looked back and saw the agile figure of Shinto Ishikuno running with the ball in his possession. Ishikuno's playful face had appeared, making his serious expression disappear. I can't believe it. He took the ball from me. Nishida muttered in disbelief. Determined to regain control, he ran after Ishikuno, but he was already too fast. Ishikuno ran towards Lucas who, seeing the situation, didn't want to risk his luck. Defend. Don't let them through. Lucas shouted to his companions as he moved to block Ishikuno's advance. They won't get past me. Lucas shouted, preparing for a direct confrontation. Ishikuno stopped, smiling slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's see then, he replied before performing an impressive dribble, sweeping his right leg over the ball and making it disappear like a magic trick. Lucas blinked twice, not understanding what the hell had happened. He had no doubt that the ball had literally disappeared. However, a few moments later, when Ishikuno ran past him without the ball, Lucas heard the sound of the ball and realized that what Ishikuno had done was to hide the ball while doing a back heel flick to pass it to a teammate. Thus, the sound of the ball being touched that Lucas heard was the sound of Ishikuno's teammate completing a triangulation that left Lucas lost. Ishikuno began to run past one defender after another, keeping the ball close to his feet as if glued to them. He exchanged quick glances with his teammates, signaling the next move. Keisuke, one of Ida High School's forwards, positioned himself to receive a pass, while Takashi, another player, prepared for a possible rebound. Ishikuno skillfully dribbled around the Wuxia High School defenders. The Ida High School players were far away, not giving Ishikuno many passing options, but he still advanced on his own. Kinji tried to close the space, but Ishikuno had already anticipated it. With a quick turn, he evaded Kinji and left him behind. Fortunately, Hidefumi covered Kinji's mistake and kicked the ball away from Ishikuno's feet, sending it to the side of the field and ending the frighteningly promising attack that Ishikuno had created. Surprisingly, the Wuxia High School players were already panting, not from fatigue, but from their hearts racing. Are we going to have to endure this for another 89 minutes? Kuwabara asked in a cold sweat. Lucas looked at his teammates and saw the same startled expression on their faces. Ishikuno was that kind of player, a monster capable of terrifying opponents with his superhuman talent. Takashi, a player from Ida High School, saw the scene of the Wuxia High School players being frightened by Ishikuno and smiled a little nervously. I don't blame them for being scared. I was the same way when I saw Shinto play for the first time. Hidefumi, however, seemed calm. He had saved the team with a shot that averted the immediate danger. Well done, Hidefumi. Lucas shouted and gave him a nod of appreciation. Hidefumi smiled back only briefly and straightened his headband, which was starting to slip due to sweat. We have to keep an eye on Ishikuno, Hidefumi said in a serious tone. He is fast, unpredictable. If we can surround him and not give him any space, we can mitigate the threat. Wuxia High School would have to work as a team to take on a player like Ishikuno. Ishikuno looked around the field, analyzing the formation of the opposing team. Keisuke and Takashi, his teammates, were strategically positioned off to the side, waiting for an opportunity to receive the ball and help with the attack. The referee blew his whistle to allow a corner kick. The ball was put into play and was soon in the possession of Wuxia High School, where Hidefumi took it again. He looked for Lucas, who was already in a favorable position in the midfield. Hidefumi passed the ball to Kinji, who passed it on to Lucas. Let's go. Lucas muttered to himself and ran like a winger. He picked up the ball and made a long pass to Nishida. Combining defense and offense with quick passes was Wuxia High School's specialty. At least, that's what this team had been doing best since they started playing together 6 months ago. Lucas made a long pass to Nishida, who was further up the field. Nishida controlled the ball and charged forward, his imposing presence cutting through the opposing defense. Keisuke, Ida High School's number 12, was nearby and ran towards Nishida to try to intercept the ball. However, Nishida didn't lose his cool and passed to Kuwabara, who was approaching from the side. Kuwabara was small, but he was a little faster than their right winger, so a few weeks ago, Mr. Yamamoto practiced a position reversal and had Kuwabara go forward with some special moves. Kuwabara ran down the right sideline with a smile on his face and his eyes fixed on the opposing goal. This is where I get to consecrate myself with the babes watching. He crossed the ball to the center of the field, where Lucas, Nishida, and Sakata were already positioned. Lucas tried to jump with Stellar Impulse, but Stellar Impulse failed. His chance of jumping as high as Nishida was about 15%. In other words, he couldn't do it every time. Luckily, Nishida was there to show off his number 9 skills, and he jumped higher than any defender to head the ball into the goal. Nishida headed the ball powerfully into the left corner of the net, leaving the goalkeeper no chance. The high school, it's a goalkeeper stretched, but couldn't reach the ball. The ball went into the right corner of the goal, and the stadium erupted in applause. Nishida ran to the stands to celebrate. That's it, Lucas shouted, jumping onto Nishida's back. I'm the best, Nishida said, opening his arms to the crowd. Chapter 27, Skill Characteristic. Wuxia High School 1-0, Ida High School. Cheers echoed through the stands as Lucas and his teammates hugged each other in celebration of Nishida's goal. On the other side of the field, however, Ishikuno stood watching the scene with an unusual expression on his face. His mischievous smile had not disappeared. In fact, it seemed to have grown more intense. When Lucas' eyes met Ishikuno's, he noticed something different. It wasn't just the usual competitiveness of a soccer player. There was a brightness, an intensity you don't see every day. Ishikuno wasn't discouraged by the goal. He was excited, almost as if this was the opportunity he had been waiting for to show off his soccer skills. Almost as if he was more excited to face us with the score against us than before. Hidefumi, who was closest to Ishikuno, felt a chill run down his spine. It was a strange feeling, a mixture of admiration and fear. No one should look so excited after scoring a goal. Hidefumi thought, frowning. He knew that Ishikuno was talented, but there was something else, something almost monstrous in the way he thought. When the game started again, Ishikuno's position changed immediately. He moved between defense, midfield, and offense, as if floating on the field, creating offensive opportunities. Every time he touched the ball, he seemed to be one step ahead of the Wuxia defenders. Hidefumi tried to remain confident, but it was hard not to be overwhelmed by Ishikuno's imposing presence. "Shit, stop him," shouted Lucas, trying to run after Ishikuno after a dribble that left him on the ground. Ishikuno advanced down the left flank, masterfully dribbling past the Wuxia players. He made a quick pass to one of his teammates, who quickly returned the ball after Ishikuno passed behind Kenji. Ishikuno was getting dangerously close to the area, and Lucas knew he had to act quickly. He stood up and ran toward Ishikuno, determined to stop him even if it meant fouling him. But the Ida High School prodigy was already far away. With an agile movement, Ishikuno executed a perfect spin as Hidefumi tried to stop him, dribbling past him. He then cut in from the left, pulling the ball close to his body to shake off a tackle from Kuwabara, and found himself face-to-face with the Wuxia School goalkeeper. Ishikuno smiled, a smile that Lucas began to understand meant trouble. He kicked the ball, aiming for what the South Americans called the drawer. Toshinori, Wushia's goalkeeper, stretched as far as he could, but the ball flew past him and into the goal with a deafening noise. The stadium exploded again, this time even louder. Ishikuno raised his arms and ran to hug his teammates. At that moment, Lucas felt as if Ishikuno had put the entire weight of the stadium on his back. The game had been tied, and despite everything, it didn't mean that Wuxia High School had lost. However, the crowd was mostly in favor of Ida High School. "Come on, guys. We're still in the game," shouted Tsukada, clapping his hands and trying to pump up his team. "We need to keep attacking from the wings. It's our best chance. They're all good players, but we already knew that, didn't we?" Kuwabara vigorously agreed. "That's it. Let's show them why we trained so hard." For his part, Nishida was already in the middle of the field, waiting for the Ida High School players to return so that the game could be restarted. Nishida had an irritated look on his face and probably a bruised ego. He was used to being the star of every game, the top scorer, so his irritation was more about ambition than anything else. Lucas went up to him with the intention of asking him to repeat the play from earlier in the game, when Nishida had shredded their defense from the start. But Nishida spoke to him first. "Lucas, you need to play better." He wasn't looking at Lucas, but at the Ida High School boys, who were returning to their seats at the referee's command. "Our team needs everyone to think about playing soccer." From the start of the game, Lucas' attention was almost exclusively on Ishikuno, as if he had become a shadow of the Ida High School prodigy. This was not only a tactical problem, but also a lack of confidence. Lucas had proven himself to be a necessary player for his team. No wonder he had become a starter, but this second match of his was far from the quality he had shown in the first. Lucas took a deep breath and nodded, even though Nishida wasn't looking at him. The referee blew his whistle, signaling that the match could resume. With a grim expression on his face, Nishida kicked the ball to Kenji, who quickly passed it to Tsukada, and the game was back on. Wuxia High School needed to regain their rhythm, and Lucas knew that this depended not only on good strategy, but also on good execution. At midfield, Lucas' eyes scanned the field, looking for an opening. He looked at Ishikuno, who was also scanning the field. So, that's how he does it. He knows where he's going even as he's acting. Up close it looks like pure improvisation, but from a distance you can see he's thinking. Lucas could copy one skill per day with replicating genius, but the use of this skill was limited by 3 characteristics. The first and second limitations were that this skill only worked once a day and in real life, so he couldn't try to copy a skill he had seen on video. The third was something Lucas didn't fully understand, but so far he hadn't been able to copy 2 skills from one person. In conclusion, as much as Lucas wanted to copy Nishida's finishing skill so that he could finish as well as the top scorer at Wuxia High School, Lucas couldn't because he had already copied his thrust. Today, the obvious choice to be my target is Shinto Ishikuno. The only problem is, just like when I copied Nishida, I'm not sure which skill to copy. It seems to be a spur-of-the-moment thing. In other words, I have to let him demonstrate the skill I want to copy in order to activate the replicating genius at that moment. Lucas analyzed. Your conclusion is correct. The replicating genius skill copies the skill that the target is currently using. For example, when you copied Tsuyoshi Nishida, he was jumping, so you copied the skill Stellar Impulse. Yes, but this skill characteristic doesn't make it as easy as it sounds, especially when the targets are players who have such a large arsenal of skills like Ishikuno. If I try to copy him, I'm sure I won't be copying a general dribbling skill, but a specific one. If you want to learn to dribble like Ishikuno, your only chance is to become his teammate and copy his skills on a daily basis, because it's impossible for you to copy his entire arsenal of dribbling skills in one go. This complicates things, but it gives me an idea. Chapter 28, The Monster Show. Usually, the ball would roll quickly through the feet of the Wuxia High School players, a characteristic of the team's play, but these passes were often intercepted. Lucas looked at his teammates and analyzed them. They still didn't seem nervous enough to start intercepting a lot of passes, so it was clear that Ida High School had learned how they played and had adapted. What's more, every time the ball was intercepted and taken by Ida High School players, it was always passed to Shinto Ishikuno, no matter how far away he was. However, Wuxia High School had good defenders, and interceptions and steals were not uncommon for them either. Over here, Nishida shouted and rushed forward. The ball reached Kenji, who passed it Sakata without hesitation. The field was open and the opportunity for a promising attack presented itself. Sukata advanced, dribbling past one of Idu's defenders, but was soon surrounded by two more. He gritted his teeth in frustration. With a quick pass, he gave the ball back to Kenji, who then passed to Lucas, who was free on the left. The latter, now aware that he couldn't be distracted by Ishikuno, concentrated on creating an attacking move. With a strong touch, he let the ball run free on the turf before beating his marker at speed with a back heel. But Idu were prepared. Their defense adapted quickly, closing down the left back and forcing Lucas to look for another option. He looked to Nishida, who was already in the penalty area, ready to receive a cross. Lucas lofted the ball towards Nishida. Nishida leapt, but the ball was deflected by the Ida defender, who sent it wide. Shit, if only I'd been quicker. Nishida muttered to himself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, man. It was a good jump. The opposing defender kindly tried to cheer Nishida up, who glared at him so angry that the boy backed away. Sorry about that. The Ida High School fans, who were the majority in the stadium, shouted and whistled, trying to rattle the Wuxia players. Hey Lucas, get in the box. You've got very good pace, you'll be very useful there, Kenji said as Lucas picked up the ball to go for the corner. But your shot from outside the box could also be useful. It might not look like it, but they're very well set up defensively, so they won't give me space to shoot from outside the box. It's better to have you in the area and bother them with your jump. Kenji positioned himself for the corner. He quickly glanced at his teammates, looking for the best moment to launch the ball. With a strong kick, he sent the ball into the box, and the wind made the ball fly in a large arc. Nishida and the Ita defenders engaged in an intense aerial battle. Unfortunately, the ball was deflected out of the box by an Ita defender and landed at the feet of Kawabara, who quickly attempted a long-range shot, Kenji style. The ball was close to the corner, but Ita's goalkeeper made a spectacular fingertip save. The game was intense, and the pressure on both teams was evident in the tense expressions on both coaches' faces. High School Ita's defense was solid, and Ishikuno remained a constant threat. He has a level of dribbling that most professional strikers in Japan don't have, and he still knows how to help the team defensively. He is fast, smart, and analytical. Without a doubt, the best on the pitch so far. If things continue like this, Ita High School will score another goal. And when Wushia's formation opens up to try to equalize, Ishikuno will be there. All the Wuxia High School players had the same pessimistic impression as those watching from the sidelines. In fact, it was even worse. It was hard not to get discouraged, angry, and shaken when playing against a player like Ishikuno, who seemed to get past anyone. In the end, Ishikuno was like a ghost, always one step ahead of the defenders. Kawabara tried to intercept him with a trolley when Ishikuno picked up the ball in midfield and started dribbling. But Ishikuno, with incredible skill, lifted the ball slightly and let it pass over the defender. What? Kawabara exclaimed. The stands erupted in applause and cries of admiration. Ishikuno was doing what he wanted on the field, and Wuxia High School seemed powerless to stop him. He approached the area, and Tashinori, Wushia's goalkeeper, braced himself for the inevitable. Come on, Tashinori. You can do it, shouted Hidefumi, trying to instill confidence in the goalkeeper. Ishikuno raised his head and analyzed his options. With one shot, he sent the ball toward the goal. Tashinori stretched as far as he could and couldn't reach it, but the ball went just wide of the post, much to the relief of the Wuxia players. The ball was cleared off the line, and Wuxia had a chance to restart the game. The team needed something to break Ita's solid defense. It didn't take long for Ita High School to regain possession, and they predictably played the ball to Ishikuno to create space. Then it was Lucas who stepped into Ishikuno's path and looked him in the eye. Ishikuno stopped and threatened to move to the right. Lucas didn't budge, holding his position with a serious, focused expression. Ishikuno then tried the left side, but Lucas stood firm, not giving an inch. Ishikuno's eyes narrowed, and he knew that Lucas would no longer fall for simple dribbles. The passing options weren't good either. So Ishikuno had to pass to Lucas or drop back, and dropping back was something he never liked to do. Ishikuno smiled, and with this joyful expression, he performed a breathtaking dribble, with a body feint, a pass with the sole of his right foot over the ball, and finally Lucas was nutmegged. Ishikuno passed Lucas, leaving him stunned. At that moment, just when Ishikuno thought he had won, Lucas smiled. It wasn't a smile of contempt, but a smile of recognition, for this was the moment he had been waiting for. The player Shinto Ishikuno has just demonstrated the skill Mirage Feint. Do you want to check the copying conditions for this skill? Chapter 29, a desperate or admirable decision? Skill copy conditions Mirage, Feint make Ishikuno see you as a monster as well. A monster? Lucas asked himself, feeling a chill run down his spine. Becoming a monster in the eyes of Ishikuno, who was already a monster to Lucas, meant playing on the same level as Ishikuno. In other words, Lucas would have to reach the level of one of the most promising young players in the country. This was not only absurd, but also crazy for Lucas, someone who considered himself to be talentless. Even so, the replicating genius skill was for everyday use only. So, once he used it, he could only copy this skill from Ishikuno and no one else on the field. To make matters worse, Ida High School seemed to be getting past Wuxia High School's defense with increasing ease. Ishikuno, after dribbling past Lucas, crossed the ball to the left wing and saw his teammate almost score a beautiful goal. Luckily, Toshinori was able to save the Wuxia High School goal, but he was beginning to get tired. Soon, Toshinori wouldn't be able to make any more shots, and even the defense wouldn't be able to stop Ida High School. Lucas watched the whole scene with shock and realized that he couldn't hesitate any longer. There was no time for that. Ishikuno had to see him as a monster, right? So that was what he was going to do. No matter what, Lucas would become a nightmare for Ishikuno. During the next breakthrough at Ida High School, Ishikuno realized that something had changed in Lucas. There was something unusual about this black-haired boy. Lucas wasn't like the other midfielders at Wuxia High School, who always fell for his feints and gave up after 1 or 2 dribbles. Even after being easily out-dribbled, Lucas would run after Ishikuno to stop him. He was persistent and stubborn. After being passed by Ishikuno again, Lucas didn't give up. Ishikuno glanced back, and his heart leapt when he saw Lucas so close. Lucas recovered from his dribbles faster and faster. He had a determination in his eyes that were always focused on the striker, as if he was the only thing that mattered in the world. This guy, Ishikuno said aloud, feeling a bead of sweat run down the side of his face. Not everyone on and off the field saw Lucas' ability to react in such a sportsmanlike manner. However, really? What's that number 8 doing? I hadn't noticed before, but he's a bit rash, isn't he? He wants to chase every ball, leaving holes in the team's defense. Wuxia High School used to be able to attack, but now they can't even do that. Doesn't he realize that he's a nuisance? Lucas didn't care about the comments or the yelling. He was focused, ignoring the burning in his legs and the pain spreading through his body from the constant effort. He knew that he needed more than skill to stop Ishikuno. Otherwise, Hidefumi would have done it by now. He needed stamina, a willpower that could make him a nuisance to even the most talented striker. Ishikuno, still with the ball at his feet, tried to remain calm. He was used to being the most unpredictable player on the field, but now he felt that unpredictability had changed sides. He'll catch me, Ishikuno said to himself, speeding up his pace with the ball, but something inside him wondered if that would be enough. The Wuxia High School defense was organized, on the lookout for another attack from Ishikuno, who had amazing dribbling skills, but who needed help against a well-positioned defense. What's more, they took advantage of the fact that Lucas was marking Ishikuno almost single-handedly, and managed to give the other Ida High School players more attention. Lucas seemed to be everywhere at once, helping the defense, returning to the attack, and when the ball rolled to Ishikuno, Lucas was already approaching him again to mark him individually. After minutes like that, the fans who had previously criticized Lucas began to marvel at Lucas' willpower. This kid, doesn't he get tired? One spectator asked in disbelief. Lucas Tanaka. He's not the most technically gifted, but he makes up for it with absurd stamina. 1 elixir of restoration has been consumed. You have recovered 50% of your stamina. Lucas, who was drenched in sweat and practically exhausted, felt the energy return to his body and continued to run after Ishikuno. There was a tone of almost desperation in the way Lucas moved around the field, always coming back, always ready for the next move, as if he had infinite energy. It was then that Ishikuno finally realized the true challenge that lay before him. He was facing someone who embodied pure willpower. That animated smile of Lucas's, which he had underestimated at first, now looked like the smile of a monster to Ishikuno. A monster that didn't know the word surrender. A monster that didn't want to lose. I have to end this now, Ishikuno decided, tightening his grip even more than he moved forward. But as much as he didn't want to admit it, a broad smile appeared on his face. It was nice to play against someone so interesting. Copy conditions achieved. Skill Mirage Feint acquired. Mirage Feint unlocked. In a flash, Ishikuno glanced back to confirm what she already knew. Lucas was there, coming closer and closer, his eyes fixed with an unyielding determination, as if he was willing to sacrifice everything for this victory. There was something in Lucas' gaze that sent a shiver down Ishikuno's spine, a mixture of madness and passion that he himself knew well, but which now seemed to be turning against him. But while Ishikuno was too preoccupied with Lucas, a crucial mistake was made. Hidefumi, the chief defender of Wuxia High School, was already strategically positioned. He had read the game like a book. With impeccable precision, he stepped forward, stretched out his leg, and intercepted the ball with a firm touch. Ishikuno barely had time to realize what had happened. In one instant, the ball was at his feet, and in the next, it had been taken away by Hidefumi. What? exclaimed Ishikuno and twisted to the defender. Hidefumi replied with a serious but slightly teasing expression in his eyes. You're focusing too much on Lucas. Don't forget, he's not playing alone. Hidefumi then made a quick pass to Lucas who, without Hidefumi having to ask or look at him, was already turning to start a lightning counterattack. The ball flew a few meters through the air and landed softly at Lucas' feet. That's what I wanted, Lucas said. Chapter 30. The ball rested gently at Lucas Tanaka's feet, as if fate had decided to conspire in his favor. For a brief moment, time seemed to slow down. The crowd, previously engulfed in murmurs and criticisms of the way Lucas was playing, now watched in silence, waiting for the next move of the boy who had become the center of attention. Lucas lifted his head and scanned the horizon of the field. He knew he could not falter on this counterattack. Ishikuno was still on his tail, despite the mistake, and the opposing team wasn't going to make it easy. Every muscle in his body screamed with exhaustion, but the energy he had regained from the elixir gave him a little of what he needed to keep going. Sweat dripped down his face in thick drops. Despite his fatigue, his feet moved with a precision he didn't even know he still possessed. This was what scientists called skill, basically the result of hard work and consistency in playing soccer. When the ball hit the turf, Lucas took it with a light, almost affectionate touch and immediately began to run. Time returned to its normal speed, and with it, the pitch was transformed into a stage of controlled chaos. The opposing players quickly repositioned themselves, trying to close off the spaces that Lucas could exploit in this counterattack. The shouts of the coaches mingled with the screams of the fans, who were now completely captivated by the game. However, a figure appeared on the left side of the pitch. It was Kazuo Inoue, a defensive midfielder from Ida High School, known for his relentless marking and ability to read the game. He had been watching Lucas all game, waiting for the right moment to make his move. Kazuo was not only a skilled player, but also a born strategist. He was the one who used Ishikuno all the time, always setting him up with passes, and he knew that if he could stop Lucas there, Wuxia High School's offense would fade along with his energy, and frustration would take hold of the man who had become Ito High School's main obstacle. Kazuo moved forward with determination, quickly closing the gap between himself and Lucas. The midfielder didn't want to give Lucas any space or time to think about his next move or to make one of his passes. With his gaze fixed on his opponent, he prepared to intercept the ball. Through his peripheral vision, Lucas saw Kazuo's figure rapidly approaching. Lucas' heart was pounding in his chest, but his face was pure calm. He remembered the skill he had acquired just moments before, Mirage Feint. It was a technique he had never used before, but now it seemed to be the only card he could play to get out of this situation. Kazuo was only a few meters away when Lucas made the move. With a slight tilt of his body to the right, he gave the impression that he was going to run in that direction. Kazuo immediately positioned himself to stop him. Suddenly, Lucas shifted his body weight to the left, the ball following his movement in an almost impossible spin. The change in direction was so quick and precise that Kazuo, as prepared as he was, couldn't react in time. His feet tried to adjust, but it was too late. Kazuo still tried to extend his leg to reach the ball, but the illusion created by Lucas' movement caused him to kick into empty air and fall to the ground. His eyes widened in surprise and frustration as he watched helplessly as the junior player moved on. Shock flashed across his face as he could not believe he had been so easily defeated. What the hell? Is he a dribbler like Ishikuno? Kazuo thought. He was expecting a simple dribble, but what Lucas did was worthy of a striker. And at that moment, the crowd erupted. Shouts of admiration and disbelief echoed from the stands as the crowd tried to process what they had just witnessed. Did you see that? How did he do that? That's what? It's unbelievable. He walked past number 6 like it was nothing. Another fan shouted, getting up from his seat to get a better view of the court. Even the online commentators in their reserved seats were momentarily speechless, until one of them regained his composure and began to describe the play with obvious excitement in his voice. And there goes Lucas Tanaka, the boy who doesn't know the word give up. He's just made a spectacular dribble to leave Kazuo in no way behind. It's a move that will live long in the memory of all Wuxia High players, as it seems to mark a shocking turnaround. Lucas seems to be catching up with his teammates, because look at him, they're all moving forward with him. Lucas could feel his heart beating fast. I can do it now? Did you see that, Ishikuno? He thought with a smile on his face. The sound of the crowd's shouts seemed far away, almost drowned out by the absolute concentration that filled his mind. The energy that Lucas had created with that spectacular dribble seemed to have spread throughout the entire Wuxia High School team, like a bolt of lightning striking the earth and causing everything around it to vibrate. Nishida, a little further up the court, looked at Lucas and waited for the pass he knew would come. The ball, which seemed to have a life of its own at Lucas' feet, meandered across the pitch in an almost hypnotic rhythm as he searched for the best moment to make the decisive pass. Kazuo, still dazed from the previous dribble, tried desperately to reposition himself, but was now just a distant shadow, out of play. Lucas lifted his head for a moment. Nishida was free, but not for long. Two Ito High School defenders, like wolves hunting in pairs, began to close in on him, trying to anticipate Lucas' pass, which was logically more likely to go to the team's top scorer. In fact, Nishida had the best chance of finishing and scoring. His physique and finishing ability were unique, but the two defenders were already too close. Lucas realized the risk. If he passed the ball to Nishida at that moment, Nishida might not be able to get away from his markers in time. The glimmer of opportunity he had seen was fading fast. Going for the goal alone wasn't possible either. Even if he used Mirage Feint again, there was no guarantee of a hit. Then, something caught Lucas' eye. A figure standing in the same direction as Nishida, but further back. It was Tsukada, Washiya High School's number 10, running at speed, his eyes fixed on the ball and the space opening up around him. He was free, unmarked, and advancing quickly. Lucas wasn't so sure about Tsukada, but he made his decision in a split second. He changed the position of his body and directed the pass so that Tsukada was almost alone with the goalkeeper. Chapter 31 Goals. Tsukada, Washiya High School's number 10, advanced like an arrow from a bow, with an open space in front of him, unnoticed by Ito High School's defenders, who were focused on Tsuyoshi Nishida. It was an opportunity that could change the course of the match, something Lucas couldn't ignore. Lucas subtly changed the angle of his body, disguising the intended pass that any spectator or opposing player would expect. The defenders, already prepared to block the pass intended for Nishida, were caught off guard when the ball passed behind them. The pass didn't go to Nishida, but to Tsukada, who was perfectly positioned to receive the ball behind the defense. The sound of the crowd, which had seemed distant before, returned to Lucas' ears with the force of a wave breaking violently on the beach. The pass glided across the field with almost surgical precision, cutting like a razor. Tsukada, seeing that the pass was for him, could already feel the sensation of the net rattling as he hit the goal. His heart was racing, but it was a familiar rhythm, the rhythm of someone who was used to being the hero wherever he went. Tsukada reached for the ball and adjusted his body for the shot. He kicked with his right foot, with all the power and technique he possessed. The ball flew in a precise curve toward the upper right corner of the goal. But then something inexplicable happened. The ball, seemingly destined for the back of the net, began to lose momentum at the last moment. Tsukada saw the perfect curve begin to deviate slightly, as if a treacherous wind had altered its trajectory. He watched in horror as the ball struck the crossbar, reverberating like a thunderclap around the stadium before bouncing out of reach of any player on the field. Lucas couldn't believe what had just happened. Tsukada felt his legs fail him, and in an almost involuntary movement, he fell to his knees on the field. His mind was unable to process the reality of the mistake he had just made. The muffled sound of the crowd was in murmurs of disbelief and disappointment. Lucas remained static. His feet seemed to be planted on the pitch as his mind tried to process the catastrophic mistake. He missed. At the most crucial moment of the game, he failed to do what everyone expected of him. Lucas thought as he stared at Tsukada on the ground in disbelief. The wind blew gently across the field, bringing a cold breeze that only added to the weight of this moment. Tsukada felt small, diminished by the magnitude of his failure. Lucas walked over to Tsukada, who remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the ground. As Lucas approached, he extended his hand, a simple gesture. Tsukada lifted his head and looked into Lucas' eyes. Lucas showed no anger or frustration. The shock was still in his face, but there was something else in his eyes, something Tsukada hadn't expected. There was understanding, empathy. Lucas knew the weight Tsukada carried as number 10, because that was the number he wanted to wear one day. Tsukada hesitated for a moment, still ashamed of his mistake. But then, seeing the expression on Lucas' face, a mixture of weariness, acceptance, and, above all, solidarity, he finally accepted the outstretched hand. With a deep sigh, Tsukada took Lucas' hand and pulled him back up. I'm sorry. I should have kicked you. I teased you at first, and when you really trusted me, I failed. Lucas shook his head negatively, a small, tired smile appearing on his lips. Don't worry, Tsukada. The game isn't over yet. Washiya High School 1-1 Ita High School. 82:55. The clock was ticking down relentlessly, and the tie seemed to be more of a defeat than a victory for Washiya High School. Before the final play, which began with a steal of the ball, High School Itu were the ones in control. So when High School Itu's goalkeeper took the penalty kick, it wasn't expected that the dynamic on the pitch would change much. With a powerful shot, the goalkeeper sent the ball into the middle of the field, where players from both teams engaged in a fierce battle in the air. The ball was headed away by a High School Ito player and landed at the feet of one of their midfielders. Ita High School's pressure on Washiya High School, which had already dominated much of the game, intensified. The Washiya players, aware of the technical superiority of their opponents, quickly backed off to try to stop the advance. The defense was organized, but exhaustion was already beginning to take its toll on many of their legs. Lucas' eyes were fixed on the opposing player, who was advancing with the ball, looking for a gap in Washiya's defensive wall. The Ita High School player looked around, looking for a way to pass. He saw his most advanced attacker, Yamato, running toward the penalty area. With an agile and unexpected move, he passed the ball perfectly, finding Yamato in a dangerous position. Washia's defense was taken by surprise, and the screams of the Idu fans echoed like the roar of a predator about to pounce. But before Yamato could finish his shot, the Wuxia High School defense closed in on him. Kawabara, Wuxia High School's right back, managed to intercept the pass, causing the ball to bounce toward midfield and land at Kenji's feet. He lifted his head to look for an open teammate. He spotted Tsuyoshi Nishida, who, despite the intense play and constant pressure, still seemed to have some energy left, as he hadn't moved or attacked much. Nishida gestured for the ball with a commanding movement. Kenji, aware of Nishida's abilities, made the pass and sent the ball his way. Nishida received the ball with an ease that seemed to contradict the intensity of the game. He took it in his chest, quickly placed it on the ground, and began to take long strides forward. The field seemed to open up in front of him, but the Ida High School players quickly sensed the threat and began to surround him. With a quick and unexpected touch, Nishida managed to outrun the first marker, leaving him behind as he ran. 3 Ida High School players quickly approached in an attempt to surround him and neutralize the threat. Nishida, however, was not the type of player to be intimidated. With a pass to Lucas, who was approaching from the left, he managed to get away from the triple marker and found space to continue his advance. Soon after, Lucas returned the pass to Nishida, who saw the ball coming towards him and managed to control it, but the marking was relentless. There were still 2 high school Ida players in front of Nishida, and even more behind him. It wouldn't be possible to play with Lucas again because the defense was tighter, and as soon as he slowed down to face the players in front of him, those behind him would catch up. Besides, he was still far from the goal. He had to think fast. Nishida felt the pressure on his shoulders grow, but instead of backing down, he decided to risk it all. Fuck it. I'll do it for myself, Nishida thought. He grabbed the ball and prepared to shoot from just outside the box. An opposing defender, sensing Nishida's intention, stepped forward to block. We can't let him shoot because... Nishida was quicker. He unleashed a shot with a force that seemed superhuman. The ball sliced through the air like a cannonball, heading toward the goal with frightening speed. The crowd, the players, the coaches, everyone was paralyzed for a moment. The Ida High School goalkeeper, despite his experience and quick reflexes, only noticed the shot when the ball hit the back of the net. He was still standing there, arms outstretched, hearing only the sound of the ball falling behind him and into the goal. "What a strike," said the announcer of the online broadcast. Chapter 32, The Turning Goal. The stadium erupted in a deafening roar as Nishida's shot crashed into the back of the net with the force of a meteorite. Tsuyoshi Nishida's goal wasn't just another point on the scoreboard. It was a masterpiece, a masterful painting, the likes of which can only be seen on television. For a brief moment, this field of green grass had become his canvas. The Wuxia High School players rose like a wave in ecstasy, arms in the air, screaming, jumping, and hugging, all at the same time in chaotic celebration. Even the most skeptical spectators in the stands couldn't deny what they had just witnessed. This match had been more exciting than anyone could have predicted. Nishida's eyes, still fixed on the goal, revealed his surprise. For a few seconds, he didn't smile or celebrate. Instead, he just stood there, his chest rising and falling as his heart raced in his chest. While the Ida High School players looked at each other in disbelief at what had just happened, Nishida's teammates ran towards him. Lucas was the first to reach him and jumped on his back. "Man, you did it," Lucas shouted. Other Wuxia High School players joined in the celebration surrounding Nishida. Each of them was clearly exhausted, sweat dripping from their foreheads, but the gleam in their eyes was impossible to ignore. Kenji gave Nishida a gentle pat on the back. "I knew you had something up your sleeve, but this was surreal." Nishida finally smiled, a small smile befitting his reserved personality, but full of satisfaction. It had to be now, didn't it? There was no other chance. On the sidelines, Wushia's coach, Mr. Yamamoto, watched the scene with an expression of unbridled pride. He knew of Nishida's potential, he always had, but even he was surprised by the precision and power of that shot. Tsuyoshi, he murmured to himself, shaking his head in amazement. This boy has something special. On the other side, the coach of Ito High School gesticulated furiously, trying to reorganize his players for the final minutes, but it was clear that Nishida's goal had destabilized the team. They looked lost, their morale shattered. Ito's goalkeeper picked up the ball at the back of the net and stared at it, trying to process how he'd been beaten so easily. How could I not have seen this coming? He asked himself. The referee finally restored order to the field and blew the whistle to resume play. The Ito High School players lined up for the restart, but the flame that had once burned in their eyes seemed to have been completely extinguished. Extra time was almost up, and everyone knew that Nishida's goal would probably seal the match's fate. Even Shinto Ishikuno, the monster from Ito High School, was a little frightened by the turn of events. When the ball was put back into play, most of Wushia's players remained in their formation, but they were visibly more relaxed, confident that victory was within their grasp. Nishida, however, remained focused. "It's not over yet," he said. On the field, the clock seemed to run slower than ever for Wuxia High School. Every second that passed was a blessing for Wuxia and a burden for Itu. The ball moved from side to side, but Itu's momentum was gone. They were on the field, but their minds seemed to be elsewhere, perhaps reliving Nishida's shot while trying to find some mistake or flaw that would explain what had happened. When the final whistle blew a minute later, it was as if an electric charge had been released throughout the stadium. The Wuxia High School players erupted in celebration again, and this time Nishida let go, raising his arms to the sky and shouting as he and his teammates ran toward the coach. Nishida was quickly surrounded by his teammates, all eager to show their gratitude to the player who had sealed their victory. Mr. Yamamoto approached and put an arm around Nishida's shoulders. "That was brilliant, Tsuyoshi. Today, you showed everyone why you're one of the best." Nishida smiled again, this time more openly. "Thanks, coach." Meanwhile, in the stands, several Wuxia High School fans were chanting Nishida's name. Even the commentators on the online broadcast were ecstatic, praising the skill and courage Nishida had shown in risking that shot. "This kid has a bright future. What we saw today wasn't just luck, it was pure stardom." Mr. Doya, our expert on high school teams and national grassroots soccer, did you know him? Tsuyoshi Nishida has always been a standout in the youth leagues. He's always had this natural ability to score goals. But like today, he didn't make many appearances in the course of the game because he was always very well marked. Still, he seems to have a star in him, doesn't he? Even though he was out of action for the whole game, he comes on at the right time and fires a powerful shot from this distance towards the goal. It's crazy. For sure, Tsuyoshi Nishida is a youngster to keep an eye on, and it's a warning to the big national clubs. Yes, definitely. I think that apart from the surprising goal in the 45th minute, Wuxia High School's performance today was also surprising. There were high expectations for Ita High School. Do you think that might have had a negative effect? It's hard to say. They're all young players, and their emotions are unpredictable. However, I don't think that High School Ita's defeat today was due to nerves. They didn't play badly. In fact, I think they did even more to win than they did in the first game, when they massacred their opponents. Oh, so why do you think today's result wasn't what you expected? Can I be honest? Of course, I think the main culprit is that young midfielder. Let me see his name here. Yes, Lucas Tanaka, the number 8 from Wuxia High School. Actually, come to think of it, he didn't give Ita High School's midfield or Shinto Ishikuno a moment's peace. That boy has energy. More than energy, he did it with intelligence. What do you mean? Look at it this way. Ita High School has quality when it has freedom. That way, the passes always reach Shinto Ishikuno, who can single-handedly disorganize a team's entire defensive structure. On the other hand, if the pass to Shinto Ishikuno is made under pressure, he won't have as many opportunities. What's more, by creating a system of individual marking on Ishikuno, the talented dribbler will be able to get forward 2 or 3 players at a time. But when he has to make a play to avoid losing the ball, Lucas will be there to get in his way and make him hesitate, make a mistake, or even take a risk. Huh? Did that kid think all that up? If he didn't think, it would be even scarier, because it means he acted on instinct. There you are, Lucas Tanaka. The boy managed to stop the great talent Shinto Ishikuno. Wuxia High School will now advance to the main round of the Chubu Regional Summer Championships. Chapter 33, Beat the Sleeping Monster. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Beat the Sleeping Monster. You have earned the following rewards. Plus 200 star points. Plus 1 epic loot box. Plus 10 attribute points. Plus 1 mysterious common card. Lucas Tanaka saw the system's notifications appear in front of his eyes as soon as he left the arena. So I really managed to outsmart him? Ah, what a relief. I thought for a moment that Nishida had taken all the attention. Lucas thought, but unfortunately, he wouldn't have time to check his reward yet. Better to take his time. Lucas Tanaka took one last look at the field, where the echo of the shouts still echoed in the stands. After this exhausting game, all he wanted was a moment's rest and a hot shower. The entrance to the locker room was a hubbub of voices and laughter, a lively celebration of the hard-fought victory. Hey, Lucas. Kuwabara's voice stopped Lucas in his tracks. What? Did you see that woman over there? The one with the dark hair and the blue eyes? She keeps looking over here. Do you think it's me? Kuwabara asked, pointing to a woman in a white summer dress. Lucas followed Kuwabara's gaze to near the steps of the grandstand, where the woman was standing. She was small, with black hair cascading down her back. Lucas stifled a laugh. This is Moka Tahara, Kuwabara. She's the volunteer nurse. Kuwabara's smile faltered for a second before he pulled himself together and forced a laugh that clearly masked his disappointment. Oh, really? I didn't know they had such an impressive nurse. He scratched the back of his head, trying to hide his discomfort. That's right, Lucas replied, already imagining that Kuwabara was trying to find a way to save face. Actually, I need to talk to her. I'm going to thank her for her help with my ankle. Kuwabara raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Go on, man. Thank her for me too. After all, if it wasn't for her, you might not have been able to play today. Lucas nodded slightly and walked over to Moka. As he approached, he saw that Moka Tahara was a little lost as to where to look. It seemed that she hadn't noticed that they were talking about her yet, so her eyes went to different places when she saw he approaching. She was the kind of person who didn't open up easily to others. Lucas respected that, but he still had his other mission to complete. "Hi, Ms. Tahara." Lucas started, trying not to sound nervous. "I just wanted to thank you for helping me with my ankle before the game. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to play." Mocha gave a soft, almost imperceptible, but genuine smile. "I'm glad I could help, Lucas. But it was you who did all the hard work on the field. I just did what was necessary to make sure you could play safely. Anyway, thanks for that and thanks for coming. Do you want to talk somewhere that isn't so noisy?" Lucas asked. He had already noticed that Mocha Tahara was the kind of person who preferred to go unnoticed. She had a quiet personality, and that was something Lucas admired. He knew that this invitation to talk in a quieter place might seem a little unusual, especially after she had already turned him down, but, surprisingly, she accepted. "Sure, we can talk somewhere else," she replied him with a shy smile, the kind of smile that warms any man's heart. It was as if she was trying to hide the fact that she was flattered but didn't want to show it too much. Great. As the two of them walked towards the exit, Lucas felt the eyes of some of his teammates following him. One of those looks belonged to Tsuyoshi Nishida, who had just taken off his boots to let his feet breathe. "Hey, Tsukada." Nishida called to the teammate next to him. Tsukada, who was drinking water from a bottle, raised an eyebrow and followed Nishida's gaze, noticing Lucas next to Mocha. He smiled, noticing something he rarely saw in Lucas, an attempt, however clumsy, to get close to a girl. "Well, that's something new," Tsukada commented with a mischievous grin. "I never thought of Tanaka as the flirtatious type." Nishida laughed softly and shook his head in disbelief. "If he's trying to be, he's doing it wrong." "Why? Look at him." Nishida pointed with his chin. "All sweaty, still in his game clothes. If he really wants to impress an older woman like that, he should at least shower and change first." Tsukada laughed and agreed with Nishida. "You're right, but now it's explained how he had so much energy to run in that game." Nishida took his cell phone out of his jacket pocket and quickly typed a message to Lucas. He glanced at his friend, who was still focused on Mocha, and sent the message without hesitation. A short vibration on Lucas' phone alerted him to a new message. He asked Mocha to excuse him before checking what it was. Lucas opened the message and his eyes quickly scanned the words. "Nishida, you should at least shower and change before going out with a pretty girl. She deserves at least that, don't you think?" Lucas couldn't help but laugh silently. He quickly glanced at Nishida, who nodded slightly, as if to say, "Trust me." Knowing that Nishida was right, Lucas turned his attention to Mocha, who was waiting patiently with a curious expression on her face. "Mocha, I think it would be best if I change before we go out to talk. Would you mind waiting for 10 minutes? Mocha looked slightly surprised, but then agreed with an understanding smile. "Sure, no problem. Thank you. I won't be long." Lucas replied with relief in his voice. He turned quickly and headed for the changing rooms with a new sense of urgency. As he passed Nishida and Tsukada, he couldn't help but notice the mischievous smiles they both threw in his direction. "Go ahead, Casanova," Tsukada teased with a small laugh. "Don't ruin everything," Nishida added, patting Lucas on the back as he passed. Lucas shook his head, a half-amused, half-embarrassed smile forming on his lips. He knew his friends were having fun at his expense, but deep down, he appreciated their concern. Nishida was right. Smelling fresh and not being sticky with sweat would probably help him avoid being rejected by Mocha a second time, and his chances seemed better now than before. Chapter 34, A Coffee Won't Hurt. When Lucas arrived at the locker room, he quickly found the locker where he had left his bag and began to take off his sweaty uniform. Then, as he quickly washed up, his thoughts turned to Mocha that he hadn't met her in his past life, but he was pretty sure she would have rejected him even after seeing him play well. She didn't seem like the type of woman who would be interested in him, and she wasn't easy to win over. "She's different from most women," Lucas muttered to himself, soaping his arms. In his previous life, he had only had quick relationships, the kind that lasted a month at most. He worked too hard not to get fired by his strict boss, so he always had to work a lot of overtime. This kind of thing took precious hours out of his day, and even though he liked the girls he sometimes went out with, he watched them walk away with their hands tied behind their backs. However, he was young now and had time to devote to not being a 30-something single man. After a quick shower, he put on a clean t-shirt and jeans, looked in the mirror and grimaced. Nothing impressive, but it'll have to do. He laughed at himself. When he returned to where he had left Mocha, she was standing exactly where he had left her, staring absent-mindedly at the sky. She turned when she heard Lucas' footsteps approaching. "You were quick. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long," he replied. "Ready to go?" she asked, pointing to the exit. "Don't worry. We won't go far, so you won't worry about your friends and coach." If she only knew what Mr. Yamamoto said to me when I told him I had to leave the locker room a little early because I wanted to talk to a girl. Lucas thought, a bead of sweat running down his face as he remembered the old coach's naughty side. The Asset Minato Stadium had a shopping mall inside, with souvenir shops, restaurants, and cafes scattered throughout the corridors. The interior was very modern and spacious, and it was a way for the stadium to make money even when there were no games, and the mall was very busy after games. Mocha and Lucas walked in silence for a moment. both feeling a little uncomfortable in the situation. You played really well today, Lucas. Mocha finally broke the silence. I knew you had potential from the rumors I heard, but I didn't know you had so much energy. Lucas laughed. If you think you saw energy today, you ain't seen nothing yet. Mocha smiled and blushed a little, but soon returned to her usual expression. That's what I wanted to talk about. Lucas raised an eyebrow. About what exactly? About my energy? Mocha hesitated for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. I wanted to know if the request to go out with me that day was some kind of bet with your teammates. Lucas stopped abruptly. A bet? Of course not. What gave you that idea? Mocha blushed slightly and looked away. Well, it's just something teenagers do sometimes. They make bets to see who can get a girl's attention first or put pressure on a classmate to do something. Mocha, I would never do that. When I asked you out, I meant it. I really wanted to spend time with you. Without any bets or ulterior motives. Well, ulterior motives I do have. Mocha was surprised by Lucas' sincerity, put her hand to her mouth and laughed again, looking relieved. It's okay. I believe you, Lucas. And I really appreciate your feelings, but I can't repay you. Lucas felt a pang of disappointment. And why not? Because it would be unprofessional of me. I'm a volunteer nurse here, and it's not appropriate to have that kind of relationship with such a young player. But you're not working now, are you? We're just chatting, off the clock. That doesn't count as lack of professionalism. Mocha let out a small laugh, surprised by Lucas' wit. You're smart, Lucas, but I still can't. Lucas feigned an exaggerated sigh of defeat. All right, you win. I'll respect your decision. Now, since you can't give me what I want, how about buying me a coffee so I don't have to rush back to the locker room? I'd pay, but... Lucas pulled out his pockets, revealing that he was penniless. A coffee, huh? You really know how to turn a situation to your advantage, don't you? I've learned that sometimes persistence is the key. Mocha was hard to decipher, but he was determined to spend more time with her and try to complete the mission of kissing her. All right, a coffee won't hurt. They chose a cozy coffee shop in the corner of the mall, where the aroma of freshly ground beans dominated the air, mingling with the sweet smell of cakes and pies on the counter. Lucas ordered an American coffee, simple and strong, like he used to drink during his long working days, while Mocha opted for an iced coffee with milk and a hint of caramel. They walked to the parking lot to wait for the Wuxia High School team to leave the stadium. So, Mocha, how about telling me a little more about yourself? Lucas asked. Mocha held the cold glass in his hands. There's not much to tell, really. I've always liked helping people, and being a nurse allows me to do that. And you like football? Or do you volunteer more for the chance to help people? A bit of both, I'd say. Mocha replied with a slight smile. I grew up in a family that always followed soccer. My brothers were fanatics, and I got the hang of it. But more than the sport itself, I like being where I can make a difference, however small. Mocha seemed so at peace with herself, so aware of her choices, that Lucas found himself reflecting on how he himself had changed since his reincarnation. I understand. I think sometimes we just want to find a place where we can be useful, right? We spend so much time chasing goals and objectives that we sometimes forget to live in the moment, to enjoy the little things. Mocha stared at him for a moment, as if she was really surprised. Yes, you have a very mature side, don't you? Lucas smiled, a bit embarrassed. What? Don't say it like that. I'm mentally more mature than any boy my age. I can see that. You're trying to find an older girlfriend. She joked, making him blush with embarrassment. She laughed, and the sound of her laughter made Lucas' heart beat a little faster. Just then, Lucas picked up Mocha's cup, which was lying between them on the bench, and took a sip of her iced coffee. Hey, that's my coffee, Mocha said, still laughing. Lucas' eyes widened as he quickly removed the straw from his mouth. Oh, sorry. I got my cup mixed up. You saw you couldn't get a direct kiss, so you stole an indirect one, right? She looked at him with crossed eyes, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. What? Of course not. Congratulations. You have completed the flirt mission. You have won the following rewards, +1 uncommon loot box and +1 common mystery card. Don't worry, Lucas. I know it was an honest mistake. Her tone was playful, but there was something else, a feeling that made Lucas relax. He laughed at his own distraction, and for a moment the embarrassment was replaced by a feeling of friendship. They chatted for a few more minutes until they saw the Wuxia High School players leaving the stadium in the distance. Mocha sighed softly. I think it's time for me to go. Time has passed quickly, Mocha. It has. She agreed and stood up. Thank you for the coffee and the conversation. Thank you, Mocha. It was nice spending time with you. Lucas, I hope you continue to play with the same passion you showed today. And remember, no matter what happens, you must always follow what you believe is right. I promise, Mocha. So Lucas joined his colleagues while Mocha got into her car. When he sat down in his seat on the bus, he looked out and saw that she was no longer there. She rejected me, but it seems I managed to cheat the system with that simple indirect kiss. Well, not bad for a first rejection in your teens, right? He thought, and a female face with a wicked smile appeared in his mind like a flash, making the smile on his face disappear. No, it wasn't really my first rejection. Hey, Tanaka, you dropped this on the bus. Tsuyoshi Nishida approached Lucas and handed him a small piece of paper. Confused, Lucas opened the paper and there were several numbers on it that definitely made up a cell phone number, and underneath it was written, "Call me if it's a big emergency, but only big emergencies." Chapter 35, Skills. Knock. Knock. Will you be in there for long, Tanaka? Tsuyoshi Nishida asked. I have to go to the bathroom. More 5 minutes. Arg. Never mind. I'll use the bathroom in Kuwabara's room. After arriving at his hotel room, Lucas locked himself in the bathroom of his room so he could tinker with the champion system without his roommate, Nishida, thinking he was going crazy. I got 10 attribute points for completing the mission to blind Shinto Ishikano. I had 5 points left. What should I do with those points? My speed attribute is my highest attribute with 25 points, but if I want to be number 10, I don't need to be very strong. I could invest some attributes in passing and the rest in defense. The rewards Lucas had earned for completing 2 missions in a single day were many, but he felt that deciding where to invest his attribute points was a priority. If he was going to be a professional, every attribute was important. However, he couldn't just think about distributing all the points equally, because he would be trying to become a perfect player, and that was probably unattainable. Therefore, Lucas had to focus on the type of player he wanted to be and invest more in that. Being the best at something would make him stand out much more than just being good at whatever he set his mind to. Of course, Lucas wanted to become a complete player, but that shouldn't be his focus just yet. Okay, I've made up my mind. You have allocated 5 attribute points to shooting. This attribute has increased from 21 to 26. You can now better control the accuracy and power of your shots on goal. You have spent 7 attribute points on physical. This stat has increased from 17 to 24. Running for several minutes is no longer a problem for you. You have 3 dribbling attribute points. This attribute increased from 17 to 20. The success rate of your Mirage Feint skill has increased from 20% to 35%. Ouch, for only 3 attribute points, the success rate has increased that much? The skill Mirage Feint fights dribbling, so investing in that attribute will greatly increase its success rate. However, the success rate will never be 100% even if you reach 100 attribute points in dribbling, because complications may occur. I see. So if I invest in attributes that match my skills, I'll improve my hit rate? Doesn't that mean that since I invested in physical, my Stellar Impulse hit rate should also improve? No, Stellar Impulse does not combine with any attribute, but with the talent called positioning. When you earn talent points, if you invest them in positioning, your hit rate will increase. That's a bit wrong, isn't it? How can my positioning be related to my punching power with this skill? It's a matter of sensory elements. Such an evasive answer. All right, I'll ignore it for now, CEOs. CEOs seem to have answers for almost everything, though sometimes with a cryptic tone that frustrated him. Lucas Tanaka then opened his inventory and selected the first mysterious card. A new system screen appeared before his eyes, along with a reveal button. It was always a risk. These cards could give him extremely useful skills, or, as had only happened to him so far, skills completely irrelevant to soccer. But there was no reason not to open it. As Lucas clicked to open it, an elaborate animation unfolded before his eyes. The map spun in the air before revealing itself. Lucas leaned forward, trying to decipher the gray text that began to appear. Common skill Mastery of Judo, Level 1, obtained. Mastery of Judo, unlocked. Lucas blinked, stunned. He could hardly believe what he saw. Judo? Why on earth would I need judo? The frustration was palpable. He wasn't training to be a martial artist. His goal was soccer, and any skill that didn't directly contribute to that seemed like a waste of resources. Still, he knew he couldn't just ignore the skill. It was there, part of his arsenal, and who knew? It might come in handy at some point. Okay, come on, next card. I hope it's something better. He told himself, trying to keep the hope alive. The process was repeated, and Lucas held his breath as the second card was revealed. General Skill, Garden Expertise, Level 1, acquired. Garden Expertise, Level 1, unlocked. This time, he couldn't stop laughing. Garden? Really? I should give up soccer and open a flower shop now. Lucas shook his head, laughing at the irony of the situation. It was ridiculous. Sure, maybe if he wanted to grow the perfect lawn for playing soccer, the skill would be of some use. But on the field, during a game? Unlikely. He knew the system could be unpredictable, but this was becoming a bad joke. If you don't like the skills you've obtained, you can destroy them to try to obtain a skill with a higher rarity. Is that serious? Yes. However, the success rate is about 50%. Also, the higher the rarity of the card, the lower the chance of being able to evolve it. Lucas ignored the second part of CEO's answer, focusing only on the first. 50%? Wait, if I destroy the cards and get cards of higher rarity, what's the chance that they'll be soccer-related? It is impossible to calculate this because the champion system provides cards of every existing ability. Therefore, it's true that the chances of getting a soccer-specific ability are low, but you can get abilities that help you on the field, such as double strength. Having a chance to get a skill like that is certainly better than having a skill that focuses on gardening. Lucas said with a smile. He was starting to get excited about the possibilities again. Chapter 36, Obtain and Destroy. Lucas Tanaka stared at the screen in front of him, a wry smile slowly fading as his thoughts raced. The initial frustration of getting skills that seemed to have nothing to do with soccer vanished as he pondered what CEOs had mentioned. The idea of destroying the cards to possibly get something better tempted him, but he knew there was a considerable risk involved. Uncertainty was part of the equation, and while 50% was a reasonable chance, it still meant that the other half of the possibilities could leave him empty-handed. Lucas shook his head, trying to put the dilemma aside for the moment. He had to focus on what was in front of him. The champion system had given him 2 loot boxes as a reward for his last few missions, and he was now pinning his hopes on them. The first was an epic loot box, a treasure chest wrapped in a pulsating purple aura. The second was an unusual loot box, simpler in appearance, but still shimmering with a slight green tint. Let's start with the least promising, shall we? If the worst comes to the worst, I still have the epic to save me. He held out his hand, his fingers hovering over the unusual loot box. When he touched the box, a gentle animation unfolded. The sound of a lock opening echoed in his mind, followed by the greenish glow that grew until it completely enveloped him. The light slowly faded, revealing 3 items floating in front of him. You have obtained the item, Lightning Boots, level 2. You have obtained the item, Quick Recovery Gel. Lucas raised an eyebrow as he examined the items. The boot immediately caught his eye. Its design was aerodynamic, with details in a shade of electric blue that seemed to pulsate. This boot had no branding, but it was beautiful. He knew that even though it was a level 2 boot, it probably offered some kind of speed boost, something that could be extremely useful on the field. The recovery gel, on the other hand, was handy, but not exactly what he expected from a loot box. Well, it's not all bad. At least there were 2 items this time. Lucas thought aloud, picking up the items and carefully placing them in his inventory. But I really hope for more next time. His attention turned to the epic loot box. The purple glow seemed more intense now, as if the box itself was eager to be opened. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his decision. This box had the potential to change the course of things, to provide him with an item that could make all the difference in his journey. Lucas clicked on the epic loot box, and the animation that followed was even more magnificent. Sounds of metal being forged, like hammering on an anvil, mixed with the sound of stormy winds and thunder, all blending into a symphony that seemed to herald something monumental. The box opened with a flash of purple light, revealing 3 items floating majestically in front of him. You have obtained the skill, Titanic Weight, level 1. You have obtained the item, Storm Sword, level 3. You have obtained the item, Light Vision Elixir. For a moment, Lucas did not react. The first thing he noticed was the Titanic Weight skill. This is it. That's exactly what I needed. Lucas exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief and excitement. What does this skill do? The Titanic Weight skill transforms your body weight into the equivalent of a 120 kilograms person for 1 minute. That's good, but won't it slow you down? It will make you slower, but also much stronger and more resistant to impact. In other words, although the Titanic Weight skill had its drawbacks, it also had its advantages for use on the field, such as making a pivot or not getting pushed into the opponent's goal area. I think I can leave this skill aside for now, Lucas muttered, still thinking about the other rewards. The storm sword glowed a deep blue, as if it was constantly surrounded by an invisible thunderstorm. The sword seemed to scream power, but Lucas knew that as tempting as it was, he didn't have much use for such a deadly weapon in his current life. But it could be useful if I could sell it. But it would be too risky to sell it to humans. Hey, CEOs, can I sell this sword to the system or to you? Yes, it's possible to trade the sword for credits within the champion system. Then I want to trade it. The storm sword is currently worth 100 credits. Are you sure you want to complete the trade? Is that a lot? Enough for you to buy a skill when you reach star level 10 and unlock the champion shop. Very well, you may make the exchange. Lucas picked up the elixir of sharp sight and twirled the vial in his fingers. The substance inside had a greenish color. This might come in handy someday, who knows? Lucas carefully placed all the items in his inventory and turned his attention back to the abilities he had gained from the mysterious cards. The idea of destroying them and trying his luck at something better was tugging at him, and he knew he couldn't rest until he'd tried it. Let's do it then. I won't lose anything by trying, he said to himself. Lucas opened the champion system menu, located the skills, and selected Mastery of Judo. A red button with the word Destroy appeared on the screen, pulsing slightly as if to encourage him to make the decision. Are you sure about this, Lucas? Remember, destroying a skill doesn't guarantee you'll get something better. I know, but I'd rather take the risk than keep a skill that has nothing to do with what I need now. Judo is good, but I need something that will help me win at soccer. With a deep sigh, Lucas pressed the Destruct button. The screen flashed, and then the Mastery of Judo skill began to disintegrate, turning into a cloud of glowing particles that vanished into thin air. For a moment, nothing happened until a message appeared. No skill obtained. Lucas frowned, but shrugged. Well, it was worth a try. I still have 2 more chances. 2 more skills to destroy, but Lucas hesitated for a moment. This time, he selected the Fast Vegetable Slicer and clicked the Destroy button, and the skill began to disintegrate into a cloud of glowing particles. Lucas' heart pounded as he waited for the result. When the screen flashed with the same message as before, he felt a wave of frustration. No skills obtained. Damn, weren't my chances 50%? Yes, but 50% for each attempt. The chance of a coin landing on the same side twice is lower, but it's not zero. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Even though he had lost 2 abilities for nothing, there was still one last chance. There's no point in moping around. I've still got a chance. He selected the Garden Expertise, level 1, skill, and destroyed it. Then the screen flashed again, and finally, a new skill appeared in front of him. Rare skill of More Than Quick Reflexes obtained. More Than Quick Reflexes unlocked. Chapter 37, Hasumi Seiya. The morning after Wuxia High School's decisive match against Ida High School came as a relief to the players. The exhaustion of the game was still weighing on their muscles, but it was accompanied by a feeling of satisfaction and euphoria that was slowly settling into their minds. The dramatic end to the game and Tsuyoshi Nishida's spectacular goal had secured their passage to the next round of the Chubu Region Summer Championship. Now, they had the morning off to rest, because their game was the last of the day, towards the end of the afternoon, but some of the team wanted to watch the official opening of the championship at Asset Minato Stadium. Lucas Tanaka was carrying a bucket of popcorn and a large soft drink in his other hand. His mischievous smile indicated that he was looking forward to watching a live match. In his past life, there had been few chances to watch high school teams play live, because the Wuxia High School club had lost a lot of strength with Nishida's departure for England, and they never got very far in the championships. When Tsuyoshi Nishida saw him approaching, he frowned and crossed his arms. Lucas, you know you shouldn't eat those things on a match day, he said with a tone of disapproval. Lucas shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, relax, Nishida. It's just a bit of popcorn. It won't kill me. He took an exaggerated bite, chewing slowly while keeping his gaze fixed on his friend. Sitting next to Nishida were Yukihiro and Kuwabara. Lucas sat down and noticed that Yukihiro still had a bandage around his ankle. What's up, Yukihiro? Is your ankle any better? Yukihiro shook his head affirmatively. Yes, it's much better. I talked to Mr. Yamamoto earlier, and he decided that I won't be a starter in the game later. It's the sensible thing to do, I think. Yeah, it makes sense. Better to recover completely than risk a more serious injury. Besides, you can still play in the second game. I hope so. But the important thing is that we stay in the league. Kuwabara, who had been silent until then, looked at Lucas with a curious look. Do you think this afternoon's match will be difficult? Lucas chuckled as he tossed a handful of popcorn into his mouth. It always is, Kuwabara. But after what we went through yesterday, I think we're ready for anything. As the group chatted, the stadium's stands became more and more crowded. The sound of animated conversations, laughter, and distant shouts mixed with the music playing from the loudspeakers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The opening game would be between Hammerhan High School, one of the most famous schools in the province, and a lesser-known opponent called Grandma High School. Even before the game, everyone knew that Hammerhan High School would be the center of attention. Time passed quickly, and soon the players from both teams began to take to the field. Hammerhan High School appeared first to warm up, their players wearing impeccably white uniforms with blue accents, a striking contrast against the green of the pitch. Confidence exuded from each of them, as if they knew they were destined for victory. The opposing team's players followed close behind, a less imposing but determined group. They wore black and orange uniforms. The real shock came when the coaches of the two teams approached the pitch to observe the warm-up. The grammar school coach was what everyone expected, an older man with gray hair and a serious expression, typical of someone with years of experience in school soccer. However, it was the coach from Hammerhan High School who really surprised everyone. Instead of a seasoned veteran, a young woman of around 17 or 18, with blue hair tied up in a high ponytail, walked in confidently. She was wearing a technical uniform from Hammerhan High School and had a cool demeanor. Her presence immediately caught everyone's attention, including Lucas, who almost dropped his bucket of popcorn because he recognized her. Do you see what I see? Muttered Lucas, nudging Nishida with his elbow. Nishida finally looked at the young technician. Yeah, I don't see that every day. Kuwabara immediately remembered that girl. Hey, isn't she the girl from our first day here? The one who brought order to those slacker guys. Now that you've said it, I think she is. Yukihiro tried to remember if he had ever heard of a young technician like that. Is she a prodigy? Kuwabara shrugged. I've never heard of her, but if she's running Hammerhan High School, she must be good. Lucas, still impressed, remembered the girl's words that day they met in the corridors near the locker room. If he wasn't mistaken, her name was Hasumi Seiya, and she said that Lucas played like an animal and that he wasn't suitable as a number 10 because he wasn't elegant. You know, I really want to see how her team performs, Lucas commented, putting a hand to his chin with an evil look on his face. Chapter 38, Non-Positional. Hasumi Seiya's tactics were evident from the first touches, and it soon became clear that this was no ordinary soccer match. The defense, made up of defenders who looked more like midfielders, exchanged short, precise passes, always keeping possession of the ball. Grama High School seemed stunned by the speed and precision with which the passes were made. Their players ran from side to side, trying to keep up, but it soon became clear that they were being overpowered. Hanrahan's style of play was a pure representation of the soccer ideas that Fernando Diniz, one of the most innovative coaches in world soccer, had popularized in Brazil. His concepts of fluid, dynamic positional soccer were applied to perfection by Hasumi Seiya. The main objective was not just to win the match, but to control the game, control the ball, and dictate the rhythm of every movement on the pitch. The non-positional system of play meant that the players were not locked into a fixed position. The defenders moved forward as midfielders, the fullbacks cut into the middle of the field, the midfielders dropped back to help defend, and the forwards sometimes dropped back to pick up the ball. This mobility created an environment in which the opponent never knew where the next attack would come from, nor the defense. Lucas, fascinated, watched as the Hanrahan players moved as a cohesive unit, their short, quick passes cutting across the field like sharp blades. At the heart of this system was the midfield, the heart of the team. Hanrahan's captain, a short, blonde-haired player called Kazuki Nakamura, was the conductor of this orchestra. Kazuki wasn't particularly imposing in stature, but his vision of the game was impressive. He would receive the ball from the defenders and, in the blink of an eye, distribute precise passes to the flanks or to the attack. Grama High School tried to press him, but Kazuki always found a solution, dribbling or passing with an elegance that baffled his opponents. It wasn't long before the first goal was scored. After a sequence of quick passes that began in defense, the ball arrived at Kazuki's feet. He raised his head, analyzing the options, and then, with a low, millimeter pass, found Hanrahan's main striker, Hiroshi Saito, who had retreated to receive the ball between the opposing defenders. Hiroshi didn't have to think twice. With a subtle touch, he turned his body and launched the ball to the right, where winger Takumi Endo was running towards the back line. Takumi, a quick and skillful player, received the pass and immediately crossed into the area. The cross, although unexpected for the Grama defense, looked rehearsed. There, in the middle of the penalty area, was the second striker, Ryo Tanaka, who rose higher than the defenders and accurately headed the ball into the right corner of the goal. Lucas felt a shiver run down his spine. The precision, the coordination, the speed. It all reminded him of a true work of art in motion. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to be on the pitch against such a team, facing such beautiful and destructive soccer at the same time. After conceding the first goal, Grama High School tried to fight back. However, this only opened up more space for the opponent's lethal counterattacks. Every time Grama attempted an attacking move, Hanrahan's defense quickly closed in, regaining possession of the ball and initiating another series of short, precise passes. The ball was passed from foot to foot, without haste, while the Grama players ran desperately, trying to keep up. The second goal came in a similar move to the first. Kazuki Nakamura, always the man, started the move with a short pass to left-back Ryota Maeda, who had cut into the middle. Ryota made a quick 1-2 with midfielder Makoto Shimizu, who then played the ball diagonally to Hiroshi Saito. Hiroshi, now positioned as a winger, dribbled past the defender marking him with a dry cut and crossed low to Ryo Tanaka, who deflected the ball into the back of the net with a simple touch. When the referee blew for halftime, the score was already 3-0 to Hanrahan High School. Grama High School walked slowly off the pitch, visibly shaken. Meanwhile, the Hanrahan players were calm, as if it was just another day of training for them. The young coach, Hasumi Seiya, showed no sign of exaggerated emotion. She just watched her players, like a general planning his troops' every move. Lucas, still shocked by the performance he had just witnessed, looked at his friends. Did you see that? They make it look so easy. Nishida, who was rarely impressed, gave a slight smile. They're good, no doubt about it. But what impresses me most is their calmness. It's as if they know exactly what's going to happen. They don't have many individual stars, but each of them knows their role and trusts the others. That style of play, it's almost like a trap. Kuwabara commented. They make you think you have a chance, but the moment you try anything, you're already surrounded. That girl, Hasumi Seiya, she knows what she's doing. Lucas thought. When the teams returned to the field for the second half, Hanrahan High School continued to dominate possession, passing the time with a mastery that only elite teams possess. The ball passed through Kazuki Nakamura's feet on almost every play. He was the brains of the team, always controlling the pace of the game, dictating when to speed up and when to slow down. His vision allowed him to find the spaces that the Grama players didn't even know existed. The fourth goal came 15 minutes into the second half. Kazuki Nakamura received the ball in midfield and soon found Takumi Endo on the right wing. Takumi, using his speed, skipped past two defenders before cutting inside and firing a cross into the goalkeeper's left-hand corner. The ball flew into the net, and the Grama goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. With the score already 4-0, Hanrahan High School began to show their superiority even more. Not only were they in control of the game, but they were now starting to play with their opponents. The passing became even faster and more engaging, with heel touches and first-time passes that drew gasps from the crowd. It was as if they were playing a practice match, while Grandma were trapped in a nightmare. Finally, the fifth goal came from a brilliant move. Kazuki Nakamura, again in command, found Ryota Maeda with a precise pass. Ryota advanced down the left and crossed into the area. But instead of trying to finish, Ryo Tanaka, who already had 2 goals to his name, slipped a pass to Hiroshi Saito, who, unmarked, just pushed the ball into the empty net. When the final whistle blew, the score was 5-0 to Hammerhand High School. Grandma's team was devastated, but Hammerhand simply lined up in the center of the pitch, politely greeting their opponents before leaving. There were no exaggerated celebrations, no gestures of provocation. They knew they had done a good job, but for them, this was just another step on their long journey to the league title. From the look on their faces, this victory was natural, because for them it was only the first game of the championship, and for them there was no way a good team could lose the first game. Chapter 39, Tahara High School. Tahara High School's performance was a surprise to everyone. They had expected to win their first game, as they always do very well in the national championships, but they had recently lost their coaching staff to a J-League club, so there was a shadow of uncertainty over them, and no one knew exactly who the coach was. They just didn't imagine that the team's new coach would be a 17-year-old girl in her 3rd year of high school. Many were disbelieving, and some spectators on the internet even said they would bet on the team losing, but there wasn't a second after the whistle blew that Tahara High didn't prove to be on a higher level than their opponents, both technically and tactically. After the game was over, the spectators in the stands were convinced that they weren't going to see another team of such a high standard on this day, even though it was the first official day of the championship. Wall. Kuwabara squinted, stretching out his arms and looking away. Hey, did anyone see where Tanaka went? He must have gone to fill his popcorn bucket or get more soda. Yukihiro said. That guy? Stay here, I'll stop him before he gets stuffed and takes ill before today's game. Nishida stood up. In fact, Lucas was walking away from the stadium's candy stand, in the opposite direction to be precise. Lucas walked through the stadium with quick, determined steps. The crowd around him barely registered his presence, absorbed in the frenzy that followed the end of the Tahara High School game. In Lucas' mind, however, there was no room for the euphoria that still hung in the air. Hasumi Seiya's words echoed in his head, hammering incessantly since he had first heard them. I mean, you have no finesse. You replace the other number 10 and you're even a bit better, but a real number 10 plays with elegance, as if he were wearing a suit. You just run around like a savage. You're desperate, you're rash, you don't show calm at any time. Even during the game, you look scared. These words hit him like a gust of icy wind. He thought he was doing well, yet Seiya, the young coach from Tahara High School, had cast a shadow of doubt over it all. And now, more than ever, Lucas needed to understand exactly what she meant by that. As he walked across the stadium, he thought about what he had witnessed during the match. The Tahara High School players seemed to move in perfect synchrony, as if they were parts of a single organism. There were no fixed positions, no traditional number 10 who dictated the pace of the game. Instead, all the players constantly changed position, adapting to the flow of the game with impressive fluidity. Lucas arrived at the entrance to the team's changing room, where 2 security guards were stationed. I need to speak to Coach Hasumi Seiya, he said. The security guards exchanged a glance before one of them replied. She's not receiving visitors or interviewers right now. Her team is resting. It's important. Tell them that Lucas Tanaka from Washiya High School wants to talk to her. The security guard seemed inclined to refuse again, but the determination in Lucas's gaze made him hesitate. Wait here. One of the security guards asked, turning to enter the locker room. Lucas waited. He wasn't sure what he was hoping to achieve with this conversation, but something inside him knew that he needed to hear her explanation. It wasn't long before the security guard returned, nodding. You have 5 minutes. She's waiting for you in the technical committee room, he said, allowing Lucas to pass. Lucas soon found the door he was looking for. It was slightly ajar after a man and a woman had left and entered the players' changing room. Lucas took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and entered. The room was modest, but well organized. A large whiteboard occupied the opposite wall, filled with tactical diagrams, arrows, circles, and notes that clearly indicated the meticulous preparation of a strategic mind. A small sofa was against the wall to the right, with a low table full of papers, bottles of water, and a pile of notebooks. In the center of the room, with her hands in the pockets of a black sports jacket, was Hasumi Seiya. She looked even younger than when seen from afar. Lucas Tanaka, isn't it? Seiya said, with no particular tone of welcome or surprise, just a statement of fact. I want it. I need to understand what you meant that day, about me not having the finesse to be a number 10. Seiya raised an eyebrow, as if pondering his answer, then gestured to a nearby chair. Sit down, Lucas. He obeyed, feeling uncomfortable and exposed, and Hasumi remained standing, walking slowly towards the tactical board. You want to understand what I mean? Seiya began, almost rhetorically. Very well. I'll be blunt. Then, you have energy, speed, a good pass, and an undeniable will to win. However, that's not enough to be a team's number 10, otherwise all professional players would be number 10s. Lucas frowned, feeling a slight heat of frustration rise in his chest. But from what I've seen of your team, no one plays like a traditional number 10. Your players don't have fixed positions. They move around all the time, change positions, adapt to the game. So how can you say I'm not suited to being a number 10 if no one in your team plays like that either? Seiya smiled, an enigmatic smile that made Lucas feel even more uncomfortable. Exactly. You've captured the essence of my strategy. I believe that modern soccer requires flexibility that goes beyond static positions. All my players need to be able to operate in different areas of the pitch, to adapt to situations in real time, and that requires a keen tactical mind, and, most importantly, calmness. It goes in the opposite direction to the philosophy of great coaches like Guardiola and Jurgen Klopp, but I believe that this tactical scheme will become more and more popular in modern soccer, because there are no more number 10 players like there used to be. Chapter 40, besides. What do you mean there are no more number 10s like there used to be? I can give you some examples. Lucas asked. That's literally it. The number 10s of yesteryear were complete, calm, knew how to do everything, how to set up a team, attack, defend, they worked magic. However, in soccer as intense as it is today, such complete players will become increasingly rare. Therefore, the team that has the greatest number of players who know how to do everything on the pitch will be the one that stands out. All my players need to be able to do the minimum depending on the situation on the pitch. It's a style of play that requires intelligence, discipline, and, above all, experience. She paused, studying Lucas' reaction. He was attentive, but there was a certain rigidity in his posture, as if he was prepared for an attack. When I say you lack finesse, I'm not referring to your ability with the ball or your ability to deal with opponents. I'm talking about the way you behave on the pitch. You play as if you're in a race against time, always accelerating, always on the verge of desperation. That can be useful in some situations, but it's not what a number 10 does. Lucas felt the blood rise to his face. He had always been praised for his energy, his ability to move quickly from one position to another, to appear in every corner of the pitch. And now here she was, a 17-year-old coach, criticizing precisely those qualities. So you think I should play slower? Seiya shook his head negatively with an almost imperceptible smile on his lips. No, Lucas. It's not a question of speed. It's a question of control. You need to learn to dominate the game, to impose your own pace rather than be carried away by it. That's what differentiates the great players from the average ones. She approached the tactical board and picked up a marker. With quick, precise movements, she began to draw a formation, highlighting the positions and routes of movement that her players followed. You see, in my team, the players are constantly on the move. There are no fixed positions, because modern soccer requires constant adaptation. Each player needs to be able to operate in different areas of the pitch, depending on what the game requires at that moment. This means that, for example, a defender can become a midfielder in a given situation, or a striker can drop back to set up play. But for this to work, you need a deep understanding of the game and, more importantly, the ability to remain calm in any situation. She turned to Lucas and continued. You have energy, you have speed, and yes, you have a good pass. But you still play scared, Lucas. You're afraid of making mistakes. And fear makes you lose control. The comment hit Lucas like a punch in the gut. Fear. Lucas repeated, almost in disbelief. I'm not afraid. I play with intensity because that's how I can give my best. Intensity isn't the problem. The problem is the lack of control over that intensity. You get carried away by the adrenaline, and that makes you lose sight of the big picture. You see the game as a series of individual battles, but you can't see the war as a whole. Her words were harsh, but somehow Lucas knew there was truth in them. He had always been an instinctive player, relying on his natural ability to try and stand out. However, as he ended up as an office worker, all that effort was for nothing. You have to learn to master time. Great players don't run all the time. They know when to speed up and when to slow down. They know when to wait and when to attack. That's what I mean by finesse. You know Messi, don't you? Of course I know him. Who doesn't? Messi is the best example of what I'm trying to say. He's not just fast or skillful. He controls the game. He dictates the pace, decides when to accelerate, when to hold the ball up, when to look for the killer move. And he does all this with a calmness that disarms his opponents. It's this finesse that sets him apart. He's not just a player. He's a conductor, leading the orchestra around him. At times he seems listless, but suddenly, when he picks up the ball, everything catches fire. I understand what you're saying, Lucas finally admitted. But how do I change that? How can I become the player you're describing? The first thing is to learn to breathe. Literally, when you feel the game getting out of control, stop for a second. Take a deep breath, analyze the situation, and then decide what to do. Don't let the adrenaline take over. Experienced players know that often the best move is to wait, observe, and then act. You have potential, Lucas, said Seiya, his voice softer now. But you need to learn to control your game, to not let the game control you. If Lucas wanted to become the player he had always dreamed of, he would need to change his approach. And, strangely, he felt a growing gratitude for Seiya. Few coaches or teachers had been so direct with him, and none had cared enough to try to shape him in this way. Why did you tell me all this? I mean, we're from different schools. We could end up facing each other in a possible final. Why did you agree to help me and then reveal so much about your team's style of play? Hasumi put the marker away and crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly as she considered Lucas' question. You're right. We could face each other in a final. But that's just a detail. The truth is that I believe my team can beat any opponent, regardless of how much they know about our tactics. I'm not worried about that. Lucas frowned, trying to understand what she was implying. Besides, she said, raising a finger as if she was about to make an important revelation. I don't think you'll even make it to the semifinals. What do you mean? The team that won the nationals at the start of the year is on your side of the bracket. I'm talking about Nishikawa College. You might win your next match, but I doubt you'll get past them in the quarterfinals. They have an extremely strong and experienced team, with players who understand the game on a much deeper level than most. Some of them will go on to become professionals. Chapter 41, Anxious. Hasumi Seiya's last sentence echoed in Lucas' head like a thunderclap that wouldn't go away. You can win the next match, but I doubt you'll get past them in the quarterfinals. Even as he left the stadium, with his friends exchanging views on the game, he felt isolated, trapped in a whirlwind of thoughts. As they walked through the busy streets to get back to the hotel, Baro, Yukihiro, and Kuwabara were still enthusiastically discussing the game they had watched. Hasumi Seiya's tactics and Hanrahan College's soccer display were on every lips. However, Lucas walked in silence, his steps mechanically following those of the others, his mind wandering through the clouds of uncertainty that Seiya had sown. The vibrant melody of the big city, with the sounds of conversations, honking horns, and the constant murmur of urban life, were drowned out by the cacophony of doubts that now invaded his thoughts. Finally, when they arrived at the hotel where the team was staying, Lucas secluded himself in his room, under the pretext that he needed to rest. But as he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, no rest came. He spent hours like this, debating internally, until it was time for them to return to the stadium. The changing room where Wuxia College changed was filled with the sound of boots hitting the floor, the excited chatter of the players, and the rustle of uniforms being adjusted. Lucas, however, was stuck in contemplative silence, sitting on a bench in the corner of the changing room. His team shirt was already adjusted to his body, but his boots remained by his side, untied. He lowered his head and began to tie them mechanically, but the knot seemed to fall apart in his mind, repeating the gesture several times without success. Yuga, who sat a few meters away, watched his friend. He noticed Lucas' worried expression and the repetitive movement of his hands, tying and untying his boots as if he were trapped in some kind of trance. With a worried frown, Yuga got up and walked over to him, crouching down beside him. Hey, Lucas. Yuga called out softly, trying not to disturb the other players who were still concentrating on their own preparation. Is everything all right? Lucas was slow to answer, as if he had been pulled from a distant world. Finally, he looked at Yuga, his eyes showing the confusion he felt inside. I'm just thinking, Yuga, said Lucas, trying to force a smile, but failing miserably. Nothing much, I'm just thinking. Yuga frowned. Thinking about what? You've looked worried ever since you came to watch the game earlier with the other boys. Did someone mess with you or something? Lucas felt exposed. He hadn't realized that he had let on that he was so focused on his thoughts. I've been thinking all day about ways to get our team to play in different formations. Mr. Yamamoto is an older, more experienced coach, and I trust him. But he's out on the pitch and won't always be able to see what we players see, so I want to be able to change the smallest things to make us do better. Lucas lowered his eyes to his boots, which were now firmly tied. I want the team to have a chance to fight, Yuga. I saw how Hanrahan College played today. They're a finely tuned machine. Every move on the pitch is calculated, like a work of art in execution. And I wonder if we're prepared to face something like that. Yuga nodded slowly, understanding the depth of his friend's concerns. I know what you mean. Me and the other kids saw how incredible they were because we were watching the broadcast online, but that doesn't mean we don't stand a chance. Every team has its weaknesses, even the best ones. If we can figure out how to exploit those weaknesses within the 90 minutes, we could have the game in our favor. Lucas let out a sigh. It's easy to say, but how? How are we going to achieve that when they always seem to be 2 steps ahead? Yuga smiled, an encouraging smile full of confidence. You've led the team through difficult situations before, and I know you can do it again. There's no need to be so anxious about this kind of thing. Yuga's words were simple, but they carried a weight that Lucas couldn't ignore. Anxious? Me? I've never thought of myself as anxious. But, in fact, I'm worrying about problems that haven't even arisen yet. Lucas thought, and then smiled at Yuga. You're right, Yuga. Thank you for your words. Yuga smiled in response and tapped Lucas lightly on the shoulder. It was nothing. Now, let's finish getting ready. We have a game to win. Lucas nodded, feeling a little lighter. He finished packing his boots, this time with firm, determined hands. When the Wuxia College players took to the pitch, they were greeted by a wave of applause from the fans they had won over in the city since the tournament began. The pitch was spotless, the white lines glistening under the floodlights. The early evening air was cool, with a light breeze blowing, bringing with it the smell of freshly cut grass. Lucas took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment to take it all in. When he opened his eyes again, he felt ready, more centered and focused than ever. Mr. Yamamoto, the coach of Wuxia College, was standing at the side of the pitch, watching his players. He was an elderly man with gray hair and a serious countenance. You know what you need to do. Remember what we've trained, but above all, trust each other. This is our game. No matter who the opponent is, play with heart and the rest will fall into place. The team knew that winning this match would not be an easy task, but they also knew that if they played as a team, they always had a chance. Chapter 42, Gekkakuju. High School Wuxia 0-1 High School Gekkaku. 20 minutes into the first half, Lucas was running around the pitch with his eyes fixed on the ball moving between his opponent's feet. The opposing team, Gekkakuju, were not easy opponents, as they were also in the main tournament. They played with a combination of physical strength and technique that demanded the maximum from all the Wuxia players. However, Lucas felt that, despite the goal conceded, the team's morale was intact. Gekkakuju had scored in the 15th minute, following a positioning error in the Wuxia defense. The central defender, Hidefumi, had gone up to try to cut out a cross, but the timing of his impulse was wrong, leaving one of the opposing strikers free to head it into the left corner, out of the reach of goalkeeper Toshinori. The goal came quickly, and Gekkakuju celebrated with the intensity of a team that believed it had taken control of the match. But Wuxia were undeterred. They had faced adversity before and knew that the game of soccer was a continuous 90-minute battle, where every second counted. "Let's not lose our heads," said Lucas, his voice firm but calm. "It was only one goal. We have plenty of time to turn it around. Keep doing what we train, trust each other, and remember, the game isn't over until the final whistle." Those words reverberated inside every player. They knew Lucas was right. Coach Yamamoto had always emphasized that the game of soccer was as much mental as physical. No matter how well or badly things were going, keeping a cool head was essential. Lucas, playing as a central midfielder with Yukihiro back and Sakata remaining in the first team, was less likely to go forward and was just coordinating the attack, looking for spaces between Gekkakuju's defensive lines, basically what he would normally do if he didn't have a system. This was bothering him. Lucas knew that the opponent, having scored early, would probably retreat to protect the advantage. And that's what Wuxia needed to exploit. As they approached the half-hour mark, Lucas received a pass from Yukihiro, who had dropped back to look for play after seeing that he wouldn't be able to pass on the left. At that moment, Lucas used Mirage Feint, deceiving his direct marker and opening up space in midfield. He raised his head and saw Tsukada on the right wing, accelerating parallel to the sideline. Without hesitation, Lucas delivered a shot that cut through the opposition defense like a hot knife through butter. Tsukada masterfully controlled the ball, but was soon surrounded by two defenders. Instead of trying a one-on-one, he opted for a pass into the box, where Nishida, the center forward, was already positioned. The ball reached the feet of Nishida, who immediately tried to shoot, but was blocked by one of the Gekkakuju defenders, who made a precise tackle. However, Lucas didn't let the opportunity slip away. He ran onto the ball that was left outside the penalty area and struck it first time. The shot was low and placed, but the opposing goalkeeper stretched as far as he could and managed to put it out for a corner. "Shit, my shot's too weak." One part of the stadium let out a sigh of frustration, while the other, perhaps the majority, celebrated. At that moment, Lucas looked to his right and saw a wall of green shirts with white stripes. This was the Gekkakuju crowd, a huge crowd with more than 2,000 fans present waving poles and banners. Seriously, why do they have so many fans? I know it's the weekend, but it doesn't make sense to have so many people here to watch a high school game. Lucas thought aloud. The corner was taken by Lucas, who put the ball into the center of the box with a perfect cross. Hidefumi, the defender who had missed the opponent's goal, rose higher than anyone and headed the ball in. The ball, however, went straight into the hands of the goalkeeper, who held firm and quickly launched a counterattack. Gekkakuju, aware of the need not to retreat too far, began to throw long balls to their speedy forwards. In one of these moves, Wushia's right back Kawabara was outpaced by the speed of Gekkakuju's left winger, who advanced quickly to the byline. He crossed low with his 3 toes, making the ball take a bizarre curve, and the Gekkakuju striker narrowly missed the ball, which passed through the penalty area untouched. As the half wore on, Wuxia High School kept up the pressure, but the goal still hadn't come. Coach Yamamoto watched from the sidelines. He knew his team was playing well, but needed something more. He approached the sideline and called Lucas over for a quick instruction. "Lucas, they're retreating. Tell the others to keep trying to make runs down the wings and crosses, keep pressing, and then Nishida will score at some point. Take care of the defense, though. They're waiting for a mistake from us to try for the second goal." Lucas agreed. He knew the coach was right. They couldn't be careless, but they couldn't despair either. They had to keep a cool head and stay focused. "Should I use that skill? I haven't received a mission for this game yet," and Lucas was thinking when, just then, a system window popped up for him. The mission Oppressive Silence has been granted. Main mission, Oppressive Silence. Description: Gekkakuju High School is famous in Nagoya for having sports teams that excel in all competitions. Their fans are big precisely because they win a lot and therefore underestimate lesser opponents. So how about shutting them up? Goal: humiliate Gekikuju High School to the point where their fans stop cheering. Rewards: plus 40 star points, plus 1 rare loot box, plus 200 credits. Chapter 43. Shut them up completely. The system, always enigmatic and unpredictable, had just given him a mission that was both challenging and irresistible. Oppressive silence. Gekikuju College was known for its fervent fans, and the idea of shutting them up with a brilliant performance sounded like a challenge worthy of his talent and the system he possessed. Shut them up, huh? Muttered Lucas to himself with a slight smile forming on his lips. The mission was risky, but the rewards were tempting. More star points, a rare loot box and credits. However, what attracted Lucas most was the chance to show Gekikuju and the rest of the audience that Wuxia was not an opponent to be underestimated. The game resumed, and Wuxia College pressed again, following Yamamoto's instructions. Lucas received the ball from Sakata, who had repositioned himself further back to support the midfield. With possession, Lucas advanced while keeping the ball close to his feet and observing the movements of the opposing players. Gekikuju had retreated quickly, as he had predicted, setting up a solid defense to protect the advantage they had gained earlier in the game. But Lucas had already played against a team with the same tactics in his championship and knew that this strategy had its flaws. By dropping back too far, Gekikuju left gaps between the defensive lines, and it was precisely in these gaps that they planned to attack. As he approached the opponent's area, Lucas discreetly activated the Mirage Feint skill, a technique that allowed him to deceive his marker with a subtle, almost imperceptible movement. His marker, a Gekikuju midfielder, tried to anticipate Lucas' move, but was completely fooled. In an instant, Lucas turned his body as if he was going to pass to the left, but instead he changed direction, leaving his marker behind. With the space he had created, Lucas raised his head and saw Yukihiro running down the left, accelerating along the sideline. It was a good opportunity. Lucas took a long throw, and the ball cut through the air until it landed near Yukihiro, who controlled the ball and soon saw two defenders approaching. He could have tried to dribble, but opted for a more collective approach. Looking towards the center of the area, he saw Nishida, the center forward, already positioning himself between the defenders. He remembered Sakata's failed cross, so he opted for a low cross. Nishida was ready to shoot, but a Gekikuju defender was ahead of him and about to block his shot. Luckily, Sakata appeared in the middle of the area, anticipating a tackle that could have been made. Sakata didn't hesitate. With a burst of force, he kicked the ball with the instep of his foot, sending a missile towards the goal. The sound of the impact echoed through the stadium, and for a brief moment, time seemed to slow down. The ball flew towards the top left corner, but the Gekikuju goalkeeper, with amazing reflexes, leapt like a feline. His fingers touched the ball, deflecting it slightly, but enough for it to hit the crossbar with a metallic clang. The ball returned to the center of the box, spinning in the air like helpless prey. The Gekikuju defenders, still disoriented by the rapid progress of the play, jumped desperately, trying to clear the danger. But Nishida, with almost superhuman strength, stood between them like a titan. His eyes were fixed on the ball. Nishida rose higher than anyone, his body defying gravity. For an instant, he hovered in the air, his muscles tensed, and then, with a precise movement, he headed the ball with all the force he could muster. The impact was brutal, the ball crossing the space that seemed to widen between the defenders. The ball found the back of the net with a bang that seemed to silence the stadium. The Gekikuju fans, who had previously been roaring like a raging sea, fell silent. An oppressive silence, just as Lucas had imagined. Nishida fell back to the ground, panting, but with a victorious smile on his lips. Lucas ran to celebrate with Nishida, and the energy of the Wuxia College team, which had previously seemed restrained, exploded in a wave of confidence and determination. They knew the game was far from over, but that move had been a huge blow to their opponent's morale. The Gekikuju goalkeeper, still on the ground, punched the grass in frustration, while his teammates looked around, trying to understand what had happened, where the mistake had been. The solid defense they had built had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, and now they were at a disadvantage. On the other side of the pitch, Mr. Yamamoto was applauding loudly, his voice rising above the noise that was beginning to take over the stadium again. He knew that goal could be the turning point, and his confidence in the team was renewed. But the game wasn't won. Gekikuju were not a team that surrendered easily, and neither were their fans. While Lucas, Nishida, and the others were still celebrating, the wall of green shirts gathered in the stands began to chant in support of Gekikuju College, making them feel that they were not alone. Shut them up completely, thought Lucas aloud. Silencing a large crowd was not an easy task for almost any team or player, because as long as a small group of the crowd still had faith, that faith could quickly be spread to everyone else, changing morale. However, as difficult as this task was, it wasn't impossible. Normally, fans of teams that are used to winning are the worst, because the tide of morale that the team has with its fans can quickly turn and make the fans turn against the team itself. Chapter 44, First Half. The Gekikuju High School fans, who had previously been chanting from the bottom of their chests, became quiet and began to complain amongst themselves. At that moment, booing sounds could be heard, but they were still few and far between, and it wasn't possible to tell whether the booing was for the Gekkakuju players or for Nishida, who was celebrating with his arms open to the opposing fans. Lucas, however, wasn't satisfied with just that. One goal wasn't enough to silence such a ferocious crowd for the rest of the game. To do that, it was necessary to crush not only the spirit of the opposing players, but also that of the supporters. When Nishida returned with the others to their side of the pitch, and the game was about to be restarted, the Gekkakuju College crowd started chanting loudly again. These guys don't give up easily. Lucas thought aloud. Hidefumi gave a lopsided smile. And they won't stop. It's getting annoying. For us? Of course. After all, we're the ones playing against all this pressure. But for them. Lucas pointed with his chin at the opposing players who were in midfield for the restart. The Gekkakuju College players were wearing expressions that expressed all the eagerness they were feeling for the goal. They were frowning and looking down. Phew, what a fright. Tsukada quipped. Unlike Tsukada, Lucas was not someone who usually underestimated opponents, especially when the opponent was such a traditional school in the Chubu region. So, after the game restarted, Lucas rushed to put pressure on his opponent. Surprisingly, Gekkakuju's midfield had some obvious cracks, the result of their haste to score. They were still trying to stick to their formation, but they were a bit disjointed because we were marking high and, as a result, not only did they need to be in a hurry to pass, they also needed to create good moves. At one point, the ball reached one of the Gekkakuju defenders, but the pass was miscalculated. Oh shit. Before another player could correct the mistake, Lucas appeared like a shadow, stealing the ball with ease. The defender in question, number 4, tried to chase Lucas down. However, Lucas was advancing like a predator that smells blood. The defense was instantly disorganized. The fear in the eyes of the Gekkakuju players was as clear as if they had seen a haunting in front of them. They tried to reposition themselves while marking Tsukada and Nishida, but panic took over anyway. Lucas evaded the first defender with a light touch, and the boy, clearly frightened, nearly tripped over trying to keep up. Another player approached, trying to close the angle, but hesitated for a fraction of a second, and that was enough. Lucas fired a left-footed shot, a missile straight into the bottom right-hand corner. The goalkeeper, desperate, threw himself at the ball, but it was too late. The net rattled, and, once again, the Gekkakuju fans stopped singing in bewilderment. Expressions of disbelief and shock spread like a virus through the stands. And then the murmurs began once again. It was no longer fervent support. It was the sound of a crowd beginning to lose faith. The Gekkakuju players were in despair. Their breathing was rapid, sweat dripping down their faces as they exchanged frightened glances. Lucas could see the fear in each of their eyes and, for some reason, he felt good, because in his past life, after Nishida left school, this happened many times until the end of high school. Now, with 2 goals scored in less than 5 minutes against one of the strongest schools in the region, Wuxia High School was clearly on the rise. This team, which had previously only been seen as cautious and afraid to make mistakes, was pressing their opponents relentlessly. But Lucas wanted more. He had to shut them up completely, put an end to any hope. A few minutes later, Gekkakuju attempted a counterattack, but it was disastrous. A pass in midfield was intercepted by Kenji, who quickly passed the ball to Tsukada, who played it to Nishida, and the ball easily fell to Lucas. The Gekkakuju players, visibly terrified, tried to retreat, but they were disoriented. When Lucas got close to the box, 3 defenders tried to surround him. Fear showed in their eyes, fear of failing, of leaving their team even more exposed. They knew what was at stake. Lucas, however, kept his cool, used Mirage Feint, and left the 3 players completely lost. For him, it was as if they were playing in slow motion. The last defender fell to the ground as he tried to make a desperate tackle, but Lucas had already left him behind. Facing the goalkeeper, he did something unexpected, a subtle touch, deflecting the ball with class into the opposite corner. The goalkeeper, completely fooled, didn't even move. The 3rd goal had been scored, and this time there were no murmurs. Just silence. 3-1 to Wuxia College in the first half. The Gekkakuju fans were devastated. Many lowered their heads, unable to watch the massacre on the pitch. Some angrily started shouting profanities at the players, while others seemed frozen, unable to believe what they were seeing. On the other side of the pitch, the Gekkakuju coach was desperately shouting to his players, trying to wake them up from the nightmare they had fallen into. But his distant words were in vain. The players were lost, sinking into a sea of insecurity and fear. What had once been a strong and imposing team was now a group of terrified youngsters with no direction. Doesn't this count in the system as a completed mission? Does it only count when the game is on? If that's the case, we have to score more goals so they don't have the chance to come back after the break. Chapter 45. Well done. When the players left for the break, the scoreboard on the big screen showed a surprisingly one-sided result for Wuxia College. 3-0. As Lucas walked to the front of the group, he heard sparse praise from his teammates. He was panting, tired, with sweat running down his face because he had given his all throughout the first half. However, The satisfaction of seeing the opposing team bewildered was surprisingly pleasurable. As soon as the Wuxia College players entered the dressing room, Mr. Yamamoto arrived shortly behind. He waited patiently until everyone was settled and said, "Attention, everyone, we're playing. Congratulations, everyone." The excited players started clapping, but Mr. Yamamoto was a very experienced coach and knew how dangerous confidence could be. "However, don't think we're close to winning. Yes, the score is 3-0, but 2 of these goals were lucky strikes, and the other Lucas pulled off a miracle in attack. We're scoring well, but a big part of that is because, at that moment, the Collegio Gekukuju players weren't mentally present on the pitch. I'm sure that will change when we come back for the second half, because they have a psychologist on their coaching staff, and so they will deal with the scoreline. In fact, I think they'll come back with even more verve than at the start of the first half." While Yamamoto was talking to the rest of the team about keeping up the pressure in the second half, Lucas couldn't help but notice the leering looks Tsukada was giving him. He tried to disguise it, but it was clear that something was bothering him. Lucas began to suspect what it might be, but he didn't want to pay any attention to it at the moment. He preferred to focus on the game and the fact that they were on their way to an important victory. "We're playing well, but we still have a lot of work to do," Yamamoto continued, looking each player in the eye. "Gekukuju are a dangerous team. We need to be on our toes and keep up the pace. No slacking off." The players nodded in unison, absorbing the coach's words. Yamamoto then looked at Lucas and said, "Keep it up, Lucas. You're being more offensive than ever, and that's breaking down their defense. I want to see more of that in the second half." "Roger that, coach. If the 3 of us are on the same page, you'll score your goals too. We just need to play as a team." "So, you're not trying to get me out of the team?" Tsukada asked. Lucas shook his head negatively. "You think that because I took your place that time, right? You worry too much about these things. When Yukihiro can come back for the next game, I'm sure Mr. Yamamoto will find a way to keep everyone together. Now, come on, the second half is about to start." Tsukada nodded, finally showing a small, albeit crooked, smile. They left the changing room together. Indeed, the second half was about to begin, and Wuxia College had a clear mission: to keep up the pressure and secure victory. The conversation with Tsukada brought to light something that Lucas had known for a long time, but had only now really understood. Soccer, as individual as it could be at times, was a team sport. It wasn't enough to be good. You had to be in tune with the others. And Lucas saying he didn't like Tsukada or something like that wouldn't help, so he supported his colleague. The ball was placed in the center of the pitch, and the referee started the second half. Gekukuju, as Yamamoto had predicted, were trying to mount a desperate comeback, and they were indeed doing better. However, the Wuxia College team were still better in midfield. When Kenji made a tackle just behind midfield, he laid the ball off to Lucas, who shot forward. He waited for the ball to bounce a voice on the ground, and then took it in his stride. "Tanaka, over here," Nishida shouted, and Lucas saw a passing opportunity between the defense. However, just as he was about to make the pass to Nishida, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Lucas felt the impact. It was as if the world around him exploded in pain and shock. A high, brutal, underhand tackle had hit his right ankle. He barely had time to react before he was knocked to the ground. The green, damp grass of the pitch met him hard, and he felt the impact reverberate throughout his body. A scream escaped his lips before he could stop it, and he immediately grabbed his ankle with both hands. The pain was intense, sharp, as if something inside his foot had been crushed. Lucas tried to move, but the pain was too strong. As he lay on the ground, Lucas looked up and saw the figure of the player who had knocked him down getting up. It was one of the Gekukuju defenders, a burly young man with a hard expression and eyes full of contempt. He began to walk backwards without the slightest concern, as if the act he had just committed was something trivial. With a cold expression, he spat on the ground, a few centimeters from Lucas' face, and said with a tone full of disdain, "I did well. You're thinking you're winning. But we're in charge here, you bumpkin bastards." Chapter 46, Serious Injury? "I did well. You're thinking you're the boss just because you're winning. But we're in charge here, you redneck bastards," said the player who had knocked Lucas down. The referee whistled frantically, running towards the scene. Players from both teams began to approach, some indignant at the foul being called, and others wanting to defend Lucas. For the first time, Kenji's face was showing anger. He glared at the Gekukuju player and pushed him with his arms. "Are you crazy? That cart was ridiculous. Do you want to end his career?" Kenji shouted indignantly. The Gekukuju player feigned indifference and raised his arms. "I didn't do it on purpose. I swear." At this point, the referee was already between the two groups and was trying to somehow control the situation. He raised the red card and pointed directly at the defender who had made the foul. But it was just a promising attacking foul, referee. He should get a yellow. The player wearing the Gekukuju College captain's armband tried to argue. Either way, the damage had already been done. Coach Yamamoto, who had a background in physiotherapy, was able to come onto the pitch to help his player. "Take a deep breath, Lucas. It's going to be okay," said Mr. Yamamoto, moving Lucas's ankle cautiously while he kept his eyes closed and hit his lips so as not to cry out in pain. Lucas didn't want to leave the field, definitely not. So far, This had been his best game in a long, long time. 2 goals. 1 step short of his first hat trick in the league. If he wanted to become a striker, he needed that. And this time he deserved it. It wasn't fair, not after giving so much of himself in the first half, not with victory so close. However, the swelling in his ankle was starting to form, and the pain showed no signs of easing. He'll have to leave the pitch for the game to return. Can you carry him? Asked the referee. Lucas, can you walk on the other foot? Yes. Nishida, you're the strongest. Come here and help. Mr. Yamamoto shouted, looking around the field. I'm already right here, coach, said Nishida, from Lucas's side. Oh, you were just there. Come on, lift him up with me. Lucas hated the idea of being taken off the pitch, especially under these circumstances. But he knew he had no choice. Every movement he tried to make with his ankle brought a new wave of pain, as if needles were being driven into his skin. As he left the pitch, he looked up once more, only to see the player who had injured him slowly leaving the pitch, to the booing of the crowd. The player had been punished, but the damage had already been done. On the bench, the team was reorganizing itself. Yamamoto, always calm, knew that Lucas' possible absence would change the dynamic of a team that was playing well. Even so, they needed to hold on to the lead for a few minutes, and therefore had to adopt a more defensive formation. On the stretcher next to the bench, Lucas closed his eyes, trying to concentrate on something other than the pain. But his mind was in turmoil. I'll be back. The words came out of Lucas' lips, almost as if he was trying to convince himself as much as his coach. Mr. Yamamoto, who was bent over Lucas' swollen ankle, bandaging it with an expression of concentration, stopped for a moment and raised his head. What? He asked, surprised by the determination in the young man's tone. I'm going back to the field. Give me 2 minutes. Yamamoto arched an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Lucas, have you seen your ankle? It's swollen like a soccer ball. You'll barely be able to walk for a day, let alone play. I just need 2 minutes, coach. I'll recover in 2 minutes. I know I can. The coach was silent for a moment, weighing up the decision. He knew that Lucas was one of the team's most promising players and had already shown what he was capable of in that game. 2 goals was no mean feat, but he also knew the risks of letting an injured player back on the pitch. Lucas, Yamamoto started to say, but was interrupted by the boy's serious and determined expression. The coach sighed and finished bandaging his ankle with extra care. Okay, if in 2 minutes you can stand up and walk to the edge of the field normally, I'll let you come back. Nishida, who had helped Lucas off the pitch, was already on his way back to the game when he heard the request. He turned around, a broad smile spreading across his face. 2 minutes, huh, Tanaka? I'll pass the message on to the staff. We'll hold the pressure for you. With 10 against 10, it won't be a problem. Lucas smiled and nodded. Thanks. Nishida. As Yamamoto finished bandaging Lucas's ankle and the whistle for the restart echoed through the stadium, Lucas raised his back, looked at his swollen ankle, and thought. System, I have a healing potion and a quick recovery gel. Can these help me recover? Yes, these healing items can help you. And I can use them without necessarily putting them on visually. Yes, nothing that the system displays to you is displayed to other people, animals, or objects. The system is in your soul. Perfect. So, system, I want to use a healing potion first, and then the fast recovery gel on my ankle. As he gave the mental command, something strange began to happen. Before his eyes, a small bottle with a golden liquid appeared, floating in the air in front of him. No one else seemed to notice. It was invisible to the eyes of others, but to Lucas, it was as real as anything else around him. He held the floating potion. It didn't look like anything special, but he knew that its contents were the key to his recovery. Without hesitation, he opened the lid and brought the bottle to his mouth. The taste was unexpected, smooth, almost sweet, and as soon as he swallowed, the effect was almost immediate. He felt the pain in his ankle subside, as if invisible hands were massaging the injured area, relieving the swelling and stiffness. Lucas let the empty vial disappear from his hand. The healing potion helped speed up the process, but he needed more to ensure he could return to the field without any problems. The next item appeared just as silently. This time, it was a small tube, similar to a sports ointment, with a shiny label that read, Rapid Recovery Gel. Lucas smiled to himself. It was almost funny, the way the system worked. He applied the gel directly to his ankle, rubbing it carefully over the still, slightly swollen area. The effect was immediate and surreal. He felt a sensation of coolness running through his skin, as if the ice was melting and seeping deep into his muscles and ligaments, repairing everything that had been damaged. The pain, which had previously been like a relentless pin pricking his skin, began to fade quickly. The swelling reduced before his eyes, and the stiffness in his ankle practically evaporated. Lucas moved his foot, cautiously at first, testing the limits of recovery. To his surprise, the movement was normal, almost as if he had never been injured. Lucas, it's been 2 minutes. Can you do it? Chapter 47, Hat Trick. Lucas, it's been 2 minutes. Can you make it? Mr. Yamamoto asked at that moment. Lucas raised his head and looked at Yamamoto. The coach was a man of few words, so even if Lucas chose not to use words, the coach would understand what Lucas wanted. Yes, coach, replied Lucas, getting up from the stretcher. Mr. Yamamoto smiled. He, more than most, knew how much Lucas had struggled to improve to get to this moment. He was an honest boy who worked hard for the team, and the coach also knew that soccer was the center of this boy's world. Lucas raised his head, meeting Yamamoto's steady gaze. The coach was a man of few words, but his face, although serious, showed a hint of hope. He, more than anyone, knew how hard Lucas had fought to reach this moment. The coach also knew that, despite everything, soccer was the center of the boy's world. As he got to his feet, Lucas felt a slight strain in his ankle, but it was nowhere near the stabbing pain of before. The combined effect of the healing items had done an excellent job. He tested the weight on his foot, first slowly, then a little more boldly, trying to bend his ankle from side to side. Nothing. No pain. No discomfort. Yamamoto needed to make sure that Lucas was really all right, that the boy wasn't just pretending to get back on the pitch. Take a few steps, ordered the coach. Lucas nodded and walked towards Yamamoto. His gait was firm, his weight evenly distributed between both feet. The pain seemed to have disappeared completely. After a few steps, he stopped and looked at Yamamoto. I'm ready. The coach took a deep breath while his eyes were evaluating Lucas' every move. He was impressed by the quick recovery, but something in the back of his mind warned him to be cautious. However, Yamamoto knew that players like Lucas, young men full of ambition, needed these decisive moments to grow. Okay, Lucas, you come back. The coach finally gave in, but added, but if I realize you can't take it, I'll take you off. No discussion. Thanks, coach. Lucas replied. Nishida, who had returned to the field shortly before, took a quick glance at the bench and, when he saw that Lucas was getting up, raised his fist in encouragement. When Lucas' return was authorized, our number 8 started walking towards the center of the pitch. As he crossed the sideline, he realized that his teammates' eyes were on him. The stadium, small and with limited capacity, was packed. He looked around, recognizing the familiar faces among the fans, some of whom had been there from the first. The murmuring in the stands grew, and soon a wave of applause echoed, showing that the local fans, not just the ones who were enjoying Wuxia High School, were backing the boy who had already shown his quality with 2 goals in this game. On the pitch, the opposing players looked on suspiciously. They knew Lucas was a danger, and even with his injured ankle, he still posed a threat to the defense. The referee blew the whistle, and the game resumed. Lucas looked at Nishida, who was already positioned further forward as a center forward, and received a firm nod. They had a trusting connection, and Lucas knew that Nishida would help him get forward by pulling the ball back. As the ball rolled from foot to foot, Lucas walked around the pitch, watching, as if he were starting again, testing the limits of his body. If Gekakuju High School had been in trouble before, now they were at a complete disadvantage. With a player sent off for a childish foul and 2 goals behind, it was a mere formality for Wuxia High School to win. The ball passed through the feet of Tsukada, then Kinji, and Lucas already knew what was coming next. He had played long enough with these teammates to recognize the little signs. Lucas ran, and the pass came, a quick ball, cutting through the middle, piercing the defense. Lucas shot up the pitch. The field opened up in front of him, and the Gekakuju High School defense was slow to react. Their defenders, disoriented by the change of pace, hesitated for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Lucas to get through. With his gaze fixed on the goal, he knew that this was the moment. Nishida, who was usually the center forward, pulled 2 defenders into the middle of the box when he started running for the ball, and this created a lot of space on the edge of the box. The opposing goalkeeper's vision was obstructed with so many people in front of him. By the time he realized that the ball was no longer at Lucas' feet, it was too late. Lucas' shot was simply beautiful. Kicked with the tip of his right foot, the ball rose and curved to the left of the goalkeeper and into the top corner. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. Both the Wuxia High School and Gekakuju fans were speechless. Lucas had scored the hat trick. He stopped, panting, his eyes shining. For a moment, he was alone in that silence. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting to see what would come next. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his breathing was heavy. But Lucas felt an inexplicable lightness. The weight of expectations, of his past, of uncertainties. He felt that his dream was within reach for the first time. Suddenly, an explosion of sounds came from all sides. His companions ran towards him. Nishida was the first to arrive, pulling Lucas into a hug that almost knocked him over. Soon, the rest of the team joined in, shouting, celebrating with euphoria. Lucas' smile was wide and bright. They knew what it meant to him. "You're a monster, Tanaka!" shouted Nishida, laughing as he pulled him to the center of the pitch. "I knew you'd make history today," Kuwabara exclaimed. While the Wuxia High School team was celebrating, the Gekakuju team was stagnating. The defenders stared at each other in disbelief. The goalkeeper bowed his head, hands on his knees, trying to understand how they had let Lucas get past them so easily, so decisively. But what Lucas didn't expect was the reaction of the opposing fans. For a few seconds, yes, the stadium fell into an awkward silence. The Gekakuju fans fell silent. But slowly, a solitary clap began. Then another. And soon, the entire Gekakuju section was on its feet, applauding Lucas. He stopped, confused at first, until he realized what was happening. This wasn't just a victory for him and the team. This was recognition. The applause grew, reverberating throughout the stadium, crossing the boundaries between the fans. Lucas turned to the crowd, still a little stunned. He had never imagined that one day he would be applauded by the opposing fans. It was surreal, something you only saw on television. And then he raised his arm, acknowledging the respect he was receiving. The feeling was indescribable. Chapter 48, Commentator. I have to say here that if Tanaka keeps playing like this, well, I wouldn't be surprised to see professional clubs keeping an eye on him very soon. What we saw today was a player who not only has the technical talent, but also the right mentality for top-level soccer. Many youngsters with potential can't cope with pressure, but Lucas seems to thrive on it. He has that rare instinct of players who are destined for big things. The road is still long, of course, but if he continues to develop like this until the end of the championship, I'd say he has all the tools to excel on the national stage. While the commentators discussed Lucas' future, he left the pitch with his teammates. In the changing rooms, the atmosphere was one of pure euphoria. The Collegio Wuxia players celebrated as if they had won a title. Laughter, shouts of joy, hugs. The atmosphere was one of pure victory. Lucas sat on one of the benches, still trying to process everything that had happened. Entering the changing room, Coach Yamamoto came in, clapping his hands. Boys, attention for a minute. The entire locker room fell silent, and the players gathered around the coach. I want you to know how proud I am of each and every one of you. Today, you showed what it means to be a team. You fought, you helped each other, you believed in each other. And Lucas, he paused, looking directly at the young player. You proved today that I wasn't wrong to put you in the first team. Congratulations on your progress. Thank you, coach. This victory represents our journey so far. Every training session, every sacrifice that everyone like me has had to make. We showed today that we can play at national level. We mustn't forget that. Today, we're reaping the rewards of all our hard work, and that's how great victories are won. The players started applauding, moved by Lucas' words. Everyone had to do a little to be at the soccer club, whether it was giving up time with their parents, or getting bad grades because they didn't have much time to study, or going through economic hardship because they didn't have time to work part-time. But these small sacrifices were what separated them from defeat now. While the party in the dressing room continued, outside the stadium, the media on the internet were already starting to cover the highlights of the match. On a YouTube channel about sports news from Japan, two friends were commenting after watching the highlights of Wuxia High School's match against Gekukuju High School. This kid has something special. He has vision, skill, and he showed that he can take responsibility for being the protagonist in decisive moments. And the most impressive thing is that he's still so young. If he continues to develop like this, we could be looking at one of the future stars of Japanese soccer. Still, I'm skeptical. Every year, there's a youngster who shines like this. He could be another one. He'll have to prove himself against Nishikawa High School. It's not necessary to win, but if he at least plays well, it's an indication to the other teams that he can go further. Chapter 49, Item Store. Later, on the same day as the match against Gekukuju College, Lucas couldn't sleep. He was lying on the hotel bed, staring at the ceiling, trying futilely to slow down the rapid rhythm of his heart. It seemed as if he was still feeling the euphoria of the game in every muscle, as if he were still on the pitch, running, dribbling, looking for the next goal. The hotel room was plunged into darkness. The air conditioning emitted a low, constant noise which, on any other night, would have been almost hypnotic. But that early in the morning, it was insufficient. Lucas turned over in bed, trying to find a comfortable position, but the discomfort wasn't in the sheets or the pillow. His thoughts were racing, mixed between the shouts of the fans, the sound of the ball hitting the net, and the comments of his teammates. Try as he might, he couldn't detach himself from that triumphant moment. He looked over to the next bed, where Nishida was sound asleep. Nishida was on his stomach, his face sunk into the pillow, breathing heavily and drooling into the pillow. Lucas couldn't understand how Nishida could sleep so peacefully after a match like that, and with a quarterfinal to come. After a few more minutes of restlessness, Lucas decided that lying there was pointless. He threw the covers aside and got out of bed quietly, taking care not to wake Nishida. Lucas's body was warm, as if he was still under the stadium sun, and he felt an almost childish urge to drink something cold. Perhaps a latte from the vending machine in the corridor would help cool down both body and mind. Soon, he was out of his room and into the silent corridor. The carpet on the floor muffled his footsteps, and the hotel was quiet. Lucas walked over to the vending machine, a dim blue light flashing from inside it. He inserted a few coins and pressed the button. The sound of a can falling into the compartment below was a comforting sound in the silence. Lucas took the milk, opened the can, and took a long sip. He leaned his back against the wall next to the machine and took a deep breath. Now that's life. At this point, it was impossible to ignore the presence of an icon in the top left-hand corner of his vision. The icon's symbol resembled an exclamation mark. System, or rather heavens. What were the rewards for today's mission? You obtained plus 40 star points. You obtained plus 1 rare loot box. You obtained plus 200 credits. I got 40 star points. That's exactly the amount I needed to upgrade my star level, right? Yes, you're currently at star level 3. People might recognize you in the street by your soccer, but the chance of that happening at this point is rare. I understand, but at least now I'm recognized. But, CEOs, you can let me know when I evolve my star level without me asking. Understood. Understood. I'll notify you whenever that happens from now on. Great, thanks. By the way, before I open the loot box, how many credits do I have now? Balance, 300 credits. Okay. Not bad. You told me that I have to reach star level 10 to be able to access the skill store, right? So, what can I currently do with these credits apart from accumulate them? You can spend them in the item shop. I can show you a detailed, expanded version, or, if you're in a hurry, you can ask me which item you want, and I'll promptly give you the price of the item in question. Alright, show me what's in the store. Full expansion, please. Item store opened. Immediately, a new holographic interface appeared before his eyes. Several categories appeared in the air: equipment, accessories, and consumables. Well, it wasn't much different from the items he received in the common and uncommon loot boxes, but he could buy them if he was in an urgent situation. Show me the most affordable items. Something in the range of 300 credits or less. The screen flashed quickly, reorganizing itself. Several items appeared, each with a short description next to it. Item: simple healing potion. Cost: 100 credits. Description: heals minor injuries and restores moderate energy. Plus. Item: stamina potion. Cost: 150 credits. Description: temporarily increases physical stamina by 30% for 1 hour. Plus. Item: advanced bandage kit. Cost: 75 credits. Description: used to treat more complex wounds efficiently. Useful on and off the field. The stamina potion seemed to be the most tempting for his performance on the field, something that could give him an advantage just like when he played against Shinto Ishikano. Lucas pondered whether he should buy it now as he took another sip of his milk. He knew he couldn't rush into anything. Although the idea of spending it all right away was tempting, he had to think in the long term. I'll hold on to these credits for now, he muttered to himself, even though he knew CEOs was listening. I want to see what's in the loot box before I spend it. You still have 300 credits. Lucas closed the store interface with a wave of his hand. Okay, time to open the rare loot box. Confirm opening of the rare loot box. Lucas nodded, and in the next instant, a new animation appeared in front of him. A virtual box appeared in the air, rotating slowly. Subtle, enveloping music accompanied the box's movement until, with a sharp sound, it opened, releasing a burst of green light. Rare loot box opened. You have obtained skill fragment, solid defense. Skill fragment? What's that? Skill fragments are temporary enhancements that only last for 1 match. Once used, the shard disappears in 3 hours. When you can access the skill store, you can buy the skill fragments you've already used and turn them into permanent skills. Chapter 50, Experience of the Most Experienced. Solid defense, huh? This shard can temporarily improve your defense on the field. Yes, although temporary, it significantly improves your defensive capacity during the game. Consider it a test. If you like the result, you can turn it into a permanent skill when you reach the required star level. Okay, I was hoping for something better, but I'll keep it. Maybe it'll come in handy at the right time. He closed the screen with a gesture and sighed deeply, leaning back against the wall of the corridor where he was standing. Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor. Emerging from around the corner was Coach Yamamoto. Lucas. Yamamoto looked surprised to see Lucas. Coach. Lucas straightened up, almost instinctively. Yamamoto stopped in front of him, crossing his arms. What are you doing here? Up at this hour? Lucas put a hand to the back of his head and smiled nervously. I was sleep-deprived, so I came to get a latte. Despite his progress as a player, whenever the coach appeared unexpectedly, the weight of authority fell on Lucas like a ton of bricks. Yamamoto looked at him with those piercing eyes. Milk, huh? He grumbled, with a half-smile. You know, kid, I admire your dedication, but you need to remember that rest is just as important as training, maybe even more important when you're in the middle of a championship. Lucas nodded, knowing the lecture was coming. Yamamoto was like that, serious but concerned. He always found a way to make even the smallest transgression seem like a great life lesson. Do you have any idea how many promising players I've seen destroy themselves because they thought they could do everything? Train harder, play harder, try harder, and in the end, their body couldn't take it. Tomorrow is an important game. You know that. You need to be rested, both mentally and physically. Lucas, with his hands in his pockets, looked down at the floor. I know, coach. I just couldn't sleep. My head was full of stuff, you know. Full of stuff? What's bothering you, Tanaka? Yamamoto uncrossed his arms, taking a step closer. Oh, it's just the championship, you know? The responsibility, the pressure. It feels like everyone is expecting something from me, and I can't fail. If we get through tomorrow, my parents will come to watch the semifinal. I understand. Pressure is part of it. But do you know what separates the great players from the good players? It's not always their ability on the pitch. It's not how much they train either. It's the ability to deal with that pressure and do what needs to be done, even when they're feeling exhausted. Lucas opened his mouth to reply, but Yamamoto held up his hand, cutting him off. And that's exactly where rest comes in, Tanaka. Do you remember the Wuxia school team that went to the national championships? Well, of course not. You were just a kid. That team I was in charge of 5 years ago was practically unbeatable. We had exceptional players, a talent in every position. Everyone thought it would be the team that would bring the most important title in school soccer to the school. But you know what happened? Lucas shook his head, even though he had already heard the rumors. They broke down before the final. All of them. The goalkeeper twisted his knee, the main defender had a muscle strain, and the star striker? He couldn't get off the bench because he had cramps during the warm-up. Do you know why? Lucas already knew the answer, but the coach said it anyway. Because they didn't rest. They thought they were invincible, ignored orders, and kept pushing their bodies to the limit. The result? We lost the final by a shameful scoreline. That team had everything to win, but they failed because they didn't understand that the body has limits. After that, frustration occupied the minds of several of them. Only 2 went on to become professionals, one playing in Switzerland and the other in Brazil. In small teams, nothing very relevant. The coach sighed and approached the drinks machine. I see potential in you, Tanaka. A lot of people do now. But you need to learn to listen to your body. You need to understand that it's not just about how hard you work, but about how much you take care of yourself. Lucas listened, but didn't absorb. How could he think of resting with so many things going on at the same time? How could he sit still while his future as a simple office worker pushed him to do his best on the pitch every time? Yamamoto looked at him for a few more seconds, then, with a sigh, walked away. I'm not going to stand here and pressure you. Just think about it, okay? We've got a big game tomorrow, and you're going to need all your strength. Get some sleep. And please, no more milk at midnight. It can give you a stomach ache. All right, coach. I'll try. Yamamoto patted him lightly on the shoulder before walking away down the corridor, ironically with a can of coffee in his hand. Yeah, maybe I should try to sleep. Lucas muttered to himself, walking back down the corridor towards his room. Luckily, the milk or the conversation with Mr. Yamamoto helped Lucas' mind relax a little. The next morning, he woke up feeling very sleepy. Lucas stretched as he got out of bed and then looked at the bed next to him. Nishida was no longer there and, as expected, the sheets on the bed were completely organized. He must have gone down to breakfast by now. Lucas muttered and yawned. Yeah, I think I need a coffee now too. The game against Nishikawa College was scheduled for 11 a.m. at Asset Minato Stadium. It was the first game of the day, so the stadium would probably be even more crowded than the day before. The electronic clock on the bedroom wall read 9:01 a.m. But for some reason, when Lucas put his first foot out of bed, he felt a strange sensation, a feeling that not everything would go as smoothly on this day as it had during the game against Gekakujo High School. Chapter 51. Russian Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. On the internet, some soccer fans were commenting in the chat of the online broadcast of the Chubu Regional Championship that the only school that could beat Tahara High School, led by Hisumi Seiya, was Nishikawa High School, which Hisumi herself told Lucas that Wuxia High School would probably not be able to win in the quarter-final. So, first thing in the morning, Mr. Yamamoto gathered all the players in a room at the hotel to show them the moves, tactics, and players of Nishikawa High School. In order to prevent some mistakes and rehearsed moves, the light from the projector illuminated Mr. Yamamoto's wrinkled face. All the players present were concentrating on what he was saying, because they knew that the quarterfinal was not going to be a game like any other. Lucas Tanaka was sitting in the second row, with his elbows resting on his knees and leaning forward slightly. Nishikawa High School are known for their tactical strength and the technical quality of their players, but what really makes them a challenge is their attacking duo, Luke and Klaus Ivanov. Upon hearing those names, a brief murmur spread around the room. Luke and Klaus, the Russian-Japanese twins. 2 players who seemed destined for greatness. Lucas had heard of them, of course. Anyone who followed grassroots soccer knew who they were, legends in the making. These 2 are unlike any opponents we've faced so far. I'd venture to say they're as monstrous as Shinto Ishikuno. He signaled for Kuwabara to change the image on the screen. A video then began to play, showing Nishikawa High's last match. Luke, the number 10, is a natural dribbler. He has the speed and skill to get past any defender, and his ability to shoot from outside the box is a constant threat. The screen showed Luke receiving the ball in the middle of the pitch, turning quickly with an elegant touch and leaving 2 defenders behind, as if they were training cones. He advanced at speed, swaying his body from side to side, mesmerizing his opponents before, with a touch that looked silly, firing the ball towards goal from outside the box. And Klaus, the number 9, a natural goalscorer. He has a sense of positioning and a coolness in his finishing that we rarely see in players of this age. Yamamoto pointed at the screen again. Klaus was in the center of the box, waiting for a cross from his brother. With an impressively high leap, he headed the ball into the top corner of the goal with force. The combination of Luke and Klaus was fatal. Luke created the chances and Klaus finished them with frightening efficiency. It was almost as if they moved in perfect harmony, 2 bodies sharing one mind. No wonder some people called them the Russian Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. Nishikawa High School had built its team around them, and rightly so. They were the heart and soul of that team. I know what you're thinking, said Yamamoto. He paced back and forth. If these two are so good, how can we beat them? He stopped and looked at his players. Double marking, said Yuga after raising his hand. And use 4 players to mark 2? We'll be exposed. Individual marking then. Another said. Yamamoto nodded. It could work, but that would create holes in our defense. Surprisingly, Nishida raised his hand to answer and, with a serious tone, said, Goals. We'll only beat them if we score goals. Kuwabara was the first to break the silence that followed Nishida's speech. He raised an eyebrow, slowly turning towards his teammate. Goals. Is that really what you said? Goals. Yuga, sitting next to him, let out a muffled laugh, trying to cover it up. I think he's definitely just evolved into a Pokemon, he commented, squinting at Kuwabara. He can only say one word. Tashinori, the goalkeeper, shook his head as a low laugh escaped his lips. Goals. Goals. Goals, he repeated, imitating a robot or, perhaps, an early-stage Pokemon. Nishida. Use goal attack. Nishida, who until that moment had kept a serious expression, narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed by the mockery. Even Lucas, who was usually more introspective, couldn't help but smile at the joke. You're a bunch of idiots, muttered Nishida, crossing his arms. I was serious. The only way we can win is if we score more goals than them. It's that simple. Oh, of course, it's that simple, replied Kuwabara, sarcastically. We just need to score more goals than the opposing team to win a match. I never thought of that. Okay, guys, enough with the pleasantries. Nishida is right on one point. We need to be offensive. But let's also not forget that Nishikawa High School has a solid defense and only conceded 1 goal in their previous match. They don't just rely on their attacking duo. As Yamamoto spoke, Lucas looked back at the screen where the Ivanov twins were still frozen in a victory pose after yet another goal. Lucas knew his limitations, but he also knew that soccer was unpredictable. It was often the small decisions on the pitch, the unexpected moments, that decided a match. What's more, Lucas liked playing with these more skillful players, because he could copy them. Yamamoto walked to the whiteboard at the front of the room, picking up a pen. It's not just about scoring goals. The key is to control the midfield. If we can block the lines of passing and interrupt Luke and Klaus' connection with the other players, we can neutralize much of the danger they offer. For this reason, I want to use a different tactical formation today, something we've practiced in the past. In the past. Do you remember the friendly against Nagatura High School a month and a half ago? Mr. Yamamoto asked as he drew a tactical formation on the board. On that occasion, what formation did we use? Kenji raised his right hand. It was a 4-3-3. We had Kuwabara, Hidefumi, Jun, and Yuga in defense. In midfield, it was me, Tanaka, and Sakata. In attack, there was Nishida, Yukihiro, and that other kid who left the team. Exactly. And do you remember why we lost? Because our midfield was completely dominated that time. Lucas replied. Exactly. We had 3 players in midfield, while they had 4 because they played with a pair of strikers. What does Nishikawa High School have in common with Nagatura High School? The attacking duo. This time, the players answered all together. Yamamoto smiled with the corner of his mouth. Exactly. So we're going to use a 4-4-2 formation, and our attacking duo to rival their monster attack will be a pair of players who have a lot of synergy too. I'm talking about you, Nishida, and Tanaka. You'll be responsible for scoring all the goals in our victory against Nishikawa High School. Chapter 52, Brief. As Lucas and his classmates from Wuxia High School entered the pre-match warm-up area, he glanced at Coach Yamamoto, who was standing on the edge of the pitch and adjusting his cap while talking to someone from the tournament committee. Next, Lucas looked at Nishida, who was lightly kicking the ball with the tip of his foot to warm up goalkeeper Tashinori. Lucas stretched his arms up and his gaze wandered to the stands, and his stomach knotted up. It wasn't just the number of spectators present, although the crowd was significant throughout the stadium, but the press. Huge cameras were positioned on the sides of the pitch. The photographers, with intimidatingly large lenses, were also preparing for the game. All this was normal, considering that the Japanese school championships were gaining more and more attention because soccer fans like to keep an eye on the new national promises. Breathe, Tanaka, muttered Lucas to himself as he looked around. The press had always been present at matches, but never in such numbers. This meant that this match was not like any other. The Ivanov twins, rising stars from Nishikawa College, had a breathtaking reputation. Now, about to face them, the weight of expectation seemed doubled. Yamamoto blew his whistle, and the team began to line up for the start of the match. Lucas exchanged a glance with Nishida, who returned it with a confident smile. They had trained and worked hard to be in this place, so they felt prepared. Still, Lucas couldn't ignore the chill that settled in his stomach, especially when his eyes finally met those of the Ivanov twins, standing on the other side of the pitch, adjusting their boots. Luke and Klaus Ivanov were almost identical. The white hair, the sharp blue eyes, and the smiles as they chatted. It was as if they knew they owned the pitch. The mere fact that they were standing there, relaxed, exchanging a word or two, showed that, for them, this was just another match. Another challenge to be overcome. Luke, the taller of the two, took a quick glance in Luke's direction and smiled. That smile bothered him, as if Luke knew something he didn't. He swallowed, but also allowed himself to smile. That kid is going to be shocked when I copy his skill. What's up, Lucas? Nishida asked. Yes, I'm fine, Lucas replied, standing up and smiling. That's it. Let's go. Let's put on a show for the press, said Nishida with a mischievous grin. Are they here to see the twins? They'll be talking about our duo. Let's do it, replied Lucas. Lucas's hands were slightly sweaty, his feet a little heavy. But he had a system and he felt he could rely on it to win. Suddenly, the referee's whistle blew, calling the teams to begin their performance. After forming two lines and greeting each other, each team went to one side of the pitch. This time, Wuxia College would start on the right. This was the first time they had started on this side, but in the end it didn't make much difference. Soon, the referee blew the whistle and the game began. Unlike the other games, this one surprisingly seemed to be more evenly paced, perhaps because both teams weren't as frazzled having played long games the day before, perhaps because they were both respecting each other. So the first few minutes were as controlled as ever. The teams tested each other, trying to find their gaps and analyze each other's movements. Lucas was positioned in front of the midfield, pressing at times, and also a little further back to be able to receive passes from midfield and connect them with Kenji. And then 1 hour it happened. Kenji, with a subtle touch, sent the ball towards Lucas, who took it with his chest and started running. Kuwabara suddenly pulled up on the right flank and advanced quickly, becoming a more plausible passing option because Nishida was marked. However, Nishida was hungry for a goal. He had an aura. Tanaka, shouted Nishida. Lucas could only look at Nishida. He waited for the number 9 striker to advance a little further and made a pass behind the back of one of the Nishikawa College defenders. Nishida received the ball and prepared to shoot, but out of nowhere Klaus Ivanov threw his body at Nishida, pivoted, and kicked the ball away. What is this guy doing here in defense? He's their main striker. Luckily, or unluckily, a player from Nishikawa College managed to stop Klaus' clearance kick from going wide and started to mount a counterattack. Kenji clicked his tongue and started running to help out in defense. Luke Ivanov received the ball from his brother and started to advance. This was the moment everyone had been dreading. The twin synchronicity was frightening, because soon Klaus was on the attack to receive. He ran past Kenji as if he were a superhero. Toshinori, the goalkeeper, was shouting frantic orders to the defense. Close the gaps. Don't let them get forward. But it was no use. The twins were jockeying for position and seemed to be in a completely different league. When the ball was again with Luke, who was now face-to-face with Kuwabara, he made a quick feint, and before anyone could react, Klaus was already in position to receive the pass. The ball crossed a few meters of the pitch and, in a split second, Klaus shot towards goal. The sound of the ball hitting Toshinori's gloves echoed through the stadium, followed by a collective gasp from the crowd. He had saved it. Lucas let out a sigh of relief, but not for long. The Ivanov twins were not the type to give up easily. The game continued to be intense, with Nishikawa College pressing relentlessly. The clock was ticking, and it wasn't long before 20 minutes had passed, but for Lucas, every second seemed like an eternity. He wanted to understand what kind of skills the Ivanovs had so that he could choose which one to copy, but the strange thing was that they didn't have one skill that really stood out from the rest. They weren't great at handling the ball, dribbling, shooting, or anything like that. In the end, they just seemed to be much better physically, and that was enough. In a moment of distraction for Hidefumi, who was following Luke closely, a seemingly ordinary move would change the course of the match. Chapter 53, Sync. Hidefumi's role as Wuxia College's main defender was to keep an eye on the ball at all times and coordinate the defense, deciding whether or not they should advance the line of scrimmage. In addition, his secondary role in this game was to keep a close eye on Luke Ivanov's movements. However, there was something about the Ivanovs that unsettled even the most experienced players. Luke, for most of the time, wasn't even trying to dribble. His relaxed body and almost disinterested eyes made it look like he was just waiting. And then it happened. With a simple sideways touch, Luke passed the ball to Klaus without even looking. It looked like a harmless move, but the whole pitch seemed to tilt at that moment. The ball moved as if it had a life of its own, flowing from Luke's feet to Klaus, and Hidefumi hesitated for a fraction of a second, just long enough for the twins' almost perfect synchrony to take over. Luke watched the scene from a distance, his heart racing. He tried to calculate, to process how the Ivanovs managed to move so quickly and so precisely. No obvious skill, no mystical power, just a harmony between the two that made the game look like a ballet, elegant and lethal. Go on, Hidefumi, don't let him through, shouted Kenji. But it was too late. Klaus was already ahead. In the blink of an eye, he dribbled past Yuga and was face-to-face with Toshinori. The Wuxia goalkeeper prepared himself, positioning himself with his knees bent and his arms ready to react to the shot that seemed inevitable. I'm ready. I can do it. I'll defend again, Toshinori thought, feeling sweat trickle down his temples. Klaus lifted his leg and, instead of a direct kick, made a soft touch to Luke, who came running like a bullet from the side. Their plan was clear. confused the defense, disorganized the lines, until it was impossible to predict their next move. Luke received the ball from Klaus and, without hesitation, shot low and hard, aiming for the left corner of the goal. Toshinori stretched as far as he could, and his fingers grazed the ball, but it went into the net. The muffled sound of the ball hitting the net was followed by an explosion of shouts from the fans in favor of Nishikawa College. The Ivanov twins greeted each other with a quick high five, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Damn! Toshinori punched the ground angrily. Lucas looked at Nishida, who stood with his hands on his hips and his gaze fixed on his own goal. Let's not keep our heads down. We still have time, shouted Coach Yamamoto from the sideline, clapping his hands as if he could energize the team with his own willpower. They were still in the first half, and a goal wasn't the end. But the psychological impact of seeing the Ivanovs dominate the field so easily was hard to ignore. Lucas knew that if they didn't find a way to contain the twins, the match could quickly spiral out of control. What do you think, Lucas? Nishida asked, approaching him as they walked back to the halfway line to restart the game. They're good, but they're not unbeatable. What can we do? Lucas looked at Nishida and then at the twins. He clenched his fists, because this time he didn't have the answers. They play in sync, as if they were one. But what if we break that synchrony? Force them to act individually? Nishida asked. Luca raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? If we focus on one of them, just one, the other won't be able to maintain the same fluidity. They depend on each other for those quick moves. If we force one of them to play alone, maybe we'll find a way through. Lucas smiled. That's an idea. But which one do we target? Nishida hesitated, looking at the two of them. Luke was the main striker, the playmaker, but Klaus had shown surprising defensive ability. Both were dangerous in different ways. What about Klaus? Asked Luke. He drops back to help defend, but when he gets forward, he's more predictable than Luke. If we can isolate him, we can destabilize the pair. Nishida nodded, patting Lucas on the shoulder. Okay, we'll do that. But I'll need you up front, ready to receive the pass. If we manage to steal the ball, you'll be the one to score, because they'll be watching me very closely. I can see that. Soon, the game resumed and Wuxia College seemed more focused. Kuwabara and Kenji moved closer to Klaus, following Lucas' plan. They pressed the striker whenever he touched the ball, forcing him to make quicker and consequently riskier passes. Klaus, surprisingly, showed no discomfort with the extra pressure. It was as if it came naturally. But, as Lucas predicted, the twins' synchrony began to break down. Without the time to react in perfect harmony, the passes were no longer as precise, and Luke began to move forward more to help his brother, which limited his role in defense. Even so, the first big chance for Wuxia College came in the 38th minute. Kenji received the ball, passed it to Tsukada, and then the ball fell to Yukihiro on the left wing. Yukihiro ran on. The sound of his feet stomping on the grass, and the roar of the crowd as he advanced, was heartening for the boy who was coming back from a mid-season injury. His peripheral vision caught Nishida running down the middle between the defenders, already prepared for the cross. Yukihiro had to be precise. He couldn't waste that opportunity. He slowed down for a moment, lifted his left foot, and, with the inside of it, launched the cross. Nishida jumped with all his might. The ball seemed destined for his head, but at the last moment it sailed over him. He fell back to the ground, turning his body to follow the movement of the ball. Behind him, Lucas was ready, his eyes fixed on the ball, his body stretched in the air, as if that jump was his only mission. He rose higher than anyone expected, using Star Boost, of course. The Nishikawa College defenders, taken by surprise, tried to react, but it was too late. The ball met Lucas' forehead and produced a satisfying sound, the kind of sound that any footballer would recognize as a good header. Guhul. Chapter 54, years ago. The roar of the fans exploded through the stands, as if thunder had ripped through the sky. When Lucas' feet finally touched the turf again, he ran and slid on his knees across the grass. The screams of the fans reverberated in his ears. Lucas could barely breathe, but a smile appeared on his face, wide and genuine. The plan had worked. Nishida was the first to reach him, hugging him tightly and almost knocking him back to the ground. You did it, Lucas. You did it again, he shouted, laughing with excitement. Kenji, Tsukada, and several other players went to celebrate with him. But while Wuxia College celebrated the goal that tied the game, Klaus and Luke were static. The sound of cheers and shouts from the crowd echoed around them, but it seemed distant, muffled. Klaus, his hair wet with sweat falling over his eyes, felt a pang of fear rise in his chest. He cast a furtive glance at Luke, who still kept his head down and his jaw clenched in frustration. Klaus knew what was going through his brother's head. They were failing to be the best. Luke clenched his fists at his sides, trembling slightly. His gaze was distant, lost. He knew they couldn't lose. They couldn't afford to fail. The image of his father came to mind with the clarity of a recurring nightmare. Asterisk. Years ago, the twins were still small, simple boys playing soccer in the streets of a small town south of Moscow called Yasenivo. Although the sun was shining that day, their lives were shrouded in shadows. Their father, Sergei Kazuki, was a man of Russian-Japanese origin, a stern, rigid, and brutal man. Rumors in the neighborhood said that Sergei was a retired military man who had fallen on hard times, but no one really knew how much truth there was to it. What everyone did know, however, was the fear he instilled in his own family. With snow-white hair and an expression that never softened, Sergei was the monster in the closet that the twins Klaus and Luke feared. He didn't see his children as children, but as unfinished projects, promises of greatness that had to be forcibly molded. He demanded perfection. He couldn't accept failure. Klaus vividly remembered an evening when he and Luke had returned home after playing a friendly match in a city field. Normally, the twins' mother would take them to the championship, but she had a black eye and couldn't leave the house, so Sergei took them. During the game, he didn't cheer or congratulate them on their victory, but left everything to be said when they got home. "You should have scored more goals," Sergei had said to Klaus. Klaus, only 8 at the time, had cried quietly, but Sergei showed no mercy. He believed that feelings were weaknesses. A mediocre man has no place in this world. He continued, before raising his heavy hand and slapping the boys, one at a time. "If you want to make me proud, you need to be stronger." The twins' mother, Ayam, was always on the sidelines, watching in silence. She rarely spoke, never interfered. But her eyes, red from suppressed crying, said it all. She was a broken woman, trapped in an abusive marriage, with no way out. For Klaus and Luke, the only way to free their mother from Sergei's control was to become the best at soccer, to get a career that would give them the means to get her away from that life. Their mother had no other option. She was financially dependent on Sergei because she had been married to him from a very young age, and Sergei knew this, which made his cruelty all the more ruthless. Soccer, for the twins, had always been more than a sport. It was the only thing that connected them to the hope of a better life, the possibility of escaping their father's shadow. Klaus played with the strength of someone who had something to prove, while Luke, always the quieter of the two, carried an even greater burden. He felt that the protection of his brother and mother depended on him. Back in the field, Luke raised his head slowly. He met Klaus' eyes. The silence between them was charged with memories and promises. Klaus approached Luke and said, "We can't fail." It was rare for Klaus to show vulnerability, but there, in that instant, the weight of expectations and the fear of failure was something logical. Luke took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, the familiar fire of determination had returned. "Enjoy new stories from Empire. We won't fail." His voice was low, almost inaudible, but full of conviction. On the other side of the field, Kenji watched the pair carefully. He knew that the plan to isolate them was working, but something in their countenances made him uneasy. They weren't just good players, they were also hard-working, which explained why the No. 9 always came back to score. "They won't give up easily," Kenji muttered, already anticipating that this was going to be a much tougher game than the previous ones had been. The game restarted with the referee's whistle, and this time the twins didn't hesitate. Klaus dropped back to pick up the ball, while Luke floated between the opposing lines, waiting for the right moment to cut in like a blade. The ball came in low, passing through 3 players with quick, precise interchanges. The passes were agile, and the ball seemed glued to Luke's feet as he advanced. They had adapted to the marking that isolated them. However, Wuxia had evolved over the course of the championship too. Since the preliminary round, the team had faced tough opponents, growing stronger with each victory. It was no longer the same group of players that had started the competition. The togetherness, the pace, the confidence, all of it had grown together. When Luke passed the ball to Klaus with a soft touch, Kenji read the play precisely. He stepped forward, anticipating the next move, and blocked the pass with an outstretched leg. Kenji, with the ball at his feet, saw the field open up in front of him like a blank canvas, and Tsukada was free on his right, with Nishida on the right edge and Yukihiro further left, ready to run. "Now go," thought Kenji and passed the ball to Tsukada, but before Tsukada could turn with the ball in hand, Luke appeared out of nowhere, like a sudden shadow, stretching out his leg and stopping the movement. Chapter 55, Lack of Focus is a Trap. Luke appeared out of nowhere, like a speeding shadow, blocking Tsukada's spin with an outstretched leg. Tsukada stumbled, lost his balance, and before he could process what had happened, he fell to the ground. The ball, which should have been in his grasp, was deflected by Luke's pressure and bounced a few meters in front of him as the referee blew his whistle, signaling a fair but hard-fought contest. The impact with the ground was more than physical. Tsukada felt an invisible weight descend on his shoulders as he remained slumped for a few seconds, the euphoric shouts of the crowd sounding like a distant hum. He heard Kenji shouting his name, perhaps asking him to get up quickly, but everything seemed distant, as if time had slowed down around him. Tsukada blinked, trying to reorganize his thoughts. There was a nagging feeling growing in his chest, a bitter familiarity that he always tried to suppress. As skilled a player as he was, he felt out of place on the pitch. Still lying on the ground, Tsukada remembered when he was just a boy, the pride of his school. From an early age, he had stood out in every team he played for. Soccer came naturally to him. At regional tournaments, his name danced on the lips of people and coaches like that of a prodigy. He was the kind of player that, even at a young age, scouts watched closely. At his old school, Sakata was revered by his classmates and teachers because he could see plays that others couldn't. Deep down, he knew he was different. Deep down, he knew he was different. He knew that while other boys played for fun or for a place in the first team, he played to dominate. When his parents realized their son's precocious talent, they put all their hopes and resources into his future in sport. There was no plan B. It was then that he heard about the chance to join Nishikawa High School, one of the most renowned schools in Japan for developing athletes. It was a golden opportunity, and he was determined to get a scholarship. The selection process was rigorous, with physical and technical tests that left even the most talented players exhausted. But Sakata felt he was ready for the challenge. It was just a question of impressing the coaching staff. However, when the day of the test arrived, something unexpected happened. That day, Sakata wasn't just playing against other talented boys like himself. He had to compete against a foreigner with an unusual playing style, Luke Kazuki. The name wasn't familiar to him at the time, but watching him play, Sakata realized that Luke was different from everyone else. He was clever, shot well, led the team, passed well, and even dribbled. The look in Luke's eyes on the pitch was of someone carrying a weight that Sakata could never understand. In the test, while Sakata shone with his dribbling and precise passing, Luke emerged as a born leader, dominating the midfield, organizing plays and breaking down opponents. It seemed that Luke was everywhere on the pitch. In the end, when the names of those chosen were announced, Sakata waited anxiously, but the name that came out of the mouth of the man with the clipboard was that of Luke Kazuki for the number 10 spot. The defeat that day was a deep blow. Sakata, used to being the best on the pitch, was left on the sidelines. He didn't get the scholarship he wanted, and with that, the doors of Nishikawa High School closed to him. He remembered returning home that day, the disappointed look on his parents' faces weighing on him like a cloud. They said nothing. From then on, Sakata swore to himself that he would find a way to make amends. And there he was, years later, facing Luke once again. Get up, Sakata. Kenji finally broke through the fog of thoughts that enveloped him. Still dazed, Sakata got up from the floor, rubbing his face with the sleeve of his shirt to wipe away the sweat and frustration. Damn, Sakata muttered to himself. Kenji ran over to him. Are you all right? Sakata nodded, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I am. It just distracted me for a second. Kenji looked at him skeptically, but didn't insist. Time was running out, and there was no room for hesitation. They needed to react quickly. The game was still wide open, and Wushia needed all his players at their peak. Hold your head up, Sakata, said Lucas Tanaka as he approached. It's our free kick. We need to take advantage of it. Lucas came closer and noticed something different in Sakata's distant gaze. Sakata, you have a past with Luke, don't you? Lucas whispered. Sakata turned to him, slightly surprised by the question. How do you know? Anyone could see the look you threw at him. It's just that. I don't care what happened between you. That's in the past. What matters now is what you do from now on. Sakata remained silent. He didn't have an answer to that. He was stuck in that rivalry, that resentment. Ever since the day he had lost his place to Luke, he had felt like he was trying to chase something he would never achieve. Even there, at that moment, in the heat of the game, Luke's shadow seemed larger, denser. Luke looked at the referee, who authorized the free kick. Look, we don't have much time, but I want to give you a mission. An important mission. Sakata, who had already started looking at the ground again, looked up. Mission. I want you to mark Luke. Individually. When he passes midfield, you stay on him. No space. No matter how much he tries to lose you, you don't leave his side. But why me? You saw what he did to me just now. He's taller, faster, stronger. Lucas tilted his head to the side, as if pondering for a moment before answering. You have something to prove, don't you? If you keep playing with that doubt, he'll beat you before you even step on the pitch. But if you focus on just one thing, if you turn this rivalry into fire, you'll stand out more. Remember, there are a lot of scouts here today. They are the ones who will define our future. Chapter 56, Number 9. Lucas's comment sounded at Sakata like a gentler rebuke, as if Lucas was telling Sakata to try not to ruin everything. Well, Sakata knew Lucas was right. He looked at Lucas, who was already preparing to take the free kick, and Kenji was positioned a little further forward, giving him the option of a pass, but he was marked. Got it. I'll mark Luke, Sakata said as he pulled back a few passes. Luke gave a smile, something between gratitude and a vote of confidence. Whoever can, go forward. Let's use this foul to dominate more of their field. Lucas shouted, which prompted Nishida to move a little closer to the box, and so the Nishikawa High School players did. Lucas gently placed the ball on the pitch and looked ahead to see who was best positioned. The sun, which had previously been shrouded in clouds, was now peeking out, casting an intense glow over the pitch. After glancing to his left, he flicked the ball with his right leg and it landed on the left edge at Yukihiro's feet. Immediately, the right back pressed Yukihiro, but Yukihiro dribbled past him with a body movement, giving the impression that he was going to cut inside, and instead went the other way. Yukihiro was able to drive the ball a little further before finally crossing. Please, someone touch this ball before the goalkeeper. Yukihiro mentally cheered. Nishikawa's defenders, surprised by the change of target, took a second to react. A second that would prove costly. Nishida, in the center of the box, leapt with all the strength his body could muster, and the goalkeeper read the play too late, rushing forward desperately to intercept the ball in midair. Luckily, Nishida was very well positioned and had the momentum of a basketball player, so he managed to get a clean, strong header, directing the ball into the bottom right corner of the goal. Everyone's eyes followed the path of the ball as if they were caught in a spell. Toshinori threw himself at the ball with his fingertips outstretched in a final attempt to deflect the shot. Then the metallic sound of the ball hitting the crossbar echoed throughout the stadium. *Plim. The crowd let out a roar of exasperation. However, the ball came back with force, bouncing in the opposite direction, but still inside the box, floating as if in slow motion. At this point, Hidefumi, who had run into the area when Yukihiro managed to advance, was virtually unmarked inside the penalty area, possibly because he wasn't used to scoring goals and his opponent knew it, but the opportunity fell to him. Hidefumi was usually a lazy and uncommitted lad, but it was impossible for someone not to want to take advantage of an opportunity like this. With an agile movement for a defender, he threw himself into a volley, catching the ball perfectly in the air. The sound of the shot was dry and strong, and this time the ball met no resistance. The ball flew into the net, with the Nishikawa High School goalkeeper unable to do anything but watch helplessly. Hidefumi raised his arms, as if even he couldn't believe what had just happened. His smile was wide, almost incredulous, as his teammates ran towards him. What a goal, everyone! An absolutely fantastic moment. Hidefumi, the defender who hardly ever appears in attack, scored a volley that will go down in the history books of this tournament. The commentator on the tournament's main broadcast shouted into the microphone. Not only was it an unexpected move, but the accuracy of the shot was unparalleled. He's doing really well at the back, and now he scored. It's the essence of great defenders to score goals with their heads. But what about volleys? The scouts are going to keep an eye on this boy. Next to the commentator, his colleague in the booth, a specialist in tactical analysis, couldn't hide her own surprise. Incredible. Forget the fact that he's not a natural striker. The way Hidefumi managed to adjust his body to catch the ball in the air was a skill of the highest level. If you told me he was a no-9, I'd believe you. His positioning was well-timed, and he read the shot before anyone else. The Nishikawa High School goalkeeper had no chance. In the midst of all the euphoria, the official broadcast camera zoomed in on the small Wuxia High School crowd. There were no matching shirts or anything from the team. They were all dressed casually, but many had identified with this underdog team since the beginning of the championship. On the pitch, Hidefumi was still surrounded by his teammates, all patting him on the back, congratulating him on the moment. Lucas, in particular, gave Hidefumi a friendly push in the chest and smiled. "You had that saved, huh?" Lucas said, panting, his eyes shining with pride. Hidefumi replied, still out of breath, closed my eyes and kicked. Pure luck. The euphoria in the stadium began to subside as the Nishikawa High School team got organized again to restart the game. The opposing players looked shaken, exchanging looks of frustration. The goalkeeper, still kneeling by the post, shook his head in disbelief, visibly annoyed at having been surprised by a move that no one saw coming. From above, the main commentator for the official broadcast was visibly excited, ready to take a break from the excitement. And while we're on the subject of bursts of energy on the pitch, do you know where else you can find a burst like that? Yes, my friends, in the new Power Pulse energy drinks. With a combination of caffeine, taurine, and unbeatable flavor, Power Pulse is the fuel you need to keep up the pace in any situation, he said, as the camera focused on a bottle of the drink placed strategically on the commentary table. And now, with this dose of energy, let's get back to the game because there's a lot of ball to play. When the match resumed, Nishikawa High School, once confident, now seemed affected by the unexpected goal. The players' expressions were grim, their eyes fixed on the pitch like predators waiting for the moment to strike. They knew they had to react, and quickly. "Hey, let's get organized. We can't let them pressure us like this," shouted one of the twins from Nishikawa High School, trying to incite his teammates. It was noticeable that, although confidence had been shaken, there was still a ferocity in the opponents, as if they were ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. The ball started rolling again, and Lucas positioned himself in the middle of the pitch to intercept any attempt by his opponents to regain control. Sakata, further back, kept the defensive line compact, aware that the game could turn at any moment. It was a dangerous game, and everyone knew it. Nishikawa High School 1-2 Wuxia High School, 39 foot. Chapter 57, Exhausted. The second half began with a heavy air, as if everyone knew that the next few minutes would be definitive. The Wuxia College team had organized itself again, with Lucas Tanaka playing closer to midfield to use his strength to create plays and also help defend, while Nishida and Yukihiro were further forward. As the first few minutes went by, his eyes kept up with the pace of the game, but his body began to feel the weight of tiredness, even though he had just come back from the break. The scoreboard showed a slender lead, Nishikawa College 1-2 Wuxia College. The clock was already ticking 12 minutes. There were just over 30 minutes left. Half an hour. They only needed to hold this scoreline for half an hour to qualify for the semifinal. Lucas, in particular, wanted this because her family was going to Nagoya to watch them in the semifinal. So when Lucas intercepted a ball, he felt the urge to go forward and score another goal to make them more comfortable. Sweat poured down his face and his lungs burned, but he knew he couldn't fail. Not now. However, when he looked sideways, he realized that the team wasn't advancing with him. Kenji was running, but much slower than usual. Hidefumi, the unexpected hero of the previous goal, was at the back, breathing heavily with his hands on his hips and trying to catch his breath. Sukata was running, but he was moving his legs with worrying slowness. The rest of the team looked equally exhausted. On the other hand, Nishikawa College was fast, alert, determined to turn the corner and win. Lucas, Nishida shouted. Nishida was further forward, trying to position himself to receive the pass, but even he, who was normally a tireless machine, seemed to be succumbing to the weight of fatigue. Lucas had no choice. He had to act, and quickly. Nishida was pushing himself, running as fast as he could. Lucas tapped the ball, calculating the trajectory with precision. The ball slid across the grass towards Nishida. For a moment, Lucas felt that the move had worked, that they could keep possession and perhaps, with luck, find a way through on goal. But Nishikawa was alert. Before the ball reached Nishida, an opposing defender, faster and with much more energy, intercepted the ball with ease, starting a counterattack. The pitch, which seconds before had looked promising, suddenly turned into a minefield. Lucas saw Nishikawa's team advancing, like predators who had sniffed out their prey. He knew what that meant. One mistake, one slip-up, and the slender lead that Wuxia College had fought so hard to maintain would disappear. At the side of the pitch, Coach Yamamoto was watching the scene with watchful eyes. He was obviously aware of the extreme fatigue that had settled over his team. He knew that every player on the pitch was at their limit. But he also knew that he didn't have many options. The bench was thin, with few substitutes capable of sustaining the insane pace that the match demanded. The commentators, also attentive, began to question the old coach's decisions. Yes, viewers, Wuxia College is exhausted. They have talent, no doubt about it. We saw that in the first half, but Nishikawa College's energy seems to be swallowing them alive now. Doesn't Coach Yamamoto see that? Why hasn't he made any substitutions yet? The problem is that he probably knows that the best are on the pitch now. The options on the bench don't have the same capacity to handle that pressure. He hasn't changed the team much since the start of the championship. Substituting and putting someone in who isn't in a good rhythm could end up making the situation worse. That's true, but if he doesn't do anything, Wuxia College will be swallowed up more and more. For his part, Lucas had the same reading of the situation as the commentators. He knew, as well as Yamamoto, that the players on the pitch were the best they had. There were no alternatives. It was all or nothing. They had to hold out until the end, even if their bodies were crying out for rest. The pressure was overwhelming, but giving up was not an option. As Nishikawa College's counterattack advanced, Lucas ran desperately to get back on defense. His legs were heavy as lead, but he forced every step. The opposing team launched a powerful shot, but Hidefumi, with a Herculean effort, managed to block it, deflecting the ball away. It was a temporary relief. The game was relentless. Collective exhaustion was an invisible enemy, eating away at the mental and physical stamina of all the Wuxia College players on the pitch. Lucas needed to do something. He needed a brilliant move, something to give the team a breather. But the genius move came from Luke. Luke, the prodigy from Nishikawa, was also famous for his lethal accuracy with long-range shots. The young striker had just intercepted a misplaced pass and was setting up his leg for the shot. Luke's arm swung out, his left foot subtly settling on the turf before he drove his shot into the opposite corner. The ball left his boot with disconcerting effect, curving slightly in the air in a movement that would fool any ordinary goalkeeper. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. But not Tashinori. The goalkeeper from Wuxia College, stoic to the limit, deflected the ball outwards with his fingertips. The impact of the save made a muffled sound, like distant thunder. The ball went out for a corner, and the Nishikawa players let out sighs of frustration. Lucas, on the other hand, felt something different. As soon as the ball was kicked away, the familiar cold buzz ran down his spine. The player Luke Ivanov has just demonstrated the skill magic curve effect. Would you like to check the copy conditions for this skill? Luke's heart raced. He knew what was coming next. The condition for activating the copying genius was always a challenge. The system didn't make you strong without effort. It always demanded something in return. Skill copy conditions, magic curve effect make Luke and Klaus fight to the point where they no longer want to pass the ball to each other. Chapter 58, Magic Curve Effect. Skill copy conditions, magic curve effect make Luke and Klaus fight to the point that they no longer want to pass the ball to each other. It was as if the system was challenging him to do the impossible. Considering that Luke and Klaus were twins and playing well, creating a rift between them seemed unrealistic, almost ridiculous. Their gazes met, and, without words, they knew what to do. Destroying them from the inside, separating them mentally, would be a Herculean task. Yet that was exactly what he needed to do. Lucas clenched his fists, feeling sweat trickle down his palms. The sticky feeling bothered him, but he didn't have time to think about it. The score was still 2-1 in his team's favor, but the fatigue of the Wuxia College players was evident. He himself could barely breathe, even though he had already used up a rapid recovery elixir. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining high, relentlessly, making the heat on the pitch almost unbearable. Damn sun, Lucas muttered, drying his face with his shirt. On the other side, the Nishikawa College team looked like a hungry beast, with Luke and Klaus leading the way. Their energy was in stark contrast to the state of Luke and his teammates. Not surprisingly, they didn't have to play for several days in a row like Wuxia College did this past week. They started in the playoffs. Suddenly, the system flashed in his peripheral vision, bringing up a new set of information. Hint: emotional sabotage. Psychological attack could force a breakup between Luke and Klaus. Create an internal rivalry between the two to create discord. Internal rivalry? Luke grumbled to CEOs as he ran. They seem to work together perfectly. Brothers can have fights too. I know, I have a younger sister. The problem is that fights only happen when there's no common goal, and they definitely have one. Lucas, Nishida shouted again, trying to snap him out of his state of contemplation. Lucas turned around and realized the impending counterattack. Klaus was already approaching the area at speed. He wasn't as technical, but, unlike his brother, he had extraordinary strength and was therefore a threat from outside the area. His cold, focused eyes were looking for the perfect moment to shoot. Without thinking, Lucas ran towards Klaus, even though his legs were as heavy as lead. Klaus' posture was one of pure confidence, as if he knew he had everything under control. He dribbled past Kenji with ease, using his superior speed, and was about to enter the goal area. Toshinori, the goalkeeper, was watching, ready to save. But then a treacherous detail appeared. The bright sun was directly over the defense area, reflecting hard against Toshinori's gaze. He blinked, trying to keep his focus, but for a moment the sun was so strong that it was impossible to see more than a few feet ahead, even with his eyes crossed. And Klaus noticed. Seizing the opportunity, Klaus positioned his body and launched a kick. Lucas shouted, trying to alert Toshinori, but the distance between them was too great, and the shout was lost in the noise of the field. The shot was hit with disorienting force, and the ball traveled like a rocket towards the left corner of the goal. Toshinori could only react too late. His fingers touched the air, away from the ball, and the sound of the net rattling was immediately followed by the roar of the Nishikawa High School crowd. Enjoy more content from Empire. Damn, Toshinori muttered, watching the ball bounce on the grass inside the goal. He had made impressive saves all game, but at that moment, he had been defeated by the most treacherous enemy, the environment itself. The scoreboard now read, Nishikawa College 2-2 Wuxia College. The draw put pressure on Lucas's team, who were already exhausted. They needed something miraculous to hold on to the match, or, better still, to try to get back into the game. Lucas wiped the sweat running down his forehead. Nishida approached, tapping Lucas hard on the shoulder, almost as if he wanted to transfer some of his energy to him. Let's not let it go to waste, understand? There's still time. Nishida's eyes were burning with excitement, and he didn't even blink. Lucas nodded, even though his muscles were crying out for rest. Come on, Wuxia! Kenji shouted from the other end of the pitch, trying to cheer up his teammates. He had just been dribbled by Klaus, and his pride was still burning. We need to be more focused. While waiting for the game to restart, Lucas looked at Nishida, who was standing next to him, carefully adjusting his boots. The two had built up a healthy rivalry since childhood, fueled by an incessant desire to outdo each other on the pitch. Nishida was stronger, faster, and a finisher. Lucas, on the other hand, had his positional intelligence and ability to read the game. They needed to keep using this combination. The referee blew the whistle, and the game resumed. Nishikawa College, buoyed by the draw, continued to press, with Luke running the midfield. Nishida and Lucas knew that the best defense was now attack. They couldn't let the opposing team dominate the pace of the game. Lucas, let's focus on quick counterattacks using Yukihiro as well, suggested Nishida, looking at the empty space ahead. If we can catch them by surprise, we could score before the end. Lucas agreed. They needed something unexpected, a quick move that would break their opponent's rhythm. Every second was precious. For the next few minutes, the game continued at a relentless intensity. Every pass, every run was made with the feeling that the next move could be decisive. When Nishikawa tried a new attack, Lucas saw the opportunity. He intercepted Luke's pass, his legs stretching out at the last moment to touch the ball before it reached its destination. Now, Luke shouted, throwing the ball to Nishida, who shot down the right side of the pitch. Nishida received the pass masterfully, running as if he were on the run, while the opposing players tried to catch up with him. Lucas followed close behind, running with everything he had, his legs heavy as stone, but his heart racing with a single thought, the chance of victory. As they approached the opponent's penalty area, Lucas and Nishida exchanged glances. They knew what to do. Wordlessly, Lucas accelerated down the left, while Nishida drew his marker into the center. The movement was coordinated, almost instinctive. They had practiced it many times, but there, in the heat of the match, It seemed to be more a question of heart than technique. Nishida made the pass at exactly the right moment, just as they had practiced that day before the championship. Surprisingly, the ball came in clean, low, sliding across the pitch. Lucas was free. He adjusted his body and took the shot. Nishikawa's goalkeeper, alert, came out of his goal to close the angle. The shot was strong, but not strong enough. Lucas didn't have any exceptional finishing skills apart from the first-time shot he copied from Kenji. The opposing goalkeeper managed to stretch out his right arm and, with his fingertips, deflected the ball out of the area. Damn, Lucas roared. Nice try. Let's not give up, shouted Nishida. They returned to their positions, trying to hold off Nishikawa College's last attacks. The clock was ticking. The score was still 2-2, and both teams were now on the verge of exhaustion. Then, when no one expected it, the final whistle came. Regular time and extra time had passed, and the players from both teams hadn't even seen it because they were anxiously searching for the goal. Lucas took a deep breath with his hands on his hips as he tried to pull himself together. Nishida approached, tapping his friend on the shoulder once more. It's extra time now, isn't it? Nishida said with a half-smile, clearly as tired as Lucas. Yeah, I think if we make more plays like that last one, we can score. But let's try to reverse the roles. But then something unexpected happened. The referee walked to the center of the pitch, and instead of signaling for extra time, he raised his hand, calling the captains of both teams. Lucas and Nishida looked at each other, confused. What's going on? Asked Lucas as he sipped his water near the bench. We won't have extra time. The game will go straight to penalties. It's a short championship, so that's their policy, said Mr. Yamamoto. Chapter 59, Penalties. Penalties. The result of months of training and effort would now be summed up in a sequence of kicks. Lucas approached Nishida, who was standing next to him, trying to catch his breath. Straight to penalties? That wasn't in the plans. Nishida said. Lucas forced a smile. Nothing ever is it? He snapped his fingers, as he did whenever he got nervous, and looked up at the sky. Let's end this the right way. Coach Yamamoto called them together for a quick meeting near the dugout. You know what's at stake better than anyone. You also know that you've trained for this. I'm not going to keep repeating the same old words of encouragement. It's us who will take the first penalty, and it's us who will win. Let's follow the order we discussed in the hotel this morning when we imagined this scenario. Nishida nodded. Yes, sir. Find your next read at Empire. Nishida would go first. After him would come Kenji, Lucas, Sakata, and, finally, Hidefumi. The weight of responsibility was enormous. Lucas looked at his teammates, who, despite their visible fatigue, seemed ready to take the last step. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the penalties, the players from both teams lined up on the halfway line, while the fans held their breath, aware that every shot was now decisive. Who would have thought we'd get to this point? One of the commentators on the online broadcast said, This is undoubtedly the most exciting game of the championship so far. The Wuxia College team, who no one expected to go this far, now have the golden chance to win on penalties. And look, Nishikawa High School, with its solid defense and aggressive attacking tactics, also has the chance to win after such a tough game. That's it. Let's see who has nerves of steel. Nishida was the first to walk slowly to the penalty spot. His countenance was serious. The goalkeeper from Nishikawa College, a young man with an intimidating expression, looked enormous under the stadium lights. He swayed from side to side, trying to unsettle his opponent. Lucas knew that his friend had skill and confidence, but he also knew that the moment could move anyone. And so, with a simple gesture, Nishida positioned the ball, took 2 steps back and, when he heard the referee's whistle, shot with force. The ball flew into the right side of the goal. The goalkeeper jumped in the right direction, but the shot was strong and placed well enough to pass through his outstretched fingers. Goal. Lucas smiled, feeling the first layer of tension dissipate. They were ahead, but there was still a long way to go. Goalkeeper Toshinori, from Wuxia College, was greeted by Nishida, who whispered, I trust you. Catch even one of their shots, and we'll be in this semi-final. Toshinori agreed with a nod, but the truth was that he wasn't very confident. Before entering high school a few months ago, Toshinori hadn't imagined himself playing soccer because he had always preferred basketball, but he had started playing because his best friend, Kawabara, had joined him in training as a goalkeeper, and so he had gradually joined the team. So although Toshinori didn't see himself as a great professional goalkeeper in the future, he was just as nervous as his teammates who wanted to become professional players because his friend's fate was in his hands too. Luke, Nishikawa High's most skillful striker, was already positioned with the ball at the penalty spot. He had a relaxed, almost casual posture as he adjusted the ball with his foot. From the bench, Coach Yamamoto watched silently. Football is more mental than physical now. Toshinori positioned himself in the center of the goal with his hands outstretched and his eyes fixed on his opponent. He knew that the technique for taking penalties wasn't just to throw yourself to one side and hope for the best. You had to watch the player's body, his eyes, his movement, his feet. The referee raised his arm and blew the whistle. Then Luke began his run towards the ball. Lucas barely blinked. He saw the striker advance, place his supporting foot firmly on the ground, and shoot. The shot was perfect. The ball flew towards the top left corner of the goal. Toshinori jumped up, stretching as far as he could, but he knew mid-jump that he wouldn't make it in time. The score was level. Lucas exhaled slowly, feeling a pang of frustration. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but deep down there was a silent hope that Toshinori would be able to make the save early on. Toshinori stood up slowly, wiping his hands on his shorts. Kenji walked to the penalty spot with an intense focus in his eyes. He was known for his calmness on the pitch, technical defensive skills, and control under pressure. Unlike Luke, Kenji wasn't the main striker, but his precision with the ball was respected by everyone in the team. Kenji adjusted the ball, took 3 steps back, and waited for the whistle. When it sounded, Kenji advanced, and his shot was dry, straight into the bottom right corner of the goal. The Nishikawa goalkeeper dived the other way. Goal. The next spot kick came from Klaus, another skillful player from Nishikawa High School. He had a reputation for taking penalties with impressive force, which made his shots dangerous, because even if the goalkeeper got it just right, the force of the shot often made it indefensible. The referee blew the whistle again, and Klaus shot with all the power of his right leg. The ball flew like a bullet, but this time Toshinori was ready. He had been watching Klaus' foot, noticing the slight angle of his position. In fractions of a second, the goalkeeper dived to his right, stretching out as far as he could. His fingers touched the ball, diverting it slightly from its trajectory, but it still ended up inside the goal. The tie still stood, and Lucas sighed. Now it was his turn. Chapter 60 Mistakes. Lucas walked towards the penalty spot with his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the whirlwind that was forming inside him. He looked at the opposing goalkeeper, a tall boy whose eyes seemed not to blink, fixed on Lucas with a menacing intensity. Lucas knew that all eyes were on him. He knew that his teammates placed the same trust in him that he had placed in Nishida and Kenji. Now it was his turn to carry all that weight. But unlike many other times, Lucas felt a calm come over him. It was as if, at that crucial moment, everything he had trained for, all the afternoons he had spent on the pitch perfecting his skills, had been condensed into a single simple gesture, the kick. Breathe, concentrate, and shoot. Nothing else matters now, he thought, repeating the words Yamamoto always said during penalty shootouts. He placed the ball carefully on the spot, as if it were a ritual. The goalkeeper's eyes never left his. Lucas tried to decipher his opponent, looking for some hesitation, some sign of nervousness, but the goalkeeper seemed impassive, a veritable wall of concentration. Taking 2 steps back, Lucas heard the referee's whistle. It was the signal he needed. The world stopped for a brief second. He stepped forward confidently and shot. The ball came out hard, heading for the bottom left corner. The goalkeeper even tried to throw himself at it, but it was too late. The ball kissed the net and Lucas raised his arms, letting out a cry of relief and satisfaction. That's it. Now they were ahead once again. If they kept this up, all they needed was for Toshinori to make a save or their opponent to throw it away. Come on, Toshinori, you can do it. Lucas greeted Toshinori before turning back to his teammates in the middle of the pitch. The next player from Nishikawa High School approached the mark. Luke and Klaus had already kicked, so Wuxia High School's chances were better than ever. Toshinori positioned himself in the goal with his legs slightly bent, his body ready to react to any movement. His eyes were fixed on his opponent. The referee blew the whistle, and the opposing player advanced. The shot went into the bottom right-hand corner. Toshinori was quick to pounce, but the ball slipped under his body and into the back of the net. The tie was back on. Damn, Lucas whispered, clenching his fists. It wasn't Toshinori's fault. The shot had been good. Now it was Tsukada's turn. He walked to the penalty spot with a firm stance, although Lucas could see a slight tremor in his teammates' hands. Tsukada had always been a reliable player, but shooting wasn't exactly his strong point. The stadium fell silent for a brief moment when the referee blew his whistle. Tsukada ran, and the sound of the kick echoed. The ball went wide left, only for the Nishikawa High School goalkeeper to guess the side and dive. With a quick touch with the palm of one hand, the goalkeeper deflected the ball away. Oh no, one of the live commentators said. It was a good shot, but goalkeeper Namiki read the Wuxia High School number 10 like an open book. The ball rolled slowly off the sideline, and goalkeeper Namiki, with a discreet smile on his face, stood up and shouted to his teammates. The tie still stood, but Tsukada's mistake had tipped the scales dangerously in Nishikawa High School's favor. I'm sorry, guys, Tsukada said as he walked back to the center of the field. It's not over yet, said Nishida, concentrating on the goal where the penalty kicks were being taken. One mistake doesn't define you, Tsukada, said Lucas, putting his hand on his colleague's shoulder, trying to offer some consolation. Tsukada just nodded, his eyes still fixed on the ground. The mistake seemed to weigh heavily on his back, as if the entire team was to blame. But there was no time for regrets. Nishikawa High School's next player was already in position. The striker was an unknown, a player who had come on at the end of the second half and played a long time. Nobody knew what to expect. However, Lucas knew that this was the kind of substitution made with penalties in mind. Toshinori had his arms open and his eyes fixed on his opponent as if they could pierce his soul. He knew that this was one of the decisive moments of the match. A single movement, a split second of hesitation, and everything could be lost. The referee's whistle blew, cutting through the air like a blade. The Nishikawa player began his run with quick steps. He kicked the ball hard, aiming for the top right corner of the goal, an unstoppable ball. The ball looked like an arrow, shooting towards the goal with precision, but Toshinori saw it all. For a brief second, all eyes were fixed on the ball and the goalkeeper who was now flying through the air, like a hawk towards its prey. Toshinori's fingers, stretched to the maximum, finally touched the ball, deflecting it out of the goal with a firm clap. A roar of euphoria filled the stadium. The Wuxia High School fans erupted in shouts of joy, and Lucas smiled broadly. They were still alive in the game. Toshinori stood up quickly, raising his fists in the air. "That's it, Toshinori. What a save," shouted Nishida. Now it was Kuwabara's turn. The last of the normal penalty kicks. If the next 2 penalties were taken, the game would remain tied, and other players would have to start taking the penalties one by one until the tiebreaker finally took place. Kuwabara walked slowly to the penalty spot. He was short but quick and had a good cross. However, what few people knew was that Kuwabara never felt comfortable in high-pressure situations. And now, as he approached the ball, his shoulders seemed stiffer than usual, and he was shaking. "Kuwabara, you can do it," shouted Toshinori, Kuwabara's best friend. With the score still tied, a mistake by Kuwabara could cost him the victory. At that minute, only the wind was blowing lightly through the stands. Goalkeeper Namiki was already in position. He knew that if he saved that shot, Nishikawa High School would be 1 step away from victory. Kuwabara took a deep breath and settled the ball with his feet, took 3 steps back, and, after a moment that seemed to last an eternity, the referee blew the whistle. The striker waited a few seconds, trying to create discomfort in the opposing goalkeeper, and then ran towards the ball, but unlike Lucas and the others who had shot with confidence, Kuwabara was too careful because he didn't want to. His body leaned slightly backwards at the moment of the kick, and the impact with the ball wasn't firm enough. The shot came out crooked and slow, making it fall easily into the hands of goalkeeper Namiki. It was the worst shot of all the kicks so far, and probably the easiest save of Namiki's life. Kuwabara, incredulous, put his hands to his head. He had made a mistake. "Continue your journey with Empire." Kuwabara stood still for a moment, his eyes lost, unable to believe what had just happened. The high school players knew they had an advantage now. The next player walked to the penalty spot with confident strides. Toshinori, as much as he had saved an incredible shot, was now faced with an almost impossible task. If his opponent hit the target, it would be the end of the line. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment, trying to dispel the pessimism. He wanted to believe that there was still a chance, that Toshinori could pull off another miracle. But the reality was just as cruel as in his past life. The referee blew the final whistle, and the Nishikawa High School player sent the ball into the opposite corner. This time, Toshinori couldn't reach it. The goal sealed the fate of the match. The Nishikawa players celebrated, running towards their goalkeeper, while Wuxia High School stood still on the pitch, trying to process what had just happened. Lucas felt the bitter taste of defeat spread in his mouth. It didn't matter how hard they had fought, how hard they had tried. His eyes filled with tears. He had the emotional age of an almost middle-aged man, but the feeling of frustration was the same as that of any 16-year-old boy. He looked up at the sky, trying to keep the tears from flowing, but as his friends around him began to cry at the ready, tears streamed down Lucas's face. Defeat hurt like a stab wound. Toshinori ducked his head under the crossbar, exhausted, but then a shadow blocked out some of the sunlight beneath him. "You did what you could. Let's leave here with pride." Kuwabara held out his hand to Toshinori. Toshinori's mouth began to tremble as he tried to hold back the tears, for seeing Kuwabara with tear-filled eyes was the hardest blow he could have received. The two of them walked together towards the rest of the team, ready to face what was coming next, but knowing that, despite their defeat, they had done very well. Chapter 61, Farewell. Your next read is at Empire. What a match, my friends. Nishikawa High School have just secured victory and their place in the semifinals in a tight contest. Namiki's last-gasp penalty save was the final blow, and they now advance in the tournament. But hats off to Wuxia High School. These boys gave their all on the pitch, faced a strong opponent, and, even with a limited coaching staff, just one coach, no assistants, no analysts, they made it far. Absolutely. Unfortunately, the penalty mistakes weighed on them. But in all honesty, these boys had an incredible campaign. Wuxia High School doesn't have a recent sporting record, but it looks like that could start to change. Yes. And Coach Yamamoto deserves applause too. He's managed to tie this group together, even without the resources and structure we see at other schools. They may have lost today, but the future looks bright for this team. However, at that moment, the boys couldn't hear the words that were trying to comfort them. Anyway, if they could hear them, for the boys the weight of defeat was stronger than any external recognition. The bitter taste of defeat still lingered in Lucas' mouth. He wanted to shout, to punch something, but at the same time, all he could do was walk with his head down, in silence, following the flow of the players. He was no longer a young man who couldn't control his emotions. In the dressing room, no one said a word. Kuwabara, sitting on a bench, was still in disbelief at the mistake he had made. He pressed his face into his hands, clearly ashamed, sad, disappointed, frustrated. "I'm sorry," muttered Kuwabara. "I've ruined everything." The weight of that mistake was evident, but his companions knew that it wouldn't be fair to put all the responsibility on Kuwabara. Everyone knew deep down that there were points in the game where they could have done better, made different decisions. It was a collective defeat, not just the result of individual failure. Nishida raised his head and walked over to Kuwabara, then put his hand on his shoulder. "You did your best, man. It was a penalty shootout. Anyone can make a mistake. It's not the end of the world." Kuwabara only nodded slightly, still visibly dejected. Toshinori opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find the right words. Everyone was emotionally drained after such a long and short championship at the same time. When Coach Yamamoto entered the locker room, there was no anger or disappointment in his countenance, which was different from what many had expected. He was calm, and his eyes swept the locker room before he finally addressed the boys. "I want you to listen to me, men. What you did today was something extraordinary." The players' eyes turned to the coach, confused. After all, they had lost. "I know losing hurts. I know you wanted to be on the other side of that match, celebrating. We have been. But that's part of sport. For someone to win, someone else has to lose. Even though we lost today, I want you to know how proud I am of everyone here." He raised his right hand, and, before the boys' eyes, he closed it into a fist. "You've taken the name of Washiya High School further than most people could have imagined. And, above all, you played as a team." Yamamoto looked at each of the players and smiled. "Today, you have taken the first step towards bringing back Washiya High School's sporting legacy. And that's no small feat. Most of you are in your first or second year. That means you'll still have plenty of chances to play soccer, to compete, to win. And if you keep working hard, as you have done so far, I have no doubt that you will achieve even greater things. Hold your heads high. Today was just a battle. The real goal is still ahead." Lucas looked around and saw that his teammates also seemed less discouraged. Yamamoto's words had struck the right chord, bringing a little light to that dark moment. "You're a good coach, old man," muttered Tsukada, finally breaking his self-imposed vow of silence. "I do what I can." Yamamoto laughed softly, and many others laughed too. "When you're all ready, pack your things, and we'll head back to the hotel." Before leaving, Lucas went to the restroom outside the locker room because the one in the locker room was, as usual, too noisy. He leaned on the sink and stared at his reflection. "System, this time you didn't give me an assignment. Why did that happen? Did you already know about my defeat?" Lucas asked. "Missions are offered to encourage you to do your best. This time, you didn't need any more motivation to win than you already had." So that's how it works. Stimulating you isn't the only function of missions, but it is the main one. I imagine that the other functions are to help me improve, make me mature, and so on. Yeah, anyway, I haven't managed to be any better." Lucas's black hair was still messy, and he still had the expression of someone who was struggling internally to process what had happened. The penalties, the missed opportunity, the look of despair in Toshinori's eyes when the ball went in. It all repeated itself like an endless cycle in his mind. "I should have done more." He punched the sink lightly. "Indeed, you could have used your skills better. You didn't get the best out of yourself or your team." "I know." Lucas had become accustomed to criticizing himself. Since the start of the championship, every mistake, every inaccurate pass, was an extra stone heaped on his shoulders. After such a narrow defeat, the feeling of inadequacy seemed unbearable. It was at that moment that the bathroom door opened. Lucas looked up, expecting to see one of his teammates. However, the person who entered was not one of his friends, nor was it someone from Washiya High School, or even a male, considering that the bathroom was for men only. It was Hasumi Seiya, the young coach from Hammerhan High School. Her light blue hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and she was wearing a blue jacket from her school, the badge embroidered on the sleeve. "Why you? What are you doing here? You're in the men's room. What if someone sees you?" Seiya didn't seem in the least bit bothered by the likelihood that Lucas had pointed out. She crossed her arms with a calm expression and said, "If someone sees me, it's not your concern, Tanaka. I came here to talk to you." Lucas arched his eyebrows. She wanted to talk to him? At a time like that, after a defeat? He imagined that Seiya was there to criticize him again, perhaps to point out his mistakes, or even ridicule the team's performance. "I know you're probably blaming yourself for today's result," she began, and Lucas felt a knot tighten in his throat. "But I didn't come here to tell you how bad you are as a number 10. Lucas blinked, surprised. "Then what did you come for?" "I came to congratulate you." "Congratulate? We lost." "Yes, just as I predicted would happen." Hasumi Seiya agreed. "You lost. But you? Well, you showed that you have the potential. Sure, you're not a leader on the field. You're far from being creative with the ball on your feet, and you can't even be tactical, but you stand out from the rest for your physical composure, your finishing, your passing, your drive, your defensive work, your attacking work, and your midfield work. You have what it takes to be a good footballer." Lucas was used to criticism and demands, especially from himself, but the praise, especially from Hasumi Seiya, took him by surprise. "Why are you saying that?" Seiya stepped forward and held out a hand. "It's because I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of player you'll become, Tanaka." By the time I reach my goal and am coaching the Japanese men's national team, I hope you'll have made a name for yourself in professional soccer, because I'll still be keeping an eye on you." Those words sounded like thunder in Lucas' mind. He was facing one of the most promising figures in Japanese soccer, a young coach who, despite her age and because she was a woman, had already won the respect and admiration of many in the sporting world. "Me? Do you really think I?" Seiya smiled. "I don't know. You have some of the qualities I value in a player. The difference is that you need to keep improving your strengths and weaknesses. You need to work harder, be more strategic on the pitch, and technically better. You're on the right track, and I don't think I'm the only person who has noted it. But you also need a team where you don't have to work so hard, think so much about others, and focus more on your game." "What do you mean?" Lucas frowned and asked. "I think you know the answer. It's the end of the school year. Think carefully about your opportunities and evaluate them. New main mission. Name of main mission. Farewell. Description. Wuxia High School has a good school soccer club, but to follow a different path you may need to do more than make different decisions. You may need to breathe new air. Goal. Leave Wuxia High School. Rewards. +1 mysterious function. Chapter 62 New Day. Nishida was sitting on the wooden bench, facing the open cupboard with his elbows on his knees and his head down. He had already taken off his boots and changed, but he still couldn't convince himself to leave. His eyes were fixed on the ground, but his mind was reliving every moment of the game, every shot, every pass, every small decision that could have made a difference. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he stood up, slowly picking up his backpack with a tired expression. The promise he had made to himself to carry the team to victory echoed in his head like an invisible scar. However, there was a nagging certainty in his chest. It hadn't been enough. As he slung his backpack over one shoulder, his fingers tightened on the strap. The other players were slowly leaving to go to the bus. Nishida preferred to leave last, to give himself a moment to face his own thoughts before facing the tired faces of his teammates, and, even worse, the emptiness on the bus. So he did. When the changing room was empty, he left, still listening to the sound of the fans in the stands a few meters up the road. The day would still be filled with 3 more games than they had. As he left the changing room, everything seemed colder. Perhaps because he had just showered, perhaps because he no longer felt all that body heat. The long corridor towards the exit was empty, but when Nishida least expected it, 2 other people crossed his path. Klaus and Luke Ivanov, the twins from Nishikawa High School. Klaus, their number 9, didn't turn aside to make way for Nishida. It was a sign of rivalry. They had played far away from each other, but at that moment they both tried to impose their presence on the other. It wasn't just a question of personality, but of pride as number 9s. Luke, on the other hand, seemed calmer. Even though he was equally talented, he didn't carry the same competitive fervor as Klaus. The 3 of them stared at each other in silence for a few seconds, and Nishida felt something inside him. It wasn't exactly hatred, but anger. It was a natural feeling. After all, these twins were the main problems for Wuxia High School. It was Luke who broke the silence, with a slight smile on his face. "It was a good match, Nishida. You fought well." Nishida looked first at Luke and then at Klaus, whose eyes hadn't left him from the start. "Not well enough. I wasn't able to help my team as I should have," Nishida admitted. He was proud of himself, but he felt he needed to admit it to someone. Luke gestured with his hands. "That's part of the game. Sometimes you do everything right, and it's still not enough. But you played well, no one can deny that." Nishida felt a lump in his throat when he heard those words, because he knew that, although they were true, they weren't enough to erase the disappointment he felt. He looked at the ground for a moment, but then, when he turned back to face Luke and Klaus, he tried to convey what he really felt. "If we meet again on the pitch, I won't lose." It wasn't a threat, but an oath he was swearing both to himself and to the Ivanov brothers. Klaus, who had said nothing until then, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Let's see, Nishida. I hope you're right, because we're not going to make it easy either." He clenched his right fist and showed it to Nishida. "Continue your journey on Empire." Luke once again tried to defuse the situation with a laugh. "Good luck for the rest of the year, Nishida. Maybe we'll meet in the pros." He smiled genuinely, offering a gesture of respect that Nishida couldn't ignore. Nishida nodded, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he continued on his way towards the exit. There was nothing more to say. The game was over, but the story between them was far from over. The Ivanov brothers stayed behind, watching Nishida walk away. Klaus kept his eyes fixed on him for a few more seconds before speaking with a slight laugh. "That guy's hot-blooded. I like that." "Hot-blooded? No, he's just very good. Better not underestimate him when we meet him again." Klaus shrugged. "I won't underestimate him, but he's going to have to work hard if he wants to beat us." For the Wuxia High School players, getting home around dusk and telling their families in person about the result was a real blow. As he reached the door, Lucas hesitated before turning the knob. Ayumi and John always supported him, and he felt he could finally do them proud. But this time he didn't know how to face them. When he finally went in and found them in the living room, he felt pain because they were surprised to see him home early. Of course, it would have made it easier for him if he had texted them to let them know he was coming back, but he also felt that they deserved to know everything in person. "I'm glad you're home again, son." John said and hugged Lucas. Yes, I'm back early, mumbled Lucas, trying to avoid eye contact with either of them. Ayumi, noticing the tone in her son's voice, closed the book and got up from the sofa. She was a woman of subtle gestures. We lost, he said before she could hug him, and then raised her head. We lost on penalties. Son, John said. I let you down, said Lucas, looking at them. I wasn't good enough. I couldn't win. Ayumi, with her gentle eyes, touched Lucas's shoulder with one of her hands and squeezed it. She knew how much Lucas demanded of himself, how much he wanted to be perfect in everything he did, how rushed he felt, as if opportunities and time were slipping like grains of sand between his fingers. Lucas, you don't have to be perfect. The important thing isn't the end result, it's how much you gave. I did that, but it wasn't enough. I just wanted to make you proud. And you make us proud, son. We're always proud of you, no matter what the result. What matters is your effort, the person you are, how much you grow with every step. And you've grown a lot. Ayumi's words were like a balm, but the hole inside Lucas was deeper than they could reach. He wasn't just disappointed that he hadn't won, because this had already happened to him several times throughout high school in his past chance. The real pain came from knowing that, with all the power the system gave him, with all the chances, items and so on, he still lost. He was no longer sure that he would be able to get where he wanted to go. Deep down, he believed that in order to be noticed in professional soccer, it would be necessary to win school championships, to stand out among the best. And now, having lost, how could he compete with players who were on the winning team? Only a few players of that level would be selected for the youth teams, and of those selected, a small percentage would become professionals. After turning professional, there were also different levels of leagues and so on. So how could he become the best in the world and change his destiny and the lives of his family? I just wanted it to be different. He mumbled with watery eyes. John sighed and carefully placed a hand on Lucas's vacant shoulder. I understand that you feel that way. Believe me, we've all felt that way at some point. But this defeat doesn't define you. It doesn't define what you can achieve. We're with you, no matter what. Ayumi said with an encouraging smile. We always will be. That evening, after telling her everything and a long bath, Lucas retired to his room. The walls seemed to reflect his own thoughts of doubt and frustration. He threw himself on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Lucas knew that if he wanted to become the player Seiya believed he could be, he would need to overcome more than just his opponents on the pitch. He had to face himself. But how could he do that? You failed today, Lucas. CEO's voice was neutral, almost cold. I know, but failure is part of the process. There's no growth without failure. Lucas was silent for a moment. The system was right, of course. Failures were necessary. I just don't know if I'm strong enough to keep dealing with this. You're stronger than you think, Lucas Tanaka. If it weren't for your willpower, I wouldn't exist. What do you mean? If you want to keep going, you need to learn to get up after defeats, and, instead of crying, think about what you could have done and what you can improve. Despite your defeat, you earned 150 star points and reached star level 4. Everything wasn't so bad, right? Go to sleep, tomorrow's a new day. Surprisingly, it was a message from Coach Yamamoto. Lucas, I know it's Saturday and you're tired because of the championship trip, but I need to talk to you today. There's someone I'd like to introduce you to. Meet me in the teacher's lounge at 10 a.m. Lucas frowned. Who did the coach want to introduce? He looked at his watch. 8:30. He had just enough time to finish his daily assignment and get to school. Chapter 63, New Opportunity Outside Japan. Washiya High School was deserted when Lucas Tanaka arrived at the gate. Of course it would be. After all, it was a vacation Saturday, and so there weren't even any club activities going on. The only people around were a few men from a gardening company who were pruning the grass and trees. Passing through the gate, Lucas headed for the entrance to the main building. As usual, he removed his shoes at the entrance and changed into school shoes, a common practice in all Japanese schools. He looked at the empty corridors and wondered if any soul other than himself and the coach would be there that day. As he walked slowly down the corridor towards the teacher's room on the second floor, he could only hear footsteps. As he reached the door to the teacher's room, he heard something he hadn't expected: laughter. One of them, hoarse and with a slight wheeze, was unmistakable. It was Coach Yamamoto's. The other laugh, a little younger and thicker, belonged to someone Lucas didn't recognize. Who could that be? Before knocking on the door, he thought. But instead of imagining it, he decided to see who it was and knocked on the door 3 times. Immediately, Yamamoto's familiar voice sounded. Come in. Lucas opened the door slowly, entering the room which, like the rest of the school, was practically empty that day. The teacher's room was usually full of teachers preparing lessons or marking exams, but now it was devoid of the usual bustle. Only Coach Yamamoto was there, sitting at the center table next to a man Lucas had never seen before. The strange man's hair was slightly graying on the sides, suggesting that he was in his 40s. He was dressed in casual clothes and smiled when he saw Lucas. Ah, Lucas, how nice of you to come, Yamamoto said, approaching him and putting a hand on his shoulder. I want you to meet someone very special to me. The coach then gestured towards the middle-aged man. This is Takashi Otsuka, a very old pupil of mine who also played here, at Wuxia High School. Have you been a teacher that long, Mr. Yamamoto? Lucas asked. Yamamoto laughed softly. He pulled out a chair for the young man to sit on and gestured for him to make himself comfortable. Yes, Lucas, I've been a teacher for longer than you might think. I sometimes forget how many years have passed, said Yamamoto, with a nostalgic smile. Takashi was one of my first students at the start of my career, and I've watched him grow into an exceptional person. Lucas had always known that Coach Yamamoto had a long career, but he hadn't imagined that he had helped train older people like Takashi Otsuka. And what do you do now, Mr. Otsuka? Lucas asked. Otsuka picked up the pot of tea on the table and started pouring it into a cup for Lucas. Well, I've been working in soccer for over 20 years. My history with soccer began here, at Wuxia High School, playing on the same pitch where you train today. Of course, it's not literally the same, it's been modernized. Anyway, after finishing school, I went to high school, but my heart was always in soccer. Soon after graduating, I got an opportunity to work abroad, and it was there that my career really began to take shape. I've managed a few teams during my career, and I've had several offers to work as a manager in J-League teams. Ow. Between you and me, Tanaka, and Mr. Yamamoto, I've never really liked bureaucracy. I love pure soccer, on the pitch, seeing the development of players, tactics, moves, the growth of teams. I'm not a big fan of the commercial side of it. Continue your adventure with Empire. Is that why you didn't accept the positions? Lucas asked. Yes, exactly. I prefer to travel, to see soccer being played around the world, to understand the different cultures, how the sport connects with people in different countries. I can't imagine being stuck in an office, dealing with contracts and paperwork. Lucas couldn't hide his admiration, because it showed on his face as he listened to Otsuka speak. If you prefer to travel, then what made you come to Wuxia High School? Lucas asked. Business in Japan? Otsuka laughed, as if he had expected this question. I was back in town to visit my family. It had been a few years since I was last here. Just listen. I was walking down the street when I overheard two men talking about how well the Wuxia High School soccer club was doing in a school championship in Nagoya. It was a surprise, to be honest. I didn't know that Wuxia High School still had such a strong team. I was curious, so I decided to investigate further. I watched your entire match against Gekakuju High School, and that's when you, Lucas, caught my eye. Lucas was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Why would someone so experienced in the world of soccer, someone who had already worked abroad, be interested in him? Otsuka seemed to notice the confusion on Lucas's face. What charmed me about you wasn't just your technical talent, although you have plenty of that. It was your ability to adapt, the way you read the game and adjust to situations, the way you work hard and give your all. You don't just play soccer, you think about soccer. And that, at the level you're at, is rare to find. Lucas felt his face blush slightly at the compliment. After that, I decided to look for more of your games. I watched some recordings of previous matches and was impressed by your progress. Maybe I'm being hasty, but you're the kind of player that hardly exists in Japan. I don't know what to say. Lucas finally admitted, with a slightly nervous smile. It's an honor, Mr. Otsuka. I've always strived to improve, but to hear this from someone with your experience in soccer is something that really leaves me speechless. Otsukata still hasn't mentioned the most important part of the conversation, said Mr. Yamamoto. Lucas looked between the two men, confused. The most important part. Takashi Otsuka gave a reassuring smile, passed Lucas his tea, and leaned his elbows on the table. Lucas, I'm not a scout for any Japanese club, nor am I a manager of a J-League team or any other team. Although those people could probably start contacting you in the coming days and months, especially after your performance in the league. My role in soccer is a little different. I'm an assistant coach for a Premier League team in England. Lucas blinked, completely surprised. Premier League? The most watched league in the world, where some of soccer's biggest stars played. He didn't know if he could even imagine the scale of it. Yes, I'm an assistant coach at Brighton FC. The season ended 2 weeks ago, and I decided to rest for a few days here in my hometown. Brighton FC wasn't just any team. Although not one of the globally renowned giants like Manchester United or Liverpool, Brighton played and competed in one of the most competitive leagues in the world. Lucas looked at Yamamoto, seeking some confirmation that this was real and not a joke. The coach, noticing the boy's state of shock, laughed lightly. There's more. More? Asked Lucas. As I mentioned, I came to Japan to rest, but I can never completely disconnect from soccer. After watching your matches and following your progress, I got an idea in my head. I spoke to some colleagues at Brighton, and they told me that the club is about to hold a series of tryouts to collect potential talent to help the youth teams. Lucas blinked, trying to take in every word. The screening will be held next week at the club's properties in England. It's an open competition, where any player can sign up if they pay the fee, but they said that several players with potential will be invited. They asked if I had anything in mind, and you came to mind, not just because you're talented, but because I see something unique in you. I'm not going to lie to you, Lucas, it's a long road. Even if you stood out in the SIFT and got into the youth team, you'd start in the youth team, playing in a lower division in England, and In the middle of Otsukada's explanation, the word started to become distant to Lucas because it was much more absurd than he had expected for his life at that moment, after a defeat. But I'm still in high school. Lucas stammered. Don't worry, if you pass the SIFT, you'll have the chance to move to England. There, the club offers a school for developing athletes. You'll continue your studies, but with a routine that allows for professional training and games. Brighton also has a special program for young foreigners that includes personal and psychological support and even financial support. It's not just an opportunity to play soccer, Lucas. It's a chance to change your life. A school for athletes? To join the youth ranks of a Premier League club? He thought about his current life at Wuxia High School, the daily training sessions, the matches, the friends he had made, his family. The thought of leaving it all behind was daunting, but at the same time, how could he turn down a chance like this? Of course, this is something you need to discuss with your parents, with your family. But I agree with Otsuka. Opportunities like this don't come along every day. Mr. Yamamoto said. Think carefully, because it's not a guarantee either, and as well as paying for the ticket, you'll need to stay for at least 3 days there for the screening. Your parents would need to spend between 150,000 and 300,000 yen. Of course, this cost would be paid right from your first salary as a youth player. Chapter 64, English. Mr. Yamamoto cleared his throat, catching Lucas's eye. I know it's a lot to process right now, kid. You don't have to make a decision right away. Lucas nodded slightly, signaling that he understood, but his mind was still far away. He rose from his chair almost automatically, bowing respectfully to the coach and Otsuka before saying goodbye and leaving the office. The heat of the summer sun hit him as soon as he left the school building, but strangely, it didn't seem to bother him. His thoughts were so charged that he barely noticed his surroundings. As he walked through the streets towards the house where he lived with his family, Lucas tried to organize the words in his head. He needed to tell John and Ayumi what had just happened, but how could he explain something so big? He had always imagined that he would follow the normal path, be spotted by a scout, join a youth team, and work his way up. He never imagined living abroad so young, let alone training at an elite club in England. When he finally got home, the low sound of the television came from the living room, and the washing machine in the laundry room was running. This simple house, he had felt relieved to come back to this place after dying, and he didn't know how to feel about it now. John was sitting on the sofa. It was his day off because he'd asked for it, because he'd thought he'd go to Nagoya to watch Lucas play in the semifinals. Well, the plans didn't turn out as they had imagined. John was concentrating on a sports program, while Ayumi was bustling around in the laundry room. Hi, Lucas. How was practice today? Ayumi asked excitedly when she saw Lucas in the hallway. Did you go to the park? Lucas took a deep breath and let it out slowly before answering. Training was good, but I had to go to school. Ayumi frowned. On a Saturday? What happened? Did you forget something on the bus? Actually, Mr. Yamamoto wanted to talk to me, and it's something important I need to talk to you about. John looked over his shoulder at his son, puzzled. Important, huh? Come and sit here then. He patted the sofa lightly, inviting Lucas to join him. Lucas walked over to the sofa and sat down. His hands were restless and intertwined. Ayumi, sitting down too, looked at Lucas' hands and realized that the matter was quite serious. Experience more on Empire. So what is it, son? John asked as he turned off the television. Lucas began to speak slowly, choosing his words carefully. Mr. Yamamoto sent me a message, telling me to come to school because he was going to introduce me to someone important. I went, and he introduced me to a man called Takashi Otsuka. Takashi Otsuka? John's eyes widened. Lucas was surprised too. Do you know him, Dad? Of course I do. What sports fan in this town doesn't know Takashi Otsuka? A few years ago, he was simply one of the most coveted men to become a coach in the J-League. Everyone wanted him. Come. Ayumi cleared her throat, drawing John's attention back to what really mattered. Ah yes. Son, please continue. John said. Well, Otsuka said he works as an assistant coach at Brighton, a Premier League club in England. They're holding a tryout next week, and he's nominated me to take part. The television room fell silent. John and Ayumi exchanged glances, clearly shocked, astonished and frightened. It was much more than either of them had expected to hear that morning when the cicadas in the garden were making so much noise. A sieve in England? Ayumi repeated, as if trying to absorb the information. Yes, an open competition in Brighton. They'll be looking at talent for the youth team for next season. But it's not guaranteed that I'll get through. And there are other costs involved. Lucas, do you realize what that means? Brighton, the Premier League. That's the dream of any footballer your age. But, according to Otsuka, the trip, the stay, all of that, could cost between 150,000 and 300,000 yen. 300,000 yen. That's a lot of money, Lucas. Lucas said with a tone as if he'd been stabbed. And you're still in high school. His voice wasn't one of reproach, but of concern. He was clearly pondering the challenges of sending their eldest son to another country at such a young age. I know it seems a lot, and there's still the question of college. But, if I pass the screening, Otsuka-san said that the club would take care of it. I could continue my studies there, at a special school for athletes, and I'd even have a salary. He paused. It's a unique opportunity. But at the same time, I know it's not easy or guaranteed. And the cost. I don't know if we can afford it. John looked at Ayumi, who was standing next to him, and asked, "What do you think, honey?" Although Ayumi's expression was more restrained, more measured, she smiled. "You've always worked so hard, Lucas. If this is something you want, I don't see why you shouldn't try. But, do you really think you're ready for it? You'll be far away, practically on the other side of the world, and you'll be living alone." Living alone would be nothing new for Lucas, because he was already an adult. The only problem would be living in another country with a completely different culture. And there's the language issue too. Ayumi said, "Oh, about that. I can speak English." Ayumi and John looked at each other again, surprised and stunned by the unexpected revelation. John, who had spent most of his life speaking English at home, thinking no one understood him, shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. "Can you speak English?" John repeated a little louder than usual. Lucas smiled a little. It wasn't exactly one of triumph, but one of restrained satisfaction, like someone finally revealing a well-kept secret. "Yes, I've been training for a few years, in secret." In fact, Lucas had had to learn English in his past life to try to stand out in the design office. Hidden. Ayumi arched her eyebrows. "What do you mean? What do you mean you trained in hiding? And why didn't you ever tell us?" Lucas scratched the back of his head. "Well, it's just, I always wanted it to be a surprise for you, Dad. You've always said that English is the most important language, that it could open doors all over the world. And, to be honest, I knew that, at some point, I could go on a trip or maybe live abroad. So I thought, what better way to show you that than by speaking fluently when you least expect it?" John blinked several times, as if trying to remember all the times Lucas could have disguised his attempts to learn the language without him noticing. "So, all this time, you were preparing for this? On your own?" "Yes. I listened to podcasts, watched series, practiced with language apps, and sometimes even spoke alone in my room or when you weren't around. I wanted to make you proud." Of all the lies Lucas has ever told his parents, this was probably the most comfortable because, in parts, it was true. He really did do all this, only years later and in another life. A proud smile began to appear on John's face. "I'm impressed, son. I really am. I had no idea you were dedicating yourself to this. But that doesn't change the fact that the decision you're about to make isn't just about the language." Ayumi agreed. "The language is an important part, Lucas, of course, but as your father said, there are so many other things involved. Living alone in a foreign country, it's a huge challenge. And even if you can speak English, cultural adaptation can be much harder than it seems. The things you love here, the people you live with, everything will change. It will be very difficult at first. And we're not saying this to discourage you, but to give you an idea. In fact, life in Japan was always comfortable. It was a safe country, with good food, family, and plenty of opportunities. On the other hand, playing soccer for a Premier League club seemed like an opportunity he'd never get otherwise. I know it's going to be hard. I also know you're worried, rightly so. But I feel like I have to try. Then let's do it," John said. "Shall we?" Lucas and Ayumi asked at the same time. "Of course I'm going with you. You're underage, you can't go to another country on your own and think everything's going to be fine. But what about the costs? Don't worry about that. A year ago, Ayumi and I started saving up to help you or Hannah with some of your goals, whether it was living alone or going to college. Well, since we started this not so long ago, we don't have much, but I think I'm over 700,000 in savings." 700,000. In yen, that's still a lot of money. In fact, it was only a lot to them who didn't have much opportunity to save money. That amount was worth just over $6,000. Chapter 65, Heathrow Airport. As the plane cut through the dense clouds over the vast expanse of land, Lucas looked out of the small, oval window next to him. The landscape below was engulfed in a thick fog, and only the constant hum of the engines could be heard from anywhere in the plane. Next to Lucas, John was leafing through a magazine about tourist destinations in England, although his eyes didn't seem focused on the colorful images of countryside and historic cities. He seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment and felt the comfort of the business class seat. Thanks to Mr. Otsuka's contacts, Lucas and John had managed to get good and relatively cheap tickets considering how urgently they needed to buy them. Suddenly, John closed the magazine he was holding and asked, "So, Lucas, have you told Nishida yet?" Lucas, who had almost fallen asleep, opened his eyes abruptly. What? Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. Well, he's your best friend, isn't he? I thought you were going to tell him about the sieve. Lucas scratched the back of his head. "Oh, about that." He sighed. "I haven't said anything yet." John raised his eyebrows, turning his body slightly towards his son with a look of restrained surprise. "What do you mean you haven't said anything? You're going to another country, Lucas. Don't you think he should know?" Lucas avoided eye contact with his father's direct gaze. He knew he couldn't avoid the conversation, but that didn't make it any easier. I know. It's just that I didn't want to say anything because I'm still not sure how it's all going to happen, you know? I mean, I don't even know if I'm going to pass the tests. And the club's training doesn't start until next week. I thought I'd wait and see how things turn out before telling everyone." It might not work out here, right? Besides, I thought he might get a bit annoyed. After all, Mr. Otsuka only recommended one of us. John let out a long sigh, but his tone remained calm. I understand, son. But regardless of how this ends, you must be honest with the people around you. Especially Nishida, who has been your teammate for so long. He'll notice your absence, and if he doesn't know why, it could lead to misunderstandings. Lucas knew his father was right. Nishida, as well as being a teammate, was a friend, someone with whom he shared the tensions and joys of soccer. Leaving him in the dark seemed wrong, but at the same time, Lucas was still dealing with his own uncertainties. What if he failed the tests? What if this opportunity was just an illusion? The silence between them persisted as the plane continued its journey, now flying over vast territories. But you know what you're doing, son. However, if you pass, you won't be able to avoid a conversation. I know. After a few hours of flying, the dim cabin lights dimmed even more, signaling that nighttime had arrived. Most of the passengers were already asleep. Lucas's mind wandered to different imaginary scenarios and topics. Although he knew this trip was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he still couldn't help the twinge of fear he felt when he thought about the future. John noticed Lucas' pensive state and, with a gentle smile, reached out to pat his son's shoulder. It's going to be okay, Lucas. You're ready. Maybe not the way you think, but you are. Try to get some sleep, because your body needs rest. Lucas looked at his father and smiled. Right, Dad. When they finally landed at Heathrow Airport, the soft impact of the wheels against the ground woke Lucas up. The pilot announced their arrival in London, and the passengers began to move, picking up their belongings and preparing to disembark. As soon as they got off the plane and walked through the terminal, the difference between Japan and England began to make itself felt. The air was different, a little more humid and charged with a chill that cut gently even during the summer. The voices around them spoke in English, at a pace that, although understandable, seemed faster than Lucas was used to. John looked at his son with an encouraging smile. Welcome to London, Lucas. Everything seemed different. From the architecture to the smell of the air, the first thing that hit him was the culture shock, something he had underestimated while still on Japanese soil. The signs, the notices, the conversations between the people around him, everything was in English. The accents, in particular, caught his attention. Some passengers and airport staff spoke with the typical British accent, something he had always associated with movies and series, but which now, there, in person, sounded much more intense. As they walked towards passport control, Lucas widened his eyes like a child with each new discovery. It's subtly different, isn't it? John commented. Subtly? It's very different. Lucas replied. The immigration officer greeted them with a neutral expression, asking the usual questions, the reason for the trip, the length of stay, and, finally, he stamped their passports with a quick gesture. Welcome to England, he said. As they passed through the automatic doors and out into the public area of the airport, the chill of London that morning welcomed them with an icy hug. John held up the collar of his jacket, trying to shield himself from the wind, as he looked around for the cab that would take them to their hotel. Now we just need to find a cab to take us quickly to London Victoria Station, he said, rubbing his hands together to warm up. Taxi? But wouldn't it be quicker to go by train? Lucas asked. Yes, but what fun would that be? Trains are for local people to move faster, not for us tourists. We have to take the opportunity to see places we've never seen before, don't you think? Hey, taxi. The sharp sound of tires sliding on asphalt echoed as the cab pulled up in front of them. It was one of London's iconic black cabs, with its robust design and old-fashioned charm. The driver, a middle-aged man with a thick mustache and a tired look, lowered the window and leaned out slightly. Where are you going? He asked in a heavy but friendly accent. John was the first to approach, opening the door and signaling to Lucas. London Victoria Station, please. Oh, a long journey. I'm happy to take you. The interior of the cab smelled faintly of aged leather mixed with the discreet perfume of the driver. Minutes later, Lucas was admiring the city. The narrow, winding streets, flanked by red brick buildings, made the scenery very different from any city he knew in Japan. For him, everything was both new and fascinating. Well, now we're officially in London, and you'll see that the city has a lot more to offer than just soccer. The cab drove through streets that were still not very busy, passing through neighborhoods that blended the old and the modern in a unique way. Lucas observed the closed store windows, the historic facades, the cafes with outdoor tables covered by awnings, and the pedestrians hurrying along, perhaps on their way to work. At every corner, he was surprised by something new. The signs, the architecture. Have you been here before, Dad? Lucas asked. Once, many years ago. John replied, smiling with a hint of nostalgia. Before you were born, on a business trip. The cab driver, who had remained silent until then, looked in the rearview mirror and, with a discreet smile, commented, Where are you coming from, if I may ask? It was a small gesture, but it instantly made me feel more at ease during the long cab ride. From Japan. John replied quickly. We've come to try out for a soccer club here. The driver let out an admiring whistle. Japan, eh? What a long journey. And soccer, you say? So, you're fans of our good old sport, are you? Lucas decided to get involved in the conversation and show his father some of his English. Yes, I play soccer in Japan. I'm going to try out for a club here in England. The driver arched his eyebrows. Ah, so you're one of those talented kids. If you're coming all this way for a trial, you must be good, right? Lucas gave a shy smile. Well, I'll try, but I still don't know if I'll pass the test. Oh, don't worry. The driver replied with an encouraging tone. If you're here, you're already on the right track. London has a lot of good clubs, and it also has a tradition of welcoming international talent. You'll do well, I'm sure. I'll pray for you. After all, I always want my passengers to do well. Chapter 66, Chloe. When the cab stopped at the train station, Lucas and John got out with their bags. The London morning was cold and damp, with a fine drizzle gently spraying their faces as they walked into the station. The air smelled of wet concrete and stale coffee, mixed with cigarette smoke coming from a nearby area. The station was full of hurried travelers, the sound of footsteps echoing on the platforms, voices conversing in different languages, and the illuminated signs announcing the next train departures. John checked his tickets while Lucas observed the movement around him. He had always liked trains, and, for a moment, he forgot the anxiety of the test, allowing himself to feel the excitement of being somewhere so different and far from home. The train to Brighton was already standing on the platform, with its elegant carriages, and they quickly boarded, finding seats next to the window. The carriage was comfortable and warm, a pleasant contrast to the cold air outside. Lucas looked out of the window as the train departed, watching London pull away. The rhythm of the train, smooth and steady, brought a sense of temporary calm. Are you ready for tomorrow? John asked, adjusting his seat. Lucas shrugged, trying to look casual. I think so. I'm nervous, but I guess that's normal, right? Absolutely. Nervousness is normal. It means you care. Time passed quickly, and, before he knew it, the train was slowing down, announcing its arrival in Brighton. Lucas straightened up in his seat, looking out of the window as the city's station approached. Compared to London, Brighton seemed quieter, although the traffic around the station was intense. Travelers were rushing out, many with umbrellas, trying to protect themselves from the drizzle that still persisted. This is it, John said, getting up to get his suitcase from the compartment above the seats. Lucas did the same, throwing the strap of his backpack over his shoulder as he felt the cold outside invade the carriage as soon as the doors opened. Brighton was everything John had described and more. The streets were narrow and charming, full of old buildings and independent stores that gave the city a welcoming air. Lucas watched with interest as they took a cab to the hotel in the center, people walking around, shop windows full of local products. It was a smaller city, but it had a charm that he couldn't ignore. The hotel where they would be staying was comfortable and discreet, a building with a simple but elegant facade. Upon entering, Lucas was greeted by a welcoming atmosphere, with dark wood furniture and the scent of lavender coming from an air freshener on the counter. After checking in, they were led to their room, which had 2 separate beds, as John had requested. Lucas threw his suitcase in the corner and immediately threw himself on the bed. The mattress sank slightly under his weight, and he closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the tension in his muscles begin to ease. Traveling was also very tiring. Still, he knew he had something important to do. I'm going to the hotel gym. I need to get in shape, he said, sitting down again. John laughed lightly. You're right. Well, good luck. I'm going to take a break. Lucas left the room and went downstairs to the hotel's small gym. It wasn't big, but it had enough for a quick workout. He spent the next 30 minutes exercising, feeling the sweat trickle down his skin as he tried to keep his mind focused. After his workout, the system notified him that he had completed the daily mission, and Lucas smiled as he opened the loot boxes he had received from that day's workout and the previous 2 days. However, his smile quickly disappeared as each box opened and brought nothing useful. Just ordinary items that wouldn't make much difference the next day, but could be useful later. More of the same, he muttered, returning to his room. After that, Lucas spent the rest of the day resting from the trip. The next morning, Lucas woke up early. The sky was bluer and the day sunnier. He stretched slowly, feeling the tension in his muscles relax as thoughts of the day's test dominated his mind. After all, he was in Brighton, about to take part in a screening that could change his life. After a quick shower, Lucas put on comfortable clothes for the day and went downstairs to the hotel's small restaurant. John was still asleep, snoring lightly in the bed next to him, which gave him the feeling of being on a solitary journey. It was good. He needed this moment to himself. In the restaurant, the smell of fresh coffee and freshly baked bread mixed with the air, creating a cozy atmosphere. He took a cup of coffee and a croissant and sat down at a table near the window. His mind was already wandering to what lay ahead, while his eyes roamed the damp, deserted streets of the city. With breakfast over and nerves building up in his chest, Lucas decided it was time to go. He picked up his cell phone, sent a message to his father telling him he was going for the test, activated the GPS, and entered the address of Brighton's training center. He preferred to walk to warm up his muscles, and it wasn't far. The city streets were still quiet, the few pedestrians walking hurriedly, trying to shelter from the drizzle. Lucas walked absent-mindedly, following his GPS, But the CT was in a remote part of the city, surrounded by forest, so halfway there, the GPS signal started to get really bad. Lucas was so focused that he didn't even notice a figure in front of him until it was too late. Hey, watch where you're going. A sharp, angry voice took him by surprise, followed by a slight impact. Lucas felt his body slam into someone, his hands automatically grabbing the shoulders of the person in front of him to stop them both from falling. When he looked up, he saw a girl of medium height, blonde, with a long ponytail. She was wearing a school uniform, consisting of a navy blue checkered skirt and a white shirt with the emblem of some local institute. Her face was frowning in an expression of annoyance. Sorry, said Lucas quickly, letting go of her shoulders and taking a step back. I was distracted. She narrowed her eyes, clearly irritated, but something in her expression softened slightly at the sight of him. Perhaps she noticed the slight foreign accent in his voice, or perhaps she realized that he really was lost. You don't look like you're from around here, the girl commented, still with the tone of someone who wasn't willing to be friendly, but curious enough to continue the conversation. Are you looking for something? Lucas scratched the back of his head awkwardly and took a quick look at the GPS before turning back to her. Actually, yes. I'm trying to find Brighton's training center. I have a test there today, but I'm not very familiar with the city. Her eyes widened slightly, and for a brief moment, the annoyance disappeared, replaced by genuine surprise. She examined him for a second, perhaps reconsidering her first impression. A test? At Brighton CT. She tilted her head slightly, her ponytail swaying. Really? Lucas nodded, a shy smile forming on his lips. He could see that her attitude was changing, even if it was almost imperceptibly. Really? He gave a half smile. I don't look like I'm from around here, do I? She huffed, crossing her arms and looking away for a moment, as if she was internally debating what to do. Finally, she sighed and pointed ahead. The training center is just a few blocks from here. Coincidentally, it's practically next door to my school. I'll show you the way. Lucas smiled in thanks, relieved that he wouldn't have to get even more lost in the city. He followed her in silence, trying to keep pace with her steps while observing his surroundings. Brighton, with its maritime air, seemed to have a rustic and welcoming charm. The girl, although not exactly friendly, was an efficient guide. It didn't take long for them to pass along a path until they finally reached a more open area. There, Brighton's training center stood out with its modern design and spacious facilities, which contrasted with the simplicity of the surroundings. Here we are, she said, stopping in front of the main entrance. Good luck with the test. Lucas looked at her with a slight smile, surprised that she had been so helpful after all. Thanks. Oh, and sorry again for bumping into you. She shrugged, still keeping a certain emotional distance. It was nothing. Just pay more attention next time. Lucas laughed lightly, sensing that, despite her harsh behavior, she wasn't as unapproachable as she seemed. That's fine. And thanks for bringing me here. What's your name, by the way? She hesitated for a second, but answered with an air of indifference. Chloe. Thanks, Chloe. I owe you. He said with a nod and started walking towards the CT entrance. Chapter 67, Brighton. The distant sound of the wind passing through the trees was all Lucas Tanaka could hear as he admired the imposing Brighton CT just in front of him. The place was packed, with a large flow of people at the entrance. Youngsters with soccer bags slung over their shoulders, and even a few anxious parents who seemed more nervous than their own children. It took Lucas a few steps before his nervousness was replaced by excitement once and for all. As he crossed the gates, Lucas was immediately struck by the magnitude of the crowd. Groups of young people crowded into the many fields, some wearing uniforms, others still in casual clothes. Everyone in this place has a common goal, to be noticed. Lucas thought. Still a little lost, Lucas tried to figure out where he should go. He looked around, but there were no clear signs indicating where he should go to register or confirm his invitation. It was then that he spotted a huge queue stretching along a side corridor. It snaked around one side of the building, with young people chatting and fiddling with their cell phones as they waited. That must be it, thought Lucas. Without wasting any time, he joined the queue. He glanced at his watch. There was just over an hour until the start of the selection, and the place was only getting fuller. The sound of voices grew louder as more young people crowded around the CT, like an anthill in full swing. I thought there would only be a few players invited. At least that's what Otsuka made me understand. After a few minutes, the queue slowly moved forward, and he found himself next to a pile of tables with several sign-up sheets stacked on them. Behind one of the desks, sitting on a chair with wheels, was a girl who definitely stood out from the other employees. Her hair was dyed bright pink, tied in two buns on top of her head, and she wore a t-shirt with the logo of Brighton Hove Albion Football Club, the city's team. The contrast between her hair and the blue sports uniform was striking, and her face, although young, bore the bored expression of someone who wasn't enjoying doing it very much. Next, she said, without even lifting her eyes from the tablet in her hand. Lucas stepped forward. Hi, I'm here for the test. I think I need to sign up. He spoke in English. The pink-haired girl finally looked up at him, her extremely green eyes quickly assessing him. She typed something into her tablet and raised an eyebrow. Name? She asked bluntly. Lucas Tanaka. She typed a few more things, and, for a moment, seemed to concentrate on the screen. Age: 16. Position: any position in the attack. Versatile striker, she said as she wrote down exactly what she'd said on her tablet. You don't look like you're from here. Were you invited by a Brighton FC official to this screening? Yes, by Mr. Otsuka. I'm from Japan. The girl looked surprised, although she hid it well. She typed something into the tablet, then slid a piece of paper towards Lucas. Sign this. It's a disclaimer. If you get hurt, you can't complain. He took the pen and signed quickly. When she had finished, she handed him a badge with his name and a number printed on it. Keep the badge with you while you're not on the pitch, and, after changing in one of the changing rooms, put the number on your chest. Both will be used for identification. You're in Group E and you'll be called up when the trials start, she said, pointing to a field on the right. Thanks, said Lucas, as he took the badge and hung it around his neck. He was about to turn and follow, when the girl added in a less formal tone. Good luck there. They don't take it easy on foreigners. Soon, the pink-haired girl was already calling out to the next in line, her voice sounding distant as he crossed the gravel path towards the CT fields. Brighton's training center was huge, and Lucas felt that every step was taking him closer to what could be the defining moment of his life. In Japan, his name had already begun to gain prominence in school competitions, but this was another level. This was England, the home of modern soccer, and there, in that very place, he was surrounded by young people with the same dream. If he couldn't win a place, he hoped he could at least copy someone's skill. When he reached the changing room, Lucas pushed open the heavy steel door. Inside, the atmosphere was simple, with wooden benches lined up against the walls and metal hangers where the players hung their clothes. Gray lockers occupied one of the corners, where some of the youngsters were already storing their belongings. Lucas found an empty space on one of the benches and began to change. He removed his shirt, and, as he did so, he heard whispers and sighs around him. At first, he thought it was just the natural nervousness of the other boys, but when he looked around, he saw that some of them were staring at him with expressions of surprise. Dude, are you a professional athlete? One of the boys, who was wearing a normal sports shirt, asked, his eyes wide. Lucas looked at him, a little confused, until he realized that the question wasn't completely out of place. He realized that, over the last 2 weeks, his muscles had changed a lot. His abdomen was sculpted into firm chunks, his arms were more defined, and his shoulders were broad and well-marked. He had never consciously noticed this. Training with the system had become so much a part of his routine that the changes were happening almost imperceptibly to him. And no, I guess I just trained a lot. Lucas replied, still surprised by the question. I know. Well, let's hope I'm as lucky one day. The boy said. Another boy approached, apparently curious. Where did you train? You look like you came from a youth team. Lucas shook his head. Japan. I played for a school team. Wow, you're from Japan? I thought there were only Europeans here. The boy smiled, clearly impressed. You speak English very well. Thanks. I practiced a lot. Lucas smiled back, trying to keep the conversation light, despite the unwanted attention. How sociable people are around here. Lucas concentrated on finishing putting on the uniform Brighton had provided. He put on the new boots his parents had given him before the tournament and felt confident. Finally, he looked at the clock hanging on the wall. There was still a long time before the test started, but he wanted to move quickly and find a ball to warm up in a corner. When Lucas came out of the changing room, he was greeted by a breath of cold, wet wind that made him shiver for a second. He looked around. The training pitches stretched vast ahead, each bounded by low fences and lampposts. Lucas still had some time before the tests began, but he wanted to warm up, loosen up his body and mind. He needed to be in top physical and mental shape. He walked towards the pitches, looking for a ball, something he could kick to start his warm-up. However, as his eyes roamed the grounds, he found no ball available. No problem. I can warm up without a ball. He moved a little away from the main flow of people, looking for a quieter space near one of the CT's walls. There, he began to stretch his legs, first holding his right ankle and then bending his leg backwards, keeping his balance on one foot. Opening his eyes, Lucas began to make more dynamic movements, running in place for a few seconds. Then he began to do small jumps, raising his knees to his chest, alternating his legs, and then doing a few twists with his arms to loosen up his joints. As he warmed up, his ears picked up the growing sound of voices. The commotion in the CT was growing, and a crowd began to form near one of the fields. Lucas looked in the direction of the movement. Young people were gathering around the main field, where a small platform had been set up. In the center of it, a man in a dark blue sports suit, who looked to be in his 30s, was climbing the steps with a clipboard in one hand and a megaphone in the other. As he stepped onto the makeshift stage, he looked at the crowd for a moment before raising the loudspeaker. All hands, please. In a few minutes, we'll start the call for the physical tests. Each group will be directed to a specific field, where instructors and examiners will be accompanying you. You have already been separated into groups, as you know, and each group will be called in order to line up and begin the exercises. The man continued speaking, listing the activities the players would face during the test. First, we'll do a fitness assessment, running, endurance, flexibility. Then we'll move on to ball tests, control, dribbling, and finishing. Finally, we'll have a series of short games where you can demonstrate your skills in real-game situations. However, each of these stages will be eliminatory. At that moment, a buzz began to spread through the crowd of participants. Many of them questioned whether a fitness test could be eliminatory even before the ball tests. To those of you who are questioning our examination, you can take your things and leave if you like. You're all here because you wanted to be professional footballers, right? So an exemplary physique is the minimum. Plus, equals. Player name, Lucas Tanaka. Star level, 4 to 0 SP/250 SP to the next level asterisk. Balance, 300 credits. Equals. Attributes. Speed, 30. Shooting, 34. Dribbling, 25. Defense, 18. Physical, 35. Passing, 33. Equals. Talents. Ball control, 0. Endurance, 0. Strength, 0. Heading, 5. Scoring, 0. Vision, 0. Continue your journey on Empire. Positioning, 0. Equals. Mystical skills, hearts, sharp intuition, attribute progression, supernatural resistance, champion system, replicator genius, titan weight. Equals. Soccer skills, advanced first kick, stellar impulse, short dribble, mirage feint, more than fast reflexes. Chapter 68, Physical Test. Just as the man on stage had said, the groups began to be called after a few minutes. A monitor in a fluorescent vest appeared, checking a list in his hands. Everyone from Group E, come with me, the monitor called out. As part of this group, Lucas followed him. The rest of the group approached, and he soon identified some other contestants. Next to him stood a tall young man, around 1.85 m, with wavy brown hair and an athletic build. He looked about 19, maybe older. The boy glanced at Lucas, and a small, sideways smile appeared on his face before he quickly looked away. My name is Daniel. I play as a defender. What about you? He said casually. Lucas. Striker, replied Lucas, who stood around 1.75 m. Lucas knew this kind of interaction could be as much a friendly gesture as a subtle attempt to gauge the competition. Another player joined the group, a muscular blond young man, about 17 years old and roughly 5 feet 10 inches, 1.78 meters. He began to roll his shoulders, as if accustomed to lengthy fitness sessions. His blue eyes scanned the field in a relaxed manner as he adjusted the collar of his shirt. What are you looking at? The boy shouted. And nothing. I was just curious about your position, Lucas stammered. Left winger. Lucas thought of saying, tall like that, but refrained. More boys joined them, and then the monitor began to instruct the first stage of the test. You will run in intervals of 5 athletes at a time. The race will be 100 meters, and the time will be recorded. Who wants to start? Lucas didn't raise his right hand to volunteer as one of the firsts. He wanted to avoid the pressure of being watched by everyone, but he also didn't want to be last, so he aimed to go second. Soon, the first 5 competitors were ready at the starting line, their legs crouched, preparing themselves like sprinters. Lucas watched intently as the signal was given, and they shot across the field. The sound of their feet hitting the grass and their panting breaths filled the air as they ran, their bodies leaning forward in search of every possible second to move ahead. Lucas mentally mapped out the competitors, trying to gauge his own chances. Of course, before he focused on the people in other groups, he had to worry about those on his own. The first 5 finished the race quickly, each breathing heavily, their faces flushed from the effort. The monitor wrote down the times without reacting, maintaining an impassive expression. Daniel, the defender next to Lucas, watched with his arms crossed, looking indifferent, but his eyes remained on everyone. Next group. It was Lucas's turn now. He positioned himself on the starting line next to 4 other boys. One of them, with short blonde hair, caught his eye. It wasn't the same boy as before, but there seemed to be a lot of blondes here. Ready? Asked the monitor. Lucas took a deep breath, feeling the tension in his shoulders as he lowered himself into the starting position. His focus narrowed to a straight line in front of him and the burst of strength he would need. The whistle blew. Lucas threw his body forward with all the strength he had. His feet dug into the grass with each step, and he felt himself moving faster than ever before. The field blurred around him, and although he knew he wasn't the tallest or strongest there, the lightness of his body helped him glide along the ground. The wind whipped against his face, mixing with the adrenaline coursing through his veins. When Lucas crossed the finish line, his breathing was rapid, but controlled. He glanced over and saw that the blond boy, named Raphael, had finished just behind him. Lucas had come in first. However, the others weren't far behind. Good time, Raphael said, raising his eyebrows as he took a deep breath. Surprisingly, his tone conveyed recognition rather than arrogance. You run fast. Thanks, Lucas replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The monitor consulted his clipboard, checking the times with his usual impassive expression. Daniel, the defender with whom Lucas had exchanged a few words earlier, was now ready for his turn. He stretched again, the muscles in his arm visibly tightening under his tanned skin. Daniel appeared calm, even casual, but Lucas sensed the competitiveness beneath the surface. The boy had the physique of a defender who knew how to use his body on the pitch. After the others finished, it was time for the next test. Let's begin the endurance test. 3 complete laps around the pitch. Anyone who steps out of line loses points. You'll be monitored the whole way. 3 laps were nothing out of the ordinary, but Lucas knew that accumulated wear and tear would be an important factor. The test wasn't just about speed. It was about who could maintain the pace and endurance under pressure. Everyone ready? Start. The monitor shouted, and the first movements echoed across the field. Lucas began at a controlled pace. He didn't want to exhaust his energy in the first few laps. He watched Daniel ahead, who had a strong, determined stride, maintaining a steady speed. Next to him, Raphael ran with a lightness that belied his size, his eyes fixed ahead with determination. In the first third of the race, the groups began to distance themselves. Some of the more impetuous runners were already increasing their speed, while others, like Lucas, maintained a steady pace, and some couldn't keep a good speed and began to slow down. Experienced new tails on Empire. Lucas heard the sound of heavy breathing from another competitor just behind him. He turned his head slightly and saw a shorter boy with close-cropped black hair. The boy's name was Rodriguez, as Lucas heard him introducing himself to the other guys. Gradually, Lucas felt the effects of fatigue beginning to set in, but he controlled his breathing and maintained his focus. When he completed the second lap, he noticed he was side by side with Daniel. The defender had lost a little pace. "Are you going to keep up this pace?" Daniel asked with a half-smile. "I'll try," Lucas replied. The boy, who had earlier identified himself as a left-winger, had moved slightly ahead. He possessed an impressive running style, as if his height and muscles weren't a burden. As the third lap approached, the real test of endurance began. Last lap, the monitor's voice rang out across the field. Lucas increased his pace. When he crossed the finish line, his lungs burned, but he managed to control his breath. He came in second, just behind the left winger. Lucas was exhausted, but satisfied. He bent over slightly, resting his hands on his knees for a moment. The monitor waited for everyone to finish before starting to take notes. The competitors gathered, some more fatigued than others, as they awaited the next instructions. Daniel approached Lucas, breathing heavily, and said, "You've got lungs, man. No wonder you came in first." He ran a hand through his damp hair and glanced at the boy who had beaten them, the left winger. The monitor then raised his clipboard, drawing everyone's attention once again. "Congratulations to everyone who completed the endurance test. You showed determination and pace, but the next test will be about something different. We'll assess your flexibility. You'll be divided into pairs to stretch with partners. Remember, this is a test of body control, so don't rush and perform everything accurately." Lucas looked around, waiting to see who his partner would be. Daniel ended up paired with a taller, thinner boy, while Lucas was paired with Raphael, the left winger who had won the race. Raphael, with his serious demeanor and imposing posture, didn't seem like the type who would strike up a conversation, but Lucas didn't let that intimidate him and invited him to be his partner. After a few minutes of paired stretching, the players were instructed to perform a series of static stretches on their own. As the last flexibility exercise concluded, the monitor began gathering the players together. "Now, let's start calling those who passed the 3 stages. First name, Daniel Reiber. The 6 feet 2 inches, 1.88 meters. Defender stepped forward, a slight smile on his face. He nodded discreetly to Lucas, as if to say, "See you at the next stage." Raphael Porciali. The names continued to be called, one by one, until finally, Lucas Tanaka. He could hardly believe for a moment that he had overcome the first hurdle. Other names were called after him, like Mark's. That's all of them. Brighton's youth team requires these physical performances to be disqualifying because you'll face long, grueling seasons. When you come here, you're just a few steps away from becoming a professional. Anyway, congratulations to those who made it through, and to those who didn't, please keep this feeling and return even stronger at the next trial. Chapter 69, 2 vs 2. Now that we've completed the physical tests, it's time to see what you can really do with the ball. If you want to play for Brighton, you not only need to have a lung, but also know how to attack, defend, and of course, understand the game. The monitor paused as the players looked at each other. You'll be divided into smaller groups for 2-on-2 matches. Each match will be played on a reduced pitch with smaller goals. You need to demonstrate individual skills, positioning, and, above all, teamwork. This test will tell you a lot about your ability to adapt to different situations in the real game. So do your best. A black-haired boy with glasses, who seemed to be still catching his breath from the endurance run, raised his hand hesitantly. His glasses slipped slightly down his nose due to sweat, and he adjusted them before asking, "Excuse me, sir, but weren't the matches against each other only supposed to be at the end?" He looked genuinely confused, perhaps even a little worried by the sudden change of plans. The monitor stared at him for a brief moment, without changing his impassive expression, and replied with cool calm. "No, that's correct. With this 2 vs 2 test, we want to see how your skills perform under pressure from now on. Do you have a problem with that? Read the latest on Empire." The boy hesitated for a moment, his eyes searching for some silent support among the other players, but found nothing but serious, focused faces. He shook his head quickly and muttered, "No, sir." The monitor, satisfied with the absence of further questioning, took a step back and began organizing the pairs. He walked down the line of players, watching each one carefully, before starting to divide up the pairs. "Daniel and Mark," he said, pointing to the two burly players who had stood out in the fitness tests. Mark was a left-winger, and Daniel was a defender. It was a good combination for a 2-on-2 test, because they had attacking and defensive potential. "Lucas and Raphael," continued the monitor, and Lucas's stomach clenched slightly. He wasn't upset about being paired with Raphael, the boy who had won the endurance race. The left winger had an impressive physique, but Raphael had yet to show much personality beyond his irritable posture. Raphael only gave a brief nod in Lucas' direction. Of course, he respected Lucas for coming out on top in all the physical tests. The other pairs were organized, but the first 5-minute match would be between the first two chosen pairs. Whoever scored the most goals would win. However, they knew that it would guarantee their places in the final phase. The monitor approached Lucas and Raphael, handing them a ball for each court. Lucas took the ball with a feeling of electricity running through his body. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the chance to show that he could do more than run. He looked at Raphael, who was already positioning himself, and realized that the boy was focused on the ball, his eyes alert and predatory. "Do you play more up front or in the middle?" Raphael asked suddenly, taking Lucas by surprise. "I can play any position in attack, but you're a left winger, right? I want to get the most out of you, so I'll be further back this time." Lucas replied with a cold tone as he looked at his opponents. Raphael frowned. "Get the most out of me?" "Yes. You have a strong physique, so their striker won't be able to get past you to attack without help, so he'll move out of the way of the goal. That's where I come in. TSK, whatever. Just pass the ball to me." As soon as the monitor blew the whistle, Lucas passed the ball to Raphael, who promptly headed it down the sideline. The grass under his feet was soft, but there was still morning moisture on the leaves, which made the ball slide faster than expected. Raphael, with his impressive speed, kept control. Mark, sensing the left winger's intention, went to meet him, forcing Raphael to move away from the sideline and bring the ball into the center. Lucas noticed that Daniel was already backing off, forming a line of defense right in front of the small goal. He knew that if Raphael tried a simple dribble, Mark's physical strength could end the move in seconds. So Lucas positioned himself in the center of the small field, offering a passing option. Raphael glanced up, his eyes briefly undecided. In a matter of seconds, he had to decide, go it alone or rely on the pass. Mark was approaching fast, almost colliding with Raphael, and it was now or never. Raphael rolled the ball with the side of his left foot, a dry, precise pass that found Lucas in the middle of the pitch. Lucas already had his body positioned for control, received the ball with a light touch, and turned quickly towards the goal. Daniel, attentive, took 2 steps forward to close the angle. Lucas knew he couldn't waste any time. If he waited any longer, Mark would already be back to help with the marking. Lucas made a quick decision. He made a feint using Mirage Feint, as if he was going to move forward, but instead gave a heel pass to Raphael, who had run diagonally, getting rid of Mark. "Go!" Lucas shouted. Raphael had expected the move. With a subtle touch, he controlled the ball and prepared to shoot. The distance was short, but Daniel was already in front, ready to block the shot. Raphael, in a quick move, lifted the ball slightly with his left foot, trying to hook it over the defender, but the touch was a little stronger than he expected. The ball went higher than necessary, and Daniel stretched out his foot to intercept it. Lucas saw the opportunity. He was in constant motion, always waiting for a gap. As soon as the ball bounced off Daniel's foot, rising a few centimeters in the air, Lucas accelerated into the area. His body reacted by instinct, and he leapt, using stellar impulse, and headed it back to Raphael. This time, Raphael didn't even have to look at the goal and just shot, hitting the ball for the first time with the inside of his right foot. It was a precise, low shot that went under Daniel's legs. The shout for a goal didn't come, however, because everyone was stunned by the height of Lucas' leap. For a second, he seemed to have flown. Lucas landed back on the ground with a lightness that contrasted with the explosive movement of his jump. The muffled sound of his boots hitting the wet grass was overshadowed by the surrounding murmurs. The other players, scattered around the reduced pitch, watched the scene with wide eyes. It wasn't just the goal that had impressed them, but the unexpected, almost impossible leap that Lucas had made seconds before. The monitor, who until then had kept his expression rigid and unwavering, raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a rare spark of surprise. He took 2 steps forward and, with a firm tone, announced, 1-0 to Lucas and Raphael. The ball is now Mark and Daniel's. Did you see what he did? I swear he almost floated away for a moment. Yeah, it must have been the light or the angle we saw. Was the pass good? Lucas asked Raphael, with a discreet smile on his face. He didn't want to seem arrogant, but he knew that the moment called for confidence. Raphael looked at him for a moment, then shook his head. You did all the work. Thank you. The monitor didn't allow much time for celebration. The whistle blew again, this time indicating that the ball was now with Daniel and Mark. The two opponents, still recovering from the goal they had conceded, exchanged a brief glance. Daniel, the burly defender, ran a hand through his short, sweat-soaked hair, clearly frustrated. Mark, on the other hand, seemed to remain calm, although his eyes showed a growing intensity. "The game's not over yet," muttered Mark to his teammate. "Let's turn it around." Daniel agreed with a nod, and they both got into position. The monitor played the ball into the middle of the reduced field, and Mark, with an agile touch, controlled the ball with the inside of his foot. His reputation as a hard-to-stop striker had preceded him, and now he intends to prove it. Lucas, who had already returned to his position further back, watched his opponents carefully. He knew that Mark and Daniel would attack with everything now. Raphael, on the other hand, looked impatient, his eyes following Mark's every move. "They'll try to come quickly," Lucas commented, without taking his eyes off his opponents. "So what? We just need to hold out for a few more minutes. Don't underestimate them. They're all here because they want to hold on to this tiny chance of getting through and becoming professionals. They're sure to come out all guns blazing now that the ball is theirs." Chapter 70, Attack and Analysis. Raphael shook his head impatiently. Raphael preferred immediate action, constant pressure, and wasn't happy about having to wait. "Let's get this over with," he said with his eyes still fixed on Mark, who was now exchanging a quick pass with Daniel. The touch between them was agile, fluid, with no wasted movement. They didn't know each other, but they were above-par players, otherwise they wouldn't even be in this competition. Mark received the ball back and moved quickly through the middle. In a few seconds, he had covered most of the distance to the opponent's penalty area. Daniel was just behind, ready to offer support. However, Mark liked to attack and smiled broadly because, with only two players defending, he had the space to use the best, short dribbles, that kind of movement where the ball seems glued to the feet. However, Raphael, although anxious, was no fool and knew he couldn't let his opponent get too close to the goal. His body seemed to react on its own, and, in one abrupt move, he ran to press Mark. It was risky, of course, but Raphael was never the type to stand back and watch. His aggressive, almost impulsive style of play always got him into tricky situations, but it also generated impressive results. When Raphael approached, wanting to disarm him, Mark turned his body with his back to Raphael, protecting the ball like a futsal pivot. Discover hidden content at Empire. Raphael tried to push him away, forcing pressure, but Mark was like a concrete wall, using his own body to block any attempt to steal the ball. His feet, almost imperceptible, moved slightly, as if they were waiting for the right moment to react. And that's what happened. With a quick twist of his hips, Mark made a beautiful pivot, spinning on himself and out of Raphael's grasp. The move was so quick that it knocked Raphael off balance for a second, just enough time for Mark to set up the shot. The ball was positioned in front of him, and he didn't hesitate. With his right leg, he fired a powerful shot straight into the corner of the small goal. However, Lucas had seen it coming. The moment Mark turned, Lucas read the play and stretched out his right leg as far as it would go. The tip of his boot made contact with the ball, deflecting it upwards. Then Lucas lowered his gaze and scanned the field, identifying where everyone was. That's how he saw that the opponent's goal was unguarded, with Mark in attack and Daniel in the middle of the reduced field. So Lucas didn't even wait for the ball to hit the ground before kicking it. He kicked it at half height and over the top, putting enough force into it. The ball sailed over the heads of Mark, Raphael, and Daniel, and it was clear that the target was the opponent's goal. Daniel couldn't believe his eyes. He really kicked it. He muttered to himself, his heart racing. Daniel started to run, almost by reflex, but he knew there wouldn't be enough time to reach the ball. Lucas, on the other hand, felt a chill in his stomach when he realized that the trajectory was almost perfect. He barely blinked, absolutely focused on every movement of the ball. But as it began to descend, something was off. The ball, which was supposed to fall gently towards the center of the goal, began to curve slightly to the right because of the wind. Lucas clenched his teeth, his breath caught in his chest. It was close, but perhaps too close. Then, in an instant, the ball reached the apex of the arc and began its final descent. For a moment, everyone held their breath. It grazed the right side of the crossbar. Daniel, standing a few meters from where the ball landed outside the goal, shook his head slowly, still processing what had just happened. He almost hit it. This guy, he's dangerous. Daniel thought with his hands resting on his knees as he tried to catch his breath. Mark, who was normally a well of confidence, was now staring at Lucas, his eyes narrowed. It wasn't just the impressive shot, but how quickly Lucas had read the play. That wasn't luck. It was something else. He read us like a book. Mark muttered, almost in disbelief. Lucas didn't have time to let himself feel the frustration of the ball striking the crossbar. "Watch out, Lucas!" Raphael shouted, making a gesture with his hand, warning of Mark's movement. Mark looked for the right side of the pitch, where he knew he would have more room to maneuver. He made a quick feint, making his body look like it was going to go left, but quickly changed direction, which made Raphael slide a little, almost off balance. The confidence in Mark's eyes was growing by the second. If he makes it, it'll be a sure goal, thought Daniel, now more focused on his defense than before. In the end, Lucas managed to save. With the last moments approaching, the players began to move frantically around the pitch. The ball went from side to side, with each player trying their best to keep possession, but the defense was solid and determined. So the game ended without any more goals being scored. The referee's final whistle blew, and the match ended 1-0 to Lucas and Raphael, with that early goal from Raphael. Next pair, get ready, the monitor announced. Lucas took a deep breath as the final whistle echoed across the pitch. He let himself fall onto the soft grass outside the reduced pitch. Soon, someone from the Civ coordination team came up to him, and he saw a bottle enter his field of vision. Lucas took the bottle, looked at the person and said, "Thank you." He just didn't expect that the person who handed him the bottle would be the same girl he had signed up with. She had pink hair and a nice body, even though her sports uniform didn't suit her, but the expression on her face was still rigid. "It was nothing. I'm just doing my job," she said, and with other bottles in a bag, she went to deliver water to the other boys from the last game. Lucas sighed. At least the system isn't giving me those strange missions from the beginning anymore. Well, they were fun and took me out of my comfort zone, but it seems to know that now things have to be pretty serious. The next matches began shortly after the end. As Lucas was one of the first, there were still 2 matches left. After all, the 10 players who passed the first round were divided into 5 pairs. The 2 doubles who played second also had to follow the same rules, the minute and the reduced field, but as the game rolled on, Lucas realized that their level was lower than expected. Sure, they had excellent physiques and were perfect for playing soccer, but they were clearly inferior to several players Lucas had played with and against in the Chubu Regional Championships. Considering that to get into this screening, you needed a referral from someone. Either these kids were being sponsored or someone believed they were talented enough to be in, which they most certainly were not. Nevertheless, one of the players caught Lucas' eye. Curiously, this boy was the one with glasses and black hair. Lucas examined the bespectacled boy on the pitch. He had a completely different posture from the others. Although physically he wasn't as impressive as the others, his slender build and discreet manner seemed to give him away as someone more reserved. There was something about the way he moved that caught the eye. His sunglasses matched his short, well-combed black hair, and the eyes behind the lenses always seemed to be one step ahead, analyzing every detail of the game. Lucas couldn't take his eyes off him. It was as if the boy saw the pitch uniquely, almost as if he could see future moves before they even happened. The way he positioned himself, without wasting unnecessary energy, was impressive. "Who is he?" Lucas muttered, frowning, still sitting on the edge of the pitch. Raphael, who was next to him, also catching his breath, followed Lucas' gaze. "That one over there? He looks a bit out of place. He won't be able to keep up with these guys for long." But Lucas wasn't so sure. "Take a good look," he said, his eyes squinting. "He hardly runs, but he's always in the right place." The boy, whose name Lucas still didn't know, made simple but precise passes, as if his every touch was part of a complex equation that only he could solve. He didn't run after the ball. The ball seemed to come to him, and when he received it, he knew exactly what to do with it. Lucas realized that this boy was always one step ahead of the others, not because of his physical speed, but because of his speed of thought. With every move, it became clearer. The boy's name was finally revealed by his double. "Hey, Otto, come over here." And without hesitation, Otto made the pass. It was then that Lucas was surprised by a mission after several days. The main mission, Eagle Eyes, was granted. Main mission, Eagle Eyes. Description: Otto can see everything on the pitch with a rare talent. He looks like a good prey. Objective: copy Otto's ability. Rewards: plus 50 stars points. Plus 1 epic loot box. Plus 500 credits. Chapter 71, Group E. After this second game, it was the turn of the last pair. However, as there were 5 pairs selected, one of the pairs that had already played was called up. Lucas wasn't surprised when Daniel and Mark, against whom Raphael and he had played, were chosen for this last game of the second test phase. They hadn't been able to show much of their skills in the first match because Lucas and Raphael had worked so well together. So on this second chance, they were more motivated than ever to give it their best shot. Just like the first time, Daniel stayed further back and Mark played the role of striker. However, this time, Daniel helped Mark more and Mark helped Daniel more. At the end of the 5 minutes, the score was 3-0 in their favor. Now that the 10 selected have made their presentations, I'm going to talk to my colleagues for 10 minutes, and I'll come back with the list of names of those who have gone through to the third and final phase. Take the opportunity to hydrate yourselves and get some rest. The players were still panting slightly, sweat dripping down their foreheads and necks as they dispersed around the training ground. It was hot, very hot. It was midsummer in the Northern Hemisphere. Lucas crossed his arms as they watched Daniel and Mark celebrate their victory in different ways. While Daniel threw himself backwards onto the grass and cracked a big smile, Mark was annoyed that he had only scored 2 goals. In a way, Mark reminded Lucas of Nishida. They're a good duo, that's for sure, Lucas thought out loud. They've played much better now, Raphael said. For a moment, Lucas was startled by Raphael's presence next to him. Then he let out a soft sigh, shaking his head slightly. Yes, but they still didn't impress me as much as Otto. Still fascinated by this guy? Raphael scratched the back of his head, confused, because he couldn't understand what Lucas was seeing that was so special. Anyway, is there a chance they'll pick all of us? There are so many good players here. Indeed, the squad was full of talented boys, each trying to do their best, but it was important to remember that they were looking for additions to the team. And considering that the test for this second phase was very specific in terms of teamwork in short spaces, they were obviously looking for someone with that style of play. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think it's more likely that they'll take 5 or 6. They need a leaner squad for the last phase. From what I've seen, all the players who came for the SIFT have been divided into 6 groups. Ours is Group E. If 5 players from each group get through, we'll have 30 players in the final phase. Maybe that's too many people. You're clever, aren't you? You did that very quickly. Well, I'm good with numbers. Lucas said, and he didn't need to get good with numbers at university because he always had to do math to know how many points he needed to pass several risky subjects. 10 minutes. That's a long time to think about what might happen, isn't it? Raphael muttered, glancing at the other players. Some were leaning on their legs, tired, while others were talking quietly, trying to guess the coach's next moves. Plenty of time to get nervous, that's for sure. Lucas took a deep breath. As much as he tried not to get attached to the result, the reality was that it mattered. It mattered a lot. It was the next step towards something bigger. After the pre-agreed time, the main monitor emerged from the tent. He carried a clipboard with the list of names. Next to him, 2 assistants began to walk towards the center of the field, indicating that the moment of waiting was over. The movement was enough to attract the attention of all the players. A nervous silence spread across the pitch as everyone gathered in a semicircle around the coaches. The coach looked down at his clipboard and sniffed before speaking. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate everyone for their dedication and commitment. Everyone here is a talented player, and that made our decision very difficult. As you know, we're looking for players who can adapt quickly to pressure situations and work effectively as a team. And, after much deliberation, we have a list of 5 who will progress to the final round. With every word the coach spoke, Lucas' heart beat faster. The players advancing from Group E are. The coach paused, creating an almost unbearable tension. Lucas Tanaka. Lucas let out the breath he had been holding, and he felt his hands shake slightly. Raphael gave him a gentle push, smiling, but soon became serious again, waiting for the next name. Raphael Porciali. This time it was Lucas who patted Raphael on the back, who reciprocated with a broad, grateful smile. Otto Krieger. Continue reading on Empire. It was only fair. Otto had been excellent. Otto's satisfied expression, his eyes shining with pride behind his glasses, confirmed what Lucas had suspected. He had been preparing for this moment for a long time. The technician consulted his clipboard once more. Mark Tanner. Mark jumped up and clenched his fists, celebrating in a low voice. The final spot was no mystery to anyone who paid attention to the games. Daniel Reiber. The last name echoed across the pitch, followed by a chorus of sighs, some of relief, others of disappointment. Lucas felt happy, but, at the same time, he couldn't help looking around, seeing the heartbroken expressions of those left behind. The coach's voice cut through the air again, but this time it was more formal, dry, and direct. Those players who have not been selected for the next phase, please proceed to the exit and await instructions. We thank you all for your commitment, and don't give up on your dreams. The road is long, but there are still plenty of opportunities. Lucas heard scattered murmurs around him, some silently thanking him, others just accepting their fate without a word. A group of boys began to walk slowly towards the exit of the camp, their heads down and their steps dragging. For a moment, Lucas felt a knot in his stomach. He knew what it was like to lose. He knew the weight of defeat, but there was no way to soften that blow for them. Raphael watched the others walk away with a more sober expression. Only the best advance, and honestly, everyone here is good. The 5 who had passed were instructed to gather in the center of the field. Congratulations to those of you who have advanced. The last phase will be much more difficult. You've excelled so far, but 17 others have also passed the second phase of the other groups. Now you'll be joining them. 17 others? That means that, with the 5 of us, 22 players have passed. That's enough to form 2 full teams, so probably the last test is a match. The coach suddenly put his hand over his eyes, as if trying to see better in the blazing sun. He looked up for a moment, frowning, clearly bothered by the intensity of the heat above them. However, it's too sunny here. You won't be able to show your maximum performance in these conditions. So follow me. We're going to the infield. Raphael raised an eyebrow and let out a slight laugh of relief. Finally, the professionals area. Raphael seemed to be from the area, because he even knew about this sort of thing. The walk to the infield was brief because it was just a gravel path that separated the outfield from the infield. When they finally entered the covered area, some players let out sighs of relief, as if they had just escaped from a desert. The indoor pitch was larger than expected, as it had the real dimensions of a field and at the same time looked like a gymnasium. The grass of the field was impeccably green, lit by a series of large windows all around, but without the scorching glare of the sun directly on them. The monitor turned to the group and said, "Here, You will have the ideal conditions for the last part of the test. Soon, the other groups should join us. Let's wait. As they waited, the side door of the gymnasium creaked open, and all eyes turned to the entrance. Lucas expected to see the next group, but instead of a full group, only 2 people, apart from the monitors in Brighton uniforms, appeared. The first player was a tall young man with a relaxed, almost disinterested posture. He was almost hairless, had several piercings, and walked with his hands in his pockets, unhurriedly, as if he were just taking a stroll. Next to him, in complete contrast, was someone who immediately caught everyone's attention. He had long, flaming hair as red as coals. His face was chiseled and surprisingly beautiful, with features so delightful that he could have been mistaken for a girl. Raphael's eyes widened at the sight of the young redhead. He disguised it poorly by blushing slightly and looking away quickly. Lucas glared at him, and this time he turned red with embarrassment. "Well, you know how it is. He looked like a girl, and I study at a military school, and... never mind. Chapter 72, Coach Jimenez. Yes. I mean, sort of. That's Aiden. He was based in Watford, very agile, even famous in youth circles. I've seen him play in a few leagues, and well, you can imagine why everyone talks about him. Is he a striker? Actually, oddly enough, he's a left back. He's skilled, like a few others. His style of play reminds me a bit of Marcelo from Real Madrid." The player Raphael was referring to was Marcelo Vieira da Silva Jr., a left back who made his career in Europe playing for Real Madrid, who won 3 Champions Leagues in a row. Lucas knew this because he stopped following soccer a few years later, when he went to college. In other words, he's more of an attacking left back than a defensive one. Lucas concluded. Exactly, and although he doesn't have Marcelo's finesse, he makes up for it with speed. As Lucas looked at the young Englishman Aiden, he felt a strange sensation, and his eyes immediately went to Aiden's right side, and he saw that he was also being stared at by one of the competitors. The one who was staring at him was the boy with the disheveled pose and almost no hair. When he saw that Lucas had noticed, he didn't look away but continued to stare, showing that he wasn't afraid of Lucas. "I think that guy likes me." Lucas pointed at the boy as he said this to Raphael. "Is he one of those guys who like to watch his teammates in the shower?" Raphael put a hand to his mouth and started laughing. Lucas didn't even smile, as it was a sincere question. However, Lucas noticed in that second that Raphael seemed much more open now than at the beginning, and decided to ask. "By the way, I have to say that you surprised me." "What? How?" Raphael asked. You seemed like someone who would be more difficult to deal with." Raphael put a hand on his waist and laughed a little, humorlessly. "Well, it was because at first I was trying to intimidate the other contestants with a more, shall we say, villainous pose." "So you're the type to get into character?" Lucas asked with a wry smile. "Like those boys who like anime and try to look more dark?" Raphael was shy. "Something like that. If you look confident, you intimidate. And intimidation can go a long way to winning, right?" "Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But I think you look better without the villain pose." Raphael gave a short laugh. "Maybe." Soon, other players began to arrive. Of course, they all looked very strong. Lucas realized that the level of English soccer, even school soccer, was very high. Probably the influence of having the most competitive league in the world was what influenced such young players to take the sport very seriously. Raphael crossed his arms and looked at the pitch. His eyes moved from one competitor to the next. "Raphael, is everything all right?" Lucas asked. "There are a lot of good players here." "I didn't expect that." He said it seriously, looking at the players who continued to arrive. "I mean, I knew there would be competition, but these guys are some of the best in the whole region." Lucas watched Raphael in silence for a moment, trying to better understand what was going on. That sudden insecurity seemed completely at odds with the personality Raphael had shown until then. Perhaps, deep down, Raphael was still feeling like that boy who tried to impose himself with a villainous pose to intimidate others. And now, faced with more skilled competitors, that mask of confidence was beginning to crack. Well, if it's any consolation, everyone here seems to be in the same boat, trying to prove something. Just do your best. Lucas gave Raphael a weak slap on the back. Others, like Raphael, disguised their nervousness with forced smiles and attempts to make friends. Among the candidates who attracted the most attention was a tall, white-skinned boy with curly green hair and a smile. He walked from group to group, trying to make friends. "Who's that guy?" asked Lucas. Raphael looked at the young player, then back at Lucas. "Him? Oh, that's Luis Fernando, a Brazilian. He used to play at the youth level for a big team in Brazil, but he had to move with his family to England, and since then he's been going from school to school. He's very good. They say he's one of the best midfielders of our generation. He doesn't miss a pass and has an absurd vision of the game." Lucas whistled softly. "You seem to know everyone here." Raphael gave a mirthless laugh. "I do my research. When you play soccer, especially in a competition like this, you need to know who your competitors are. Information is power." Luis Fernando approached a group of players and began to stretch, exchanging a few casual words with them. His calm, confident, and friendly manner told everyone that he knew exactly what he was doing there, as if he had been through hundreds of moments like this before. Another competitor who caught Lucas's eye was a tall, thin boy with the right side of his normally black hair dyed red. He was alone and didn't seem very open to conversation. What about that one over there? Lucas pointed with his chin in the boy's direction. Raphael followed Lucas' gaze and sighed heavily. Hildebrand Gromans. He's fast, like, really fast. He plays as a winger, but he's so versatile that he can drop anywhere on the pitch. What a boring guy to compete against. Hey, relax, man. It's not about who has the biggest name or reputation. When the ball rolls, everyone starts from scratch. At that moment, the door through which the monitor who was supervising Group E came out was opened, and a tall man in a long-sleeved black shirt and a dark blue baseball cap walked towards the monitors. His gaze was hard, but he didn't look very old. Clearly, he wasn't just anyone inside Brighton FC. All right, everyone listen up. I'm the coach of Brighton's under-20s B team. My name is Jimenez. We're going to divide you into 2 groups. It's an 11 versus 11 game, 2 25-minute halves. Whoever impresses gets into the team. Whoever doesn't, well, try better next time. Until that moment, this was the most objective man Lucas had seen in his entire life. Coach Jimenez then began to read out the names he had on a clipboard, pointing to different players as he divided them into 2 teams. Aiden was the first to be pointed out, followed by Luis Fernando and Hildebrand. All in Team A. Raphael was then called up to Team A as well, but Lucas himself had not yet been mentioned. However, this didn't take long. Lucas Tanaka. The monitor finally called his name, pointing to the second team. The first familiar face he recognized in the new group was Daniel, the defender he had played with in a previous tryout. Looks like we're together this time, Daniel said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's nice to have a familiar face around, Lucas replied. Next to Daniel, there was a group of players talking to another boy, who was clearly attracting attention. They were all looking at him, asking him questions about tactics, positioning, and the opposing team. The boy had an expression that bordered on boredom, as if he wasn't the least bit interested in anything that was going on around him. His dark hair fell over his eyes carelessly, and he seemed to be the type who was there out of obligation, not passion. Hey William, what do you think? Should we play further back at first? One boy asked him, and so Lucas found out the name of the bored boy. William just shrugged. I don't know. Do what you think is best. Lucas frowned. He didn't know William yet, but he was curious. Why did someone with such an indifferent attitude seem to attract so much attention? Before he could think too much about it, another player approached him. Hi, you must be Lucas, right? I'm Anton. The player had a pair of goalkeeper gloves under his arms, was tall, and had blonde hair combed to one side. Ah, yes, I am. Nice to meet you, Anton, he replied, shaking the goalkeeper's hand. How did you know my name? Earlier, when my individual test was over, I overheard 2 guys near the exit talking about you. About me? Yes. I'm a bit too curious, so I approached them and asked who they were talking about. They told me that you were amazing in the physical tests, and, you know, people of other nationalities attract attention around here. Now that he's mentioning it, that girl with the pink hair said something about foreigners getting into trouble, didn't she? Well, it must be nothing. Lucas thought as he shook Anton's hand. Chapter 73 Bam. Jimenez glanced at his clipboard, adjusted his cap, then began organizing the teams on the pitch. His first instructions echoed through the air, directed at Team B. Lucas' team, you're going to play 4-3-3. I want Daniel and Luis Fernando controlling the defense. Daniel, you're going to be my commander at the back, understand? Act like a captain. Luis, keep the defensive line organized and watch out for the opposition's attacks. Daniel nodded, his face displaying a calm concentration, while Luis Fernando, next to him, was already warming up his shoulders, unleashing a few quick movements to maintain flexibility. Both formed a solid duo. Lucas knew he could rely on them to hold the defense. Anton, you're, of course, going for a goal. Watch out for crosses, and above all, keep an eye on the opposing team's quick passes. They'll try to use the space on the sides to open up our defense. Anton smiled slightly and slipped on his gloves. Coach Jimenez continued distributing the positions. Nathan, you're on the right wing. I need you to use your speed to get on the counterattack and create space on the flanks. Lucas, you'll be on the left wing. I want to see how you do cutting into the middle and taking advantage of your diagonal passing. And William, you'll be our center forward. Lucas looked at William with some surprise. Even with his bored expression, he had been placed as a center forward. At 1.60 m tall, it was an unusual choice for the position, yet Jimenez appeared confident. Perhaps there was something about that boy that he didn't yet know. That's it, said Jimenez, finalizing the formation. I want constant movement in the middle and to take advantage of the spaces on the sides. We'll focus on building fast moves and trying to surprise their defense. Coach Jimenez next set up Team A, adopting a 4-4-2 formation. Mark and Raphael were deployed as the 2 strikers, as they were both left wingers. In midfield, Otto, the black-haired boy from whom he needed to copy the skill, and the almost bald boy, Felix, would be the central organization. Between them, Hildebrand, the attacking midfielder, would be a constant threat. His ability to break down the opposition's defense made him a danger that Team B would have to contain. Aiden Perry, their left back, was agile and had the ability to connect the defense to the midfield with quality. His presence would be key to Team A's rapid transition. Keep an eye on Perry's movements. I've played against him in a youth league. He's unpredictable and can come in to help the attack without warning. Lucas stretched his legs and took a deep breath, glancing at the other side of the pitch where Team A was already exchanging light passes during warm-up. The coach's whistle blew, and the two teams lined up. The green grass seemed to glow in the soft light of day. Their gazes met. Lucas suddenly felt the gaze of William, the designated center forward, on him. "Pass me the ball whenever you can," said William, looking at Lucas. At that moment, their eyes met for the first time and Lucas felt a shiver run down his spine because, surprisingly, William's eyes seemed completely empty. Lucas swallowed, because it wasn't the first time Lucas had seen a look like this. The other times he had seen looks like this were in his own mirror, when he was in that cycle of waking up, going to work, and then coming home only to sleep. On those days, his life had become monochrome, emotionless, dull, without purpose. How does this boy look like that at this age? Lucas looked straight ahead, frowning. It was unusual to see such apathy in someone so young, especially in a sporting environment, where adrenaline and passion usually dominated the players' faces. Lucas tried to push the thoughts away and focus on the game that would begin in a moment. He bent his knees and looked towards the middle of the pitch, where Otto stood. The match would start soon, so his aim was clear: watch Otto closely and copy his skill. The whistle blew, breaking the momentary silence that had hung over the pitch. Team A kicked off and began exchanging passes, with Hillebrand taking up the most advanced position, ready to receive the ball at any moment. Lucas repositioned himself, aware of Aiden Perry's movement on the A-team's left flank on the other side of the pitch. "Go, Nathan. Put pressure on Perry," shouted Lucas, urging on his teammate on the right wing. Nathan quickly closed down the space, which made Perry grit his teeth. This gave Team B a momentary opportunity to reorganize their lines. Daniel and Luis Fernando, like a wall, kept the defense solid, allowing the midfield to push forward and support the attack in a tighter formation. Lucas knew the ball would eventually come to him. It was just a matter of staying ready and positioning himself free. Japanese. The shout came from a midfield player, and so Lucas saw that the ball was traveling in his direction. "Damn, I have a name." With a simple movement, Lucas took hold of the ball with his chest and quickly lowered it onto his left foot. The adrenaline took over and, without thinking twice, he looked around for a passing option. William was positioned in the center, but Lucas hesitated for a brief second. Something about that boy still made him uncomfortable, but the game didn't allow for indecision. Lucas passed the ball back to Daniel, who had moved up in support. The two exchanged passes quickly, a real tiki-taka of coordinated movement. Daniel returned the ball with a first touch, and Lucas, now with more space, set off towards the left back. Team A quickly began to retreat. However, Lucas was one step ahead. He accelerated, gaining precious meters. The wind whipped against his face and the grass seemed to slide under his feet. "Look, he's fast too," an assistant coach of Jimenez wrote on his clipboard. "Boss, did you already know that?" "Yes. I looked at the physical results of everyone who went through to this last phase." "Everyone? But there are 22 players, and you didn't have much time. That's why I was 5 minutes late." When Team A's right back almost caught up with Lucas, the left winger pretended to cut back towards the center, but at the last second changed direction, taking the ball further towards the end line. The right back was taken by surprise and, despite being quick, couldn't keep up with the sudden change of pace. Lucas quickly looked into the area. William was well positioned, still not expressing any emotion. "He's the opposite of Nishida," thought Lucas. Without wasting any time, Lucas delivered the cross. The ball traveled high, with a curve, perfect for someone to anticipate and head in. Time seemed to slow down as the ball floated through the air, and Lucas held his breath. All eyes were on William. The boy, who had previously seemed disinterested, was now moving with precision. He leapt, outpacing the A-team defenders with astonishing momentum. Bam! The ball exploded off William's forehead, speeding towards the goal. Team A's goalkeeper Felipe reacted quickly, but not quickly enough. The ball flew past his outstretched hands and into the net. A momentary silence overtook the pitch, soon followed by a roar of shouts and applause from his Team B teammates. Lucas could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. William's apathy had turned into lethal action. William descended from the air, his feet touching the grass just as lightly as before. Without showing any emotion, he turned to Lucas, only giving a slight nod. That brief gesture made Lucas realize that, behind the blank stare, there was much more to that boy than he could understand at that moment. "Yeah, boys," Coach Jimenez shouted, raising his fist in the air, and then completely changed his personality to give the A-team a scolding. "How can you let a boy of 1.60 get past you and a left winger, who isn't even a natural at the position, fool you so easily? Lucas is an attacking midfielder." It seemed Jimenez was taunting the A-team. The boys were clearly annoyed by the goal conceded. Hillebrand, now more advanced, tried to find gaps in the solid defense formed by Daniel and Luis Fernando. Otto, meanwhile, was the brains of the midfield, controlling the pace of the game with intelligent passing and impressive vision. Lucas kept his eyes on Otto, observing every detail. The way he turned his body before making a pass, the way he scanned the field before receiving the ball. Lucas tried to decipher the patterns, waiting for the right moment to use his copying genius ability. Marking. Don't let him breathe, shouted Jimenez from the sidelines, seeing the danger Otto posed. Team B tried to press, but Otto always found a way through. It was then, in a quick exchange of passes between him and Felix, that Lucas saw his chance. He advanced quickly towards Otto, who, for a brief second, looked surprised. It was the perfect moment. Lucas activated his skill. The player Otto Krieger has just demonstrated the skill, risk analysis. Would you like to check the copy conditions for this skill? Chapter 74, Risk Analysis. Skill copy conditions. Risk analysis. Intercept at least 3 passes from Otto, making him doubt his own analysis skills. Lucas quickened his pace, concentrating on Otto. The team player was skillful, and the way he manipulated the pace of the game gave the A-team a strategic advantage. Otto rarely made a mistake, his vision was sharp, and he controlled the midfield with the precision of a maestro. However, Lucas knew he had a gap, and his copying genius ability had revealed the way. Pass interception. That's what I need to do to stop Otto. I just need to think a bit like him and try to guess where his passes will go. Lucas needed to intercept 3 crucial passes to make Otto question his confidence. Coach Jimenez's shouts echoed across the pitch, but Lucas filtered out the sound, focusing solely on Otto's movement. He knew that to complete the conditions and copy risk analysis, he had to be strategic. The first step would be to approach Otto without appearing to be an immediate threat. Otto received the ball in midfield, turning smoothly. His eyes scanned the field for options. Felix advanced down the right flank, ready for a pass. Lucas noticed the exchange of glances between Otto and Felix and knew that this was the moment. This is it. With a burst of speed, Lucas cut the line. Otto hesitated for a split second, perhaps not expecting Lucas to be so close. The ball left Otto's foot with force, but Lucas, already on the move, managed to stretch out his leg, intercepting the pass. The ball hit his shin, followed by brief silence, before the player's noise returned. Nice one, Lucas, shouted Nathan from the other end of the pitch, rushing to reposition himself. Pass it to me. Lucas wasted no time. He quickly passed the ball to Nathan, who drove it forward. Otto frowned, clearly annoyed by the interception. 1 down, thought Lucas, knowing that he still needed 2 more interceptions to complete the challenge. With the attack thwarted by a tackle from an A-team defender, they regained control of possession, and Otto didn't let this affect his composure. Otto dropped back to receive a pass from Hillebrand, but Lucas didn't move forward immediately. Instead, he positioned himself in such a way as to block Otto's passing routes, forcing him to think twice. Otto began to feel the weight of the pressure. Daniel and Luis Fernando were covering the attacking options in depth, and Nathan was pressing Aiden Perry on the wing so as not to let him offer support. Close it down, Lucas. Close him down, Daniel shouted, gesturing with his arms as he maintained his defensive position. The shout was direct, and Lucas got the message. They needed to suffocate Otto. Otto tried to send a pass over the top to Rafael, but Lucas had seen it coming. He took a step to the right, reading the game with precision. Otto raised his head and passed, but Lucas was in the way. This time, Lucas took the ball on his chest, feeling the cold leather of the sphere against his body before lowering it onto his right foot. With one swift movement, he played it to a midfielder, who began to organize Team B's midfield. As the ball moved quickly to the other side of the pitch, Lucas kept his eyes on Otto. The midfielder was beginning to lose his composure. His upright, confident posture was now a little more bent, and his eyes looked a little disconcerted. Otto knew that Lucas was reading his movements, and that bothered him. Just one more, thought Lucas, knowing that he was close to completing the conditions for copying the skill. Otto knew he had to be more careful, so he began to play more conservatively, dropping back and distributing short passes to Hillebrand and Felix. The dynamic of the game changed. Team B's pressure was starting to force mistakes from Team A. Otto was the heart of the opposing team, but now his rhythm was being disrupted. And Lucas was everywhere, like a constant shadow, anticipating their moves. Team A set up a new attack, moving the ball slowly to avoid pressure. Otto began to retreat, hoping to find an opportunity to launch a decisive pass. Lucas kept his distance, waiting patiently for his chance. Otto received the ball and hesitated for a moment, trying to calculate his next move. Then he spotted Felix again, free on the wing. It was the obvious move, and Otto, desperate to regain his confidence, sent the ball towards Felix. Lucas read Otto's intention even before the pass was made. He advanced swiftly, gliding perfectly to intercept the ball for the 3rd time. The interception was clean, and Lucas quickly got to his feet. Otto's mind finally wavered. He took a step back, looking around, lost. His eyes were wide, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. That unshakable confidence had turned to doubt. He didn't have an exceptional physique. He wasn't good at finishing, and he wasn't good defensively either. My only weapon is my vision, and I'm losing out on that. Does that mean I won't get through this sieve? Lucas saw the uncertainty on Otto's face and smiled. knowing that he had completed the challenge. The conditions for copying the skill risk analysis have been met. Do you wish to copy the skill now? Copy conditions met. Skill risk analysis acquired. Risk analysis released. The mission Eagle Eyes has been granted. Main mission completed. You have earned the following rewards: plus 50 star points, plus 1 epic loot box, plus 500 credits. Lucas looked up with sweat dripping down his forehead and his chest rising and falling at a frantic pace. It was harder to intercept those passes than he made it look. That lost look on Otto's face, the expression of uncertainty, as if his confidence had been ripped away with each cut pass, was proof that Lucas' plan had worked. On the side of the pitch, Coach Jimenez watched the scene with a twinkle in his eye. He muttered to himself, amazed at Lucas' cunning. Very clever kid, said Jimenez, with a discreet smile appearing at the corner of his lips. What did you say, boss? Asked one of his assistants, looking up from the tactical clipboard he had been scribbling on during the game. Jimenez shook his head slightly, still smiling, and glared at the assistant, as if he was missing the best show of the afternoon. Take your eyes off that clipboard and pay more attention to the pitch. He crossed his arms. This game is very entertaining. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the ball was with Lucas, who had already repositioned himself at left back. Team B had regained possession, and he needed to increase the score, preferably by scoring a goal of his own, to take advantage of his opponent's momentary disorganization. However, there was one player who was more alert than he looked. Felix, the bald boy, with his serious expression and robust body, advanced towards Lucas from his position in midfield. Running diagonally across the pitch, he quickly closed the gap and forced Lucas to stop. Stay connected with Empire. I saw what you did to Otto. I didn't like that at all. We're not enemies here, said Felix as he blocked the pass. Lucas put his right foot on the ball. Rubbish. We're competing. This is soccer, not group therapy. Felix snorted, his jaw tense as he stared at Lucas with an icy stare. I won't let you do that again. Felix narrowed his eyes. Now my only target here is you. With his broad muscles and imposing stance, Felix blocked any attempt by Lucas to gain more ground. Lucas knew that the only way to escape his mark would be to attempt to dribble. His body leaned to the right to try to trick Felix into going, and then he cut back to the left and attempted a cross into the box. However, Felix was not just any player. His wingspan allowed him to cover great distances quickly, and his intelligence on the pitch was equal to the situation. He read Lucas' intention and reacted immediately, using his body to block the path. The clash between the two was inevitable. Felix used the weight of his strong physique to push Lucas, enough to destabilize him without committing a foul, but strong enough to send a clear message. Lucas staggered, but managed to stay on his feet and keep control of the ball. He tried once more to advance, turning his body to create an angle, but Felix was there, ready for any move. It's not going to be that easy, kid. You took Otto out of the game, but it's going to be different with me. Lucas gritted his teeth, annoyed. Felix wasn't just physically strong. He had an incredible reading of the game. It was like trying to get past a wall that was constantly changing position to block your advance. Every time Lucas thought he had found a gap, Felix was there, anticipating the next move. However, Lucas didn't need to try to find an answer on his own. After all, he had just gained a skill that could help him with that. That's it. It's the perfect time to use risk analysis. Chapter 75, Felix. Invisible lines, almost like translucent nylon threads, began to manifest themselves in the field. They cut across the pitch in various directions, outlining possible trajectories, paths, and passing options that Lucas would never have considered otherwise. Some of these lines seemed obvious, such as direct passes to teammates who were relatively free, but others were incredibly subtle, appearing only if certain conditions were met: a slight movement by an opponent, a repositioning by a teammate, a momentary distraction that created a temporary gap. It was as if he was seeing the game through an enhanced tactical lens. That's extraordinary, Lucas thought, absorbing the avalanche of information without discomfort. He could see the weaknesses in the field, the holes in the defenses that, at first glance, weren't noticeable to anyone. Now, with risk analysis, he had a clear vision of how to exploit each of these points. Felix continued to block his advance from the back, arms ready to physically thwart any dribbling attempt. He had no idea that Lucas had entered a new level of perception, but he noticed that something had changed in his opponent when a smile crossed Lucas' face. Lucas's body moved naturally, following the path of one of the passing lines that only he could see. He pretended to move to the right again, but this time, instead of trying to cut to the left, he moved the ball back slightly, enough for Felix to take a step forward, taking the bait. In the next second, Lucas turned his body in one fluid movement, moving to the opposite side and cutting the line Felix had created. Felix, for all his intelligence, took an extra second to realize the trick. Before he knew it, Lucas had already passed him, leaving the sturdy defender behind. The shock on Felix's face was clear. He tried to run after Lucas, but although he was stronger, he was no faster. Now free on the wing, Lucas raised his head and saw a new series of lines forming. The next decision was crucial. cross the ball into the box, or attempt a direct advance on the goal. The A-team's defense was beginning to reorganize, and he needed to act fast. One of the strands that stood out shone brighter, a clear indication that this was the best option available. It was an arcing cross for William, the small striker from Team B who had managed that absurd finish for the first goal. William didn't raise his hand or shout to signal that he was ready, yet somehow Lucas knew that William would be able to finish anyway. He was about to pass, when suddenly something else caught his eye. Another line appeared, almost imperceptibly. It didn't go directly to William, but to defender Luis Fernando, who was moving quickly towards the edge of the box. Team A's defense was completely focused on William, waiting for an immediate cross. No one was paying attention to a defender coming from behind, like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. Lucas smiled internally. It was a risky move, but with the risk analysis skill, he knew it was the most effective option. It was one of those opportunities that only come along once in the whole game. With a light touch, he crossed a little harder than he should have if he was crossing this ball to William. So, when the ball flew past the defenders in an unreachable way, they thought Lucas had missed the pass when, in fact, Luis Fernando, as if following a script, advanced quickly near the second post, received the ball on his chest, and played it onto his right foot. Coach Jimenez, who was watching the scene from the sidelines, opened his eyes wide. These boys, they really understand the game. Luis Fernando, now in possession of the ball, had the goal at his mercy. Every Team A player was out of position, running desperately to try and cover the space left, but Luis Fernando, in those moments, lifted his right foot and sent the ball towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, who had been poorly positioned due to the previous confusion, desperately tried to throw himself to one side, but it was too late. The ball was in the net. The sound of the ball hitting the back of the net was followed by a chorus of celebration from Lucas' teammates. Experienced new tales on Empire. Lucas, still catching his breath, smiled. Not only had he beaten Felix, but he had led the decisive move that took his team to victory. On the other side of the pitch, Otto watched in silence. Defeat was visible in his eyes, but now he understood something that many of those players on the pitch were also beginning to understand. Lucas was no ordinary player. He had something special, something that Otto still couldn't understand because, from one second to the next, he seemed to find the answer he was looking for to get out from under Felix's strong marking. Felix approached Lucas with a serious expression. He stopped in front of Lucas, his eyes fixed on his for a long moment. Felix held out his hand. "You play good soccer," said Felix. Lucas was surprised and shook Felix's hand. "So do you." That marking over there was hard to get a shot away from. Fortunately, someone came forward to receive it. "I know. That kind of tackle is my specialty. Still, you managed to get out in the very first clash." "Ah, so scary," Felix commented as they walked towards midfield. Lucas needed to get back to his team's part of the pitch. Lucas laughed at Felix's last comment. He never imagined that a defender with such a solid concept would call him scary. "But, Tanaka, if I were you, I'd be more worried about that last assist than happy." Felix returned to his serious tone and harsh voice. Lucas looked out of the corner of his eye. "Is that so? Why do you say that? Do you know the lanternfish? It's a fish that lives in the deepest regions of the sea, in the abyss. It's the one from that animated movie that has a light hanging from an antenna on its head. To ordinary fish, it's a voracious predator. But do you know what his problem is? He's not the only abyssal predator in that region, and, shining so brightly, the others are obviously going to see him as the most obvious prey." When Lucas returned to his side of the pitch, he understood what Felix meant. The eyes of all the opponents were fixed on him. It wasn't just a quick analysis of a player who had just made a brilliant assist. It was more than that. They were long, voracious stares. Lucas could feel the hostility like a silent tide rising up and engulfing him. His heart raced a little, not out of fear, but out of a slow, uncomfortable realization of what was happening. What's more, Lucas could also feel the stares in the back of his head, as if the whole field was now focused on him in a different way. Before, it was a positive highlight, an admiration for having provided an assist. Now, it was as if he was a target. Every player, opponent, or teammate seemed to be assessing their own chances of overshadowing Lucas in some way. That's what tryouts did to players. They forced them to compete not only with their opponents, but with their own teammates. It was a game within a game. The defender, with that enigmatic smile and the lanternfish metaphor, had already given a clear warning. "You're shining, Lucas." And now everyone's going to want to extinguish that glow. On the other side of the pitch, Jimenez's main assistant coach, a middle-aged man with hair already starting to frizz on the sides, was watching the pitch. He had seen it so many times before. Every year, it was the same. When a player stood out too much at the start of a decisive game, it was as if the whole field turned against him. No matter how brilliant, the other players, both from the opposing team and from his own team, began to act like predators circling their prey. The assistant, called Rodrigo, crossed his arms, letting out a sigh of mild frustration. He knew what would happen next. It was a repetitive cycle. The defenders would leave gaps on purpose, only to recover the ball in dramatic fashion. The goalkeeper would position himself badly on purpose, just to make a spectacular save and attract attention. And worst of all, The passes to the player who stood out most at the start, in this case Lucas, would simply cease. Each player on the pitch would start acting for their own benefit, trying to stand out individually, and it wouldn't matter what was best for the team. These boys, always the same story, thought Rodrigo aloud. He knew that this was detrimental to the team's performance, but it was something that happened in almost every tryout. The players wanted to prove that they were worthy of a place in the first team, and often did so at the expense of their own teammates. Chapter 76, Lone Wolf. The midfielder, who normally links defense and attack, received the ball and, without even hesitating, turned the play to the other end. Lucas raised his hand, calling for a pass, but was ignored. He looked around, trying to make sense of the situation. The ball was being kept away from him on purpose. It was just as Felix had warned. Team A, who had previously been marking aggressively, retreated slightly, concentrating more on covering the other sectors of the pitch. They were testing Team B. Why don't they pass the ball? Lucas thought. It was frustrating. He knew he had the ability to make a dangerous move like before, but he couldn't do it without the ball. Assistant Rodrigo scratched his chin, shaking his head slowly. Those boys, Rodrigo muttered as he crossed his arms. Lucas watched helplessly as the minutes passed without a single ball reaching him. The opposing defenders occasionally approached him, but it wasn't like before. They knew that Lucas was in no danger as long as he didn't have the ball. Obviously, he began to get restless, his feet tapping lightly on the turf while his eyes followed the rhythm of the match. The game was passing quickly, but nothing involved him. He tried to shout to his teammates, calling for a long pass, but the move seemed to take place in a parallel universe to his own. Come on guys, I'm here. Play, Lucas shouted, slapping his thigh in frustration, but no one seemed to hear him. They're avoiding me. All of them. In midfield, Philip, the midfielder, again ignored his run from the back. He laid the ball off to Nathan on the right wing, who, instead of triangulating, tried a risky dribble. He lost the ball once again. Jimenez, the coach, knew what was happening, but in a test like this, it wasn't just individual talent that was being assessed. Teamwork, the ability to deal with pressure, all of that was at stake. Rodrigo, what do you think the boy is going to do now? Jimenez asked his assistant. If he's smart, he'll stay calm. Lucas needs to understand that it's part of the game. If he loses his head, he'll end his chances on his own. But if he's too patient, well, the game will be over, and, just like many in previous years, he'll be seen as a player who ran out of steam quickly. Despite not receiving passes, Lucas continued to run around the pitch while putting himself in easy passing positions. Every second he went without receiving the ball was a blow to his pride, but also fuel to keep looking for a game. On the other side of the pitch, Mark Tanner, the A-team's left winger, was clearly aware of the situation. Of course, he had already noticed Lucas' absence from the play. Normally, the young striker was a constant threat, but at that moment, it was as if he had been erased from the game. Mark exchanged glances with Rafael Porciali, another A-team player. That's not right, is it? Why aren't you passing to him? Rafael muttered as he walked alongside Mark without taking his eyes off the ball. Mark, older and more experienced, shrugged. Who knows? But you can tell they're doing it on purpose. When Rafael crossed paths with Nathan, he asked, why are you ignoring Lucas? He's free all the time. Nathan turned around, panting, sweat dripping down his forehead. It's obvious, man. It's not just him who's being evaluated here. Everyone needs a chance to show what they can do. Rafael took a step forward. This makes no sense. You're sabotaging the game. You can't impress anyone playing like this. Soccer isn't about one player shining. It's about the whole team working. And you're not working. Nathan crossed his arms dismissively and said, oh, please. You know what they want to see. Lucas isn't Messi. If he can't create anything on his own, then maybe he's not the player you think he is. They told me you played the second half together. Are you sorry because you were carried here by him? Rafael clenched his fists. You're wrong. Nobody creates alone, not even Messi. He depends on his teammates to make the game flow. If you're sabotaging him, it's not just him who will lose. You'll all look bad. Brighton's coaches aren't idiots. They know how to see the whole picture. Nathan laughed sarcastically, tossing his wet hair back. You don't understand anything about how soccer really works. If soccer is about handpicking who you're going to sabotage to make yourself look better, then I really don't understand anything about it. However, Lucas, who was too far away to hear the conversation between Rafael and Nathan, didn't let it get him down. After all, the others were ignoring him? Well, that was a good thing, because it was when the challenges began and the odds were stacked against him that this decided to show up. New secondary mission. Secondary mission name, Lone Wolf. Description, you were playing well, but your teammates suddenly chose not to pass to you anymore. That's a shame. However, it would be embarrassing for them if you picked up the ball and scored a goal yourself, without depending on anyone, wouldn't it? Goal. Score at least one goal without giving a pass or cross past midfield against Team A. Rewards. Plus 70 star points. Plus 15 attribute points. Plus legendary loot box. The mission was clear, but not as simple as the champion system made it seem. Lucas wasn't a dribbling or finishing specialist. In fact, most of his skills were only useful when he worked as part of a team. However, If he could mix all the skills he had received so far to score a single goal without anyone else, it wasn't impossible. He just needed to think carefully. From the bench, Coach Jimenez was observing. The boy is reading the game. Let's see what he does now. Lucas began to analyze his options. If he couldn't rely on passing, he would have to infiltrate space, make an interception, and then start running. Team A was tactically very predictable, and that was to be expected after they had only been playing together for a few minutes. As excellent players, they knew how to pass efficiently and safely, without creating too many risks, and with Otto in midfield, they were a team that fit together. Unlike at the start, it was also going to be difficult for Lucas to steal the ball, mainly because Felix was very attentive. This time, Lucas couldn't think he was smarter than the other opposing players. It was then, while looking at his own team's pitch, that Lucas remembered a teammate with whom he had exchanged a few sentences. Daniel. Lucas approached, going to pick up the ball from Team B's defense practically. Daniel, the brown-haired boy who had looked so scared at the start of the competition, looked up and, seeing Lucas, was startled. Immediately, he remembered what Nathan had whispered to him. Don't pass the ball, otherwise they'll be too focused on defense there and won't even get forward here, so you can show up for the coach and prove yourself capable. Daniel broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to pass the ball to Lucas at the same time as he didn't want to. You don't look like a bad person, Lucas. Daniel thought and had the ball under his right foot ready to turn and pass to another player on his team, but at that moment his eyes unconsciously looked at Coach Jimenez, and he realized that if he didn't pass to Lucas, it would be very obvious what they were up to. Ah, fuck Nathan. Thoth. With a quick pass on the right side of his foot, Daniel gave the ball to Lucas, who smiled when he saw the ball heading in his direction. However, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming presence at his back, like a demon that had been waiting for this. Lucas, without even having touched the ball yet, used Mirage Feint, and so, when he caught the ball, he seemed to melt away like a ghost from the marking of Felix who, confused, saw Lucas take hold of the ball, turn and run towards Team A's field in milliseconds. What? How? Carrying the ball, Lucas didn't see the open field to run into as he normally did when he played on the left wing. It wasn't just about running and crossing, and fortunately, he was more used to that than most people in that gym knew. After all, Lucas had only become a striker a few weeks ago. No one knew it at the time, but Lucas Tanaka was on his own turf, and if he was a lone wolf, this was his hunting ground. Experience new tales on Empire. Chapter 77, Team A versus Team B. Lucas ran towards Team A's field with the ball glued to his foot, as if it were part of his body. Adrenaline was pulsing through his veins and sweat was dripping down his forehead, but he remained absolutely focused. Felix, still dazed by the speed with which Lucas had broken free, tightened his grip, sticking to him like a shadow. People around the pitch began to murmur, theorizing. Coach Jimenez leaned forward on the bench with his eyes fixed on Lucas' every move. Is he going to try a pass, or is he going to go it alone? Jimenez asked himself, without taking his eyes off the action. Lucas, however, wasn't stupid. He knew he wouldn't have the freedom to go much further with the ball without a direct confrontation. Besides, Felix was determined to stop him, and the space in front of Lucas was starting to close up as other A-team players moved forward to reinforce the defense. He couldn't rely on speed or technique alone this time. So Lucas activated his risk analysis skill. His field of vision seemed to expand, as if every player on the pitch had their intentions drawn in front of them in invisible lines. Felix's possible movements, the other defenders approaching, even the goalkeeper's positioning, everything was processed in the blink of an eye. I need a single moment of imbalance to create confusion and score, thought Lucas. He slowed down slightly, making it look like he was about to try a simple dribble. Felix fell into the trap, trying to anticipate the move. It was then that Lucas activated Mirage Feint once again. His body seemed to vibrate for a split second, creating the illusion that he was going right, while he quickly moved left, leaving Felix perplexed. The defender stretched out his arm to try and catch Lucas, but it was too late. He had now passed the midfield, so he saw the last line of defense closing in fast. There was no room for a shot yet. If he wanted to shoot from that distance, he'd have to be the very reincarnation of Roberto Carlos or Cristiano Ronaldo, because he'd need a tremendous amount of strength in his dominant leg. Soon, the chief defender approached, spreading his arms to try to block his advance. You're not getting through, shouted the boy. Lucas wasted no time. He activated short dribble again, adjusting the direction of the ball with a minimal movement of his feet. Thus, a short, quick step saw him slip to the defender's right, leaving the defender behind. However, as he passed through the defense, another defender appeared, determined to stop him from advancing. Let's see if you can handle it. The second defender threw his body at Lucas. Normally, Lucas would be thrown to the ground by any defender because he didn't have a natural physique of strength, but at that moment, he used a skill he had been given and had never used before. Titanic weight. For a second, Lucas' body transformed. He felt his muscles thicken, his weight double, and then triple. This ability gave him a body weight of over 120 kilos. It felt strange, as if he were trapped inside heavy armor, unable to move with agility. He knew he couldn't sustain this ability for long, but he didn't need to. Just a second was enough. The impact happened. The defender tried to push him out of the play, but the defender ran into a wall of sheer force. The defender grunted at the shock of the contact, feeling unable to move Lucas, who had become an anchor in the middle of the pitch. As a result, he was left behind. At that exact moment, Lucas deactivated Titanic weight, regaining the agility he had lost. Lucas was closer to the goal than ever. Team A's goalkeeper was already in position, with his eyes on the ball, anticipating what would come next. Lucas knew he couldn't shoot from far away. He had to get even closer. But the space was getting smaller and smaller, and every second counted against him. He took a few more steps forward and saw that a third defender was in front of him, lighter and more agile than the other two, because it was Aiden Perry, the left back. Lucas knew that this could be the last obstacle before he had a real chance of scoring, but Lucas didn't want to risk it. So Lucas swung his leg, his whole body synchronized for the perfect shot. His right foot hit the ball hard, and it flew towards the bottom corner of the goal, an almost unstoppable trajectory. Almost. The goalkeeper stretched as far as he could, his hands outstretched like claws. And then, with a stroke of luck and skill, he managed to touch the ball with his fingertips. The impact deflected the shot just enough for the ball to hit the post and go out over the back line. The sound of the ball hitting the post echoed across the pitch, a metallic wail that resonated amid the momentary silence of the crowd. Lucas stopped running, panting, watching as the goalkeeper stood up with a satisfied smile on his face. He had made the save. Jimenez sank into his seat, his hands covering his face for a brief moment. The coach couldn't believe what had just happened. Lucas had gone through the entire defense, done everything right, and yet, he hadn't finished perfectly. Lucas rested his hands on his thighs as he tried to catch his breath, but his mind wasn't focused on tiredness or pain. What was bothering him was the fact that he hadn't managed to score. It wasn't the team he blamed. It wasn't his teammates who hadn't kept up with him. No, it was his fault. He clenched his teeth, frustrated with himself. He stomped hard on the ground, sinking his boots into the grass and scattering dirt around him. The feeling of helplessness was bitter, but he didn't allow himself to succumb to it. He knew that this mistake couldn't be the end. There was more time, more opportunities. He just needed to pull himself together. Jimenez watched him intently from the bench. The coach saw something that surprised him in Lucas. The boy wasn't desperate or discouraged. On the contrary, Lucas wasn't railing against his own team either. He wasn't blaming anyone but himself, and Jimenez knew that mentality was rare. This kid is going to go far. He knows he's responsible for his own destiny on the pitch. Nathan and Luis Fernando stood near the halfway line, their hands resting on their hips as they exchanged glances. Nathan rubbed his forehead with his forearm, wiping away the sweat running down his tanned skin. "Did you see that?" muttered Nathan to Luis Fernando, still trying to process what he had just witnessed. "The bastard is playing like he's alone against the A-team." Luis Fernando was a little more empathetic. He was watching Lucas, who was still in the opponent's goal area, his shoulders rising and falling with heavy breathing. Lucas's countenance was tense, as if he was going over every detail of the play in his mind, looking for where he had failed. Luis Fernando noticed Lucas' penetrating gaze towards the crossbar and, for a moment, thought he was talking to himself. A silent conversation, but clearly an important one. He almost did it on his own, but we didn't support him. We can't ignore him any longer. William suddenly said loudly. Everyone around him on the pitch heard, including Nathan, who raised his eyebrows in the dugout. William rarely spoke with such conviction. In fact, he rarely spoke or looked at the people around him. But at that moment, it seemed impossible to contain his feelings. If we don't start playing for him, we won't be able to win. Stay updated via Empire. Daniel, who was standing nearby, ran a hand through his sweat-soaked hair and said, "He's right. Lucas did what he could, and us? We just watched." The surrounding players nodded in agreement. The A-team weren't just any opponents. Jimenez smiled as he noticed the change in mood among his players. He had always believed that a great team was made up of players who knew when to support each other and when to take a step back to allow someone else to shine. And now, those players were beginning to understand that. However, Lucas didn't want that, as he still wanted to go it alone to secure the reward for this mission. A legendary loot box. What kind of cards can come in a loot box like that? I want this more than victory now. It doesn't matter if I don't pass this civ. With the abilities of a legendary loot box, I'm sure I'll reach a new level. Lucas thought as he watched Team A go on the counterattack. I just need to get the ball back behind midfield and do everything I did last time. Of course, I was very lucky that the dribbling worked and the Titanic weight are for daily use only. However, they'll hesitate next time, and I certainly won't miss the shot. Chapter 78, End of the Test. The son of a bitch is good. He muttered to himself, shaking his head in a slight, bitter laugh. Lucas walked back to the center of the field with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. As he passed the center circle, he heard Nathan, the boy with the long brown hair. "It was a good move, but it's good to pass the ball, okay?" Nathan's voice was cold and direct, like an order. Lucas just nodded, focused. "Relax, Nathan. I'm just doing what I have to." The ball rolled again after the goal, and Team A began to advance with possession. The atmosphere among the players remained charged, and Team B knew there was no room for relaxation. After all, even though they were 2 goals up again, they were still being watched. Lucas began to play closer to midfield. He knew the pressure would come now, with the opposition trying to regain control of the game and he no longer having a mission to fulfill. He looked at Willian, who was positioned a little further forward, ready to receive the ball. "Willian, move back a bit more," exclaimed Lucas, casting a quick, serious glance at his colleague. Willian, although reluctant, nodded, moving to a more central position, close to Lucas. As soon as the ball reached Lucas, he gave Willian a quick pass, indicating with a slight nod to follow. Willian took the ball and advanced a few steps, but soon saw his opponent's pressure approaching. In an almost automatic reflex, he gave the ball back to Lucas, who now had the space he needed to create a new move. Lucas controlled the ball and, without hurrying, looked to his right, where Nathan was running across the field. And so the rest of the second half continued. Lucas, further back, took charge of the midfield and Team B's attacks. This helped them score a few more goals, but it didn't stop them from conceding another. In the end, the game ended 5-3 to Team B. The players gathered in the center of the pitch, sweaty, their faces glowing with exhaustion and the sincere smile of someone who had just given their all on the pitch. Between quick greetings and exchanged glances of enmity, Team B discreetly celebrated their victory, but there was no exaggerated euphoria. Lucas was panting, his hands resting on his knees. "I think I might have done it." It was then that Jaminez, the observant and serious coach, Felix was the kind of player who commanded respect just by being on the pitch. Tall and muscular, with broad shoulders and a focused expression, he stood out for his seriousness and intense posture. Throughout the game, he had been the rock in Lucas's shoe, blocking his path and contesting every ball with an almost relentless tenacity. "Lucas," Felix stopped a few steps away. "I wanted to congratulate you on your game." "Thanks, Felix. You played very well too. It was hard to get past you, to tell you the truth." Felix let out a short laugh, almost in disbelief. "I guess that was the point, huh?" He uncrossed his arms and, with a nod, indicated for Lucas to move a little away from the group so that they could talk in private. Lucas nodded and the two of them walked a few meters away, stopping near the side of the pitch. "You know, I've never cared much for being in the spotlight, but you've managed to find a way to break down our line, to lead the game, even without touching the ball so much. That's not something I see very often." "Thanks, Felix. And I think that without you in defense, the score would have been different." Lucas replied sincerely. "You challenged me all the time. In fact, I think the game was so competitive because you were there." The comment made Felix laugh lightly, and he shook his head. "I don't know if that's a compliment or a reminder that I need to improve. But, you know, these selection competitions are complicated. It was the first time and the last time we'll be on the same pitch with all these guys." "That's true. In the end, it is what it is." Lucas's comment made a smile appear at the corner of Felix's lips. "I'm not very good with words, but thanks, Lucas. I think I managed to show them a lot of my soccer." Lucas accepted the compliment, shaking Felix's hand firmly. After changing and putting his uniform away, Lucas left Brighton's training center, crossing the main gate towards the exit. The sky was tinged with orange and purple, the sun setting over the fields which, just a few minutes ago, had witnessed several tests. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked ahead, spotting someone waiting for him. His father was there, standing on the sidewalk, but what really caught Lucas' eye was the vehicle he was on, a classic black motorcycle, shiny and elegant, as if it had just come from an antique car show. His helmet was hanging off the side, and John, his father, was sitting on the seat, watching him with a half-smile that he reserved for very few occasions. Lucas stopped, blinking a few times, trying to process what he was seeing. He knew that his father drove cars, always the old sedan he had owned since he was a child. But motorcycles? John raised an eyebrow, interpreting Lucas' look. "What? Didn't you think your old dad still had style?" Lucas laughed, shaking his head as he approached. "You never told me you knew how to ride a motorcycle. I didn't think that was you." John sighed, making a dramatic gesture as he smoothed the bike's tank, like someone caressing a hidden treasure. "Yeah, your dad's got a few tricks up his sleeve. And, to be honest, it was exactly this bike that won your mother over years ago." "Exactly. Okay, not exactly, because this one is a rental. But it was one very similar to this one. So, how was the test?" "I think I've joined the team." Chapter 79, Double Date. "I think I've joined the team." Jay joined the team. "How can you tell me that so calmly?" Lucas lowered his gaze, lightly kicking the ground as if trying to find the right words. "It's just that, to be honest, I don't know exactly how I feel about it," he admitted, and the hesitation in his voice took John by surprise. "I want it. I want to play for Brighton and live here in England, so that I have a better chance of becoming a professional footballer. But part of me knows that this will mean me missing out on a big part of Hannah's childhood, and I'll be far away from you and Mom. Of course it's quite a change, son. Living in another country, facing new challenges. You don't have to rush to find out how it feels. But I know you've worked hard to get here." Lucas nodded, forcing a smile. "I know, Dad. And I think I played a good game today. It's just that now, with everything so close, well, The idea of a new life in England seems a bit surreal. You know, son, I went through similar situations when I was younger. Insecurity is part of it, and it's okay not to have the answers now. But for now, how about we celebrate? We'll get to the hotel, and you can tell me everything calmly. Agreeing, Lucas got on the back of the bike, and they set off in the direction of the hotel. The wind blew in his face as he enjoyed the scenery of the dark forest that flanked the long road connecting the Brighton CT region to the Brighton city center. When they arrived at the hotel, they had a bite to eat, and John listened to everything Lucas had to say, how each stage of the trial had gone, the opponents he had met, the problems and fears. In the end, the father gave his son some advice that reassured him. Afterward, John asked if Lucas wanted to go and relax in the spa, but Lucas said he would go back to his room and try to get some rest. Soon, night had completely fallen, and the city lit up outside. Lucas went out onto the balcony, where a light night breeze was blowing, cooling him off and swaying his hair. Then his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Checking it, he came across a message from an unknown number. Unknown. Hey Lucas, Raphael Porciali here. I got your number from one of the club's employees. Are you busy? Lucas was surprised by the message from the unexpected sender. He hadn't expected to hear from Raphael so soon, let alone speak to him. He thought for a second before replying, his fingers typing quickly. Lucas, surprised face. Hi, Raphael. I'm not busy really. I'm just at the hotel. I'm not from the city, so I don't know much around here. Raphael, then come to the mall nearby. You can't be stuck in the hotel tonight, can you? I need to take my mind off the results too. Lucas, surprised face. Closed. Which mall are you in? Asterisk. Minutes later, Lucas had already warned John, got ready, and was at one of the entrances to the shopping center, which was not far from the hotel Lucas was staying at. Even though it was late at night, the place was packed, with families, friends, and couples laughing and enjoying the evening. Lucas adjusted the collar of his jacket and looked around when someone tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Lucas turned and saw Raphael, smiling, wearing a simple black t-shirt and jeans. They were basically the same height. Hey man, glad you could make it. Thanks for inviting me. It's a great way to forget some of the tension of waiting for the results. Of course, if I stay at home, I'll go crazy. We need to distract ourselves, and this mall is the perfect place for that. There's everything here, Raphael said as he led Lucas inside the mall, where the air was lightly scented with the classic bittersweet smell of shopping. As they walked, the two chatted about the sifting process, with Raphael sharing his thoughts and so on. Soon, the conversation turned to experiences in soccer. Oh man, once I was so nervous that I lost track of time and almost didn't get on the pitch. My parents went crazy. Lucas laughed out loud. I know what it's like. You can get anxious just imagining it. The responsibility I have as the youngest sibling between two brothers who didn't make it as players. It's quite a responsibility, Raphael said in a more serious tone. But we'll manage. The hardest part is over. Lucas nodded, taking the words as encouragement for himself too. After a few minutes of chatting, they stopped in front of a snack bar to order something to drink, and Lucas decided to order a sparkling water, while Raphael chose a soft drink. They paid and were walking away from the counter to wait for their ticket to be called when Lucas looked over and saw a girl who looked strangely familiar. She was wearing sunglasses and a white cap that hid most of her face, but Lucas recognized the soft laugh. It was Lucy Griffin, the girl he had bumped into in the morning when he was looking for Brighton's training center. Lucy saw him instantly and stopped, surprised to find him again. She waved shyly, and Lucas returned the greeting. They were just over a meter apart, so he heard when her friend asked, "Do you know each other?" "Yes, it's the boy from the K-pop band." Lucas laughed, a little awkwardly, and allowed himself to be intruded into their conversation. After all, it was about him. For your information, I'm not even Korean. I'm Japanese. And I'm not in a band, but thanks for the compliment. I guess. Lucy laughed and opened her mouth to reply, but Raphael, standing next to her, snorted slightly uncomfortably, drawing their attention. "Excuse me, girls," he said, as he gently pulled Lucas by the arm so that they were a little further away from Lucy. "Can we talk for a second?" Lucas raised an eyebrow, confused, but consented. Then they moved a few centimeters to the side, and Raphael asked, "Stay tuned with Empire. Dude, where do you know Lucy from?" Lucas scratched the back of his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Oh, we met this morning. It was kind of accidental. I was looking for Brighton's training center, and, well, I bumped into her on the way. Do you know her? Is she a friend of yours?" Raphael let out a soft, slightly incredulous laugh. "A friend? No, Lucas, she's famous. Lucy Griffin is a swimming prodigy. She's been on the cover of almost every sports magazine in the UK over the last few months. She's basically Britain's hope for the next Olympics." The revelation made Lucas arch his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at Lucy, who was now chatting distractedly with a friend next to the cafeteria. That must be why she's wearing sunglasses and a cap. That girl is followed by fans and paparazzi everywhere, Raphael added. And to think I bumped into her as if she were just anyone out there. I guess I'm a bit lucky. Surprisingly, Willow, at that moment, received a new mission. New secondary mission. Mission name, Double Date. Description, Raphael is a surprisingly shy boy and has never been on a date with a girl, just like you. As you're trying to change your life, it would be nice to help out a colleague. Objective 1. Turn this casual outing between friends into a double date with Lucy Griffin and her friend. Objective 2. Complete Objective 1 to reveal. Objective 3. Complete Objective 2 to reveal. Rewards. Plus 2 mystery cards. A drop of sweat trickled down Lucas's forehead. This system puts me in every situation sometimes. It would be easier to do this if I hadn't discovered that Lucy is famous. At any other time, turning a friend's outing into a double date would seem insane, but he had already faced absurd situations because of the system, and somehow it always worked out. Besides, Raphael seemed like a good guy, and it might be fun to help out his new friend. He scratched the back of his head, mentally rehearsing how to propose the idea. Just act naturally. Hey, man, how about we invite the girls to join us? You know, the night's only just begun and, well, it could be fun. Invite them, like that, to go out with us. Why not? It's just a casual outing. And, who knows, maybe we can count it as a way of dealing with the anxiety about the results. Raphael glanced at Lucy and her friend, who were still talking near the cafeteria, laughing at something her friend had said. Okay, but you talk to them. I can't, he whispered, his face slightly red. Lucas approached the girls again, and Lucy noticed him and stopped the conversation with a curious smile. Girls, I'm sorry, but you're from around town, right? Yes, Lucy agreed. As you know, Lucy, I'm new here. I was wondering, would you like to join us? It's a great night, and my friend and I don't know anything. Lucy exchanged a quick glance with her friend, who gave her an excited smile. Oh, it'll be fun, Lou, said her friend, nudging her lightly with her elbow. You don't meet nice guys like that every day? Lucy laughed, turning to Lucas. Well then, why not? That would be great. Chapter 80, The Last Hope. Lucas had never been on a double date in his entire life. So this time with Raphael, Lucy, and her friend was the first time, and he was a little nervous. Are you Japanese? Like really? The girl asked as she walked alongside Lucas. Her name was Samantha. She had short brown hair, a close bow in the front strands of her hair, and an easy smile. Lucas put a hand on the back of his head and smiled nervously. Why yes. I've only been here in England for 2 days. Wow, but you don't have that accent typical of when Japanese people speak English in anime. She continued. That's because I practiced and studied pronunciations and so on a lot. Lucas said and then thought. I just can't tell her that I studied pronunciation so much because I wanted the overseas people at my marketing agency to consider me for a position abroad so I could get rid of that damn boss of mine. Hey, look, Lucy suddenly said and trotted over to a shop window. The window in question was a game store and had several action figures of characters from famous video game franchises below a large television showing a professional gameplay of a fighting game. They finally put in an action figure of Joel from The Last Hope. Lucy continued, leaning on the display with both hands and looking impressed as the glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose. Do you like that? Lucas asked, approaching the display case too. Do I like it? It's my favorite single-player campaign. She turned and said. In fact, her eyes were twinkling as she said it, which made it clear that she was quite serious. Really? And what did you think of? Lucas was about to say when he suddenly stopped. Damn, I was about to talk about Joel's death at the beginning of the second game, but it's 2017 and the second game wasn't released until 2020. Sometimes I forget that. Death of? She leaned closer to Lucas and asked. The death of that rabbit at the end of the game. I saw some streamers playing, and some even cried at that scene. Lucy put a hand to her chin and nodded repeatedly. I can understand why they cried. That scene of Ellie killing the rabbit shows the reality of the cruel world of The Last Hope. What's more, the scene is shown after a tragic scene, so the players are already very sensitive. It's simply something worthy of a movie brought into the world of games. At that moment, Raphael and Samantha, who were standing a little way back waiting for their friends, looked at each other and laughed, seeing that Lucy and Lucas were a much better match than they looked. Samantha then grabbed onto one of Raphael's arms, which surprised him and made his face immediately turn red. Normally, he would have questioned what she was doing, but, contrary to what people might think because of his blonde hair and slightly tall build, he had no way with girls. You said your name was Raphael, right? Samantha asked as she pressed her soft things into his arm. Raphael nodded, and a smile appeared on Samantha's face. What do you say we leave him talking for a while and go for a walk? She asked in a velvety voice as she looked at Raphael with a lowered eyebrow. Raphael swallowed. So it was only when Lucy and Lucas turned to go back to their friends that they noticed that their friends had disappeared. They weren't idiots, so they could easily deduce what their missing friends had been hiding from them. Looks like it's just the two of us now. Lucas commented, a little awkwardly. Yeah, maybe they went to buy something to drink. Let's walk around and look for them. Sure, why not? Lucy and Lucas began to walk in silence through the corridors of the mall, their eyes scanning everything that wasn't each other to avoid embarrassment. They knew their friends hadn't gone to buy drinks, because they had met exactly while waiting for milkshakes, and so it was impossible for them to be thirsty already. The four-story mall was indeed packed, with people walking up and down the escalators with bags, children and lovers. There was the cacophony of hundreds of shoes, voices and different music playing in each of the stores. At one point, Lucy and Lucas stepped aside to avoid a group of people. When Lucy looked the other way, she couldn't find Lucas, so she looked forward and then back, but no one. To make matters worse, there was another large group of adults coming up ahead, from the exit of the cinema, and all she could do was stand still as the horde of people passed by. But suddenly she felt a hand grab her right wrist and pull her out of the crowd. The moment she was pulled, she had no idea who it was, but she thanked him immediately. "Thank you so much, I." Her words were lost when she saw that the one who had saved her was Lucas, and, surprisingly, he looked more handsome than usual at that moment when they were so close. His blue eyes shone like two sapphires, while his skin looked clearer and his slightly messy hair gave him a touch of rebellion. "Are you all right?" Lucas asked with one hand on her waist and the other still holding her right wrist. "Yeah," she murmured, averting her eyes from his as she blushed. "This floor is very crowded because of the movies. They certainly didn't come here. Let's go here." Lucas released her wrist and intertwined the fingers of his left hand with those of her right. "Please, let's stay like this until we're somewhere emptier." Lucy, her left hand clutching a gold necklace around her neck, just nodded and started walking alongside Lucas to get out of the place. "That's it. I managed to hold a girl's hand." Objective 2 of the double date, mission completed. Final objective unlocked. Mission name, double date. Description: Raphael is a surprisingly shy boy and has never been on a date with a girl, just like you. As you're trying to change your life, it would be nice to help out a colleague. Objective 1. Turn this casual stroll between friends into a double date with Lucy Griffin and her friend. Objective 2. Walk while holding the hand of one of the girls. Objective 3. Get the personal number of one of the girls. Rewards, +2 mystery cards. In this way, Lucas and Lucy walked away from the most crowded part of the mall and somehow ended up in the quietest part, where there were more refined restaurants, and even one of those infinity fountains where the water fell down the sides. Tired, they sat down on a bench and caught their breath. "That was scary," Lucy said. Lucas frowned. "Forgive me for asking, but you're afraid of crowds, aren't you?" Surprised by the deduction, Lucy looked at him with slightly raised eyebrows. She saw that he had a serious expression, and to her, Lucas didn't seem like the kind of girl who would scoff at something like that. So she gave him a closed smile, looked down, and nodded in agreement. "Yes. How did you notice?" "It was when I saw you lost while you were looking for me, and I was less than a meter away from you." "I'm sorry about that. I can't explain it, but it seems that my vision gets a bit tunneled when there are too many people around. I can't make out faces properly, and I end up panicking." She played with her fingers near her thighs. In college, Lucas read an article about selective vision. Most people can't focus on everything around them, so the brain automatically selects what to focus on and what to leave out. In his own designs, Lucas tried to create artwork that could be noticed by as many people as possible, so he understood a little about this. "Excuse me if I'm being rude, but are you afraid of crowds?" Lucas asked. Lucy looked at him. "How do you know that?" "It was just a deduction on my part." Over time, Lucy began to make a name for herself in the Brighton area. She became known as the female Michael Phelps. Her speed in the water was tremendous for her age, and her technical finesse made even some professional swimmers admire her. Lucy was synonymous with natural talent. It didn't take long for Lucy's fame to reach more and more people, and her fame exploded after a story on the UK's biggest television channel. Lucy was a pretty girl with light brown eyes and long blonde hair. Her television appearance earned her a small legion of passionate fans who would pay for anything with her face on it. So, for a few months, she became the UK's leading children's face, featuring on products such as shampoo and chips. According to Lucy's agent, having her face everywhere was the best way to get more and more sponsors. However, such fame came at a price. Lucy could no longer go home from school with her friends, nor could she leave the house to go to the movies or buy clothes at an outlet, because every time she heard flashes, and after the flashes the crowds of people would flock to take pictures with her. "Before, I was just a girl who liked swimming, and that became my favorite thing soon after I became famous. After all, in the pool, in my own lane, no one could touch me." Lucy blurted out, still looking up. "Wow, I hadn't thought about the consequences of fame," admitted Lucas. He had always envied young boys who rose through the soccer ranks quickly and changed their lives in the blink of an eye. It was natural for him, who had always wanted to be a footballer, to want that, wasn't it? "You shouldn't take what I said so seriously. I mean, you want to be a professional footballer, right? Of course, you also want to be famous, and my problem isn't with fame itself, but with crowds." "I understand." Lucas laughed at Lucy's attempt to cheer him up. "Fame is intrinsic in soccer these days, and I think that's only going to increase. I'm not afraid of crowds. After all, the sight that gets me most excited is seeing a full stadium. However, fame is not something to be underestimated." Click. At that moment, while Lucas was talking to Lucy, they heard the sound of a camera followed by a slight flash that came from the left of where they were sitting. Lucy's eyes widened with fear. The smile on her face disappeared completely. Lucas immediately got up from the bench they were sitting on and looked in the direction the flash had come from. There was an ice cream parlor there, with a few couples sitting there and a couple of boys who were laughing. On their table was a cell phone. "Stay here, Lucy. I'll sort it out," he said, and walked over to the boys' table. When Lucas stopped in front of their table, the laughter immediately stopped. They turned their heads slightly to look at Lucas and saw a pure expression of disgust on his face. Lucas stretched his right hand forward, palm up, and said, "Let me see the photo gallery on your cell phones." What? Why would we do that? Yeah, you're just a stranger. Why do you want our cell phones? Lucas took a deep breath to keep his patience. "Look, I think you took a photo of my friend back there without permission. If you don't cooperate, I'll go to the mall management and do a formal complaint. The mall has no legal authorization to search your cell phones, so the legal procedure will be to call the police, and after that your parents will be informed. Of course, you can delete the photo until then, but the police have a way of recovering deleted data and will be able to if the photo is on your phone. This would be a boring process and could end up with both of you being arrested for stalking through no fault of your own." In truth, Lucas was a little over the top in some parts, but if it made the boys give in, he didn't care. The boys exchanged glances, and the skinnier one said to the other, "Go on, man. Give him your cell phone to delete the photo." The chubbier one was in a cold sweat and had to accept, since his friend had already reported him. "All right, take it and delete it quickly." The boy handed Lucas his cell phone with the screen unlocked, and Lucas quickly went into the gallery and deleted the photo that was mainly focused on Lucy's breasts. "You're disgusting," Lucas said, putting the boy's cell phone into the glass of soda on their table. What did you do?" The fat man quickly tried to get the cell phone out of the glass. "If you try to recover that photo, or it turns up somewhere, know that I have a very good memory for faces." Lucas turned and walked back towards Lucy. You. The boy squawked as he stared at Lucas's back. "Find your next adventure on Empire." Lucas walked over to Lucy. "Don't worry, Lucy. He didn't take a picture of you specifically, but of the direction we were going. As a precaution, I've deleted the photo, so you can continue coming to the mall with your friends." Her face lit up. "Really?" Lucas nodded and held out his right hand to her. "Now, shall we go somewhere else? I don't think that boy is going to stop telling the administration that I put his cell phone in his soda." "You what?" She started laughing. Lucy and Lucas chatted some more than they walked through the mall until they both received messages at the same time. The message she received was from Samantha, her friend who was accompanying her that day, and the message Lucas received was from Raphael. Both messages told them to meet outside the mall because it was getting late and they needed to leave. When they arrived at the meeting point, Raphael and Samantha hadn't arrived yet. Then Lucas took courage and said, "By the way, Lucy, I heard that we might study at the same institute if I pass the screening. Give me your number. Maybe I could use someone to introduce me to the institute's points of interest." Lucy smiled. "I was beginning to think you'd never ask. Give me your cell phone." She reached out to take the phone and even used a thicker voice, as if she were imitating what Lucas had done with the boys. He thought it was funny and did as she asked. She took the phone with both hands and, hiding it a little, put in her number. When she handed the phone back to him, he looked at the contact name she had put in and saw that it read L. Love. "The double date mission has been completed. You have obtained +2 mystery cards." Lucas smiled, but before he could say anything, he heard the sounds of Raphael and Samantha's laughter. Apparently, they got on very well in fact, because Raphael even had a bit of lipstick on his mouth. So they said goodbye. The girls wished them good luck of the SIFT and took a private car to leave. Raphael, who was from the city and lived in an apartment near the center, accompanied Lucas to his hotel, and they said goodbye. When they arrived at the hotel room, Lucas took a quick shower and decided to see all the rewards he had accumulated only the next day, when he got the answer to the test. If he passed, he would try to invest in one way. Otherwise, he would completely change the strategy he intended to follow for his career. After all, he couldn't keep trying several editions around the world. Straight face. When Lucas woke up the next morning, he grumbled and rolled over in bed. For the first 5 minutes, he couldn't even remember where he was. Then a message arrived on his cell phone, vibrating his pillow. This jolted Lucas awake. Lucas stuck his hand under the pillow and reached for his cell phone. Right from the home screen, he could see that there was an email, and the message was clear and to the point. Subject: results of Brighton FC's under-20 SIFT. From Brighton Football Club. To Lucas Tanaka at email.com. Date: July 3, 2017, 8:11. Dear Lucas Tanaka, congratulations. We are delighted to inform you that you have passed our recent SIFT to join Brighton Football Club. We were impressed by your performance, technical ability and effort during the assessments, and believe you have great potential to join our team. As a Brighton FC player, you will have the opportunity to hone your skills and develop further in a professional environment, surrounded by coaches and colleagues committed to success in soccer. In the next few hours, our team will be in touch to share the details of joining the club and give you all the information you need about the next steps. If you have any questions or require any guidance, feel free to contact us directly. We look forward to seeing all the talent and passion you will bring to Brighton Football Club. Welcome to the Brighton family, Lucas Tanaka. Sincerely, Brighton Football Club. Chapter 82. Good news. Lucas was completely drowsy as he read that email. The letters were a little blurry, but he managed to make them out and sort them out bit by bit. It took him a few seconds to open his eyes wide finally. Lucas thought he wouldn't be surprised to pass the sieve, and a part of him tried to sabotage the sense of achievement he would feel if he did. But even these two conflicting feelings couldn't keep him from being thrilled with this achievement. A movie played in his mind, a movie of practically half a lifetime. In his other life, he had tried too hard all through high school and never managed to achieve half of what he had achieved during this summer vacation. Of course, he also never reached the level he had now, with a range of skills that included abilities to help him with dribbling, vision, and defensively. Lucas Tanaka, a few weeks ago, was known as just an employee of a small marketing agency in Tokyo. Now, he was going to live in England and play for a big club. Still in the bright white light of his cell phone, he put a hand to his face when he felt something run down the side of his face. He touched it and frowned. Huh? Are those tears? As tears began to flow involuntarily down Luke's face, he felt, for the first time in a long time, a sense of accomplishment, pride, and indescribable happiness. Yes, this was just one of the many steps he needed to take if he wanted to become a professional footballer and one of the best in the world, but this step was also the most important one to tell him that he was on the right track. Lucas dried his tears with the back of his hand and sat down on his bed. Looking around the hotel room, everything was still a little dark, but John was asleep in the next bed. Lucas couldn't resist the impulse. A burst of energy coursed through his veins, making him jump out of bed and take 2 steps towards John's bed. And, before even thinking about the consequences, he jumped on top of him. "Wake up, Dad!" exclaimed Lucas, shaking his father excitedly as he let out a laugh, trying to contain the explosion of happiness he felt and letting his inner child out for the first time. John woke up with a start. He blinked a few times, visibly confused, as he tried to process what was happening. "Lucas? What time is it, boy? What's wrong?" "Dad, you won't believe it. I passed Dad. I'm going to live here in England. I did it." Lucas let out the words. John stopped blinking, and his eyes gradually widened, absorbing what his son had just said. In a matter of seconds, his face changed from shock to an expression of surprise, and then to a wide, sincere smile. "Son, did you do it?" Lucas nodded vigorously, his eyes still watering. "I did it, Dad. I'm going to play for a Premier League club. Read New Adventures at Empire." Suddenly, John wrapped his son in a tight hug that even surprised Lucas. But Lucas promptly returned the hug. They stayed like that for a few seconds. "Oh boy, I always knew you had something special. But to see it come true, it's more than I could have imagined." Lucas laughed, embarrassed, and rubbed the back of his neck. He knew how much John and Ayumi had emotionally invested in that dream along with him. "Dad, I need to tell Mom and Hannah. Is it still daylight in Japan?" John nodded, still with a twinkle in his eye. "I think so. Come on, get your cell phone." Lucas picked up his cell phone and sat back down on the bed, taking a deep breath to contain his excitement. He scrolled through his contact list, found his mother's name, and pressed the video call icon. The phone rang twice before the screen lit up with his mother's face, apparently sitting on the sofa. "Lucas? Is everything all right?" Before Lucas could answer, Hannah's image appeared next to his mother with a big smile and rosy cheeks. "Hey, Oni-chan, did you make it? Did you get in? Mom said the results would be out today." "Yes, I'm going to England to play soccer." Lucas saw the sparkle in his sister's eyes as she seemed to barely contain herself on the cell phone screen, and her smile was radiant, able to dispel any shadow of tiredness on Lucas' face. Hannah was his biggest supporter, always hopeful and dreamy, and now she was looking at him with such pride that it was almost as if she was celebrating her own dream. "I knew it. I knew you'd make it. Mom, he did it. Lucas did it." Ayumi covered her mouth with one hand as her eyes filled with tears that seemed to be there already, waiting for that moment. "My son, so far, but going so far too. Congratulations, Lucas. We're very proud of you," she said, without hiding the emotion in her voice. Her words hit like a breeze, carrying immeasurable tenderness. Lucas laughed quietly, still a little miffed, and scratched his hair in an embarrassed motion. His smile seemed to grow involuntarily, impossible to contain. It was a moment he had imagined in his most optimistic thoughts, but seeing his mother's and sister's faces radiating such sincere happiness, he couldn't have been happier. "Mom, sis." He was at a loss for words. How could he? So much was going through his mind, from the years of effort to every small victory and every hidden tear. I promise to do my best. I promise I'll make it all worthwhile." John rested a hand on her shoulder, squeezing it lightly, as if to say, "I know." On the other side of the screen, Hannah was gesticulating frantically, almost pushing her mother out of sight. "Oni-chan, you're going to live in England. You have to send me pictures of everything. And you have to tell me how you train and what you eat. And you have to teach me everything when you come to visit. You will, won't you?" Lucas laughed. "Of course, Hannah. I'll send you so many photos that you'll get sick of seeing me. And when I come back, you'll be the first to get a team shirt." He smiled, aware of how much Hannah would appreciate that gift. Ayumi leaned closer to the camera, her voice low and gentle. Lucas, remember who you are, my son. No matter where you are or how much the world changes, keep that essence we've always seen in you. Keep respecting others, as you have done so far. Your journey has only just begun. He nodded, feeling his mother's words resonate deeply. More than any skill, it was that moral compass that she and John had always strived to cultivate in him. He couldn't allow himself to lose that, no matter how much success or challenges drove him to change. It's okay, Mom. I won't forget. After a few more heated exchanges and a promise to speak again soon in person, the call ended. After about an hour, Brighton FC got in touch via a call from Coach Jimenez himself. Lucas, this is Coach Jimenez from Brighton FC. Lucas straightened up instinctively, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Hello, Mr. Jimenez. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I thought you might be enjoying the news. Lucas laughed, a little embarrassed. Well, sir, I confess it's a great relief, and a great surprise too. Jimenez laughed on the other side. Surprise is a good word. I'll be honest with you, Lucas, this choice wasn't easy. We had a very above-average sift, with talents that exceeded our expectations. That's why we made some different decisions. What do you mean by different decisions? We found ourselves in a peculiar situation. As I said yesterday, our expectation was to select a small group to make up the U-20 youth team. However, the results exceeded our projections and showed us that we had more promising youngsters than we could accommodate. That's why, after a long discussion with the youth team manager, we decided to set up a B team for the youth team. Lucas was surprised. A B team? Exactly. Now our youth team will have an A team and a B team. We're going to use the B team to develop players who were in what is now the A team and still need to hone specific skills to reach the required level of competitiveness. It will be a space for those who have potential but need refinement in certain aspects. This team will be made up of both Brighton players who are not yet ready for the A team and you, who have just passed the sift. It was a different approach, but Lucas was a little disappointed to suddenly have another wall in front of him. I want you to know that, even in this B team, you will have access to our best equipment and will receive detailed instructions from my assistant head coach. It will be an environment where you can evolve gradually, without the immediate pressure of the A team. But, Lucas, even in this B team, we want total commitment. Yes, sir. You can count on me to do my best. Good. Jimenez replied, smiling from the other side. Now, let's get to the names that made it through the sift, since I imagine you're curious. Chapter 83, The Football Club's Last Training Session. Lucas listened attentively as the coach named each player who had stood out in the sift. Jimenez was direct, starting with Felix Vogler, followed by Hillebrand Gromans, Luis Fernando, Daniel Reiber, Rafael Porciali, Aiden Perry, Atnes, Schultz, and, of course, Lucas Tanaka. In addition, Jimenez mentioned William B. McCarthy. However, he said that he would not be included in the B team. William was one of the base manager's main bets, being exactly the piece they felt was missing from the A team. This was, for Lucas, a reminder of the barrier he would have to overcome. Even though his talents had been recognized, he was on the second line, being groomed and polished to where, perhaps, he could cross the threshold into the A team. At the end of the call, Jimenez congratulated him again, highlighting the potential of the new group and making it clear that the road would still be arduous. Lucas thanked him, and, when he hung up, he felt a surge of energy that made him run to the same place. Even with the excitement of the opportunity, the fact of having to adapt to a new team, far from Japan and without the presence of friends and family, would make it a challenge of unprecedented proportions. Straight face. The next few days were filled with responsibility. Lucas and John returned to Japan to take care of the paperwork and organize the school documentation, emancipation, and all the details that would allow them to move to England. Back in his small town in the rural part of the Chubu region, Lucas felt like he did when he went to Tokyo to study at university. However, this time, the hardest part wouldn't even be leaving at all. After all, he'd already done that in his other life. But his teammates. 3 days after his return, in the cool morning air, a light mist still enveloped the soccer field at Washiya High School. The smell of wet earth and freshly cut grass filled the atmosphere, and Lucas Tanaka, after a long time away from that field, felt a mixture of nostalgia and anxiety as he approached the place where so many memories were created. When he arrived at the school, the first thing Lucas saw was the team in action. The boys were lined up in 2 rows, practicing passes and dribbles under the watchful eye of Coach Yamamoto. Yes, it was early, very early, especially for boys who were in the middle of summer vacation. But there was still a week to go before school started again and a month until the regional qualifiers that would give them 2 places in the National High School Football Championship. Come on, boys. Concentrate. Make the passes count. Coach Yamamoto's voice echoed across the field, interspersed with the sounds of boots hitting the grass and the players panting. The young athletes were organized into 2 different groups, one on each side of the pitch. One section was practicing a rehearsed passing move, while the other was practicing offside line positioning. Yukihiro, the speedy striker, was using his main characteristic, quick cuts to the left, leaving Tsukada and Hidefumi trying to keep up with him. When Lucas finally crossed the field gate, he hesitated for a brief moment. watching his former teammates. A wave of emotions flooded his chest, longing, anticipation, and a hint of fear. How could he tell everyone? Would they be angry that they hadn't been invited to? Was their friendship really that fragile? Lucas' hesitation was interrupted when Kuwabara suddenly looked over and, spotting Lucas, stopped abruptly, the ball still stuck in his feet. "Hey, look who's there," shouted Kuwabara, letting go of the ball. The other players also turned to Lucas, a mixture of amazement and joy on their faces. Everyone stopped what they were doing. "Guys, what do you think if we take a break?" and Coach Yamamoto said, but was interrupted. "Lucas," Yuga exclaimed, being the first to run towards Lucas. Obviously, most of the other players ran towards Lucas as well. Coach Yamamoto watched the scene with a discreet smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the connection between the players went beyond the pitch. It was a bond of friendship, of shared stories, of dreams and frustrations. He was proud to see the camaraderie between them, even if Lucas was now on a new path. "Man, and I thought he wasn't even coming to say goodbye," Tsukada muttered as he strolled with a smile on his face. Nishida, who was close behind, gave Tsukada a weak slap on the back. "And that silly grin? You saw at the end how special Lucas is, didn't you? I must admit that it's not too bad for my reputation that I lost my position to him during a few matches," admitted Tsukada. "Lucas," Yuga was the first to reach him, jumping in front of him as if he had just won the lottery. "Dude, you're back? I can't believe you're here." "Hi, Yuga," Lucas replied, a little hesitantly. He looked at the familiar faces around him and saw the joy in his friend's eyes. I'm back." "You're back, and with a supernova to boot," Kuwabara commented, laughing out loud. "Looks like you got ahead, huh?" Lucas put a hand to the back of his head and ducked his head a little. "Yeah, I'll try my best. I hope I don't let you down." Kenji appeared, patting Lucas on the shoulder. "Let you down? Please. We know you're going to rock." Lucas felt a chill in his stomach when he heard that. "Thanks, guys. I hope we can keep in touch." Nishida's laugh suddenly rang out as he approached. "You'll always be one of us, Tanaka. That doesn't change just because you're going to England. In fact, we're all rooting for you already." "Yeah, and if anyone gives you a hard time, we'll take care of the rest. You just have to worry about playing, right?" added Kuwabara with a mischievous grin. As they gathered around him, the feeling of belonging returned, warming his heart. However, there was one question that bothered him. "How did you know about me passing the sieve?" Kuwabara's expression turned into a thoughtful frown. "Well, Coach Yamamoto sent a message to let us all know. A few days ago, we heard that you'd been selected, and look, everyone's excited. It's like having a hero in our team. When we go to nationals, we'll be able to say we had a teammate who went to Brighton." Lucas laughed, even if he didn't feel like a hero. "It would be heroic if I didn't have to leave, right?" "Oh, don't start with that." Hidefumi crossed his arms. "We know this is an incredible opportunity. Many of us here dream of becoming professionals. Now, even I want to. No one here blames you for accepting this opportunity with your eyes closed." "Exactly, we'll be your #1 fans," Tashinori, the goalkeeper, said. "Besides, something tells me you'll be in the professional team before you're 18. The words of encouragement echoed in Lucas' ears, and he felt more confident. Playing for a new team was daunting, but having his friends cheering him on made it easier to bear. And as they talked, Lucas realized that even with the distance and the changes, nothing could break that special bond they shared. "Hey, let's get back to training," Yamamoto shouted, breaking the conversation. He looked at Lucas with an approving smile. "I know you haven't had the week's rest that everyone else here has had, but I want you to get out on the pitch with the others. Let's warm up and play a few games. It'll be good for everyone, Tanaka." "Of course," Lucas replied enthusiastically, as if he'd been expecting it. "Right, boys." Coach Yamamoto held out his arms, indicating that it was time to start. "Let's have a quick team huddle. I want 2 balanced teams. Today, I want you to use the wings more, and remember to communicate. A good pass starts with a good call." Lucas quickly paired up with Nishida. The two had known each other for years, and the familiarity between them provided a comfort. "Come on, Tanaka. Show us what you learned in England," Nishida exclaimed, throwing a ball to Lucas with enthusiasm. And so the practice game began. Great, Yamamoto praised, watching the moves with a satisfied smile. "That's exactly what I want to see. Keep up the intensity." As time went by, Lucas realized that there was an obvious difference in his physique. He was stronger, more agile, as if the days spent in England had shaped his body for the performance that soccer demanded. What's more, thanks to his risk analysis skill, he could see all the holes in Wuxia College's defense and therefore didn't miss a normal pass. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed by his friends. "How you're playing? You look like a monster," Kuwabara shouted, laughing as he struggled to keep up with Lucas. The day began to pass quickly. They had lunch in the school cafeteria, chatted for a while, and then went back to playing. As the afternoon wore on, the sun began to set, tinting the sky with orange and pink hues. The frenetic pace of training had shown everyone that Lucas had improved, and this wasn't just a superficial observation. "Hey, you remembered how to dribble, huh? You must have learned something out there," Hidefumi said. Lucas laughed and nodded. "Just a few things." After training, Lucas and Nishida walked back home with the same old conversations and constant laughter. The day had been better than he could have asked for. Suddenly, Nishida stopped and, with serious eyes and no smile, said, "Tanaka, we need to talk about something." Chapter 84, Promise of a Friendly Rival. With the sun slowly setting over the horizon, Nishida and Lucas walked side by side through the streets of their neighborhood. The day had been a roller coaster of emotions for Lucas, and he felt the weight of memories and longing as the distance between him and his teammates became real. However, he was happy and grateful to have friends who supported his dream with such dedication. Lucas was about to comment on Yukihiro's moves, but Nishida stopped abruptly. He turned to Lucas with a serious expression that was at odds with the relaxed atmosphere of minutes before. Lucas stopped next to him, confused by the change in tone. "Tanaka, we need to talk about something," Nishida said, his eyes fixed on his friend as his dyed blonde hair swayed. Lucas frowned. "What are you talking about, Nishida? I'm happy for you, of course, but that doesn't change anything between us. If you think you can just get ahead like that, you're wrong. I'll catch up with you, and when I do, I won't take it easy." Lucas let out a light laugh, still not disarming his surprised expression. The truth was that he hadn't expected such a statement from Nishida at a time like this. They had always been friends and rivals from the start, but seeing how seriously he took it only increased the respect Lucas had for his friend. "Do you think I'm going to make it easy for you, Nishida?" Lucas replied, now with a defiant smile that reflected the same sentiment as his friends. "Forget it. If you want to catch up with me, you're going to have to run a lot faster, because I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon." Nishida took a step forward. "I know that. That's why I'm going to run faster than ever. And I'm going to catch up with you. I've made up my mind. The next one out of here to go pro is me." The two stared at each other in silence, both trying to gauge the determination in the other's gaze. It was as if they were back on the pitch, facing each other before a decisive play. But this time, there was no ball between them, no crowd around, just the wind rustling their clothes and the certainty that, even with the distance that would open up between them, the bond they shared was strong enough to withstand the rivalry. "I'll be honest with you, Nishida. I expect nothing less. I want to see you catch up with me. I want you to be the person I really compete with one day. After all, when we get up there, it'll be our surnames on the shirts, right? And don't think I'm going to let you be the only name people remember. I'll make sure the whole world knows who Nishida is." Lucas couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He knew that tone and that glint of ambition in his friend's eyes. It was something that always motivated them to go further, to surpass each other. "You always say that, but when we get there, who gets the better of us, huh?" Nishida raised an eyebrow, pretending to be offended. "Don't get cocky, Tanaka. The difference is that now I know I have to really improve. I'm not going to leave you at the top for long." They sat in silence for a few moments, enjoying the tranquility of the almost deserted street. Lucas looked at his friend, then down, and then held out his right hand. "I'm going to miss this." Nishida looked at his hand, but turned away without replying. "Me too, Lucas. But I guess that's part of it, right? We grow up, we go our separate ways. So save that handshake for when we have to shake hands when we meet again in Europe. And when that happens, I won't take it easy." "Me neither." Lucas put his right hand in his pocket and turned around too. "Until then, Nishida. Show them what a boy from the Japanese countryside can do, Tanaka." Lucas cast one last glance over his shoulder and watched Nishida, the figure with the straight back and determined stride. His friend also stopped briefly and, even without looking back, seemed to be conveying a silent message. He would not go back on his decision to catch up with Lucas, and they were both aware that the road to doing so would not be easy. Lucas smiled, more to himself than to his friend. "He'll make it sooner than he thinks," he thought to himself. After all, Lucas really did know Nishida's future. In fact, he knew Nishida's exact path. In the future that Lucas had experienced, Nishida would become a respected striker in Europe, a number 9 for one of Germany's biggest teams. Although he couldn't tell Nishida directly, knowing this was a kind of incentive for Lucas to keep going and not be overtaken by Nishida. Night was beginning to take over the streets when he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket without much haste. The screen lit up his face as he unlocked the device, and, before he could even think about calling someone or checking messages, an eye-catching notification appeared at the top of the screen. A message from Mr. Otsuka. He opened the app, curious. "Mr. Otsuka, Tanaka, great news. All the paperwork was approved faster than we thought. I pulled in some favors with some friends, and we managed to speed up the process. Your ticket is already booked. In 2 days, we'll be flying to England. Mr. Otsuka, get some rest, pack your things tomorrow, and enjoy the short time with your family. Say goodbye properly." Mr. Otsuka, the man responsible for opening the door to the Brighton test, had really outdone himself this time. He knew that Otsuka had contacts and influence, but he hadn't imagined that the process would be so quick. The words "in 2 days" seemed to vibrate on the screen, like a countdown that pushed him straight into the future. He thought about replying to Otsuka with a quick, "got it," but hesitated and replied with a "thanks for everything." He then put his cell phone away in his pocket, sinking his hands into the sides of his jacket, and continued walking aimlessly, enjoying the last few moments in that city, in the calm and comfort of that familiar environment. Chapter 85, Loot Box Accumulated. After spending the whole day away from home and training with the staff, Lucas sat at the table with his family and ate pizza, which brought back some memories of simpler times, when he was just a child, with no worries about what the future held. Today, the feeling was almost the same, especially being in the presence of those he loved. After dinner, the family began to settle down for the night. John had to go back to work, Ayumi to the flower shop, and Hannah also had school the next day. Lucas went into his room, closing the door behind him, and let himself fall on the bed for a few minutes to answer messages from a few people. Getting up, he picked up his toothbrush and walked to the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, he remembered again the rewards he hadn't opened yet. He finished brushing his teeth and, wiping his lips with a towel, returned to the bedroom and sat down on the bed before holding out his hand. Inventory, he muttered. Before his eyes, a translucent window appeared, floating in midair. The interface resembled that of an RPG, with organized slots where items floated, like in a display case. He could see 2 small purple chests, marked Epic Loot Box, and a third, shiny one labeled Legendary Loot Box. Beyond them, in the corner of the inventory, were 2 mysterious cards, shrouded in a fine purple mist. Lucas knew that loot boxes, especially those of legendary rarity, had the potential to offer skills that could redefine your chances in future battles, but they also came with items. Meanwhile, cards were guaranteed skills, but not always about soccer. Where to start? Muttered Lucas with a hand on his chin. Right. Let's see what we've got here, he muttered, stretching out his hand towards the first mysterious card. As he touched the card, the figure of a solid card appeared floating in front of him, and after it exploded in color, it revealed the title of the new ability. Advanced Concentration. Lucas read it and raised his eyebrows. The description said that the skill amplified the user's focus in moments of pressure, allowing them to block out distractions and concentrate completely on any task. For someone who played soccer and constantly needed to stay calm in critical situations, this skill was gold. This could really help me on the pitch, he whispered to himself, thinking of when he had to take a penalty or was very stressed. Compliantly, he reached out for the second card, repeating the process. The card appeared, revealing a new ability called Extended Physical Resistance. Lucas's heart raced, and a broad smile appeared. He was in luck. This skill would temporarily increase his endurance capacity and reduce the negative effects of fatigue. He could see the benefits immediately. Less tiredness in training, more energy to last a full match, and, perhaps, even an extra breath for the most critical moments of the game. He let out a low laugh. That wasn't exactly the kind of skill that would change the course of a game, but he knew that it was these details that could make a crucial difference on the pitch. With the 2 cards now floating in front of him, Lucas laughed low, like a satisfied villain. These 2 will give me a real advantage. He moved the cards slightly apart with a gesture, watching them dissolve into tiny fragments of light and disappear into thin air, returning to his inventory. Now for the loot boxes. Let's start with the epic ones. When he clicked on the loot boxes in the inventory, they materialized in front of him. Then Lucas touched the center of one of them. It shook, glowed, and opened, revealing 3 items. Item: Protection Bracelet. Effect: gives the wearer extra protection in impact situations. Perfect for moments when you have to put your body on the line, whether in a game or in combat. Lucas turned his attention to the next item, which gradually began to reveal itself before his eyes. This time, a sphere of bluish glass appeared, spinning on its own axis. Inside it, a silver flame crackled, as intense as it was silent, filling the room with a faint luminescence. Revitalization flame? Lucas tilted his head, curious. He touched the sphere cautiously, and the description appeared. Item: Revitalization flame. Description: an item that allows you to restore completely the energy and life of a person who is not seriously injured. Putting the flame away in his inventory, Lucas shifted his gaze to the third item, a long, smooth black quill that glowed supernaturally, almost as if it had been dipped in an inkwell of stars. He frowned, confused. Item: Symbol of the Black Wing. Description: a rare talisman that can be activated once to allow the wearer to experience stopping time for 10 seconds. Lucas felt a shiver run up his spine. Stop time? Seriously, how powerful is that system? 3 items, all useful in one way or another. Waiting a while to see these rewards was beginning to be very worthwhile. Taking advantage of the lucky streak, Lucas touched the second chest. I really hope you don't let me down, said Lucas, half jokingly, half seriously. Item: Hunter's Dagger. Description: a dagger with an ornate handle, whose gleaming blade is perfect for close combat, although it has no special magical properties. Item: Shadow Cloak. Description: a long, dark cloak that seems to absorb the surrounding light. It can be used to camouflage oneself in dark environments, but offers no physical protection. Item: Temporary Invisibility Potion. Description: a vial containing a golden liquid that allows the user to become invisible for a short time, ideal for escaping from dangerous situations. He took a quick look at the items, trying to imagine how they could be useful to him. The dagger, although beautiful, didn't seem to have any special power, and he wasn't even in a medieval world to use it. The same couldn't be said for the cloak, which, despite its imposing appearance, didn't seem to have any magical properties. Cloak, dagger? I think my luck's run out, he complained, letting out a nervous laugh. However, it's a good thing that things that aren't so useful to me have come along now. It means my chances have increased with the legendary loot box. Chapter 86, Legendary Loot Box. Since Lucas hadn't opened a legendary loot box, this was the prize that could bring something truly great or a cruel disappointment, as expectations were high. When the box materialized in the air in front of Lucas, he saw its cubic, modern shape, and his eyes widened at its beauty. It was golden, sparkling, and looked divine. Then he reached out with his right hand and touched the center of the box with his index finger. The box emitted an intense golden glow, as if thousands of sparkling particles were exploding and going in thousands of directions. Lucas stood still for a moment, fascinated by the spectacle. He was pretty sure that no one could see what he saw from the system, but if people could, they would see the glow of a sun inside a room. Within moments, the light began to dissipate and grow dimmer. Something in the middle of all that light was floating, a tiny object, probably the smallest Lucas had received so far. Lucas grabbed the item with his right hand and brought it close to him. The moment he opened his right hand, he saw a golden pill in his palm. This pill was emitting a faint golden aura. He looked at the description that appeared in the air, and for the first time, he saw a window of a different color. It had shimmering golden letters and a golden border. Item: Passive Talent Boost Pill. Description: a single use of this item will increase all your talents by 10 points. Ideal for those looking to take their skills to the next level without too much effort. Its effect is permanent. Lucas swallowed. He hadn't expected something so valuable. A pill that increases all my talents by 10 points, he muttered, almost in awe. That's huge. Over the last few weeks, Lucas had made progress of almost every kind because of the champion system. This included his attributes, his skills, his star level, and also his personal life. However, one thing that Lucas raised little was his talents. A permanent increase of 10 points? Let me see how much I have at the moment after today's training. Lucas looked ahead, and a stretched window appeared, showing a little of his attributes and talents. Plus, ===. Player name, Lucas Tanaka. Star level, 4 to 120 SP, /250 SP to the next level. Balance, 800 credits. 15 attribute points. Attributes. Speed, 35. Shooting, 37. Dribbling, 30. Defense, 23. Physical, 35. Passing, 38 asterisk. Talents. Ball control, 3. Endurance, 2. Strength, 3. Heading, 5. Scoring, 4. Vision, 5. Positioning, 2. Plus, I don't know if I haven't trained much in the last few weeks, or if using skills doesn't count as training. Lucas muttered, disappointed with the amount of points he had in each talent. I believe this negative result may be a combination of both factors. Oh, it's you. I almost forgot there's an artificial intelligence in my mind all this time. I'm not an artificial intelligence. I'm an ability of yours, like a part of your consciousness that's a bit more enhanced. Hey, that's offensive, Lucas exclaimed and then sighed. But forget that. What did you mean when you said that this could be a combination of two factors? In recent weeks, you've done very little training. Since returning, you have mainly focused on playing soccer and completing system missions and personal missions. However, it's incorrect to say that you've done it wrong. This focus on completing missions rather than training may have hindered your development and talents a little, but it has benefited your growth in attributes and skills. I know, and I don't regret having followed this route so far. That's what made me able to get this pill. Lucas looked at the golden pill. However, it's still possible to say that this is a negative result. During all these games, you should have developed your talents a lot. After all, training is nothing more than a simulation of a real game. So the only conclusion we can come to is that you overused the skills you got. What? That means, yes, while using a skill, talents don't grow. But that makes little sense. I don't even have a skill that makes me kick perfectly, maybe advanced first kick. However, I've hardly used it in my last few games. You're right. You haven't used that skill, and you've scored a lot of goals. But that means nothing. What do you mean? Skills nullify the growth of your talents during the use of the skill and for about a minute after use. As you're a player very dependent on the skills you've obtained, your growth in talents has been minimal. Lucas lifted the pill between his fingers, feeling the cool texture against his skin. He closed his eyes for a moment as he squeezed the item. He was silent for a moment, thinking. When he opened his eyes, he had an idea. Heavens, how much is that pill worth in credits? Evaluating. The passive talent enhancement pill can be sold for around 10,000 credits, just as it can be obtained for this price in the store. Good. Now, tell me, if there's a passive augmentation pill, there's an active augmentation pill, right? Yes. How much does the active enhancement pill cost? Item, talent active augmentation pill. Description, a single use of this item will double your growth rate in talents. Ideal for those who like to make an effort to evolve. The effect lasts for 3 days. Cost, 3,000 credits. Undeniably, This is an expensive item that doesn't deliver as much as the alternative version I have with me. After all, if I use this golden pill, I'll increase my talents by several times with no effort. However, if I use it here and now, I'll get addicted to evolving effortlessly and perhaps become stagnant in my world of system dependency. Besides, why should I get 10 points for each talent? If I double my rate of gain and start training often and hard, 10 points will be nothing. You may be right. However, buying an active talent enhancement pill and training hard for the 3-day duration won't be enough to overcome the effect of a passive talent enhancement pill. Of course it won't, so I'll buy 4. In 12 days of training, I'll show that I don't depend on the skills I've copied and got to be a talented footballer either. Chapter 87, Family Farewell. After spending 2 days with his family, the last day finally arrived. A.S. Lucas waited to board the plane. He was excited for this new phase, but, at the same time, the thought of being away from his family made him a little nervous. Soon he heard familiar footsteps approaching and turned to see his parents and Hannah, his younger sister, arriving. "Oni-chan," exclaimed Hannah, running to hug him with all the strength her little arms could muster. "I'm going to miss you. Who's going to help me with my math homework now?" Lucas smiled, stroking her hair. "I'll be away, but that doesn't mean I won't be around, okay? Anything, just call me, and I'll help you via video." John, Lucas's father, approached and placed a firm hand on her shoulder, smiling proudly and affectionately at the same time. It was rare to see that emotional gleam in the eyes of his father, who was usually more withdrawn because of work. "Son, I want you to make the most of this opportunity. But don't forget the basics. Take care of yourself, get at least 8 hours of sleep, remember to brush your teeth every night, and..." He chuckled slightly in embarrassment, as if he'd run out of options of what to say. "Oh, and without getting into trouble." Lucas laughed, nodding. "I promise I'll remember, Dad, and I'll try to stay out of trouble." Ayumi looked at him with watery eyes, holding a small handkerchief in her hand. She pulled him into a tight hug, the kind he felt would stay with him, even on the other side of the world. "My darling, go and do what you love, and we'll always be here cheering you on. But please don't forget to eat properly and take good care of your health. I know you can get carried away and forget all that when you're there." She looked at him with that smile mixed with concern and affection, typical of a mother. "Yes, Mom, I'll take care of myself." Lucas hugged his mother tighter. Hannah, still holding onto his arm, looked up with a determined expression. "And don't forget about us. Text us every day, okay?" "That's okay, Hannah. Every day, I promise. I'll tell you what it's like over there." The boarding call echoed through the speakers, and Lucas knew it was time to say goodbye. He looked at each of them, recording in his mind that moment and the support and affection that his family had always offered him. "I love you, and I'm going to make it all worthwhile," Lucas said with a determined smile. They said goodbye with another collective hug, and Lucas set off towards the boarding gate. On the plane, Lucas buckled his seatbelt, adjusted himself in the narrow business class seat, and cast a discreet glance at Mr. Otsuka, who was standing next to him. He seemed tense, even though his body was perfectly upright in the seat and his fingers manipulated the seat belt with almost exaggerated care. Lucas suppressed a smile. It was almost strange to see someone like Otsuka showing any trace of vulnerability, even if it was simply discomfort with the flight. Leaning slightly towards him, he asked in a low, friendly tone, "Mr. Otsuka, are you afraid of flying?" Mr. Otsuka kept his eyes fixed on his belt buckle for a few more seconds before looking up at Lucas with slightly arched eyebrows and a forced smile. "Afraid? Me?" he replied with a restrained laugh that didn't disguise his obvious nervousness. "I've lost count of how many times I've flown around, kid. Trust me, a man who has flown so much by plane is never scared of that." Despite his words, Lucas could see Mr. Otsuka's fingers still clenching his seatbelt with a certain amount of force as he gazed cautiously at the window. Noticing that Lucas was still staring, Mr. Otsuka changed the subject quickly. "How are you doing about moving country, kid? Playing in England was something I'd only dreamed of, and now I'm on my way to one of the best grassroots leagues in the world. I'm excited." Mr. Otsuka listened attentively, seeming to relax a little with the new direction of the conversation. He let out a low laugh and nodded. "That's good. A young man like you should be excited, but I don't see that excitement all over your face. Is something bothering you?" "I'd say. Well, I was a bit disappointed that Team B was created just for me and the other boys in the Civ. I feel like we fell short of their expectations." Mr. Otsuka looked down the aisle of the plane, where a flight attendant was calmly passing by, handing out glasses of water to some passengers. He let out a sigh, relaxing further into his seat. "Lucas, I understand what you're feeling, but understand that this is normal. Every big club has a team structure that acts as a stepping stone from one category to another. The U-20 coaching staff have seen your potential, but they also know that you and the other boys still have things to work on." It was good to know that they weren't underestimating his talent, just adopting a strategy to improve his development. Mr. Otsuka seemed to notice Lucas' lighter expression and continued. "Unlike many clubs, Brighton only has 2 youth teams, the children's team and the under-20s. They believe it's better for the younger players, 15, 16, and upwards, to play with more experienced players in order to speed up their development. However, They also realized that some players need special attention and special preparation. They created the B team for this purpose, allowing boys like you to develop their skills in a more focused manner, considering that the U-20 is a semi-professional category. Lucas nodded, beginning to understand the logic behind the club structure. It's as if they wanted us to prepare before being thrown to the beasts, right? Mr. Otsuka nodded, his face finally relaxing completely. Exactly. Everyone needs time to grow up. And if I were you, I'd see this as a chance to become an even more complete player. Chapter 88, Jetlag. So, Lucas, this will be your new temporary home, said the man, opening the bedroom door in front of him and then leading Lucas into his room. Lucas took a step inside, observing every detail. The walls were an impeccable white, simple and without distractions. The room had the essentials, a bed with clean, folded clothes, a study table positioned next to the window, from where he could see the Brighton CT in the distance. There was also a dark wooden closet, spacious enough to store clothes and equipment. Nothing extravagant, but adequate. Here at the SIAC Institute, we ensure everything is organized for you to focus on what really matters, improving yourself as an athlete. As you can see, we try to keep things functional, continued the man, watching Lucas' reaction as he explored his surroundings. The focus here is on maintaining a routine and environment that helps you evolve, both mentally and physically. The SIAC Institute and Brighton FC share a solid partnership. We provide dormitory facilities and schooling, basically what a teenager needs, while they take care of the professional side. Lucas nodded. Over the last few days, he had already heard about the structure offered by the Institute, because he had talked to Lucy through messages and she studied here. So he already knew a bit about things. The man next to him, wearing a polo shirt with the Institute's emblem embroidered on it, watched him open the cupboard doors for a few moments before continuing. We've done it modestly, so that each student at the Institute can decorate their own space with their own personality. It's a temporary home, but it doesn't have to look like one. After all, here live hundreds of promising young people from all over the UK and even some other countries. We try to provide a space where you can develop not just as athletes, but as people. There was a small shelf above the study table, with enough space for a few books and personal mementos. Lucas imagined he could put photos there, perhaps some souvenirs that would bring a sense of familiarity. Yeah, I heard some of that while I was talking to Lucy, Lucas said, turning to the man. The man raised his eyebrows for a moment. Oh, so you already know Lucy? He asked, with a slight tone of surprise in his voice. Yes, I met her by chance on the day of the screening at Brighton. Well, she's one of our best students, someone who certainly represents the spirit of the Institute. It's no surprise that you've already crossed paths. Lucy usually likes to make friends. The man, sensing Lucas's interest, continued, assuming a slightly more relaxed posture when he saw that the young man was settling in. As for using the room, try to keep it as organized and clean as possible. And as for the rules, there are a few that must be observed carefully. Dormitory buildings are divided into male and female. We encourage students to interact, but there are specific restrictions on accessing dormitories of the opposite gender. It's a measure to maintain respect for each other's space. Lucas nodded, understanding the logic behind the rule. After all, with so many young people together, it was imaginable what could happen. I imagine that, with so many people here, it must be easy to get lost amid responsibilities, Lucas commented. Indeed, replied the man, crossing his arms. And that's why, as well as the support of the teachers and technicians, we have more experienced mentors and psychologists. Lastly, meals are served at specific times: breakfast, lunch, afternoon coffee, and dinner, in the cafeteria in the main building. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated, and he picked it up to check, but continued to explain. By the way, I imagine you've already received your itinerary by email. Your classes start tomorrow, okay? Lucas remembered the notification he had ignored on his phone while traveling from London to Brighton. Classes in the morning, training in the afternoon. That would be the routine for the first week. Then the employee, who was staring at his cell phone screen, frowned. He took a deep breath, putting his cell phone back in his pocket, before smiling at Lucas with an expression that tried to look calm. Forgive me, Lucas, but something urgent has come up, and I need to deal with it right away, he said, with a sincerely apologetic tone. You're oriented now, so explore the campus. There are common areas and living spaces you can get to know, but the essentials I've already shared. He held out his hand, as if for a formal farewell. Welcome to the SIAC Institute. I hope you have an enriching experience. Lucas shook the man's hand firmly. Thank you very much, sir. As the employee left, closing the door softly behind him, Lucas let out a slow breath, finally allowing himself to relax and assimilate. Moving towards the bed, he noticed the spotless sheets and folded covers laid out. He yawned and let his suitcase fall beside the bed as he lay down. I'll pack my things later, because I'm too sleepy to do it now. Lucas blinked a few times, his eyes still heavy from the fatigue of the long journey from Japan to England. He let his body sink a little deeper into the soft mattress. The quiet room, the bed smelling of fresh sheets, and the fresh mid-afternoon air coming in through the window gave him the feeling that he could finally rest, disconnecting from everything for a few hours. He wasn't sure how long it had been since he had closed his eyes. At some point during the early hours of the morning, the subtle wind of the English night blew through the ajar window, bringing a slight chill that made Lucas curl up under the covers. But he was so exhausted that he didn't bother getting up to close it. All he wanted to do was sleep. The next morning, it was the insistent, annoying sound of the alarm on his cell phone that brought him back to reality. Lucas reached out for the device on the bedside table without opening his eyes. When he finally located the phone and brought it close to his face, the glowing numbers on the screen immediately woke him up. 6:45. His heart raced, and he sat up in bed, sleep squeezed out of his mind in a rush of adrenaline. His classes would start in 15 minutes. Damn, already? In his head, he had just gone to bed, but the jet lag was unforgiving. London was 8 time zones away from Japan, and his body still hadn't adjusted. Chapter 89, Disciplinary Committee. 15 minutes. Lucas had to be ready in just 15 minutes. With no time to lose, he put the blanket aside and went to the closet, where his uniform hung on a solitary hanger. Inside the closet, part of the men's uniform hung on a hanger. The jacket was a dark blue with subtle details such as the Institute's coat of arms on the chest. An impeccable white shirt was folded perfectly, accompanied by a tie in the same shade of blue as the jacket that complemented the outfit. Straight-cut black pants and black shoes. Right, let's go. He quickly put on his shirt and then his jacket, which weighed slightly. Then he hurried to put on his pants and adjust his tie, a task that required more concentration than usual, given his haste. The tie slipped a few times, but with a last effort, he tied it in a proper knot. The last touch was the shoe, which he hurriedly put on, feeling time pass relentlessly. Please don't let me be late, he asked the universe, as if the stars could hear his pleas. With his backpack already packed beside his bed, Lucas picked it up and put it on his back. He was about to leave when a thought struck him, the protein bar. He quickly opened his backpack, took out the packet, and put it in his mouth, chewing awkwardly as he opened the door. The door opened, revealing the well-lit corridor of the SciEC Institute. The building was similar in style to some Japanese buildings, with open-air corridors. From above, he could see that there was hardly any movement on the Institute's campus. Lucas ran, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. He turned a corner and entered the stairwell. His breathing was light, mixing with the echo of his hurried footsteps. He had a purpose, a goal, not to be late for the first day of school. However, as he left the dormitory building and started running towards the main building, which was a large 3-story building in the center of campus, an authoritative voice called out to him. Hey you, stop running now. Lucas stopped abruptly, scraping the soles of his feet on the ground. He turned around and found a girl with long dark blue hair, an impeccable uniform, and a disciplinary committee armband on her right arm. What's your name? She asked with one hand on his waist. Lucas Tanaka. And you? I'm Kate Dyer. I'm a member of the disciplinary committee at this institute. What year are you? Lucas hesitated for a moment. Then, trying to sound nonchalant, replied, I'm a sophomore. Kate arched an eyebrow, but instead of criticizing, a slight sigh escaped his lips. Right. So why are you running around campus? That's not an example of conduct for a student at our institute. Oh, I'm doing a morning run. To warm up for classes. Morning run? Are you sure? Then why do you have messy hair? Instantly, Lucas ran his hand through his hair, trying to tame the unruly strands that were spreading out indomitably. Good, now it's better. If you're really a sophomore and you're not late, you should know that your first class isn't in the main building today, but in the basketball gym. Lucas widened his eyes. The basketball gym? What? What? The initiation ceremony, of course. Do you know where the basketball gym is? If so, go there immediately. Maybe the ceremony has already started. WL, where is this gym? Kate sighed again, seeming to weigh up the options. Look, I'll cut you some slack because you're new, but you need to hurry. Come on, follow me, she replied, turning around and walking. Lucas hurried after her, trying to keep up. The girl moved with an agility that surprised him. Even without running, she seemed to float, her dark blue hair swaying behind her. At that moment, he couldn't help but notice how different the girls' clothes were. While the boys wore uniforms in darker shades, the girls sported an almost entirely white palette. White skirts, short-sleeved shirts with a delicate beige hue, and a dark blue bow tie, which made them look more elegant. Noticing Kate's outfit, he also noticed how long, white, and beautiful her legs were, but he glanced away, a little embarrassed by his own thoughts. Damn it, Lucas. You can't look at girls like her like that yet. You're already mentally overage. He scolded himself. Come on, you can't fall behind. Kate shouted, without turning to look. Lucas picked up his pace, trying to keep up with her. It didn't take long for them to reach the gymnasium, and Lucas could already hear the din of voices coming from inside the enormous building. Kate paused at the entrance, and Lucas almost bumped into her. Here we are. Come in and find a place to sit. The initiation ceremony must have already begun. Lucas stepped forward, but before entering, he turned to thank her. Thank you, Kate. Sorry about the work. Don't worry, it's my job. Now go. You're in luck. The ceremony hasn't started yet. Lucas walked in and immediately felt all that youthful energy. Students from different years were mingling, chatting, and laughing as they settled down. The stage was decorated with colorful banners and the SIAC Institute emblem, and behind him, a group of teachers was organizing the ceremony. He headed for one side of the gymnasium, where a few chairs were still available, but suddenly he felt someone tug at the sleeve of his jacket. He looked back and saw Raphael Porciali, who was grinning broadly. "Hey man, it's been a while, hasn't it? You didn't see the message I sent you earlier, did you? I was waiting for you for ages in front of the dorm." Lucas was pleased to see a familiar face at last. "Oh man, I'm sorry. I got to my room yesterday and blacked out. I woke up about 10 minutes ago and didn't even have time to look at my cell phone." Really? If I'd known your room number, I'd have knocked. But come on, sit down. I've saved you a seat. They've announced that the ceremony is about to begin. Chapter 90, SIAC Institution. A teacher in a suit, black hair and glasses took a few steps forward, straightening his glasses and clearing his throat before speaking into the microphone. "Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another school year at the SIAC Institution." His voice reverberated through the gymnasium, echoing off the high walls. "To those of you who are returning, how nice to have you back. To the new students, I hope you're ready for a year of brilliant discovery and learning." Some students closest to the stage looked attentive, while others looked away, laughing discreetly. First, as usual, it is necessary to reiterate some of our rules and guidelines. It is essential that all students maintain respectful behavior towards both classmates and teachers. We are proud to say that the SIAC institution stands out not only for its excellent academic results, but also for the integrity of its students. This is an elite and respected institute throughout the UK, so remember that we expect collaboration, respect, and maturity from every one of you. At the mention of respect and maturity, Lucas noticed the harsher tone, which made some students straighten their backs. "That always works," thought the teacher, smiling at the corner of his mouth and continuing. "Male students are strictly forbidden from entering the female changing rooms and dormitories, and vice versa. Any violation of these rules will be treated with due seriousness." Lucas glanced at Raphael, who was holding back his laughter. "In closing, I'd like to remind everyone that we will always keep our doors open for dialogue, and we are committed to providing the best possible school experience for each one of you. Now, without further ado, we have the honor of introducing one of our most talented students, a young woman who has already won several titles and who, with extraordinary effort, is on her way to representing England at the Olympics. Ladies and gentlemen, with you, Lucy Griffin." A wave of murmurs took over the crowd. Lucas raised his eyebrows in surprise, as he had messaged Lucy the day before and she had said nothing about making a speech. As Lucy climbed the steps, she straightened the papers in her hands and glanced around the crowd, maintaining a secure and unflappable posture. "Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lucy Griffin, a sophomore. I'm here today to share a little about the challenges of being ambitious in an idle world." It was unusual to hear a fellow student speak so openly about something that required courage and self-confidence, so more people paid attention. We all have dreams, don't we? Maybe you want to be great professionals, top athletes, or maybe even brilliant scientists to be in this great institute. But what prevents us from achieving these dreams? It's usually fear. Fear of failure. Fear of stepping out of the ordinary and standing out, because when you stand out, you become the target of criticism. Lucy gave a discreet smile when she realized she had captured the attention of a good part of the audience. "I want to tell you that fear is just a stage. We need to embrace the idea that it's not wrong to want more, to dream bigger, and to seek something greater for our lives. Challenges are there to be overcome. And if I can be here today, one step away from representing our country, it's because I didn't let fear define me." The murmurs among the students had ceased. "The road to where I am now hasn't been easy," Lucy admitted with a serious look on her face. "I've faced suspicious looks, discouraging words, and even my insecurity. But, in the end, what matters is how we choose to respond to these challenges. So if I can leave you with one message today, it's this: don't let anyone dim the shine of your dreams. Remember that we are the ones who define what we want to be, and that even if the world chooses idleness, we choose action." Lucy's sentences were short, but they dug deep into the chest of every teenager in that gymnasium. It was the kind of sentence that reminded them that dedication would pay off. Lucas applauded along with the others, admiring Lucy's strength. As soon as the speech was over, the teacher in the suit returned to the microphone to thank them and end the brief ceremony. The students rose, forming a sea of excited voices and hurried footsteps. The gymnasium gradually emptied, and most headed towards the main building, where the first classes of the year awaited them. Lucas and Raphael walked side by side, chatting. As they entered the main corridor of the building, they passed the huge mural displaying the institute's achievements, academic awards, sports prizes, and even outstanding social projects. Raphael stopped to admire the portraits of some of the soccer stars who studied there. As he was English, he knew everyone in the picture, but Lucas didn't know any of them. "In a few years' time, we'll have a picture like that here," he muttered with an ambitious smile. Lucas laughed and nodded, agreeing with his friend. Soon, they arrived at the designated classroom. The environment was unlike anything he had imagined. Each desk was modern, with a small tablet embedded in the surface and ergonomic chairs, giving the room a futuristic feel. Interactive screens filled the walls, and there was a lighting system that adjusted the intensity according to the natural light from the windows. Unlike the large classes Lucas knew in Japan, the room held a maximum of 25 students. Raphael and Lucas walked to the back of the room, where they chose 2 chairs. Raphael settled down, stretching out his legs. Lucas observed the details of the place with admiration. Everything from the built-in tablet to the ceiling projector that almost disappeared into the room was impressive. However, while Lucas was still exploring the resources on the screen in front of him, he was interrupted when he noticed some girls whispering excitedly towards the opposite corner of the room. Sitting at one desk near the window was a black-haired boy with a lock of red hair. Lucas, of course, recognized him as Hildebrand Gromans, one of the boys on the shortlist. Judging by the girls' whispers, his athletic build and mysterious expression made him seem almost magazine-like. Lucas was amused by the fuss the boy was causing, while some girls tried to disguise their interest, and Raphael was jealous that he was also a Brighton player and didn't get all the attention from the girls. Calm down, man. You've got Samantha, haven't you? Lucas tried to comfort him. Samantha? Well, she didn't answer any of the messages I sent her after that day at the mall. How cruel. Lucas, bored while waiting for the teacher, picked up his cell phone to take a quick look at the messages. Just then, a message arrived. Love, did you like the speech? Lucas lifted his gaze and looked at Lucy, who was a few desks ahead. They had coincidentally fallen into the same room. Lucy's head was slightly turned towards him, and she had a discreet smile on her lips, knowing that he was reading the message. Chapter 91, Romantic. Lucas had just finished jotting down the last notes in his notebook. As he closed the pages, he could hear the bell resonating through the bustling corridors of the prestigious educational institution. The hallways quickly filled with the excited chatter of students, eager to embark on their well-deserved break. Raphael, whose locker was right next to Lucas's, grimaced as he slung his backpack over one shoulder. Finally, another minute in that room, and I'd have been asleep on my desk. Lucas laughed, turning the key to open his locker. He took some books out of his backpack, carefully placing them on the shelf, and briefly checked his cell phone before putting it in his pocket. The plan was simple: grab his things and head straight to Brighton CT, where he had training scheduled for that afternoon. Raphael, however, seemed to have something else in mind. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke to him and Raphael. Are you going to eat here or at the CT? The sudden sound made Raphael almost drop the books he was holding. He turned quickly, slamming the cupboard door hard. With Raphael's door closed, they saw that the person who had spoken to them was Hildebrand, the same boy who had been in their room and had a very serious personality. Ah, it's you, Hildebrand. Raphael exhaled with relief, still leaning a little on the cupboard. I thought you were a teacher or, I don't know, someone after a scolding. We're going straight to CT, said Lucas, glancing at the senior, who kept his expression neutral. Right. I'll go with you, then, replied Hildebrand, crossing his arms as he waited for the two of them to finish getting ready. Lucas and Raphael exchanged quick glances. Lucas just shrugged again, picking up his backpack and adjusting it on his back. Raphael, on the other hand, didn't seem to like the idea very much, but disguised it, turning his attention to his own locker. As they walked together towards the exit of the institute, moments of silence punctuated the conversation between the three of them. Hildebrand, although he was by their side, wasn't one for words and didn't seem to mind the silence. So Lucas and Raphael, who were walking side by side a little ahead, took advantage of the moment to whisper quietly. Impressive. He didn't even talk to us all morning. He was surrounded by girls asking so many questions, and I bet he was enjoying himself. But now that he's alone, he's reminded us we exist. Lucas smiled, not wanting to agree, even though he understood that Raphael's logic made sense. Are you going to tell me you're resenting him because he's popular? Relax, man. He was just taking his time. There's no need to take it personally. Raphael let out an exaggerated sigh, shaking his head. Easy for you to say, Lucas. You don't need to look for a girl to sneak into your room because you've already got one. What? Who are you talking about? Lucy, of course. Oh, Lucas. Are you and Lucy from our room together? Lucas felt a wave of heat rise to his face at the exact moment he heard Hildebrand's voice behind them. He and Raphael turned slowly, noticing that Hildebrand, who had been at least 3 meters behind them a second ago, was suddenly at his side. What an unexpected couple. Hildebrand continued. We're not together. Lucy and I are just friends. Raphael giggled beside him, but before he could make any comment, Hildebrand resumed speaking, his face frowning as if he were processing the information. The new boy, and the most popular girl in the institute. He whispered, as if imagining something. She's famous, surrounded by all eyes, but she keeps a secret. And he's someone who stands out in silence, focused on his soccer dream, oblivious to distractions. Lucas raised his eyebrows. Hildebrand, that sounds more like the plot of a romantic movie. And isn't that exactly what school life is all about? Hildebrand retorted, without losing his serious tone and deep voice. Lucas chuckled and shook his head, but but Hillebrand seemed oblivious to their skepticism. In fact, he continued as if pondering aloud, with a disconcerting seriousness. Girls, they look at more than just looks. In your case, Lucas, they must see something more. Thanks, I guess. Lucas said, not sure if it was an insult to his looks or a compliment. Raphael then recovered, letting out an amused laugh and reaching out towards Hillebrand's shoulder in a comradely gesture. You really are a character, Hillebrand. I never thought you'd have such a poetic side, commented Raphael, still laughing. Hillebrand accepted the comment without offending, and Raphael smiled even more, as if he had just made a significant discovery about his colleague. That must be why you talk a little. You stand there, watching and creating stories in your head. I do that too sometimes. I understand you. By the way, I've already said that Lucas must be a bit more aggressive romantically speaking. Lucas laughed, shaking his head again. You're both crazy because you watch too much school drama. Hillebrand looked away from Lucas. Do you think people are just what they seem, Lucas? With nothing hidden behind them. Lucas pondered for a moment. I think some are like an open book, while others are more like a safe. I don't see the point in forcing a key to open something that isn't ready to be revealed. I still think you're too modest, Lucas. Raphael said. With Lucas' reply, Hillebrand fell silent. When the trio finally reached the gates leading to Brighton CT, they noticed that there were already a few boys waiting to be let in as well. Looks like we've got company, muttered Lucas, observing the familiar figures of Felix, the bald boy with whom he'd had a long dispute at the Civ, also Aiden Perry, with his long red hair, and Luis Fernando, the lively green-haired boy who was waving with a smile on his face. Hey, you passed, didn't you? I'm glad we're going to play together now. Luis Fernando exclaimed cheerfully. Chapter 92, Making New Friends, Part 1. The small procession soon entered the large space of the Institute's refectory. Most of the tables were empty, even though they were neatly organized. There was a large counter full of trays and baskets of fruit, but what really mattered to the new arrivals was two colleagues already having lunch. Daniel Reiber and Anton S. Schultz were sitting at the table closest to the window. Daniel was wearing round glasses and smiled briefly when he saw us, while Anton, tall and serious-looking, had a penetrating gaze that showed focus. Look who showed up, Daniel called out, raising his hand with a restrained smile. Raphael, always the first to make a joke, pulled up a chair and replied with a broad smile. I hope they invent another competition, so I can need you. With Raphael's provocation, Daniel's friendly attitude disappeared in an instant. I won the game against you in the Civ and intercepted you several times, you idiot. I don't even know how you're here. I'm here because I dribbled past you and scored a great goal. For a striker, it doesn't matter how many attempts you make. It's about not giving up and scoring when the opportunity finally arises. Raphael and Daniel stared at each other, forehead against forehead. Felix let out a chuckle. Guys, I love the friendly atmosphere, he commented, pulling up a chair and stretching his arms out, relaxing as he looked at them both with a smile. Felix's teasing was enough to make Daniel and Raphael move away. After that, everyone except Daniel and Anton went to get their trays and choose what they wanted to eat. The counter was well stocked, but unlike what you might find in a normal school cafeteria, there were trays of meats, grains, and salads. Just healthy food, as you'd expect from a club. Lucas helped himself to a bit of everything to maintain a balanced diet, while Raphael filled his plate with carbohydrates and proteins. When they sat down at the large table in the center of the cafeteria, Anton asked the question. There's someone missing, isn't there? It's William. He went to A team, Lucas answered bluntly. William's name fell on them like a bucket of cold water, cooling the lively atmosphere of before. The news was still fresh and, although they tried not to show it, there was a mixed feeling of frustration and annoyance, as if William's choice of A team had created a division between them that hadn't existed before. Lucky, muttered Felix, rolling his eyes and resting his fork on his plate. While we, well, you know. He shrugged, glancing at the others, who already knew what he was implying. The B team, which sounded like a secondary position, even though they knew it wasn't quite like that. No, he deserved it. William played very well and scored goals. It's only fair that he's there. It's not a question of deserving, replied Aiden with a slight tone of bitterness. It's a question of, I don't know, luck? Connections? You'll find out. If it was about merit, it's hard for me to say that and not include myself, but Felix and Lucas were supposed to be there. What? Lucas raised his head. I'm serious. You were the ones who played the best and the smartest. Aiden clarified his point. After Aiden's words, a brief silence hung over the table. Lucas lowered his head, looking down at his still full plate. The mixture of meats, grains, and vegetables now looked less appetizing. He chewed in silence, thoughtfully, and then replied. No, I understand Coach Jimenez's decision. I'm not ready for the A team. The only way I could get away from Felix's attentive marking was to leave the game for a while, and then come back and try to surprise him. If I'd found another way or been able to overcome his marking with no problems, things might have been different. I lacked maturity and experience. Everyone was quiet, and Felix stared at Lucas for a few seconds. There was no reason for Felix to apologize, as Felix felt that the reason he had got into the Civ was because his defensive presence was good and worked, especially when he marked Lucas. So they continued to eat, the conversation naturally returning to lighter topics and occasional laughter. Suddenly, the door to the cafeteria opened with a bang, and a young man in his 20s walked in, looking excited. His clothes clearly indicated that he was part of Brighton's coaching staff, with the club's emblem on a large jacket and an enormous smile. "Ah, I was told you were already here. How nice." The young man said hello, and everyone stopped eating to look at him. "Look, kids, when you've finished, meet me out here. I'll take you to Team B's exclusive changing room." "Okay, boss, we'll be there in 2 minutes." Luis Fernando replied. The young man nodded with a smile, and, before leaving, added, "Oh, enjoy and eat up. We'll need you with plenty of energy." And then he left, leaving the dining room door open. The group finished their meal quickly because they were excited about their first day of training. Even though B team was considered secondary, they were excited to have an exclusive changing room. Asterisk. A few minutes later, they found themselves at the entrance to the cafeteria, where the assistant coach was waiting for them. He was leaning against the wall with a lit cigarette between his fingers, releasing a thin column of smoke into the air. "Is smoking allowed around here? I mean, you are our coach, after all," Raphael said. The boy let out a relaxed laugh between puffs. "Relax, guys. I'm just the assistant coach of Team B. You're the athlete here, not me." He winked. Lucas, standing a little further back, watched the coach with interest. It was curious how someone so young and easygoing could be part of a team from such a traditional club. He didn't seem the least bit intimidated, but he also didn't seem the type to take everything extremely seriously, something that, in a way, brought relief to the tense group. The coach took another drag and threw the cigarette on the ground, putting it out with his foot before motioning with his head for them to follow him. "Come on, I'll show you the way." They followed him around the outside of the Brighton CT, watching the multiples being automatically irrigated. When they reached the door marked with the Brighton symbol, the assistant coach stopped, turned to them, and made a dramatic gesture, pushing the door open with a smile. "Gentlemen, welcome to the B team dressing room." Chapter 93, Making New Friends, Part 2. "Gentlemen, welcome to the B team dressing room." The group of players eagerly crossed the threshold with great anticipation. However, their initial enthusiasm slowly dissolved into a mixture of surprise and disappointment. The changing room was small. The walls were a faded beige, and the room had a faint smell of damp, not exactly unpleasant, but definitely not the freshness you'd expect from a newly assembled facility. In the right-hand corner, a worn wooden bench, which creaked at the slightest pressure, revealed that it probably wasn't a new piece. On the left-hand side, a row of old iron hangers dangled lazily, some with pieces of adhesive tape holding the frayed ends together. Yet everything was clean. Every detail showed signs of quick and thoughtful maintenance, albeit limited by the short notice. The doors of the metal cupboards at the back showed scratches, perhaps marks of use from previous seasons, when that space still housed the belongings of staff and other workers at the CT. Now it was the temporary home of the B team, and its new members looked around, a little disappointed. The assistant coach, noticing the youngster's initial reaction, shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, embarrassed. "Well, maybe this isn't the changing room you were expecting," he began, his eyes dancing between the faces still staring at the small room. "The creation of B team was a bit of an unexpected decision. We wanted to give you a space of your own, and this was the best we could do in the time available." An uncomfortable silence hung briefly in the air. Lucas exchanged a glance with Luis Fernando, who seemed on the verge of making a comment to try to cheer the guys up, but held back. The assistant coach observed the boys' reaction, let out a resigned sigh and, before anyone could express their dissatisfaction, smiled and opened the door at the back of the small changing room. "Now, before you start moaning about the size of the space, I have another surprise." As the door in question opened fully, the group was surprised to see 4 boys sitting in a makeshift circle in the middle of what appeared to be a kind of storeroom next to the changing room. On the floor, a deck of cards was distributed among them, and one of them, the most tired and dejected looking, raised his head slowly when he realized the door had opened. "Finally, I thought you were going to leave us locked up here forever, Alex," the boy said, throwing the cards down. The technical assistant, now identified as Alex, laughed lightly. "Don't be dramatic, Dennis. It was just a creative way of introducing the new staff. By the way, guys," he turned to the newcomers, showing the group with a broad gesture. "These here are the veterans of our B team." Then all 4 boys came out of the closet and stood in front of Lucas and the others. "The first one who looks like he's just got out of bed is Dennis," introduced Alex. Dennis, a boy with messy hair and an unshaven beard, rolled his eyes and nodded in a lazy greeting. Alex then pointed to the second boy, who wore a cap and a pair of headphones around his neck, tapping lightly on the floor as if following the rhythm of an imaginary song. "That's Miguel. He's our unofficial DJ, so if you hear loud music during breaks, you can bet it's his doing." Miguel took out one of his headphones and gave the newcomers a friendly smile. "Anything, just ask for a playlist. We try to keep the mood light here." Next in line was a tall, slender young man with blonde hair and an almost arrogant smile. He was leaning forward, his eyes shining with anticipation as he looked at the newcomers, as if he were assessing them. And this is Artur, a natural striker, but also our king of bad jokes. Feel free to ignore him whenever he thinks he's funny. Artur laughed, clearly not caring about the description. He held out his hand to Lucas, then to the other boys. We used to be on the A team, so you'll have to respect us and take your places for now. Finally, Alex pointed to the fourth member of the group, a quieter boy with a serious expression. Finally, we have Loki, or at least that's what he always asks to be called, said Alex. He's our nerd. Arthur, with his irreverent energy, nudged Loki, who until then had been silently observing the newcomers. Hey guys, Loki said. Don't go scaring the guys, Loki. They haven't even seen how we train. Or rather, how we don't train. Loki sighed. Don't listen to half of what those three say. They just want to intimidate you. We do train here, but we couldn't keep up with the A team, and that's why we were relegated. Well, it looks like you've already been properly introduced to B team style, he said, crossing his arms and leaning against the door. Now, before we split up for training, how about a quick activity to break the ice? Lucas suddenly raised his hand, stopping Alex from continuing. I have a question. What is it, Lucas Tanaka? You said you're not our coach, but the assistant. If that's the case, where's our coach? Alex laughed and moved away from the door. An almost mischievous glint shone in his eyes before he finally decided to answer. Good question, Lucas Tanaka. The head coach of Team B is also the assistant coach of Team A. He went to accompany the A team in an important friendly match. Friendly? Raphael asked. Alex smiled confidently. Yes, a friendly. By the way, if you're interested, you should know that we also have a friendly scheduled for the end of the week. This statement not only captured the attention of the newcomers, but also surprised the veterans, who were used to a routine without much excitement. Friendly for Team B? Dennis stirred, adjusting his messy hair as if suddenly awake. It's a joke, right? Artur cast a look of false suspicion at Alex. That's the part where you tell us our opponent is the A team, isn't it? Just to make sure we get destroyed in public. Alex laughed, a relaxed laugh that echoed through the small space of the storeroom. Not at all, Artur. This time, it's an outside team. You're playing Liverpool's under-18s. Didn't you want to get out of anonymity? This will be your chance to start getting recognized by other clubs too. Chapter 94, Number 7. Lucas, still holding his hand up, slowly lowered it as his gaze fixed on the assistant coach named Alex. The feeling of surprise that Lucas was feeling had also gone through all the other boys. After all, playing against a club like Liverpool, even if it was the under-18s, was a great opportunity. The shocked silence was broken by Miguel removing the headset from his head and putting it around his neck. Is that serious? He asked, showing interest for the first time in their conversation. Alex ducked his head a little and smiled. I'm more serious than ever. I wouldn't joke about something like this. I know that's your sound, and it's mine too. Wait a minute. We're going to face Liverpool under-18s just like that? We're Team B, said Arthur, the blonde-haired boy. He no longer exuded the same confidence as before. How? It makes little sense. Are they just trying to throw us to the wolves? He looked at Dennis and Loki, hoping they would back him up. Alex crossed his arms. This is your chance, boys, to show what you're capable of. It's not a championship, but winning a preseason friendly like this could make the guys on the A-team's coaching staff look at you with fresh eyes. You may not have the most glamorous space or the coach with you all the time, but that doesn't diminish what's coming. Believe me, you'll want to train hard for this game. Alex's speech had a different weight for each person there, but it was undeniable that what he was saying made sense. Everyone knew that the B team was far from being seen in the same light as the A team, but a game like this could be a golden ticket. Lucas wondered for a moment if the majority felt the same way. Then, when he looked over and saw everyone with cheerful expressions, he knew he wasn't the only one. And I thought maybe they'd chicken out. Alex thought, visually seeing the impact of his words on these boys, becoming more relaxed. Well, before you get too excited, let's get all this energy out. In particular, I'd like to train each of you individually, but I still need to find out for myself what you can and can't do. We're going to do a 6-on-6 now, but before we do that, open your lockers, boys. Lucas turned and faced the locker where he saw his name labeled in clear letters, with a simplicity that carried the weight of a promise for him. Tanaka was written in white letters, contrasting with dark, old metal. As he opened the cupboard, his eyes widened slightly when he saw the Brighton uniform hanging there, every fold in the fabric freshly ironed and spotless. He ran his hand down the shirt, feeling the material under his fingers, while noting the Brighton emblem stitched on the chest. On the back of the uniform, his surname was written, just as he had requested when Brighton emailed, asking for the measurements Lucas wore. Just below his name was the number 7, which made Lucas frown. Lucas had never played in the number 7 shirt. At the Wuxia school, he used to be the 8, at first, the one who controlled the midfield and provided crucial passes. Then he migrated to a 10, the shirt of the maestros, the essence of the attack, who created chances and dictated the pace. He even played as a winger in some matches. But a number 7, he had never been one. He looked around and saw Miguel wearing the number 10. The same Miguel who hardly paid attention and kept listening to music. Arthur was wearing 9. Those two came from the A team. They had the experience, the prestige, and, perhaps, the immediate respect that Lucas was still looking for. All right, Lucas thought as he took off his shirt. I'm still not number 10 here, but this gives me another reason to fight. Let's get on with it. Arthur's voice caught everyone's attention, bringing them back to reality. Soon, Lucas was smoothing his number 7 shirt over his body as he followed the others onto the pitch. The freshly wet grass was very pleasant to walk on, and the training space was very large, but they weren't alone, because a field next door was being used by the children's team. Also, some of the club's staff, seeing that training was about to start, approached the railings and benches parallel to the pitch to watch. Alex stopped in midfield and waited for everyone to approach. He seemed much more animated and confident than when they first met. As soon as the last player entered the midfield circle, Alex said, "So lads, we're here because I want to see what each of you offers. Don't worry about fixed positions. Today, the priority is to show your individuality, your ability to read the game and improvise. Anyone who understands that will know what I expect from this team. Of course, we have 12 players in the team and only 11 positions, so it's all about places in the team. But remember that this is a training session, not a proper match, and your coach isn't even here, so don't use everything you've got." Alex continued, "I'm going to split you into 2 teams of 6. I myself will be in goal for one of the teams." Really?" Luis Fernando asked. "It may not seem like it, but I used to be a goalkeeper in my school's soccer club," said Alex, smiling. "Now, as captain of the blue team, I don't want to lose, and I also want to show the Civ guys the skills of their veterans, so I want you, and you." He pointed to Miguel, Arthur, Dennis, Loki, and Daniel. "You 5 go with me. Hillebrand, I want you on the bench for now. The rest of you, stay with Lucas. Come on, put on your vests and choose your positions quickly. We'll let you start with the ball." Alex then kicked the ball that was near his feet to Lucas Tanaka, who received it and smiled. "The mission Time B against Time B has been awarded. Do you want to find out the objective of this mission?" Chapter 95, B-Team Match. Lucas pulled his number 7 shirt over his chest and raised his head. Just then, he felt a slap on the back. "That's it, Lucas. We'll start with the ball. Let's show off," Raphael asked, smiling. Lucas nodded and said, "Right, let's get into position." Lucas took the ball forward, advancing a few steps while Raphael positioned himself further to the left, ready to support. The other players on his team began to move in a simple but well-distributed formation on the small pitch. Suddenly, someone stopped next to Lucas as he looked ahead. He looked over and saw Felix. "Hey, kid, it's good that we're on the same team now, isn't it?" Lucas felt Felix's gaze on him, and, for a moment, almost forgot about the ball between his feet. The presence of the number 5, one of the most intimidating players Lucas had ever played against, brought a sense of responsibility and a certain relief that they were on the same team. He smiled, still adjusting the position of the ball. "I think it's good too, Felix. With you here, I feel we have a better chance of holding up play. I'll need your cover if I go too high, okay?" Felix laughed briefly. "Relax, kid. Just don't make me run more than I have to, okay?" Lucas nodded, undeterred by his companion's tone. He knew Felix was 2 years older, but he also knew that this kind of teasing was, in a way, encouragement. Everyone had their own way of supporting, and his was that, firm and provocative. When the sharp murmur cut through the air, dispersing the slight silence that had settled in, Lucas took the initial touch, pushing the ball to Raphael, who quickly returned it to Lucas in the middle. With Team B's main attacking players in their team, I think they'll get forward and score high, Lucas thought, and laid the ball back to the defense with a light touch. However, while he expected the opposing team to push forward, they actually remained static, almost as if they were expecting some offensive action from Lucas and his teammates. This surprised him. "It's a trap," Lucas deduced quickly. Lucas took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the surrounding field. The sun was high, casting long shadows on the green, well-kept grass, which smelled of fresh earth and effort. The noise of the fans in the stands reverberated in the air, like an exciting melody that raised the adrenaline in his veins. He was ready. This game would not be just another match. It was an opportunity to prove himself, to show his worth. With one swift movement, he gave the ball a light touch, causing it to spin towards Raphael. The left winger, with his short hair and determined eyes, was well positioned, waiting for his chance. On receiving the ball, Raphael sped up like a rocket being launched. His feet seemed to dance across the pitch, dodging the pressure of the approaching opposition defender. "Come on, Lucas. On me," Raphael shouted, his voice full of energy, as the muscles in his legs contracted, ready for a sprint. Lucas prepared to take the next step. He knew Raphael could do something incredible if he had the space. But when the left winger made a feint, a flash of unease crossed Lucas' face. There was something in the opposing team's posture, in the way they organized themselves, that suggested they were much more prepared than they expected. Lucas crossed the ball back to Raphael, who controlled the ball with his right foot, But before he could advance, he noticed a quick movement. Arthur, the opposing team's number 9, a tall and cunning player, launched himself towards the ball, like a predator in search of its prey. "Look out!" Felix shouted, his piercing voice echoing amid the noise of the crowd. Lucas tried to step sideways to avoid the interception, but Arthur was quicker and more experienced. The number 9 slid across the pitch and, with a precise touch, deflected the ball, throwing it into the passing line. What was that? He reacted too quickly, Lucas thought. With impressive speed, Arthur threw the ball to the opposite side, where one of his teammates was already preparing to attack. "Get back! Defend!" shouted Anton, the goalkeeper, as he positioned himself in his area. Lucas watched as the opposing team advanced, their players moving with a fluidity that seemed rehearsed, like a choreographed ballet. Time B's main striker, fast and determined, drove the ball into the defense. After all, the field was reduced, which was preparing for the impact. Lucas saw defender Luis Fernando position himself, trying to block Arthur's path, but the striker dribbled past him boldly, as if Luis were just a momentary obstacle. With a confident smile, Arthur prepared to shoot. The blow was firm and swift, an arrow towards the goal. Anton threw himself to one side, stretching out his arms with all his might, but the ball flew past him and into the bottom right-hand corner of the net. 1-0 to the B team, announced Hillebrand, changing the paper scoreboard at the side of the pitch because that was all he had left to do. When the ball returned to midfield, Raphael lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry guys, I didn't see he was so close and I missed the ball that led to the counterattack. It was bad, really. That wasn't the only problem. We have to organize ourselves better. Our defense was weak," Felix said, including himself in the comment. "They're playing as a team. We need to connect and not let the ball slip away again because they have 4 attacking pieces and much greater synchronization than us. Working as a team comes naturally to them." Lucas expressed what he was thinking at the time of the goal. "Let's exchange more passes and go forward as a pack. That's the only way we'll score goals." Plus, main mission, Team B against Team B. Description: this is a 6-on-6 training match that's worth nothing but confidence and honor. Objective: provide 3 assists or score 3 goals. Rewards: plus 2 rare cards. Plus roulette feature. Chapter 96, Posture. EXA Team 1-0 B Team. Below the halfway line, Lucas took a deep breath, watching the opposing team celebrate their first goal. Arthur, the number 9, exchanged a few quick greetings with his teammates. The newly changed score reflected 1-0, but for Lucas, the game had only just begun. They had already learned this. Team B was much more organized than it appeared. Raphael, with a somewhat forced smile, approached the middle of the pitch, tidying up his number 11 shirt, which seemed to stick to his body from the sweat. Still wheezing, the left winger looked at Lucas and commented in a low voice, "You know, they're playing with a kind of precision I didn't expect. I didn't think they'd give us so much trouble because they're part of Team B like all of us here on this side." Lucas put a hand to the back of his head to stop them from knowing what he was talking about. "Yeah, we couldn't have underestimated them. They got through the sieve before we did. So even if they're the worst of Brighton, they're the worst of the best. Anyway, they're playing on the counterattack. That must be their style. That alone would explain their efficiency on the first goal. They're waiting for us to make a mistake so they can take the ball and shoot like arrows." Raphael raised an eyebrow. "That makes sense. So what do we do?" Amid the buzz of the crowd, he muttered to Raphael, "The only way to beat such a well-positioned team is to play the ball calmly and keep possession. We need to go forward as a block, without rushing. If we can do that, we'll force their mistakes and open up space for ourselves. Are you sure? There are only 5 of us, and it's harder to keep possession like that. That's exactly why Alex asked them to play like this." "What?" Raphael looked at Lucas, frowning. "Isn't it obvious? Alex isn't testing them, he's testing us. He wants to know how we think, how we react, how we play, and how we adapt during a game against a stronger opponent. That's why he put together that team with only 18 players." Raphael was a little surprised by Lucas' ability to think and analyze. It had been just over a minute since they had conceded a goal, but Lucas had already thought of so many things that it was impressive. To Raphael, it seemed as if he was playing with an old player who always kept his cool and his wits about him. At the restart, Lucas, just like the previous time, passed to Raphael on the left wing, who didn't return the pass as he had done. Instead, Raphael played it back to Aiden, who was waiting attentively. Aiden, the dark-haired left-back, controlled the ball with the side of his foot and passed it to Luis Fernando, who, as always, was in his defensive position, observing everything around him. Luis Fernando was the kind of player who understood the importance of calmness in the game and, at that moment, he knew that any thoughtless step could be the opening that Time B had been waiting for. As Luis Fernando turned the ball over and passed to Felix, Alex, the assistant coach, watched the game with his arms crossed and a satisfied expression on his face. He stood upright under the goal and, watching them pass the ball, thought aloud. These boys show that they have potential. They know how to understand the game and adapt to force a change in the opposition's style of play. But can they keep their concentration? While his analysis distracted Alex, suddenly a loud shout from Arthur made him open his eyes. "Hey Alex, wake up." Alex frowned, confused, and then, following the stares of the players, he spotted a ball crossing the sky with an impossible curve. For a moment, the pitch seemed to stop as the sphere made a curved, almost magical trajectory towards the goal. In the next second, the ball went in flawlessly, without Alex even having time to react. A heavy silence overtook the pitch. Felix Vogler, number 5, was standing in the middle of the reduced pitch with a cunning smile on his lips. He raised his head towards Alex, put both hands to his mouth, and said, "Pay attention, assistant coach. If you stand like that at the goal, inattentive, there will be more long-range shots that will surprise you," he said in a humorous tone. Alex blinked a few times, still taking in what had just happened, before letting out a short laugh. Did the son of a bitch shoot from so far away when he saw me close my eyes for a second? Was he expecting that? No, he had to have been watching me from the start of the game, thought Alex. Raphael, standing next to Lucas, let out a low whistle, still in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. With a smile beginning to form at the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "FIU, did you see that? What a kick." "I saw it, yes," he replied, still half absorbed, and raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in reluctant admiration. The guy had a courage that. He paused, choosing his words. That only someone very attentive would have. Felix, taking advantage of the pause in play while the ball was cleared from the back of the net, took a few slow steps towards Lucas and Raphael. "So, did you wake the team up, or do I have to shoot again?" he asked, with an almost defiant smile. "Well done, Felix. That was quite a kick. Only someone with enough courage would have risked it from so far away." Felix stopped, his smile faltering for a moment. He disguised it by looking away, but the slight blush on his cheeks didn't escape Raphael, who smiled as he noticed the effect of Lucas' words. Raphael, unable to contain himself, let out a light laugh. "That makes sense, but I admit, I never expected to see you turning red." "Felix," he said, mocking Felix, who raised his nose in feigned indignation. "Me? Red?" Felix shook his head, trying to regain his posture. "Not at all. This is just..." Anger at Lucas' boring answer. Chapter 97, Exit Team. Anton slapped his gloves as he shouted instructions to his teammates. "Let's get the game flowing, without rushing." And Felix, without inventing too much and compromising the ball again, he flashed a smile at Felix, and it made a vein pop out of Felix's head. "The son of a bitch changes when he's on his game," muttered Felix. The ball rolled out, and Lucas quickly intercepted a pass from Dennis that was aimed at Miguel on the right. With the ball at his feet, Lucas took a few steps forward, but soon passed to Raphael on the left. Raphael received it calmly, gliding as if he were part of the pitch, with a lightness that showed his intimacy with the ball. With a quick glance forward, he decided not to keep the pass back this time. He advanced down the wing, evading an opponent and keeping possession with an unpretentious skill that captivated those watching. However, Exit-Team quickly closed down his marker. Lucas, realizing the difficulty, ran in support, offering himself as an option to Raphael, who quickly returned the ball to him. Wasting no time, Lucas turned his body towards his opponent's goal and, reading quickly, saw Aiden coming up the right wing, unmarked. "Go, Aiden," Lucas shouted, pointing in the right direction. Aiden sprinted forward, his eyes fixed on the ball coming towards him. He clutched it to his chest, feeling the pressure of the approaching Loki, but Aiden slid the ball forward with an agile touch and prepared a cross into the box. The ball arced perfectly towards Raphael, who, positioned on the edge of the penalty area, was preparing to head it in. However, Arthur, who was also a striker, had retreated and stood next to him, partially blocking the movement. Raphael had to adjust his body in the air, his head turning slightly to make subtle but direct contact. The ball deflected slightly, heading towards Lucas, who was waiting on the edge of the penalty area. With impressive coolness, he threatened to shoot but controlled with his left foot and, before his opponents could react, shot with his right, aiming for the bottom right corner of the goal. Almost unnoticed, the shot was quick and low, a straight line that the goalkeeper tried to save, but it was too late. The net bulged, and the score was level. The field erupted in a chorus of celebration. The Exit Team won by 2B Team. The ball rolled again, and Miguel, the talented number 10 of the opposing team, dominated and passed to Dennis, who was next to him. Dennis tried to play Miguel through, but Lucas intercepted and smiled in the corner when he saw his opponent's surprised expression. He quickly got to grips with the ball and laid it off to Felix, who deftly passed to Luis Fernando, who advanced through the middle. Surprisingly, for a defender, Luis was skillful with his legs and made a short dribble to get rid of Arthur and then passed to Raphael, who ran towards the goal. However, just as Raphael was about to shoot, he was disarmed by Loki. "You won't get past me," Loki exclaimed. Loki took advantage of the possession and, with an agile touch, passed the ball to Miguel, who was ahead and already advancing with impressive skill. He dribbled with subtle touches, evading the tackling attempts of Felix and Aiden. When Luis Fernando prepared to intercept him, Miguel turned his body elegantly, confusing the marking. With a quick glance at Arthur, who was already positioning himself in the area, Miguel crossed the ball in a perfect arc before it rolled across the grass because of his body swivel. Arthur rose at just the right moment, beating Anton and heading the ball powerfully. The ball went into the right corner of the goal, and the opposing team celebrated with shouts and jumps. Anton punched the ground with an expression of frustration. "Calm down, Anton. It's not over," Luis Fernando said. "I know, but I could have reached that ball," Anton replied. Rafael scratched the back of his head frantically, annoyed. "Every time we lose the ball up front, they get a counterattack like that. What the fuck?" Lucas heard him complain, but didn't have much to say. Arthur and the other 18 players were fast, and on a reduced pitch, a counterattacking move with players like that was easily fatal. With a nod, Lucas gestured to his team and, wasting no time, positioned himself in midfield, waiting for the restart. The ball rolled again. "Dennis, wake up. Come on, press now," shouted Loki. Dennis always looked sleepy and ran a little. He looked at Loki and said, "Huh? You want me to run?" "Yes, hi Mark." "Ah." Dennis gave a wink, almost as if he was responding to Loki's shout with a lazy nod. But when he advanced and marked Lucas closely, Lucas didn't even see what happened until Dennis had already stolen the ball pass to Arthur. "Damn, I've got to catch up." Lucas ran after Arthur. Arthur seemed to have noticed Lucas' gaze, and with a mischievous grin, made a point of teasing him, stopping and stepping on the ball with one of his feet. "I'll teach you how to hold a ball, Lucas." Arthur grinned and, with a touch of arrogance, let the ball slip a little in front of him, but with the tip of his boot, he gave it a little touch, stopping it with precision. His arms reached out to the sides, nuzzling Lucas back, as if shooing away an annoying fly. "Do you want to mark me closely? Let's see how good you are, kid," he teased, his voice hoarse, but without losing his wry smile. Lucas wasn't in the mood for teasing, so he activated the skill, faster than fast reflexes. Arthur's movements became predictable. Lucas didn't wait another second. With a movement so fast that it was almost a blur, he stepped forward and, with a precise touch, slid his leg in to intercept the ball that Arthur was trying to control. The ball rolled away, and the wide-eyed striker tried to recover, but it was too late. Lucas had already mastered it with a firm, quick touch, controlling possession effortlessly. The crowd reacted in amazement. Felix, who had been in a waiting position, wasted no time. With the agility of a feline, he advanced and took the ball for himself. The next few minutes passed quickly for the players, as the moves continued to be intense, and the game seemed to go on and on. That's when Alex, the assistant coach, blew the whistle and made everyone stop and look at him. "Well done, everyone," Alex exclaimed. "That was enough for me to get an idea of what everyone needs to improve. Let's take a breather, and then I'll explain." As the players gathered, sweaty and panting, Lucas felt a little relieved, as he was already exhausted from all the running and fighting. However, he was also pleased because, looking at the paper scoreboard that Hillebrand had constantly fiddled with over the last few minutes, his team had done well, very well. Yexa team 6x6B team. Arthur, 3 goals, assisted by Dennis, Miguel, and Loki. Lucas, 2 goals, assisted by Felix and Rafael. Miguel, 2 goals, assisted by Dennis. Rafael, 1 goal, assisted by Lucas. Felix, 1 goal, assisted by Lucas. Dennis, 1 goal, assisted by Daniel. Luis Fernando, 1 goal, assisted by Lucas. Chapter 98, Afternoon. Everyone here? Alex looked around. Good. Today's game was exactly what I needed to see. You showed grit, and also some flaws. And that's what we're going to focus on now. Alex gestured with his head for the players to come closer, forming a semicircle around him. The first thing I want you to know is that this draw doesn't mean you're at the same level. It means we have a lot to work on and improve, began Alex, crossing his arms. Each of you today showed both your strengths and weaknesses, and it's on this basis that I'm going to show some specific training sessions. He looked at Arthur, who was still wearing that teasing smile from a few minutes ago. Arthur, you're excellent at finishing and dribbling under pressure, but your confidence sometimes leaves you vulnerable. There was when you concentrated so much on playing with Lucas that you missed the chance to finish more quickly. In proper matches, this attitude can be costly. Your training will focus on pressure simulations, where reaction time and speed of decision will be crucial. I want you to work on the mentality that sometimes giving up the spectacle can lead to victory. Arthur nodded. All right, sir. Lucas, Alex now turned to the protagonist with an appraising look. You've done an excellent job of intercepting and starting counterattacks. You're also a very good shot stopper and passer. However, defensively, you're not very good. Several times opponents passed you and only had to ignore your presence because you didn't even take a shot. Lucas knew Alex was right, because Lucas was never very good defensively, and during training, he was trying not to use his skills unless necessary. With a nod, Alex moved on, turning his attention to the other players. Apparently, Alex was doing evaluations out loud like this, rather than individual ones, because it was constructive criticism, and mentioning others' mistakes and shortcomings helped the teammates to get to know each other, and also to realize that everyone needed to grow, regardless of how many goals or assists they had scored during the training game. Straight face. Later that afternoon, training finally ended. The players, exhausted, dragged themselves to the dressing room, some still discussing plays or reflecting on the coach's constructive criticism. Lucas felt a mixture of exhaustion and excitement, thinking about the points Alex had raised. He knew he needed to train his defense more, that he couldn't be satisfied with just being a good striker or passer. He needed to be complete. "So, what did you think?" asked Raphael, approaching him as the two made their way to the changing room. Their breathing was still heavy. Did he take it hard because it was his first training session, or are we the ones who aren't used to it? Alex laughed at Lucas' question. "I do not know, but considering that even the players who used to be in the A team are tired, it was an atypical training session." Lucas looked up, feeling his black hair wet with sweat. "Yeah, a routine like this is going to be difficult, but Alex is right. I need to work harder at defending sometimes. I can't just rely on my ability to attack." Raphael nodded with a slight smile of understanding. "Welcome to the club." He said, "I also need to focus more on dribbling and covering. Looks like we'll have to become experts at that." Lucas laughed. "At least we have company to suffer together, right?" They both laughed and, after an invigorating shower, got dressed and left the changing room under the faint glow of the lights that marked the end of the day. Night was falling when they finally returned to the institute, the sky tinged with a dark blue that only made the gardens and open green fields seem more peaceful. The institute, with its almost obsessive focus on sports, had impressive facilities for various disciplines: a building just for the swimming team, an indoor arena for rugby and lacrosse training, and multipurpose courts for basketball, volleyball, and other sports. During the day, the outdoor areas were bustling with shouts of training, but at that time, the night lights bathed the practically empty buildings. "Have you got used to the place yet?" asked Raphael, as the two crossed a well-kept garden. Lucas looked around, still impressed by the structure of the institute. "I'm trying. This is the first time I've studied in a place so focused on sports. I think that makes the pressure even greater, right? Here, everyone wants to be the best." Raphael nodded with an understanding smile. "You'll see. Over time, you get used to it. It's strange at first, but soon you don't even feel it. You just end up getting more competitive, even if you don't realize it. Alex really knows how to get the best out of us." As they approached the dormitory building, they climbed the stairs. It was an old building, so it didn't have an elevator, but it also meant that it was a building with thick walls that muffled outside sounds and provided comfort for the students. Even on the busiest nights, the dormitory was a place of rest where everyone could finally leave the pressures of the day behind. Because the distribution of dorms on each floor was based on availability, Lucas and Raphael, who were on the same team, might not have ended up on the same floor. This became clear when they reached the second floor and Raphael stopped in front of a door on the left. He indicated with a slight nod, giving an exhausted smile. "This is where I'm staying. If you need anything, just call. And, hey, it was good training with you today, man. It's good to have a friend." Lucas smiled back, put his hands in his pockets, and turned away. "Don't get so attached to me. I'm still not satisfied with my position as an attacking midfielder. Maybe I'll steal your position as a left winger. Son of a bitch. It's not enough that I have to worry about Hillebrand. Now I have to worry about you too." Lucas took one hand out of his pocket and waved, still with his back turned. "I'm kidding, man. Playing left winger is not my intention unless I have no choice. I proved to myself today that I can play better as an attacking midfielder than I ever did as a winger." Chapter 99 Mustache. Lucas stopped in front of the door to room 307, the number slightly faded by the years. He carefully turned the handle, pushed the door open, and entered. The room was simple, but comfortable. The window was still ajar and let in a cool evening breeze. Lucas dropped his backpack beside the bed and collapsed on the mattress, letting out a deep sigh. He felt completely drained of energy. There was no doubt that Alex was a demanding assistant coach, which made Lucas wonder what their coach would be like. He settled back on the bed, resting his head on the pillow as he stared at the ceiling. He then stretched his right hand forward and asked aloud, "Heavens, you're in there, aren't you?" "Yes, as always." The female voice in his head answered. "Find exclusive stories on Empire." Lucas smiled a little. "I want to see how much I've evolved today after taking the active talent enhancement pill. Your growth has been substantial. Plus, talents: ball control, 5. Endurance, 4. Strength, 4. Heading, 5. Scoring, 6. Vision, 7. Positioning, 4. Plus, in most skills, Lucas had only gone up 1 or 2 points. In theory, it wasn't a vast improvement. However, considering that he had focused most of his time on defense training after that group game, he had progressed very well in other areas. In the end, I think my defense training will help me improve other aspects such as positioning, vision, strength, and so on. Correct. Your vision and perception of the game became more refined as you reacted to Loki's advances during his offense training with your defense training. Lucas nodded, almost automatically. I wonder if the official coach will focus on that too. Probably so. After all, what the coach will see when he assesses you is the basis of your potential. His eyes heavy with sleep, Lucas let CEO's voice slowly merge with his thoughts. Though he closed his eyes, he continued to mentally watch every move that day. "Thank you, CEOs," he murmured, with a tone of sincere gratitude. I'll always be here, Lucas. Now rest. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities for you to grow even more. Dash straight face. Lucas woke up the next morning to the insistent sound of his alarm. He got up slowly, his body still feeling a little heavy from the intense training routine. However, something inside him, a flame fueled by the visible growth on the talent board, motivated him to get out of bed. He had to hurry if he wanted to make the most of the morning and get to class on time this time. He dressed quickly and made his way to the cafeteria, where he grabbed some coffee. The corridors of the institute were full of excited voices, students of different ages and nationalities chatting about their weekend plans or exchanging ideas about the morning's classes. For Lucas, who was anxious, the classes passed at an almost hypnotic pace. Lucas struggled to stay focused on the content, but his mind always wandered to training. The teachers noticed his distant gaze a few times, but, knowing the busy training routine that many of the students faced, they let it pass with an understanding smile. When the last bell of the morning rang, Lucas left the classroom with his heart beating a little faster. He made his way to the dormitory to change, and, as he left, took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. It was his first training session under the supervision of the official coach, and he knew that this was his chance to impress someone who could determine his future on the team and, perhaps, his career by putting him in the A-team. When he arrived at the field, he saw Alex already busy lining up the cones and organizing the equipment on a field. There was also a middle-aged man, with gray hair carefully combed back, a pair of rectangular glasses that gave him an austere appearance and a robust body. He was dressed simply, but his posture and his eyes attentive to the tablet in his hands gave the impression of someone who didn't miss a single detail. Lucas cast a quick glance around the field as he adjusted his backpack on his shoulder, inhaling the fresh morning air, which brought with it a faint smell of cut grass and damp earth. He cracked a smile at the sight of Alex, but the middle-aged man next to the assistant made Lucas' heart beat a little faster. The man's rigid posture and unwavering expression conveyed authority, the kind that made even the most experienced question themselves. Alex noticed Lucas coming and waved to him, a brief smile on his lips. "Hey, Lucas, you were the first to arrive today. Where's Raphael? You're always together." He had to sort something out with his physics teacher, but he said he'll be here in a few minutes, Lucas replied, trying to sound relaxed. Alex nodded, but the gray-haired man next to him barely looked away from the tablet, continuing to slide his finger across the screen as if inspecting critical data. Lucas studied every detail of the new trainer. His mustache, almost impeccably white, was thick and neatly trimmed, framing an expression of someone who rarely let the world around him surprise him. "Lucas, right?" The coach's voice cut through the air, firm, with no friendly inflection. It was a statement, not a question, as if he already knew everything about him and was just confirming an irrelevant piece of information. "Yes, sir," Lucas answered automatically and straightened his posture instinctively. The coach looked up from his tablet and gave Lucas a calculating look. "Alex mentioned you put in a lot of effort in training yesterday. You focused on defense, positioning, and game awareness, right?" "Yes, coach. I've been working hard to improve on those aspects, but personally, I think I also need to improve my ability to intercept and take shots," Lucas replied, keeping his formal tone. The coach continued to watch him for a few more seconds in silence until he smiled out of the corner of his mouth. "Good. Let's see how strong that proportional desire to improve really is. Get changed, kid. Today, you're going to train your defense and attack in 2 different training blocks." "Yes, sir." Thus began the most hellish week of training in Lucas' entire life. Chapter 100 Mentality. Over the next few days, Eddie Thompson, the B team's head coach, was much talked about and cursed among the boys. Thompson was the kind of coach who carried a heavy reputation. With passages at many smaller clubs in Europe when he was a third-rate player, he became a coach after his career ended to keep earning some money. He put on weight and neglected his own health, but thanks to his years as a player, he gained a strong philosophy. No player reaches the top without a lot of effort, dedication, and the desire to vomit during training. He said as soon as the team was assembled. "During all my years in soccer, I've seen countless players who are much more talented than the ones you see on TV. On my trip to South America, I saw players as talented as, or even more so than Neymar and Messi, but do you know what sets them apart?" Eddie lightly tapped Arthur twice on the forehead with his index finger as he stood in front of him. "The mentality?" Arthur asked, confused. The coach nodded. "The mentality, of course. Many players rely too much on their talents, forget to develop their physique, and therefore lose their way. Of course, that's my philosophy. But I also believe it's the future of professional soccer." So, from the very first training session, Coach Eddie showed why even the A-team boys feared him. Lucas soon realized that the coming week would test not only his muscles, but also his mental stamina and determination to be there, so far from home. That afternoon, the sun was being overcast by thick clouds, which left the training ground in a damp, almost gloomy penumbra. Lucas and the other players were doing another collective training session to show Eddie what they were good at, but this time, they were carrying weights on their heels. It was only 2 kilos on each leg, but it made a vast difference between running, passing, and even moving around. Seriously, what are these things for? Dennis, the team slacker, was looking at his right shin when he asked Lucas. If you can do everything you do with weights on your legs, then you'll do it even faster when you don't. Eddie answered him from the other side of the pitch, as if he had heard him perfectly. At the end of the collective training session, the score was much lower than the day before, 2-1 to the team in the yellow vests. Lucas and the others were panting on the pitch, looking tired, as Thompson approached. First exercise completed. Now mark what I'm going to say. Defenders, practice interceptions and quick tackles. Midfielders focus on ball recovery and offensive transition. Forwards, training on finishing and positioning without the ball. Lucas, who would have been assigned to 2 blocks because he was an attacking midfielder, felt a twinge of laziness. However, taking a deep breath, he straightened his body, because he couldn't be lazy after being so close and having entered someone else's place in this sieve. So the next few days turned into a grueling routine. In the morning, they had normal lessons, and in the afternoon Thompson put them through endurance exercises that would make even the strongest of players question their abilities. Running from one side of the pitch to the other in short, explosive bursts, with no chance for rest, was just the beginning. Thompson wanted each of them to have reaction power and mental toughness to match, as he repeated almost coldly. On the second day, Lucas could feel the sweat running down his face as he completed the last lap of a circuit. Is that all you offer, Lucas? Thompson's voice cracked through Lucas' fatigue like a whip, forcing him to raise his head. No, sir. I can do more. Lucas replied between gasps, trying to catch his breath and showing the determined look he kept inside. Then show me. I won't accept anything less here. Thompson turned and walked away, leaving no room for failure. In the afternoon, the training sessions focused on attack and defense techniques, dividing the group into 2 teams that simulated an intense match. Lucas, being almost an evolving striker, needed to do twice as much as ordinary strikers if he was to be really useful. Even so, Eddie's guidance was merciless. When Lucas hesitated to intercept a pass or missed a shooting chance, Thompson would stop the exercise, forcing the team to repeat everything from the start. Lucas, your shot was weak. Go to the back line and watch the play from there. I want to see you understand the mentality of a goalkeeper. Thompson instructed him with a critical eye. Alex, standing next to Lucas, gave him a sympathetic look as he watched him reluctantly move away from the defense. Thompson's training sessions were demanding both physically and psychologically. Lucas's frustration was mounting, and he wasn't receiving any mission notifications, but somehow it ignited a spark of resistance within him. On the 4th day, when Lucas entered the classroom, fatigue already weighed on his shoulders like a backpack full of stones. Raphael, next to him, looked even worse. His face was pale, and he staggered with every step as if the effort of training had drained him of any remaining energy. He wasn't just training on the pitch like Lucas, but also on the treadmill at the gym to develop his speed in spurts. You're looking like a couple of zombies. Lucy commented in a joking tone, disguising the concern that her slightly frowning eyebrows displayed. Raphael, unable to plan any response, just slumped his head on the table with a weary sigh. Lucas, on the other hand, forced a smile. It's just the coach. The guy's a machine. He trains us as if we were each competing in the Champions League final. Lucy giggled a little, taking a seat at the table next to Lucas. Really? He's going that hard? Wait, I thought you were on the B team, not the Army. Lucy said with a giggle. Yeah, but apparently Eddie doesn't see much difference. Lucas let out a deep sigh and relaxed his shoulders. He believes that mentality counts for more than talent. So, well, let's just say he's determined to turn us into little soldiers. Find more to read at Empire. Lucy nodded and opened her mouth to say something, but the teacher entered the room and everyone returned to their seats. During the lesson, Lucy glanced worriedly in Lucas and Raphael's direction, but there wasn't much she could do to help them, and they didn't seem to want to help either. It was just the inevitable tiredness of getting into a new routine. At this frenetic pace, the week went on like a relentless storm for Lucas and his B-team colleagues. Soon, the weekend arrived, a mirage of rest that was quickly dispelled by Eddie Thompson's words on Friday at the end of training. Saturday will be the longest training session you've ever done. If you think this week has been intense, tomorrow you'll understand the true meaning of dedication. Saturday dawned with a pale sky and a cold breeze that cut across the training ground. Lucas and the other players gathered on the pitch before 7 in the morning, some with expressions of expectation, others with a more serious countenance, and prepared for what was to come. Thompson was already there, waiting for them with his arms crossed and an enigmatic smile under his white mustache. I hope you slept well. Today is the day to test every drop of sweat you've shed this week. The first few hours were endurance exercises. Thompson divided them into groups, and every 15 minutes they took turns running circuits, muscle-building exercises, and short sprints. At one point, Lucas was crouched with his hands on his knees, panting, while Eddie circled the players like a hawk watching its prey. What's the matter, Lucas? Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Lucas stood up with effort, wiping the sweat from his face with his forearm. No, sir. I'm just catching my breath. Good, because you'll need it for the next round. Now, come on, all of you. And so it went. Every time one boy tired, Thompson pulled them back, making them run until their legs burned like fire. By the time the sun had descended over the horizon, Lucas and the others were exhausted, their bodies bent from the day's enormous effort. Thompson gathered them in the center of the field, and strangely, he seemed happier than ever. Congratulations, Team B. You've made it through your first week of training. I can't say I'm impressed yet, but I've seen progress. On Monday, we have a friendly at Liverpool's facilities. It will be an opportunity for you to test yourselves in a real game and prove that I'm not just a crazy old man with a strange philosophy. Arthur, his body clearly exhausted, gave an excited smile, while Raphael exchanged a look of excitement with Lucas. The possibility of playing a friendly with an unknown opponent, and even more so in the facilities of a club like Liverpool, was a prize that almost made up for the exhaustion. And since I know you wouldn't have enough energy to play if we carried on like this, tomorrow will be a day of total rest. Thompson paused, watching the wave of relief that swept through the group. But, before that, I'm having dinner. Barbecue. And not just any barbecue, the best in town. Consider it compensation for the little hell I've put you through this week. There was no need to say anything more. The announcement echoed a celebratory shout among the boys, and their tiredness was momentarily forgotten. Barbecue. It's been a long time since I've had barbecue, Raphael said, stretching already. Volume 2. Chapter 101 Steakhouse. Coach Eddie Thompson had booked a table at a famous Brazilian steakhouse in the city, a place specializing in grilled meats. When they arrived and passed through the restaurant's large wooden doors, Lucas looked around in awe at the very dark wooden decor, and he saw Luis Fernando's eyes light up. Boy, it's been a long time since I've been to a place like this. You'll see, Brazilian barbecue is a piece of heaven, said Luis. When they finally sat down, a waiter explained how the restaurant worked. It was a rotation steakhouse, meaning that the food was served without limit and for a fixed price. As long as the table still wanted meat, they would leave a sign in the center of the table that read, "I'm not satisfied," with a green tint. When they wanted no more meat, they could put, "I'm satisfied." This was so that the waiters who kept moving between the tables would know who still wanted to eat and who didn't. It wasn't long before a waiter with a huge skewer of meat in his hands approached. The first round was a shower of picanha, alcatra, and maminya, as well as traditional accompaniments including farofa, rice and vinaigrette. Thompson and Alex each sat at one end of the 14-chair table, watching the boys eat heartily. Luis Fernando, wasting no time, grabbed a piece of garlic bread from a waiter who came to offer it and bit into it with gusto. "This, my friends, is the real Brazilian gold," he said, still chewing and raising the bread as if it were a trophy. Lucas laughed, cutting off a piece of juicy meat and putting it on his plate. "I've never eaten so much meat like this. I don't know if I'll be able to last until the end." The others laughed, and for a few minutes, the exhaustion of training seemed to have completely dissipated. Even the coach seemed at ease, smiling discreetly as he watched the boys devour each piece of meat that arrived at the table. After a few rounds, Loki pushed his plate away and let out a satisfied sigh. "Is this really just the beginning?" Eddie nodded with a smile and lifted a mug of beer. "Oh, they're just warming up. Soon there'll be filet steak with cheese, sausages, ribs." He looked around like someone making a sacred promise and continued, "Get ready." Alex, who was also enjoying the barbecue, raised his beer mug and made an informal toast. "To Team B, who survived the first week. And may you have more stamina next time, because we're going to need it." The boys raised their glasses of soda, following the coach and assistant coach. Alex knew that this was the calm before the storm and smiled, resting his head on one hand. At that moment, looking at the boys, he noticed that Aiden Perry, the boy with the long red hair, was quieter than usual. While the others laughed and had fun, Aiden gazed at one spot on the table, lost in thought. Intrigued by that serious expression in a moment of distraction, and with the boy next to him on the edge of the table, Alex leaned a little towards him. "Aiden, are you all right? You seem to have something on your mind. Do you want to talk?" Alex asked. He still looked up as if he had been pulled back from somewhere far away. He looked at the young brown-haired technical assistant and was about to say something like, "Everything's fine," but decided it was better not to keep that secret much longer. Besides, if it was only Alex who knew, everything was fine. Aiden lowered his head and looked into his glass of soda. "It's just that, almost 3 months ago, I did a sift for Liverpool's under-18s. "Oh, really?" "Yeah, I was excited. I trained for weeks and did everything I could to get through, but I didn't get through. Not even close. I ended up stopping in the second phase. They told me that left-backs always had to focus on defense because left-backs are usually the fastest players, so having two speedy players running on the same side wouldn't be productive." He looked up and turned to Alex. "At the time, I thought about changing the way I played, changing my position, because I wanted to turn things around. However, I promised myself that I would try out for another club before making that decision, and I ended up doing the trial for Brighton. Now we're going to play them." At that moment, Aiden realized that silence had taken over the table. He looked to his left and saw that everyone was listening to him vent his concerns. Even Coach Eddie, who had been so focused on his plate, was quiet and serious as Aiden spoke. The coach looked up and, after a few seconds, cleared his throat, drawing the boy's attention. Defeats mark people and failures irritate, but mistakes ruin ideas, people, relationships, and dreams. However, these three things happen all the time in soccer. Do any of you know why it's the most famous sport in the world? The boy, who was always sleepy, Dennis, raised one hand to answer. It's because soccer is the most human sport there is. The others are always about standardization, scoring every move, agility of decision, while in soccer things are natural and unplanned. A perfect answer, Dennis. Eddie congratulated him and then looked at Aiden. Kid, I will not say that Liverpool was wrong not to sign you for their first team because they're not wrong. How many left-backs are there in the world who can replace a left winger perfectly? Few, maybe less than 5, do it excellently. Soccer is a sport of failures and improvisations, but it's still a sport that strives for excellence. And unless you're a generational talent like Ronaldinho, Zidane, or Adriano the Emperor, it's best to follow a standardized game, passing sideways instead of crossing all the time. Boss, Alex, with a bead of sweat running down the side of his face, tried to warn the coach about what he was saying. Calm down, I'm not finished yet. Yes, the best way to avoid mistakes is to standardize, but talented players easily overcome standardization. Look, Messi made history in Guardiola's tactical scheme at Barcelona and broke the record for goals in a single year in 2012. However, I don't consider this to be Messi's prime, even if he did win the Ballon d'Or. For me, the best Messi I've seen play so far is the Messi of 2015. More mature, distributing more passes and helping the team more. The atmosphere around the table had changed. The sound of meats being cut and cutlery clinking had diminished, and even the waiters circulating seemed to have slowed down. But make no mistake, the excellence you're looking for isn't just about talent or speed. It's about persistence and adaptation. If Liverpool thought that you, Aiden, didn't fit into their scheme of things, maybe they're right. Or maybe they've jumped the gun. It happens, and you'll see that even the best coaches, the best scouts, make mistakes. Eddie, realizing that his speech was having an effect, leaned forward slightly, interlacing his hands on the table. What I want you to understand, especially you, Aiden, is that soccer is a long road. It's not just about the talent you show in the first sieve. It's about what you do when you think you've reached the limit, and you decide to keep going. Every player who really wants to grow, who wants to become a reference on the pitch, goes through a moment like this. He leaned back in his chair, and a slight smile appeared on his face. And that's why we're here, isn't it? To share these lessons, and some good food, and to remember that, although soccer is tough, you're in it together. You're a team. So, Aiden, I want you to play this game and show who you really are, without fear of making mistakes. Asterisk. On Monday morning, everyone was dismissed from their classes and activities at the Institute to travel to Liverpool City. When he arrived in front of the training ground with the boys, Lucas paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on Brighton's blue and white bus with the club crest on the side, as if it were a stamp of pride stamped on the impeccable bodywork. That's amazing, isn't it? Raphael murmured next to him, his eyes equally wide. It doesn't even look like a youth team bus. Lucas just nodded, still at a loss for words. They climbed on, one by one, while the driver, a gray-haired man with a watchful eye, did a quick head count, a slight smile forming on his lips. Experience more on Empire. When it was Lucas' turn, he took a deep breath before stepping onto the first step, taking in the leather smell seats and the coolness of the air conditioning. As soon as his eyes adjusted to the dim interior, he stopped abruptly. There, sitting in the first row on the right, was a girl. She had shoulder-length pink hair and green eyes that stared at him. Oh, she's the girl I've seen during the screening a few times. Are you going to stand there? She asked. There are more people coming in. Chapter 102, Anfield. All right, everyone. Alex clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention and creating a silence. Now that everyone is seated, let's talk a bit about the trip. Come, Coach Eddie, standing behind Alex, cleared his throat. Alex looked back, and a bead of sweat dripped from his forehead. Yeah. Before that, I have to introduce you to someone. He looked to his left, and the seated girl understood that this was the cue. Then the pink-haired girl Lucas had talked to briefly got up from her seat. She was wearing a winter sports outfit that looked great on her body. This is Kader Akdemir, and she'll be part of our delegation during some training sessions and traveling to friendlies and championships. Alex said. Kader smiled slightly and, in response to Alex's introduction, inclined his head in greeting. Hello, boys. I am Kader, and I'll be helping you with drinks, snacks, and a few other things during the trip. If you need a spare sock, you can also ask me. I hope we can work well together. Most of the boys responded with nods or low greetings, but there was a unique energy in the air. Kader stood out. It wasn't just his pink hair, but his sweet appearance that seemed to bring a fresh, gentle breeze after days of being frightened by Eddie's training. However, Eddie suddenly stepped forward, taking center stage like someone about to impose a rule. Besides, Kader is my daughter. The word resounded like a reminder of authority, and the boys' faces soon turned into expressions of surprise and tension. Some boys swallowed dry from fright. If any of you try to touch her, or even behave in a way that displeases me, you'll be off the team, regardless of how good a player you are. There was a heavy silence in the air until Alex, visibly relieved that Eddie had finished, continued with what he had planned to say. He sniffled and resumed his animated tone. Well, now that everyone has understood the rules and knows who our new member is, let's get down to the details of the trip. The journey to Liverpool will take almost 6 hours, so I want everyone to get ready. Alex pointed to the back of the bus where the rucksacks the players had brought were. Also, no snacking. Several meals have been prepared especially for the group, with the right times to avoid any stomach problems or feeling unwell on the way. I want you to follow this to the letter, okay? He looked serious as he emphasized the importance of food. Some players let out little murmurs of assent. Arthur leaned over and whispered to Anton, who was sitting next to him with an amused expression and his eyes twinkling. She's too pretty to be Eddie's daughter. He commented in a low tone. Arthur was uninhibited and flirtatious, so he wasn't too afraid of the rules and always seemed willing to find something amusing in any situation. Anton let out a chuckle, but glanced quickly at Eddie, making sure the trainer hadn't heard him. Loki, who was close enough to hear, laughed softly and whispered with a thoughtful expression. From her name, Kater Akdemir, I think Eddie met her mum back when he was playing. Her surname isn't English, is it? It must be Danish or German, he speculated. Arthur and Anton laughed at the theory while trying to control the volume of their laughter so as not to attract Eddie's attention. In the meantime, Alex continued explaining the route, ignoring the scattered whispers around him. As I said, the journey to Liverpool will be long, so use the time to rest, listen to music, or concentrate. As soon as we arrive, we'll go straight to the CT, and we can warm up. As the boys murmured amongst themselves, Kater pulled her uniform cap over her pink hair and turned her attention to her mobile phone, the earphones already in her ears. Lucas, sitting 2 rows away, looked at her with a thoughtful expression as he held an open book in his hands. She had been quite cold to him this time, but the 2 times they had talked during the test, she had been quite normal. However, Lucas shook his head, sending all these thoughts away. It didn't matter. She was too young for him, anyway. This trip, for him, was a rare opportunity to compete in another country, and Kater's presence would not take his focus away. With a sigh, Alex finally finished his directions and signaled for the driver to start the engine. The roar of the bus filled the air, and, little by little, the boys became more comfortable talking during the long journey. The bus finally hit the road, and soon the landscape of buildings and tarmac gave way to the green, open countryside that surrounded the roads of the English countryside. The boys, still restrained by the morning's sleep, exchanged whispers and low laughs, while others surrendered to the sound of their favorite songs on their headphones. Lucas looked out of the window, watching the morning sun slowly rise in the sky and the white clouds disperse. He finally closed the book in his hands and put it in his rucksack. Alex, the coach, finally relaxed in his seat after giving his initial instructions. His expression changed, his shoulders slumped, and he let out an almost youthful smile, turning to Eddie, who was in the seat in front. With a light touch on the shoulder, he said, Eddie, why don't you tell some of your stories? The boys here don't even know what it was like to play when the goalkeeper's uniform was wider than the goal itself. Eddie's eyes lit up with undeniable enthusiasm. He sat down, turned to face the boys, and clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Do you think playing now is difficult? Well, let me tell you about the time when football boots weighed almost twice as much as today's boots. Now that was suffering. So Eddie started telling stories that seemed too exaggerated to be real, like the day he saved a penalty with one hand because the other had a sprained wrist, or how he played a match in a hailstorm. And that's no exaggeration. The pitch was like a river, and yet I still gave an assist to our striker when I shot forward. Laughter was inevitable, and the excitement on the bus seemed to infect even the driver, who watched them through the rearview mirror with a slight smile on his lips. So Eddie was a goalkeeper. That explains why he's so tall, Lucas concluded. Eddie continued for a few more minutes, describing memorable matches and even the time his uniform got soaked in mud that he had to change it in the middle of the game. The hours passed, and the initial energy gave way to sleep. Some boys dozed off with their heads resting against the seats, while others sat with their arms folded, trying to switch off from the noise of the bus engine. Time passed like this, in a comfortable calm, until the stomach of one player, Miguel, emitted a loud and unexpected noise. Everyone turned to him, and a restrained laugh broke out. Miguel, without humor, scratched the back of his head. I guess it's time to eat, huh? He commented, drawing more laughter. Eddie, who was already looking at his watch, confirmed it with a nod. All right, lads. Time for a snack. The snack brought energy to those who were sleepy and bored on the journey. What if we played a game of headers? Asked Raphael, pulling a ball out from under the bench. Everyone liked the proposal, and the boys soon got organized, trying to keep the ball in the air only with their heads while sitting on the benches. Laughter filled the bus again, and the sound of oops, it's going down, and play it back, echoed as the game went on. The ball passed from one to the other in almost perfect coordination until one boy missed his header, and the ball went straight through the driver's cab window. The bus swerved slightly, and the driver looked back with a serious look on his face. Game over, boys. Back to your seats. Alex picked up the ball. Sitting back down, the mood gradually became more serious. It was now only 30 minutes before they arrived at the training center. AX stood up again to say something to motivate the boys, but when he looked at them, they were all perfectly focused and serious. They were definitely thinking about the game against Liverpool. Liverpool was a city that blended the classic and the modern. The streets were full of life, with people from different cultural backgrounds traveling along busy avenues and quiet boulevards. Lucas felt his heart racing. Of course, he had heard about Liverpool, especially as the birthplace of great football legends. Seeing the city up close and breathing the same air that so many stars have breathed made the moment special. As the bus entered one of the main avenues, a colossal stadium appeared in the background, with the huge letters Anfield standing out against the cloudy sky. Some of the players straightened up in their seats as they saw the famous stadium in the distance, a symbol of the glories of British football. They wouldn't be playing at Anfield, but just being close to that sacred temple of sport was an inspiration. Finally, the bus turned down a narrow street and headed for Liverpool's training center. As soon as the bus was parked, Alex stood up and took one last look at each of the boys, who were already admiring the modern training center through the windows, with extensive areas of grass surrounded by high walls and metal gates. Chapter 103, You'll Never Walk Alone. When the bus came to a gentle stop in front of Liverpool's training center, the boys stood still, awestruck, looking at the modern and impressive structure. It looked like a labyrinth of immaculate lawns and gleaming glass pavilions, with the Liverpool crest painted on one of the main walls. The inscription, "You'll Never Walk Alone," was prominently displayed. It was an unbreakable promise of tradition and loyalty. Eddie was the first to stand up and turn to the boys. Right, lads, this is the training center of one of the biggest powers in world soccer. You didn't come here just to watch, but to show these guys who you are. I want to see each one of you give the best you've got. Is that clear? Yes, sir, they replied in unison, a chorus full of determination. Eddie's eyes still carried a gleam of pride and nostalgia, mixed with a touch of sternness that showed he expected the best from them. The team hadn't come all this way to be mere spectators. Each of the players knew that. Alex, the assistant, gave a slight smile and beckoned everyone to get up and get their things. Let's go, boys. Time to make our mark. Lucas, who was near the window, was one of the first to get up, feeling his heart beat faster as he moved down the corridor. As they got off the bus, a Liverpool representative, a tall, smiling man wearing a tracksuit with the club's crest on it, met the group. His thick British country accent carried a firm, professional cordiality. Welcome to Liverpool's training center, he announced. My name is Mark, and I'll be accompanying you today. I know you've come a long way, so let's get straight to the point. Today, you'll have the chance to see where some of the greatest players in British soccer history have trained. And, who knows, maybe we'll get the chance to see some of you shine too, to steal you away from Brighton. He winked. The boys exchanged glances while others disguised a sudden nervousness. Lucas whispered to Raphael next to him, his eyes fixed on Mark. That guy talked like he was testing us already. Raphael gave a muffled laugh, nudging Lucas lightly with his shoulder. Maybe he just wants to see if we can handle the pressure. The walk began, and Mark led the group down a corridor that led directly to one of the training center's indoor fields. The walls were decorated with photos of iconic Liverpool players, such as Gerrard, Carragher, and Kenny Dalglish, each displaying moments of glory that would forever remain in the club's memory and its fans. As they walked past the images, Dennis murmured in awe, "Man, these guys played here. It's surreal to think that we're standing in the same place where they trained." Arthur nodded in agreement, his eyes roaming over the images. They lived moments that we only see on TV or dream of achieving. Just being here feels like a dream come true. Mark noticed the group's interest and paused, pointing to a large photo of Steven Gerrard lifting the Champions League trophy. That was one of Liverpool's greatest moments. The 2005 final in Istanbul. We were 3-0 down at halftime, but we drew the game and won on penalties. That kind of victory is only possible with determination, hard work daily, and a great desire to win. He cast a meaningful glance at the boys. That's what we want to see from you today. The boys nodded, feeling inspired. Finally, they arrived at the training ground, and the sight was breathtaking. The pitch looked like an impeccable green carpet, and the white lines marked the field perfectly, almost as if they had been drawn by a hand that very morning. Eddie, with his arms folded, watched the boys take it all in. He waited a moment before speaking, wanting each of them to feel the weight and importance of the place. Boys, inspect this pitch. Today, you're going to feel what it's like to train at the highest level. I want every pass, every shot, and every move to be done with the utmost commitment. Mark then asked everyone to make their way to one of the adjacent changing rooms, where they could change. Today, you'll feel like Liverpool, at least for a few hours, he joked. Upon entering the changing room, organized lockers greeted the boys, and everything wrapped up like the changing rooms that appeared in documentaries. Each one put on their uniform, carefully adjusting their socks, boots, and shorts, as if they were preparing for a championship final. Once dressed, The boys reconvened at the side of the pitch, where Eddie and Alex were waiting to warm up. Eddie conducted some stretching exercises while Mark talked to Alex about the next step in training. After about 5 minutes, Mark said, "There you go." They finally arrived. The boys were still stretching when they heard a growing sound of footsteps. The sound echoed down the corridor leading to the pitch, and, in a matter of seconds, the Liverpool U18 players appeared. The atmosphere changed instantly. There were the youngsters wearing the red uniform with the history of a soccer giant emblazoned on the chest, and some of the most talented kids from all over the world. Eddie stepped forward with a slight expression of pride on his face. Alex approached and murmured something to Eddie, who nodded and took a quick look at the group. Mark had a warm smile on his face. "I hope you're ready for a good game. We've brought our first team for this match, so you'll have an authentic experience." The Brighton players responded with a mixture of nods and shy smiles. For most of them, it was the first time some of them had seen a youth team from a club like Liverpool up close, and there was a natural respect in the air. Brighton's captain, Felix, stepped forward and spoke in an assured voice. "Not only are we ready to play, we're definitely going to win." Felix had a calm expression and even a little anger. Mark smiled and nodded, visibly impressed by Felix's courage. He turned to his own players and signaled for them to head to the other side of the pitch to start their warm-up. Each Liverpool player passed the Brighton players, exchanging quick, polite greetings, but with serious, concentrated expressions. Aiden watched them with his head down. The Brighton team then gathered in a semicircle, and Eddie took the lead, looking at each of the players, as if he were taking one last reading of the mood before the match. "Listen, lads. You've trained hard, and you know what you need to do on the pitch. Soccer is decided here first." Eddie pointed to his chest. "And here." He pointed to his head. Alex took a step forward. "Maybe they have more experience together or have seen more big games, but when they're on the pitch, with the ball at their feet, they're just players like you." He paused, looking at each anxious face. "Don't be afraid to make mistakes. And above all, play with everything you've got. When the referee blows the whistle, there should be no room for regrets." Aiden, who initially looked hesitant, raised his head, facing Alex. Eddie smiled at the group, satisfied with their response. "All right, lads, get out on the pitch and show what you're made of." The players spread out on the pitch, positioning themselves in their places and taking their starting positions for the whistle to blow. In front of them, the Liverpool U18 players were already lined up, ready to start with the first touch. The crowd, which comprised some Liverpool staff and their reserve players, which was a bench with a lot more options than Brighton's, which only had Hillebrand. The referee checked his watch, raised his whistle, and, with a shrill sound, kicked off the game. Liverpool took the lead. Declan Shaw, their number 9, passed to teammate Leo Carter. Leo, with his agility and vision, immediately took off down the wing, trying to dribble past Loki. Everyone's eyes were on him, watching his quick movement and impressive control of the ball. Loki tried to expect the move, closing the space with his marking, but Leo made a slight body movement to the side, fooling him momentarily, and set off inside. "Don't let him through," Felix, the midfielder, exclaimed. But Leo's speed was like lightning. Loki tried to retreat, but the distance was too great to cover quickly. The ball was crossed into the box. Luis Fernando advanced, marking Declan and covering the space with his arms. "Steady," muttered Luis as he positioned himself between Declan and the ball. However, it was Brighton's central defender, Daniel, who made the first cutback. He advanced in one swift movement, intercepting the ball before Declan could complete the move. "That's it. I'm going to be more present in this game than I was in the training match that day. I'll be on every ball." Alex, Brighton's assistant coach, smiled. "Coach, it looks like your training will show us results sooner than we expected." Chapter 104. Liverpool FC vs Brighton FC, Part 1. Inside the bus, minutes before arriving at the stadium, the engine of the bus rumbled to a steady rhythm, stopped in the traffic of Liverpool city centre. Coach Eddie and assistant Alex were sitting in the front rows, and Alex's tablet screen illuminated their faces. While the boys in the seats behind were impressed and fascinated by Liverpool, Eddie and Alex, focused and serious, watched a recording. The video in question was of Liverpool's U18 team in an intense match against Manchester United in their last league outing. In the video, Declan Shaw, Liverpool's number 9, had the ball and, with a smile on his face, was dragging the defenders away. Even though he was only 17, he had an impressive physique and was also very tall, having reached 1.90 m at the last measurement. "Declan Shaw," muttered Eddie with a hand on his chin. "He's not just another promising striker we see out there." In the last league, even though Liverpool lost in the quarterfinals to Manchester United, he was top scorer with 8 goals in 4 games. "Average goals per game," Alex muttered. "Look how he uses his body to open up space. And when he gets close to the box." Alex already knew what was coming, so he nodded. "I know. His finishing ability is also frightening. The power he has in his right leg. It's like he's got a motor. And I wish he was the only problem. Watch this." Eddie took the tablet from Alex's hand and went back a few seconds into the video, returning to the moment of the pass Declan was about to receive before he headed into the second goal of the game. At first, everyone's eyes obviously go to Declan, because he's the one who's gaining space in the area, but the curve of that pass going to him is absurd. Wait, where's that pass coming from? From here. Eddie zoomed out and gently tapped the screen twice, focusing on a boy in the middle. This is Sam Robinson, a central midfielder. He has all the characteristics of a central midfielder who has the potential to be a star. He's got long passes, mid-range shots, tireless in covering the entire field, and has excellent ball control. He has all these characteristics, even though he's so young. Man, I even feel incompetent, said Alex with a faint smile. Eddie sighed, already stressed by the game. If Loki doesn't adapt quickly to his rhythm, it's going to be a long game. Alex nodded in agreement. And their number 9, he's not just physically strong. He knows how to position himself. Look at how he can cut in front of the defenders to finish. That's true. Declan is the kind of striker that defenders hate to mark. And our center-back pairing is still very young. Luis Fernando and Daniel will have to work very hard throughout the game. The two were silent for a few moments, thinking about possibilities, alternatives, and solutions. What do you think about using Felix? Alex asked. Frowning, Eddie didn't seem to understand. So Alex continued. Alex is the captain. He doesn't lose his temper, he's cunning and intelligent, as well as being very solid defensively. If Declan gives our defenders too much trouble, we can switch to a 3-3-4. Go on. I know that a 3-4-4 would leave us weaker down the wings in counterattacking moments and also because of their points, but it would drown out the attack, and we could also experiment with seeing Lucas Tanaka as a striker alongside the others. It's a friendly. We need to try things out. Excuse me, coaches. Lucas Tanaka, who was sitting on the bench behind the coaches, couldn't help overhearing the whispered conversation. I heard what you said about Declan and the positioning of the team, and I have a suggestion. Maybe it's risky, but maybe I can play as a false 9, helping to break up play in midfield, and also going up to attack during the game. Eddie and Alex exchanged surprised glances, and the coach nodded to Lucas as if he wanted him to continue. The moment I move up to attack, the two fullbacks move into the middle, and Felix drops back. That way, we can play offensively as a 3-3-4 and defensively as a 4-4-3, alternating tactics to confuse them. The silence that followed Lucas' suggestion was a little heavy for him, who didn't know if it had been an idiotic suggestion or not. However, he was confident that it wasn't complete nonsense because he used to watch a lot of games before giving up soccer and therefore knew that some teams in the world did this kind of fluid tactical scheme. Eddie and Alex once again looked at each other, still surprised at the boys' audacity to enter a tactical conversation. Lucas, you know you're talking about a tactical scheme that demands a level of synchronization, and reading that, well, usually comes with a lot more experience. Alex said, I know it's risky, but the chance of catching them off guard could be the key to victory. If Declan uses physicality to put pressure on our players, we'll use technical volume against their defenders. I'll occupy the gaps and can even pass forward, improving what could be a predictable attack of crosses to Arthur. It'll confuse them and let them know they can't concentrate too much on attacking because we'll be ready to kill them off when we get the chance to counterattack. Eddie crossed his eyes, looking at Lucas. You're talking about a very fast move, Eddie finally said in a serious tone. To play as a false 9, you need more than speed and positioning. You need confidence, and lots of it. I have it, replied Lucas. And I'm willing to take the risk. The boy's response surprised the two adults once again, because with the confidence Lucas displayed, it sounded like there were 3 adults in the conversation. Straight face. Back to the game. Liverpool FC 0-0 Brighton FC. When Daniel headed the ball out of the box, the early pressure seemed to subside. But Brighton was already in full transition. The ball had fallen to Loki, the clever right-back who, with a quick glance, assessed the scene. 5 players from his team were already moving forward to attack, facing a defense of 6 red players. Loki didn't think twice and passed to Miguel, his partner in the right wing. The pass came from a little behind, and Miguel had to stop, straighten his body, and take a few steps back to tame the ball. He raised his head, his eyes scanning the field in search of a gap. Liverpool's defense was regrouping quickly, and the spaces that had once seemed open were now closing up. Over here, Lucas, just behind the other Brighton players, asked for the pass. Shouting so hard like that, I'd be sick if I didn't pass it to you. Loki thought, passing the ball to Lucas. The ball ran from Miguel's feet to Lucas, who knew exactly what to do. He straightened his body, adjusting to the side, as if to try a quick pass, and saw 2 of the Liverpool defenders advancing towards him, obviously not intending to intercept them. Determined to take advantage of this split second, Lucas used Mirage feint to make a right-footed lunge, letting the ball escape to his left and thus gaining space with a quick tone. The spectators reacted with an "oh" of surprise. Raphael, go! Lucas shouted, seeing his teammate racing down the left flank. Lucas made the pass to Raphael, who masterfully controlled it, running down the left and attracting another marker. However, Lucas ran towards the back of the right back who was marking Raphael, offering himself as a passing option. At that moment, Raphael smiled with the corner of his mouth. That was your plan all along, wasn't it? Without hesitation, Raphael returned the pass to Lucas a little further on, near the front line. And Lucas, before even touching the ball, raised his head and used risk analysis to see the lines of passing. He realized Arthur was in the area and being marked by 2 players. It was a risky option, so the line was almost invisible between them. However, there was a very clear line, and that meant it was a safer option. When Lucas passed, the pass tore through the defensive line and didn't go into the box, but a few yards behind, where Felix Vogler arrived, unmarked by the opposition. Felix Vogler, isolated and facing the goal, adjusted his body to take the shot. With a slight movement of his torso and a brief pause, he calculated the force and direction of the shot. Then, with a quick twist of his hips, he shot. The ball rose in a perfect parabola, cutting through the air like an arrow, its trajectory decisive and lethal. The Liverpool goalkeeper threw himself in a desperate attempt. His gloves stretched towards the ball, but a second before he reached it, it was already over his hand. The ball hit the net with a muffled, dry sound. Goal. Chapter 105. Liverpool FC vs Brighton FC, Part 2. Liverpool FC 0-1 Brighton FC. Felix's goal was impressively beautiful, with a frightening power of shot that few midfielders of his age could achieve. Liverpool manager, Mr. Ferg, raised his eyebrows and clapped his hands. That's some scary power in your right leg, kid. Felix, returning to his side of the pitch, nodded and thanked him. Thank you, sir. However, standing next to Mr. Ferg on the side of the pitch, his assistant coach thought. The kick was impressive indeed. Only what was more impressive was how this counterattack unfolded. The ball was in the back, and in less than a minute, the goal happened. Of course, that happens a lot. But it wasn't a direct counterattack where the attacking team has the numbers advantage and can go straight for the goal. It was an indirect counterattack in which the ball went past the right back and ended up in the back of the left wing without them making any mistakes. I heard this team has only been together for a week, and they coordinate such an efficient counterattack from the off. What kind of training have you done with these lads, Eddie? He looked at the Brighton coach. Very good, lads. But you were lucky, very lucky, Eddie exclaimed with his arms crossed. Just looking at the midfield, the Brighton boys felt a chill run down their spines. As the scoreboard flashed Brighton's 1 on the electronic board, the Liverpool boys gathered in the center of the pitch. Their expressions ranged from tiredness to dense concentration, full of minor frustrations. Sam Robinson, always one of the first to solve problems, smoothed his disheveled hair with the back of his hand before speaking. Okay, guys, we need to talk about this goal. It wasn't just bad luck. Let's see where we went wrong. Liam Hargreaves, the goalkeeper, who until then had remained silent with his hands on his hips, looked up and commented. I saw the whole play from the back. We gave them a lot of space in the back. I don't know if it was our line of defense or what, but they were completely free to pass. Connor Flynn, the central defender, snorted. Maybe we went too fast on the first move. We underestimated them. Connor said, glancing at Oscar Hughes, his defensive partner. What do you think, Oscar? Oscar sighed. It was that and more. They played fast, but in a coordinated way. When we realized it, the ball was already in midfield, and their transition was very well done. I didn't mistake my position on purpose, but we seemed to be a step behind in every move, admitted Oscar. At the other end, some of the Brighton players didn't understand the delay in restarting the game. Miguel saw Lucas was frowning and said, most teams usually have this kind of conversation during the restart to understand where they went wrong and so on. Lucas, with his arms crossed, smiled with a touch of pride. Brighton had started the match well. Felix's goal had reflected what they were building on the pitch. They're good, Lucas commented with a slight smile. But we can put more pressure on them. They're still adjusting. Felix, meanwhile, stood in the center of the pitch, his eyes fixed on the ball. He knew that goal was just a sign of what could happen later in the game. His opponent's eyes were on him, but he didn't care. The important thing was that the team was focused. Felix took a step back to talk to Dennis, the Brighton midfielder. The pitch was too quiet, and the conversation between the two was almost inaudible, but Felix was explaining what had to be done next. On the Liverpool side, things were also moving. Sam was giving the last instructions, and the boys were lining up, forming up again for the restart of the game. Come on, lads. React. Let's make Brighton chase the ball. The Liverpool team's pressure intensified soon after the restart. They played more aggressively, pushing forward more quickly. Toby Clark, the midfielder, was tireless. His mission was simple, steal the ball and transition quickly. But Brighton wasn't unprepared. Loki, Brighton's left back, positioned himself more firmly, covering the passes that Sam tried to project. The opposing team's confidence seemed to grow as pressure plays were neutralized. In one of these moves, Ethan Murphy, Liverpool's right back, received the ball in a counter-attacking situation. He had the speed to get to the byline, but Brighton's defense was adjusting quickly. Daniel, Brighton's central defender, was already on Ethan's tail, reducing the inexperienced player's options. Over here, Daniel, Arthur shouted from midfield, drawing the defender's attention to the defensive line. Ethan, his head held high, quickly looked at the options in front of him. Oliver Park was open on the right wing, and the move was unfolding, but time was against him. With one swift movement, Ethan cut inside, attempting a one-on-one. However, Daniel's marking was impeccable. He expected Ethan's move, sliding in to intercept the ball before it could reach Oliver. Not that time, Daniel shouted, putting out his foot to dispossess. Liverpool was losing control of possession, and Brighton took advantage with a quick transition. Dennis, always alert, received the ball from Daniel and passed to Felix. The team was ready to react with a move of its own. Loki, with great vision, played a precise pass to Miguel. Miguel was ready. He knew what to do. The ball was in his hands, and the view of the pitch was clear in his mind. Time seemed to slow down as he controlled the ball lightly, playing softly and watching his teammates position themselves for the counterattack. He made the pass to Raphael, who was advancing down to the left. Raphael, with his head held high, assessed his options. Lucas was open, but he saw Arthur closer to the goal. It was a neat move, but Liverpool was reorganizing with precision. Ethan Murphy, Liverpool's right back, was coming forward, pressing the ball with renewed aggression. Raphael played the ball into the middle, where Dennis was ready to make his move. Dennis, however, sensed Toby Clark's approach and knew he couldn't take any more chances. Liverpool's defense, with its tighter marking, was closing down all the spaces. "Let's go. Let's get on top of them," shouted Sam Robinson, motivating his teammates. Liverpool, already aware that they could no longer allow Brighton to continue pressing, reacted with speed. Liam Hargreaves, the goalkeeper, gave instructions to his defenders while adjusting his position. He knew that if Brighton managed another well-executed counterattack, the game could get even more difficult. But he relied on his defense and his teammates to neutralize any threat. Brighton's counterattack seemed imminent, but at the last moment, Connor Flynn, Liverpool's central defender, bravely stepped forward. He was more alert now and knew he couldn't miss. When Dennis played the ball to Felix, Connor anticipated the move. He was quick, much quicker than Felix expected. With a precise tackle, Connor stole the ball and began the transition to attack. "Now let's go." Sam Robinson, who had been following the play, quickly made the move to get closer. He received a pass, and, with a long pass, he found Kieran Doyle in midfield. Kieran, the brains of the team, looked at the options and made a first-time pass to Leo Carter, who was advancing down the left. Brighton's pressure was strong, but Liverpool's speed and coordination were imposing themselves. Leo, with his characteristic short dribble, got rid of Aiden, who tried to keep up but couldn't. As he approached the box, Leo delivered a precise cross to Declan Shaw, who was in the right position, waiting for the ball. Brighton's defense, still trying to reorganize, didn't have time to react. Declan rose high, higher than anyone on the field, anticipating Daniel's attempt to block his shot. With impeccable timing, Declan headed the ball, directing it towards the back of the net with a powerful header. Brighton's goalkeeper, Anton, made a desperate attempt to stretch and reach the ball, but it was futile. Declan's header was perfectly placed in the top right corner, leaving Anton with no chance of making a save. Brighton, who had been celebrating their near-goal minutes before, was now feeling the weight of Liverpool's reaction. The players, who were initially filled with hope and excitement, now found themselves facing the daunting challenge of defending against one of the top teams. The sudden change in momentum left Brighton feeling overwhelmed and uncertain about their chances of success. Eddie, the Brighton manager, slapped his thigh, visibly frustrated. "This isn't the end. We won't let that happen again." He looked at his players, trying to regain his concentration. On the other side, the Liverpool players were ecstatic, but they knew it was still early days. Sam Robinson, with a determined smile, approached his teammates. "We can't stop now. They're going to come with everything. Let's push harder." Toby Clark, the steering wheel, nodded. "That's it. Now it's time to show why we're Liverpool and they're Brighton." Chapter 106, Liverpool FC vs Brighton FC, Part 3. Liverpool's equalizer came through a goal from Declan, their center forward, and yet this was a tight game with every move being decided down to the smallest detail. The game was expected to stay close, but Liverpool's goal seemingly stunned the Brighton team that in the next 15 minutes, 2 more goals came. One of them came from Oliver Park, their right winger. Taking advantage of the fact that the marking was stronger on Declan and therefore weaker on him, Oliver cut into the middle and finished with his left foot into the corner of the goal. Their third goal wasn't much different. It wasn't a huge mistake on Brighton's part, but once again they failed to expect what might happen, and Leo Carter, Liverpool's left winger, dribbled past 2 men in the box and shoot from close range. The score was 3-1 to Liverpool, making the friendly match much more stressful than anticipated. Tense expressions crossed the Brighton players' faces. There was disappointment, irritation, and a slight desperation. It was easy to see a score that would make a Liverpool win impossible. Also, the Brighton team, although fighting valiantly to stay in the game, were becoming visibly affected by the series of quick runs from Liverpool's forwards. Eddie, the Brighton manager, was watching the game from the sidelines and could see the expressions on the faces of his team's players. Luckily, in friendly matches like this, the team's managers usually agreed to take a rehydration break at halftime, and it was a good thing it came 5 minutes after Leo Carter's goal. At the 25th minute, the referee blew the whistle, giving the players a break to drink some water and try to understand where they were going wrong. Eddie gathered the surrounding team, while Alex and Cater handed out bottles of water to the boys. Sweat dripped from their tired faces. Yet they were all looking at Eddie because they knew the situation wasn't easy and felt that Eddie knew how to solve it. Right, lads, let's talk about those 15 minutes of blackout we had there. Eddie crossed his arms, getting even bigger than he normally was. First thing, who here saw and realizes what happened? Dennis wiped the sweat from his brow with his forearm before answering. I think. We focused too much on blocking Declan before the goal, and we focused too much after he scored the first goal. That opened up spaces for the points. Perfect, Loki. You can't deny that Declan is a tremendous danger in front, but what makes Liverpool a tricky team is how they know how to use that tight marking on Declan to their advantage. Eddie said, it's like putting a silver dragon with blue eyes as a face-down card. Loki commented, and everyone looked on uncomprehendingly. That's right, Loki. Alex snapped his fingers and agreed. Daniel, who was the main defender and never got forward, was visibly frustrated and tired. But coach, what do we do then? If we leave Declan unmarked, he'll score goals. If we point, as we did, the points stand out. Eddie gave a slight smile. The idea here is always to think about the what-ifs as well. Declan's good, but if he's marked a lot, he'll drop back a bit, try to play the ball around and so on. That's what we saw too. So we need a strategy that reduces his chances without neglecting the others. Does anyone know how we're going to do that? Lucas Tanaka had an idea, so he raised his hand. Go ahead, Lucas. You don't even have to raise your hand. Coach, what if we divided the field into action zones? Like, instead of everyone just wanting to stay in the area that their position covers, we occupy each area of the field, thinking about where they're going to get to and stopping them in their tracks. Eddie put a hand to his chin. That's good, Lucas. It makes sense. Dividing the field into zones allows us to cover the spaces better, blocking the points before they even realize it. That way, the marking on Declan is also more controlled. Am I the only one here who doesn't understand what that means? Raphael asked. How would that work in practice? I'll try to simplify the idea, guys. Alex held up a blackboard. Let's talk a bit about what we call positional soccer and non-positional soccer. Does anyone know the difference? Raphael, confused, raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, all I know is that I run to where the ball is. That's enough, isn't it? A soft laugh spread through the group, relieving some of the tension. Well, yes and no, Raphael. In positional soccer, each player has an area of the pitch that he protects, attacking and defending within his specific zone. It's a way of maintaining a clear organization and avoiding holes in the defense. But there's a catch in that. What catch? It's basic soccer, said Dennis. This organization can limit us, explained Alex, drawing on the board to illustrate the concept of zones on the pitch. If each of you stays stuck in your own area, a team that knows how to play the ball well will exploit the gaps between positions, like Liverpool did with Declan today. They draw you into a zone, and, when they see the opportunity, someone quicker comes into the free space we've left to mark Declan. So, we need something different. We need to cover the pitch, not just our positions. Raphael said. Exactly, Rafa, confirmed Alex with a nod, encouraging the boy. That's where non-positional soccer comes in, i.e., the idea of action zones that Lucas suggested. In this style, you're ready to leave your zones if necessary, as long as you cover the spaces where the ball is together and monitor the opponent's movements, who may try to spin the game. Alex scribbled lines showing different areas of play and, pointing to each one, said the name of a player, showing how they could move quickly without losing cover. The boys' attentive eyes followed the movement of the pen, absorbing every detail of the strategy. After Alex's explanation of how their game would work, Lucas, who was excited to be playing soccer in a non-positional soccer strategy for the first time, had his eyes shining and repeated something he'd heard in the future to his classmates. This is how it's going to work, guys. When we're without the ball, we're going to chase the ball like a nice, juicy piece of steak. Imagine we haven't eaten meat for 3 years. We're going to chase that ball until we knock it out of their feet. The analogy made some laugh, and Lucas didn't stop. And when the ball is ours? That's different. We'll pass the ball from foot to foot, savoring every touch and making them run after us until they run out of breath. We'll keep control and be calm, because we already know the way to the goal. Arthur tapped Lucas on the shoulder. I want to see that. Now I finally understand the plan. Eddie nodded, satisfied that the mood had returned to normal. Well, boys, that's it. It's about thinking as a unit from now on. You're like a machine, with each cog working so that the other can fulfill its role. Now, get back out there and show that we're a hungry team. On returning to the pitch, Brighton had a different synergy. Right from the first touches of the ball, Declan, Liverpool's center forward, positioned himself in the middle of the Brighton defense, already troubling them, but the ball was still in midfield. When Kieran Doyle, Liverpool's attacking midfielder, got hold of the ball and raised his head in search of alternative passing options, he faced a frightening sight. 3 Brighton players were running towards him at the same time. He hesitated, taken aback by this scene, and even more by the synchronicity of their advance. For a moment, he was also paralyzed. It was then that Lucas intercepted the ball with a tackle. Without wasting a second, he launched an attack. Lucas raised his head and saw Dennis on the left, running free. So Lucas sent the ball to Dennis, who received it with the inside of his left foot and returned the ball to the quick Lucas, completing a table to get past one opponent. The connection between the Brighton players was visible now. They anticipated each other's moves, like longtime partners. What's more, Declan, still in the middle of Brighton's defense, saw Daniel and Luis Fernando advancing up the defensive line along with Aiden and Loki. At first, Declan thought they were adjusting the defensive line to get him offside and compact the field, but when Aiden and Loki passed the midfield line and kept running forward, he realized they were actually planning to attack with Aid at the same time. Complete madness. Chapter 107. Liverpool FC vs Brighton FC, Part 4. Bonus chapter. After the rehydration break, the Brighton team was completely transformed. It wasn't just their organization on the pitch, but also the expressions on the players' faces. If before they had been lost, agonized, irritated and frustrated, after the break they gained a new lease of life. While Declan watched his opponents go on the offensive from the Brighton pitch, Lucas received the ball in the middle of the field and drove it forward. Lucas' eyes were scanning the field, looking for the best possible alternatives to complete this move towards the goal. Dennis, running to Lucas' left, was ready. Lucas made the pass to Dennis, who dribbled the ball between the legs of Liverpool's number 6. Liverpool's defense closed in, but Brighton was advancing like a wave that was receding. The ball passed from foot to foot until the Brighton players were amassed in the penalty area, and the ball rolled towards the Brighton left winger, Raphael. In situations like this, it was normal for the winger to try and dribble past his markers and cross into the box to get an assist for a header. However, Liverpool's defenders were tall, and Brighton's average height was not the greatest. Raphael, who wasn't stupid, knew this and tried to do something different. He had the ball at his feet, exchanged a quick glance with the players in the area, and knew that crossing would be a predictable gamble. He needed to surprise, to break logic, to do something different. Raphael took a quick touch to the ball, bringing it onto his left foot. His opponent in question was Sam Robinson, and he was already facing him with his arms out to limit his movement. At that moment, Raphael made a quick cut to the left with a twist that confused Sam and allowed him to slip past his marker. Raphael's body dribble, which opened up a brief and precious space left behind, momentarily unbalanced Sam. Freer Raphael raised his head, adjusted his posture, and launched a shot. His left foot came down hard on the ball, and the ball sliced through the air on an upward trajectory towards the goal. Everyone's eyes followed the ball as it rose. Defenders, attackers, the opposing goalkeeper. It seemed relentless, destined to find the back of the net without them being able to do anything to stop it. The goalkeeper was literally immobile. But then, in an instant, the impact. The ball exploded against the crossbar with a bang that vibrated sharply. The metal structure swayed, and the ball was thrown high into the air, spinning helplessly over the penalty area. It was at that moment that the pitch almost froze for most of those young players. The ball was descending in an unpredictable trajectory, and, below it, the taller players were fighting for the chance to touch it first. They were ready to jump, and it seemed impossible to Raphael that anyone from Brighton could win that aerial contest. However, Lucas Tanaka didn't think so. Even with his height of 1.7 m, he had copied the jumping ability and timing of the best header he knew. With a frightening force of impulse, Lucas leapt like a gale, lifting him off the ground. Despite defying logic, his leap surpassed even the tallest players. "Kid," Alex exclaimed, startled. In the air, Lucas leaned back slightly and headed the ball towards his forehead, and he took just the right touch to redirect it into the goal. Everyone held their breath, watching the ball go towards the top left corner of the goal. But the Liverpool goalkeeper, in an almost instinctive reaction, leapt up and did an overhead kick. His right hand reached out, catching the ball at an unlikely moment. With his fingertips, he deflected Lucas' shot just enough to send the ball out in a heroic save. Lucas fell to the ground and wailed, "Damn, what a son of a bitch." He got up from the ground and glanced at the opposing goalkeeper, who was still celebrating his save with a clenched fist. Lucas pressed his lips together in a half-smile. "Hey, Dennis," he called, running towards the corner. Dennis, who had the ball in his hands, raised his face with a questioning expression. "Let me take that one." Dennis, who would insist on taking the corner with his skillful left foot, looked at Lucas for a second, assessing. "Go on." Dennis replied with a quick nod, clearing the way. "Go for it, Lucas." Lucas then agreed and placed the ball on the corner mark, turning it to find the perfect point of contact. He took a brief breath, his hands trembling slightly, and watched the pitch. For Lucas, his vision was divided into invisible lines, literally a network of possibilities unfolding in front of him. He saw the options, lines of different opacities, vibrating in his mind like trails of colored smoke, each leading to a different destination. In the distance, his eyes met the gaze of the tallest of his teammates, Arthur, posted at the second goalpost. Arthur, with his 1.90 m and powerful physique, intimidated the Liverpool defenders who were watching him. Lucas put his weight on his right foot, letting his left slide back slightly. He adjusted his positioning, leaned over, and launched his foot at the ball, making it turn in a perfect curve. The ball rose and described an impeccable curve, a trajectory that deflected off the nearest markers and gained height. Every second, Lucas followed the ball with his gaze, hoping internally that Arthur was in the right place at the right time. Arthur, for his part, was already in position, his eyes fixed on the ball coming towards him. He planted his feet in the grass, waiting for the right moment to jump. This is it, Arthur thought, seeing that the ball was heading in his direction. The Liverpool defenders surrounded him like wolves, each trying to position themselves as close as possible, pressing, stepping on Arthur's heels, ready to challenge any move. Chapter 108, Liverpool FC vs Brighton FC, Part 5. Arthur, at moments like this, seemed to grow even bigger, using every inch to intimidate and open up space. He turned his body to the side, shielding himself from the defenders, his broad shoulders raised, his feet planted in the grass like deep roots. For an instant, the sound of voices, footsteps, and the frantic pace of the pitch disappeared. Arthur concentrated entirely on the ball, and in that small world that formed, he saw only Lucas cross. With a powerful push from his legs, he leapt, his body rising into the air, arms raised for balance, like a bird in flight. The impact of the ball against his forehead was exact, transmitting all the energy of his leap into a thunderous header. He directed it into the right-hand corner of the goal, the one spot he believed the goalkeeper, no matter how skillful, would struggle to reach. Declan, positioned further back, watched the scene with his heart racing, his eyes fixed on the trajectory of the ball, following the outcome of that movement. He knew how much that goal meant to the Brighton team, the change of heart, the impetus for a comeback. The opposing goalkeeper, his eyes wide, saw the ball coming and jumped up in a desperate move, stretching out his arm as if trying to catch the air. The ball passed just a few centimeters from his outstretched hand and entered the goal. Goal! His teammates, who hugged him and shouted in celebration, surrounded Arthur. However, Arthur's reaction was to run towards the ball, pick it up and run towards midfield to restart the game as quickly as possible. Man, what a goal! I knew you could do it, Raphael said. Arthur, still panting, practically smiled with his eyes. It was now or never, right? But Lucas' assist, it was perfect. He put the ball exactly where I needed it. Lucas, who was approaching, smiled back, shrugging his shoulders as if it was no big deal. But inside him, the satisfaction was immense. Seeing the team's effort, the play coming to fruition, it all made it worthwhile. Straight face. As they returned to their positions, the Liverpool players exchanged words and glances, clearly surprised by the change in Brighton's attitude after the break. It was clear that the game had taken on a different rhythm, and Liverpool was now forced to maintain the lead that had previously seemed so secure. Toby Clark, Brighton's tireless midfielder, realized this. As he positioned himself in midfield, he cast a serious glance at Sam Robinson and Kieran Doyle, the brains of the team, and whispered, with an almost commanding tone, "They're going to come at us now. We need to hold firm. No mistakes. Every pass, every tackle." Sam nodded and replied, "Leave it to us. We'll hold the middle and keep the ball as long as possible. We just need to keep a cool head. That's it. We have to be smarter, force them to make mistakes." Kieran added in a calm tone. The match restarted, and, as Toby had predicted, Brighton went on the rampage. They were pressing Liverpool in all areas of the pitch. With 15 minutes left, Coach Eddie made a change. Raphael, exhausted, left to the applause of his teammates, and Hillebrand entered the game. He brought a renewed energy, immediately pressing the opposition defenders and taking part in attacking moves. Brighton got a goal through Lucas Tanaka after a brilliant team move, but Liverpool responded quickly, keeping their lead. The last minutes were pure tension. Both teams were exhausted, their shirts soaked with sweat. Toby Clark was still running around like a lion, shouting instructions and organizing the Liverpool team. On the bench, Eddie and Alex were gesturing intensely to their team, trying to keep them organized. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Brighton players collapsed on the pitch, some from exhaustion, others from frustration. The final score? 5-4 to Liverpool. Eddie, the Brighton manager, crossed the pitch to the players. "Look at me," he said as he stood in front of them. The players raised their eyes slowly, some still reluctant to face the manager after such a narrow defeat. Surely he was going to give them a scolding, right? However, they were wrong if they thought that. You gave everything you had today. Every drop of sweat, every pass, every tackle. This result hurts, I know. But at the same time, know this, it was a good first game. Hillebrand, who had come on in the second half and run like mad to put pressure on the Liverpool defense, was still panting. "I just wish we had 5 more minutes, coach. Just 5 more. Eddie smiled. "I know, Hillebrand. But that's soccer. Extra minutes don't always come, and that's why every second on the pitch counts. You learned that today." Alex, the assistant coach, joined the circle, his tablet still in hand. He ran his eyes over the team and added, "What impressed me most was your courage. You took on one of the best grassroots teams in the UK and showed that you belong there. I saw the fear in Liverpool's eyes at times. They didn't expect it." Felix stood up first. He looked around, his teammates still visibly shaken. "Let's get up, guys. We can't just lie here while they celebrate. We're better than that." The rest of the players rose. Anton, The goalkeeper went over to Daniel, who looked inconsolable. You ran harder than anyone today, said Felix, holding out his hand to help him up. Without you, we wouldn't have come so close. Daniel accepted Felix's hand. Still, it wasn't enough. Next time, I'll do 10 times better. In the locker room, the mood was one of quiet reflection and sparse commentary. Arthur sat down next to Lucas and started talking quietly. That pass of yours for my goal. How did you find me there? I was surrounded, and the ball came over my head. Lucas scratched the back of his head a little, taking it as a compliment. I don't know, Arthur. It was like you were exactly where you needed to be. I just trusted. Arthur smiled and tapped Lucas lightly on the shoulder. Well, it worked. It was beautiful. Maybe we should practice that more. At the other end of the changing room, Felix was restless. He paced back and forth, shaking his head to organize his thoughts. We got so close, Felix muttered. Close isn't good enough, said Aiden. He was sitting with his elbows on his knees, his eyes fixed on the ground. But you're right. We weren't inferior to them. That's what bothers me most. We had plenty of chances. And it wasn't just the attack, added Anton, the goalkeeper, as he adjusted the ice on his knee. If I'd been able to react faster to their fourth goal, we might celebrate right now. Eddie was leaning against the wall next to Alex, watching the group. He waited for the right moment before intervening, putting his hands on his hips and his voice cutting through the hubbub with calm authority. You're looking at this the wrong way. No one here is single-handedly responsible for this defeat, just as no one alone will be responsible for our future victories. That's what soccer is, a sum. Fortunately, what I saw today was a team that fought together. It's a promising start to the season. Alex held up the tablet he was holding, showing paused images of the game. Look here. That was the play for our third goal. Look how Daniel pulled back the marker, opening up space for Lucas. And here, Felix recovering the ball in midfield. Without that, this move wouldn't have happened. The group leaned in to get a better look. It was true. Every moment had been a crucial piece of a bigger puzzle. So what you're saying is that we're good enough? Asked Loki, still skeptical. No, Loki, replied Eddie with a serious expression. I'm saying that you can be even better. You have the foundation, you have the heart, you have the courage. All that's left now is to fine-tune the details. And that's what we're going to work on. I agree with Loki. It's not just about being good, it's about being consistent. It's no good making 3 good tackles and then letting the guys dominate for 20 minutes. Hillebrand said. Dennis, who was sitting next to him, nodded vigorously. And we need to communicate better. Many times, I was free, and no one saw me. I'm not blaming anyone, he hastened to add. But that's something we can improve. Luis Fernando raised an eyebrow. Communication is key, but we also need to be calmer. There was a time when everyone was running around, and they took advantage of that. The conversation took on a life of its own, with the players sharing their opinions and reflections. Voices were raised, not in an arguing tone, but in renewed enthusiasm. It was as if the simple act of verbalizing their thoughts was helping to heal the wounds of defeat. Eddie and Alex looked at each other, satisfied. This was exactly what they wanted, a team that thought collectively, that leaned together. Okay, said Eddie, holding up one of his hands to calm the growing excitement. Tell you what, tomorrow, after lunch, I want everyone to do a detailed analysis of the game. We'll watch it together and point out what we can improve. But right now, I want you to rest. This was a tough test, and you deserve a night to process everything. The players got up, grabbing their backpacks and boots. As Lucas left, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Miguel, who had been playing like a real engine in midfield. Hey, Lucas, he said with a sincere smile. That pass to Arthur made me realize something. Huh? What? You're a great passer. So I want to ask you to practice something with me. Chapter 109. Dressing room of Liverpool's U18 team. As Brighton left Liverpool's training grounds, a heavy silence pervaded the dressing room of Liverpool's U18 team. Because you weren't marking properly, maybe? Asked Liam, the right back, throwing his towel on the floor. That number 10, Miguel, passed a free 10 times. At the other end of the bench, Mason, the team captain, was cleaning his boots without saying a word. He was always the last to speak. When he finally raised his head, the murmurs stopped. Let's be honest. We underestimated them. It's as simple as that. They were quick, organized, and played as a team, while everyone seemed to play on their own. Nobody wanted to admit it, but he was right. They did win, but they knew they had made a lot of mistakes. The doors to the dressing room opened, and Coach Ferg walked in. He wasn't a man who needed words to be heard. Wearing a simple suit and holding a clipboard, he looked at each player, one by one, as if he could see beyond their expressions. I want you to listen carefully. Ferg placed the clipboard on a table and stepped forward. You've just won against Brighton, right? That's good, but I bet you also feel like it's a defeat. Some of the players looked away, unable to face him. Now, here's a detail you might not know yet. This wasn't Brighton's first team. In fact, Ferg took a deep breath. That was the B team. Jamie let out a nervous laugh, as if he expected it to be a joke. Wait a minute, are you saying that? Yes, Ferg interrupted. You played against the reserve team. What's more, this was their first friendly as a team. They started training a week ago, but they played as if they'd been together for years. Callum said. Exactly. And that should scare you who underestimated this training session so much because it was just Brighton and not Milan or Real Madrid. I saw how relaxed they were earlier today. They were even late getting to the pitch. That's why I decided not to tell you anything about their team. Okay, but how is that possible? I mean, they were good. Yes, but still, it makes little sense. Mason shook his head negatively. It's not about individual technique. It's about how they played as a unit. Every pass had a purpose. It's rare to see something like that, especially in a team formed so recently. Especially the number 7, that Tanaka guy. Every time he picked up the ball, he created a move, said one of the players. Passing, shooting, dribbling, vision. I felt like I was watching a top 10 players from a big team playing. That's something some of you need to learn from him. Ferg said. Tanaka wasn't afraid of the ball. He didn't run away from responsibility. He didn't run away from the game. He actually wanted to have received the ball for as long as he could. For that reason, I also want to reveal the data we collected from today. Brighton's possession was 60% against 40% for us. The number of shots on the goal was the same, 10-10. However, we gave away more fouls. We gave away 7 compared to 2. That says a lot because we're feeling defeated. Jamie said, straight face. Hours later, Brighton's bus rocked gently along the road, the evening sky beginning to give way to complete darkness. Lucas was sitting by the window, his head resting on the cold glass. Outside, the trees and lampposts passed in indistinct blurs, but he barely noticed the movement. His mind was stuck on the pitch, revisiting every second of the friendly against Liverpool. I could have made that pass quicker. If I'd looked at Arthur earlier, he would have been free sooner. Why did I hesitate? Why didn't I trust my instincts more? These thoughts and many others swirled like an endless spiral in his mind, a cruel and incessant analysis. Lucas felt a lump in his throat, but he didn't let it turn into tears. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, especially with the noise of conversation and laughter in the background. Some colleagues seemed to have gotten over their defeat, at least temporarily, distracting themselves with jokes or songs playing on their cell phones. Arthur, sitting 2 seats back, was animatedly exchanging ideas with Miguel, while Loki and Dennis were arguing about a controversial move in the game. Even Aiden, who had been more serious before the game, seemed relaxed now that it was over, sharing a packet of snacks with Anton. However, Lucas didn't feel like joining them. From time to time, he glanced towards the front of the bus, where Eddie and Alex were sitting, both with tablets in their hands. They seemed immersed in analysis and notes, probably already planning their next training session. Lucas wished, for a moment, that he had the same objectivity as them, the ability to look at a mistake and immediately turn it into learning. He leaned back against the glass, closing his eyes, but the physical tiredness wasn't enough to silence his mind. The clock was just over 8 p.m. when the bus finally arrived at the institute. The yellowish lights of the main building softly illuminated the entrance courtyard as the group descended, carrying their backpacks and equipment. Lucas got off last, walking slowly. His footsteps echoed on the paved floor, and he looked up, observing the illuminated windows of the dormitories. Each one looked like a rectangle of distant comfort, but he didn't feel worthy of that relief. His mind was still stuck in the field, in the mistakes, in the what-ifs. Raphael passed him and noticed that Lucas had become more introspective since they left Liverpool's training ground. Hey, Lucas, are you okay? You seemed quiet on the bus. Just tired, he replied, forcing a half-smile. That didn't convince Raphael, but it was enough to ward off any more questions. When Lucas finally reached his room, the silence was almost total. Lucas threw himself on the bed, but sleep didn't come. He stared at the ceiling. Reaching for his cell phone, he opened a video app. He quickly searched for best passes in soccer and started watching clips of legendary players. Xavi, Iniesta, Pirlo, the precise, vision-filled passes of these idols left him inspired and, at the same time, even more aware of his own shortcomings. As he watched, he remembered Eddie's words in the dressing room. No one here handles this defeat alone. Lucas felt that if he had played better, perhaps the result would have been different. Maybe it would have been enough. The next morning, Lucas woke up with a heavy head, but determined to change his attitude. During breakfast, he looked for Miguel, who was sitting with Arthur in the central part of the institute's cafeteria. They were third-year students. Hey, Miguel. About yesterday. Good morning, Lucas. Miguel took off part of the headphones he was wearing. Yeah? Good morning. About yesterday? What were you about to talk about? That training session you mentioned. When did we start? Miguel smiled broadly and tapped the table. That's it, kid. I thought you'd never ask. How about this afternoon, after the match analysis? Arthur looked at Lucas. That's what we need. Work hard. I want in on this, too. Felix arrived at that moment, placing the tray next to Arthur. I heard you. If you're going to work on passing, I want to practice marking to help. There's no point in you making a great pass if I don't get the ball back for you. Straight face. In the afternoon, during the match analysis, Eddie conducted the session with a calmer tone than he usually used in his tough training sessions. He showed mistakes, but also highlighted the positives, always remembering that each player was part of something bigger. When the session was over, Lucas, Miguel, Arthur and Felix gathered on the training pitch. In the sunshine, They started practicing short and long passes, working on communication and timing. At first, the mistakes piled up, largely because Lucas couldn't hit the ball the way he wanted to. As he had used his cell phone to record the training sessions, he asked for a break to drink some water and analyze the videos. So he did. However, the more he watched the videos, the more frustrated he became with himself. Miguel wanted passes between the defense. Arthur wanted perfect crosses like the one Lucas was lucky to hit during the game, and Felix said he'd also like to receive passes as often as he did for that great goal of his that opened the scoring for Brighton. There were 3 different types of pass, and all very difficult. Luckily, Lucas Tanaka wasn't alone in this game. Training mission quality passes obtained. Training mission quality passes. Description: you're not good enough at passing and you have no easy way of learning yet. Objectives: 0 out of 100 diagonal passes, 0 out of 100 cross passes, 0/50 perfect crosses, 0 to 70 goal assists. Rewards: +1 legendary loot box, +1 assimilation feature. Chapter 110 Quality Passes. A training quest was all Lucas wanted, and then some. Excited, he went back to training as soon as he received the notification of the Quality Passes quest. "Alright guys, I've got an idea," said Lucas, getting up from the floor and setting his cell phone to record the training again. Aren't you too excited for someone who's missing so many passes?" asked Felix, with a hand on his waist. Lucas put his hand on his chin, smiling. "It's because I think I've found where I was going wrong." Arthur, noticing Lucas' confident expression, raised his eyebrows. "So you'll be able to make other passes like that? My knees are sore after jumping so much to hit your crooked passes." "It's not really a solution, but I think I know how to improve my hit rate for our future games." "And how are you going to do that?" asked Miguel. "Plain old repetition, right?" said a deep voice. Lucas turned and saw Alex approaching. The assistant coach's intrusion into the conversation surprised Lucas a little. "Alex, how do you know what I had in mind?" "Well, you're a great passer, Lucas. So the only obvious way to always hit the passes you already hit by chance is repetition, of course." Lucas thought about it. He hadn't thought of it that way, because, unlike Alex, he didn't have as much confidence in himself. He knew that one of his main characteristics as a footballer was his ability to make creative and precise passes, more than most players. However, he believed that this talent only made him stand out at Wuxia College, not in grassroots soccer. But he was wrong. His talent as a passer was rarer than he thought. "Come on, I'll be here to help and instruct." "Lucas, put the ball in the corner," said Alex. "But, Alex, why the corner?" "Then I won't be able to practice my runs to receive passes," said Miguel, with a tone of confusion. "Of course you can," said Alex, raising one hand and signaling to Arthur, who had the ball. Arthur tossed the ball to Alex, who caught it with ease and spun it from one hand to the other. "The way you were trying to train was good. Putting the ball in the middle of the pitch and asking Lucas to pass is interesting because Felix had to identify who would receive the pass, Miguel or Arthur. However, this tires Lucas's leg, makes Miguel out of breath and also Arthur's knees, not to mention the fact that Felix needs to change direction and could injure himself. We're still in preseason, so we can't keep doing situational training like this. The best thing is to do the same training, but from a shorter distance and with reduced space." In other words, the corner in the penalty area, Felix concluded. "Exactly." Alex stopped the ball under one arm and snapped his fingers. "Now we're going to need a goalkeeper. Hey Anton, come here." Anton was drinking water and talking to Daniel when he heard Alex's voice. As he approached, the group gathered near the middle of the pitch. Alex threw him the ball and said, "Come on, you're going to train with the forwards now." Alex started walking towards one goal. What? But I was training with the defense guys too." "You're a goalkeeper, man. Training requires jumping a bit, not just corner positioning." "You can practice that later," said Arthur, putting an arm around the neck of Anton, who was tall and handsome, but shy. The training was adjusted, keeping the essence of what they had been practicing before, but making it easier for Lucas. With the ball at one corner, he only had to decide whether to cross to Arthur, who was being closely marked by Felix, or to Miguel, who needed to get into the box and shoot. Although it was more difficult to execute than to plan, Lucas knew exactly what he needed to do. His objectives were clear: 100 diagonal passes, 100 crossfield passes, 50 perfect crosses, 70 goal assists. The fact that Lucas needed to have more assists than perfect crosses was more of a relief than it might seem at first. It meant that he didn't have to hit every cross exactly right, as long as his strikers finished and scored, or so he thought. In the first 30 minutes, he hit 10 perfect crosses out of the 50 crosses he made, but the assist rate was lower than he expected. Only 8 assists. Having Anton and Felix impeding his crosses was a pain. However, there was no way he was going to look at Alex and ask the 2 defenders to come out of training to make it easier. It wouldn't even make sense to ask for something like that. By the end of the afternoon, things had improved, but it also made Lucas think he wouldn't complete the quality passes mission in a single day. Training mission, quality passes. Description: you're not good enough at passing, and you have no easy way of learning yet. Objectives: 46 out of 100 diagonal passes, 37 out of 100 crossfield passes, 23 50ths perfect crosses, 22 70ths goal assists. Rewards, +1 legendary loot box, +1 assimilation feature. In the locker room shower, Lucas could feel the thigh muscles in his right leg throbbing, which made him realize, for the first time in his short soccer career so far, that it sucked not being an ambidextrous player. Gee, can I copy someone's good leg? For example, could I copy the left leg of someone who is good with their left leg? He asked, but no longer expected an answer. Unlike skills such as dribbling, heading, or thrusting, a left leg is a body part. As such, unless you find a player who has a skill that can only be done with the left leg and not the right, it will be impossible for you to improve your left leg with copied skills. As I imagined. After dressing in an ordinary Brighton tracksuit, Lucas picked up his bag and left the changing room. Raphael was standing outside, one foot against the wall, his bag over his shoulder and his cell phone in one hand. He looked up when he saw Lucas approaching and followed his stride. "How was your A-team training?" asked Raphael with a serious expression. Lucas looked at him, confused, and stopped walking. "A-team? What are you talking about? You were playing with Miguel, Arthur, and the team captain, Felix. Also, Alex went to help you. And that automatically makes us prefer to go to the A-team, doesn't it?" Hearing that, Lucas realized that this could easily turn into a pointless argument. He turned his face away and continued walking, choosing to ignore him rather than answer him. Raphael didn't follow him, and alone, Lucas left the Brighton CT, entered the institute, and went to the dormitories. The next morning, he didn't text or wait for Raphael to go for coffee. He didn't need to stress about silly jealous intrigues. Raphael was a friendship that Lucas valued, but it was a recent friendship, and it wouldn't affect him not to talk to him for a few days. However, things weren't so simple. In class, Raphael and Lucas would sit next to each other from the beginning of lessons and talk. For their classmates, not seeing the two of them talking or looking at each other was strange. Lucas didn't have any problems with Raphael or anything to apologize for, so he just focused on his classes. Even though they were at an institute, the content of the normal classes wasn't too difficult. It was just a less advanced version of what he had seen in business school, whether it was math, history, or philosophy. Perhaps because the teaching in Japan was so good, even the school subjects that his classmates struggled with, such as physics, he could solve with no problems. He wasn't a genius, he just had to study a lot during his life, whether it was to pass high school or college. Even though Lucas thought so, his colleagues didn't see it that way and, surprisingly, with Raphael's departure, many saw it as an opportunity to fill the supposed vacancy he had left. It was only then that he realized how many eyes were on him and the other Brighton youth footballers. That meant, "Hey, Lucas, I forgot my biology book. Can I sit here?" a girl asked. "Oh, I think the teacher has some spare books in the cupboard." He replied, "Hey man, the guys and I are going to karaoke today after class and, sorry, I have to practice. Tanaka, there's an empty seat here. Do you want to eat with us?" "I'm sorry, but today I'm just going to grab an apple and go to CT." Lucas knew that most people were trying to make friends with him because he was a footballer, so he made up one excuse after another to turn down invitations.